So hopefully you're seeing this video in a few months, because I just finished End of Doubts. This is the End of Doubts. Hopefully this was my last video before this one, and it was published a few months ago. I mean, I know there have been like streams, hopefully, and like let's plays on my second channel and so on, but this should have been the last proper Doubtsmite video that you saw. And I hope it's June, because it's the 4th of April right now. It's the 7th of April right now. And, well, as you can see from the fucking length of the video, it's gonna be 24 hours. So no thank you made a 10-hour video, right? He made a 10-hour video. And I can't beat that by making a 12-hour video. That would be a step too short, So I'm like, hey, what if I make a 24-hour video? And, it also really dovetails nicely with this video, because it's like I talk about like what I want to do in the future, and I think this video would be better in the overall meta text if I didn't like put out like a million different vlogs. So I'm just gonna casually vlog things sometimes and hopefully make that into one long video that's 24 hours. This is just a dire, hopefully like 2 months in Doubtsmite's life, diary video, 24-hour vlog. Chicken sandwiches, yes, I'll pay for the damages. So let me talk to you about these chicken sandwiches, because these have been a week in the making. Young Doubtsmite, how can chicken sandwiches be a week in the making? Well, a week ago, I went like, the next thing I'll make is chicken sandwiches. Then I went to the store, I misplaced my credit card, and I couldn't buy the ingredients, so I had to get fast food, so I would survive. The next day I was like, damn, I'm basically out of money. I should just make food with the things I have at home. Oh, I forgot to put cheese on the sandwiches. I can just put it there right now. It doesn't matter. Anyway, that's gonna be the final ingredient. Let's talk about the ingredients to my chicken sandwiches. First, the chicken. I made my own panko bread mixed with garlic powder, chili, salt, oregano, pepper. Great fucking mix, panko bread mixed up. Just double dip them. Like I put the chicken that I tenderized with the tenderizer, so they're like more flat, more convenient to eat. I took the chicken, I put it in egg, I put it in the panko, I put it in egg again, put it in panko. That's how you get a nice, thick, even crust, if you don't know, because if you do it once, you don't have enough surface area to really get a full contact chicken covering, right? Unless you're using a different method than the one I'm using. So that's the chicken. What's the sauces, dudes? You have to have sauces. First, I made my own spicy mayonnaise. I put chili powder and garlic powder in the mayonnaise to match the flavors. Then I made my own tangy ketchup. That's just ketchup and barbecue sauce. Mix them up. Tangy ketchup. Then I put tomatoes, lettuce, and cucumber on the burger or the chicken sandwich. And that's the chicken sandwich. Oh, buns. Oh, you want to know about the buns? Well, they're brioche buns. They're toasted. I'm a fucking master chef. I'm the best chef in the world. And I'm gonna put the cheese back on the thing because I want the cheese. So, yeah, these burgers or the 2 that I ate, there are 2 still left, but the 2 sandwiches I ate were really good. Almost like I'm very, very good at cooking. Almost like I'm an amazing chef. It's just, here's the problem with cooking. Making these chicken sandwiches took maybe 30 minutes, right? At least. Eating them will also take me like 30 minutes, but I won't enjoy eating the sandwiches nearly as much as I would have enjoyed spending the 20 minutes doing something I like. However, here's the caveat. There's a new no thank you video, and it's fucking 10 hours and I'm still fucking watching it. And since I want to watch it kinda as soon as possible, because I want to also watch the new horror love video and the other stuff, and not just watch this one video for fucking forever. I kind of want to watch that video, so it was a worthwhile investment, first of all, to go to the store, because I could just watch the video when I was going to the store, and that was nice. But also, I could just watch the video when I cook, because it's not a visuals heavy video. So now I have nice chicken sandwiches. It's really, really easy to make good food, like, at least for me. But that might be because I have it, like, as you might know, is I'm basically aphantasic. I used to be way more aphantasic. Then I smoked some weed, and I stopped being as aphantasic. I'm still like, I don't have a really vivid sense of visual imagination, but I have a way better like clarity of auditory imagination than I had before. Like I can think of like multi-tonal sounds fairly easily in my brain, like chords and shit. And the thing that I've always had, however, is a really good imagination when it comes to touching something and tasting something and smelling something. Like, I can very easily imagine how things will taste or smell or what their texture will be. So, for example, when I'm putting salt in something, like I just do it by feel because I know what salt tastes like. So I know how much salt I'll have to put somewhere. Or it's that stuff is really really easy for me. Like, I've never felt the need to taste things while I'm cooking them, because I can just, first of all, I can smell them, which is almost always enough just to just give it the cursory smell. Because the only two things that don't smell as strongly as they taste are salt and chili powder, and both of them are things I use regularly, so I know how much I need to use them. Although there were some mess ups when I was learning to cook, like way back. And yeah, so cooking is really fun for me too. Like, I enjoy cooking. Like, here's the thing, like, cooking is more fun to me than most activities, but it's a commitment. And most activities aren't really commitments. So that's my cooking review analysis. This vape juice might be the best thing I've ever fucking tasted. It's gourmet Indiana tobacco vape juice, right? It's like, oh, it's a tobacco vape juice. Those taste nothing like tobacco, right? Those are nothing like tobacco. Also, I think my next thing, I think I'm gonna watch more of Suzuma's music videos because I really like his blog, but his first music videos were just kinda not that great. They were like way too formulaic, I guess. But they're short, so I might as well just watch all of them because I've been planning to watch these videos at some point, so I just might as well watch them because I've kind of been looking for music to listen to, and that would be a refreshing change to my current taste, because my current taste is way too dependent on no thank yous and Plunder's taste, because I feel like their music taste is just robbed off of me like way too much. Not because it's bad, but because it's more like their taste in music is completely different than my own, and I would really appreciate being able to peruse more potentialities, right? That don't really require me to have like this specific different music taste, but like just like have a wider scoped understanding of music. Anyway, yeah, this vape juice, it's like the distilled essence of everything good about tobacco. Like, since it has a relatively high nicotine content, it gives you a nice throat hit, a nice tongue hit, right? It really feels like you're inhaling smoke. And that's a really nice sensation, but it doesn't come with the type of like actually having to put smoke in your lungs. The smoky feeling disappears in your throat. And that's really fucking cool. It's like, oh, I'm smoking, but it's like a clean smoke. I still have all of the sensations I like about it. And then the taste of it, it's just everything good about tobacco. Like, it tastes how tobacco smells, right? Because you smell a cigarette, it's like, yeah, this is a nice earthy herbal smell, right? Yeah, this is nice. And then you smoke it, and you have that fucking weird. If you've smoked cigarettes, you know what I'm talking about. It gets like sour and acrid and just unpleasant, right? This doesn't have that. It's always this nice, sweet, herbal tobacco taste. And it's really fucking nice. And yeah, this is why this is the best vape juice ever fucking made. It's great. It's great. It's amazing. Also, yesterday I had raid night with the girls. I went to raid in RuneScape, and I actually succeeded, kinda. I died, of course, at the boss fight, because the boss fight you're going to die at it because it's really hard. It has a shit ton of mechanics. However, I think I performed respectably considering it was my first try. Like, I didn't fuck up completely. I still fucked up most things. Like, I'm not gonna say like, oh, I did anything right. I didn't do anything right. But I did some damage. You know, I contributed a bit. And it could have been worse, basically. So yeah, I have to practice it more, but that was incredibly fun. That was the most fun I've had since 2018. And now I finished the fucking Behold the Love God video, and I don't know what I'll do today, like, honestly. I'm just still kind of reeling from the fact that I actually finished that video. Also, this is a cool thing I have. It's a puzzle, right? It's a puzzle. It's these interlocking pieces, right? They get this far apart, but they don't get further apart. The solution to this puzzle is if you shake it in a specific way, it all comes apart, right? However, the problem with it is once you get the trick for it, you can't unlearn it. It's an info hazard, right? Like when you're first starting it, you can shake it every way, it won't come apart, right? Oh, well, I'm trying to get it apart. Then once you learn the trick, like, and you can just be playing around with it, like, just normally. But just instinctively, you'll kind of just shake it apart, and then it'll be like, oh, it came apart, let me see if I can get it. No, I can't get it right now. I don't know if I can open it one-handed. Oh yeah, it doesn't matter, it's really fun to play with, like, just a paced motion that's not like the puzzle. It just kind of comes apart and goes back in, but like once you learn the trick, the info hazard has taken effect, and it often just comes apart instead of just being fun to play with. And yeah, that's this puzzle I have on my desk. Oh fuck. Here's the thing that might have not been apparent because it necessarily had to be left out of the text of the Love God saga to preserve its messaging. But making the Love God saga, right, I talked about it a bit where I said that, hey, look, the goal is to have fun with the things you make, right? But with the making of the Love God saga, a big part of the process for me was just self-therapy, just exploring my own thoughts about my own history and finding out how I can be based and comfy in regards to them. Like, Love God wasn't a phenomenon that could have existed through any other means than making that art. The self-healing element of making those videos was actually really profound because, dude, as I explained before in one of those videos, like, it's all in the subtext, but it's like not in the actual text. As I explained in those videos, like, I really get into the mindset of whatever project I'm working on currently. Like, when I was working on my Minecraft Let's Plays, that was basically how I was constantly framing my thoughts, and the same when it comes to, like, podcasts. Like, I used to just take notes and ideas what to talk about. So, what all of that resulted in, right, is that I always kinda, so basically, I always make myself the person who's making my art. If that makes sense, I always transform myself into whoever I need to be to do the things I want to do. And if I put myself in a situation where the person who I had to be was just a less confused version of myself, and that ended up leading me to actually, like, figure things out way more clearly. Like, I think the way I am right now is probably the most mentally healthy I'll ever get. I sincerely doubt in the future I'll keep improving. I think I've basically plateaued, and I'm fine with that because I'm basically just fine. I don't have any large complaints about the way I'm living or anything like that. And it was instrumental for me that I made art that encouraged that within me. You know, that's a big deal of why I had to tell myself those things and not just think them and put them into action, because I had to put them into art before I could put them into action. A lot of what informed my thoughts on what kind of person I want to be in the future was tied to watching people who had already proved everything they had to, right? So like people like Harlem Smiley or Rice Cup, and how they interacted with people. And the thing of them is that they're always really respectful and pleasant, because they don't need to like wave their dick around and be like, I'm the big man, because everyone kind of knows that they're capable, you know. And I've always wanted to be a capable person in one way or another, because for me being capable is very, very nice, and I think I've reached a point where I'm basically capable of most things that I would want to do. So it's like, yeah, I think this is kind of the point where I don't have to really work on myself that much. I have to work on the things I want to be able to do, if that makes sense. Like, the future of me as a person is less about mental improving, more about just doing, you know, like normies do, who don't need to spend their entire life just dealing with mental illness. A horrible thing happened to me at the start of this year. I finished watching every OSRS series that I was even in some way interested in. Like, I caught up on basically all the ones that I have been interested in. I've looked since. I found some videos that I wanted to watch, but nothing that captured me in anywhere near the same way. So I basically went from watching like 2 to 3 hours of OSRS videos on like an average day to watching like not that much. I just watch the ones that come out. So who am I subscribed to? Or not subscribed to, but who do I keep up with? I keep up with Mudkip, Slay Brother, Rice Cup, Chili, Rexy, and Settled. Those are the ones I keep up with. Okay, 6 people. On average, I would say that they used to upload about 1.5 videos a week each, right? So that was like, okay, like that's like 9 or 10 videos a week, right? Okay, like it's not great, you know, it's only, given the average like length of the video, it's like 3 hours of videos a week, you know, it's like, that's fine. It's enough to tide me over. And then basically all of them at once started uploading less, right? Like Mudkip used to upload like twice a week on average. And this also happened after the league, where people were uploading just a shit ton, right? In the league, there was like way too much content to watch, and I didn't like keep up with most of it. But after the league, right, people started uploading way the fuck less, because they were doing like longer grinds and so on and so on and so on. So it's like now I get maybe 0.75 videos per person a week. And the average length for them is like 20 minutes, right? It's 6 people, that's 4 videos. It's like an hour and a bit a fucking week of RuneScape videos. It's not enough for me. And to top it all off, to make it even worse, it's not like it's an even trip across the week. I could deal with that if there was like a video every day or every 2 days, you know. That would be fine. That would be fine by me. No, everyone uploads their videos in like the same 1 to 3 days, basically. So it's like, okay, well, there's one period of time where I get some videos, and then basically there's like a week between multiple videos, and it's suffering. It's suffering. This is my favorite fucking medium. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna watch Twitch streams. I'm gonna start watching Twitch streams, right? I talked about this before. So I watched Twitch streams, and it's like, okay, these are fine. I enjoy these streams, but I have to be kind of really depressed to watch them, or not really depressed. I have to be at least slightly depressed to be able to watch Twitch streams. I can't watch them when I want to do like literally anything. And I'm not depressed enough to watch Twitch streams, so I just have to play the game if I want to do anything about RuneScape. I guess it's... I wish it was different. I wish they still made videos often. I just remembered a slight issue that might arise from a 24-hour vlog, and that's the fact that I'm doing Isaac streams. If I'm vlogging things and if I'm talking about things when I'm playing Isaac, then there's gonna be so much overlap. But I guess the vlogs are going up multiple months from now, so it doesn't really matter that much. Still repeating myself. Whatever, this is the first draft for a stream. That's what this is. It's the first draft for a stream. So let me just put a response to No Thank You's 10-hour video into my 24-hour video that's gonna come out in multiple fucking months. Where in around 8 hours and 40 minutes in, No Thank You talks about his epistemic view of quantum mechanics, right? And the argument is compelling, but he forgets to mention a particular thing, which is we can observe particles acting like waves, but we can't observe particles ever being waves, right? So the reason the wave function collapse is necessary is not just because of uncertainty, but also things like particles interfering and like interference patterns, double slit experiment, all of that. And that's why I really like pilot wave theory, because we can observe quantum particles acting as if they were waves, right? So there has to be something that makes those particles act like waves. And in the Copenhagen interpretation, it's like, oh, they're acting like waves because they're a wave function. Then when we observe them, they collapse into particles, because that's kind of the most obvious conclusion you can draw from the data we have available, because you observe them, like you can only observe them as particles, but the patterns they're coming in looks like they used to be waves, right? So it's like, oh, they had to be waves at some point, but now they're particles. Now, what the pilot wave theory says basically is that the reason particles act like waves is that the outcomes of particles are caused by an intrinsic equation to the particle itself that kind of guides it in accordance to a wave function, right, or a pilot wave, rather. So it's not that the particles themselves became waves, but rather particles have in them a type of wave that guides them. That's why it's the pilot wave theory. So No Thank You debunked, quantum physics explained, and superdeterminism fixes this by I don't fucking know. Honestly, no fucking clue. I don't know that much about superdeterminism. But this is why I'm a pilot wave fag. This is why I'm a pilot wave fag, which actually seeming to be like the most popular fucking viewpoint in modern times around quantum physicists. Most quantum physicists tend to favor the pilot wave theory nowadays, it seems like. Even though we classically assume the Copenhagen interpretation to be the most popular one, that doesn't seem to be true anymore. Anyway, yeah. This is my quantum mechanics response to like, oh fuck. Also, just to clarify the thing I said, I didn't mean to say that to completely discredit an epistemic view of quantum physics. I'm sure there are plenty of good explanations for weird, wacky quantum phenomena that do not rely on there actually being a wave somewhere, right? However, I'm just being like, oh, look at me, I'm smart. I know the double slit experiment. There's one problem with this vape juice. It's too good. It's way too fucking good. So when I first had this vape juice, the same vape juice, I had it in 6 milligrams of nicotine, and then it just kind of smoked like air, right? It just kind of smoked like it was air. So I could just chain vape for like 16 hours a day, and be like, yeah, I'm basically just breathing, and then I just got lightheaded and felt like shit the entire fucking day. And then I was like, oh, that's not good, what should I do? I should get a different vape juice because I wanted to try a different one. And not just use the same one forever, because I'm very much known for not being willing to experiment, and I'm actively trying to counteract that tendency in many ways, but I'm known for just picking the first thing that I want, and if it's good, I'll just stick to it, like if I choose a brand of cigarettes just on a whim, right? I'll smoke those cigarettes for like the next 5 months. That's like happened to me before, this is just a relevant analogy because it's tied to the matter at hand. But like stuff like that. That's kind of just how I operate, right? So it's like, okay, I'm gonna counteract that tendency. I'm gonna get a different vape juice, and I'm gonna get it in 12 milligrams, because then it won't feel like vaping air. It'll feel like vaping vape juice, right? So I was like, haha, masterful plan. And then I got that vape juice, and I vaped way less, right? I would say I vaped around around 5 times less on average, I would say. So I was like, okay, success, success, success. I've accomplished my goal. I'm now not vaping 16 hours a day constantly, right? And then I got that vape juice again by 12 milligrams, and I was like, okay, there's a chance it might go slightly wrong, and it went slightly wrong. I'm vaping that vape juice around 1.5 to 2 times more than I was vaping my previous vape juice. Why? It's too delicious. It's too delicious. Even though I get the signal in my throat that says, hey, 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 retard, stop vaping, right? The feeling on my tongue is like, oh, nice, yummy, yummy vape juice. I'm like, it can't hurt to vape a bit more. Then I vape a bit more, and I'm like, oh, it can hurt to vape a bit more. That's a slight issue. That it's still like 3 times less than I was vaping originally. Yeah, that's about accurate. So it's like it's fine. It's fine. It's not really a big deal. But I would prefer to, you know, I need to find a balance. I'm probably gonna try a different vape juice next, and I hope it's more tolerable than the French pipe juice, but less delicious than the Indiana juice. I want to find a vape juice that's nice on the tongue, but it's not nice enough that I want to keep vaping it. Basically, that's the future goal. Also, quick rant about why watch No Thank You. Quick rant about why watch No Thank You, right? Where No Thank You was like, oh, why you smart people watch my video? And I would message him about generally, but like he hasn't responded to my messages. So I'm like, he's probably doing something. So here's why I watched No Thank You video. He was like, oh, I only know broadly about a lot of subjects. I don't know in depth about that many things. That's the point. That's why people watch No Thank You videos. Like, the fact I'm talking to No Thank You right now directly. The fact that you have a broad understanding of many things makes you able to come up with cool combinations of things, like connecting the loose to the Principio Discordia to hyperpop and so on and so on. Like, these are various fairly obvious connections. Like, these aren't some mind-blowing connections. However, they require you to be aware of all of their constituent parts, and most people just aren't like that aware of that many different things, and managing to put all of them together can create for a lot of really cool ideas. That's why people watch No Thank You, No Thank You. This is why you need to stop being a retard, although you probably already stopped being a retard by the time you see this, but you know. Okay, I just figured life out. If you're confused, lost, and you need advice from the love of God, right? Also, I'm now realizing that increasingly likely this video is gonna come out in like a few weeks. Right, but here's how you fix your life. Here's how you fix your life. The solution is to have a default thing to do. That's it. That's the fucking thing I came up with, right? Like, we can try to have our routines, we can try to have our plans, but what's always going to happen is there's going to be some element of change, right? Your routine will be disrupted, your plans won't come to fruition, and time after time, things will just fall apart and fall through, right? So even though you can plan out all of these things to do, right? Even though you can do all of whatever, the important thing is having a default thing to do. Like, even if you're just too depressed or tired or just sad or uncomfortable or anxious to do whatever you had planned to do or whatever you want to do, you still can default to this default thing, right? Like, No Thank You again has been talking about, oh, I have a YouTube addiction. I watch too much YouTube, and while that is probably true, that's not inherently bad, right? Because it's the default thing to do when, like, all other plans like don't work. Like, that's one example of it. Of course, it's not necessarily the best one, right? Because it doesn't always work. However, it's perfectly serviceable, right? The important part, of course, is to have things to do beside the default thing, right? Is to have things to do that isn't just doing the only thing you do, right? Because if you only do the only thing you do, it's probably gonna be like a a somewhat easy thing to do, right? Or it's going to be like if it's not easy, it's not something you can do all the time, and so it doesn't really function as a default thing to do. So this is what the normies do when they go on Twitter or where they watch TV or whatever the fuck they do. They just have their default thing, right? Like my mom, for example, when she has free time, she likes watching period dramas. That's something that's compelling to her, or not necessarily period dramas. That might have just been a phase, but she likes to watch just somewhat compelling TV, right? It's nothing too challenging. But it's kind of the thing that she does. At other points, she has had other default things to do. Like when I was younger, her default thing was RuneScape. Like for example, my default thing is old school RuneScape. Like that's what I always default to. Oftentimes, it's kind of fluid. Sometimes it's my default thing to do is watching YouTube videos. If there's a particularly large amount of YouTube videos that I want to watch, right? But generally speaking, that's not really the case. So my default thing is old school RuneScape. You know when do you want to know when my life really started improving? When I started getting really into old school RuneScape. Coincidence? Yeah, I've had default things before, like playing Eternal. That was before old school RuneScape, and before that it was probably playing Magic. I'm fucking it. But this is a solution to a lot of problems. Like, of course, I was exaggerating when I said that this will fix your life. It won't fix your life, but it will be a perpetual contingency, right? It'll be a contingency that works every single time. And it's like, I have, and also, it functions as a delineation between your quote-unquote free time and your quote-unquote allotted time, right? Especially when you're in need, right? Because when you're in need, you don't have this artificial separation of like your work and your hobbies, right? So you don't end up having work or hobbies, right? And it's like, I'm just kind of suffering and everything is chaotic and time doesn't work out for me, right? But when you have this default thing, it's like, that's the hobby time, right? When I'm playing old school RuneScape, like that's my hobby time. That's the thing I do for fun. And if I'm, for example, doing something else, like I'm making a video or making a song, or even something like that's more intellectually stimulating while not being something like that I do, like reading a book or watching an anime, even, because those are kind of challenging things for me to do, and they enrich me with culture, right? And those are the things other than my free time. Those are the time I spend on doing things that I don't do when I'm doing my default thing, right? And of course, it doesn't have to be a solid thing. It doesn't have to be like, every waking moment where I'm not occupied, I'm doing this one specific thing. Like, no, that's not the point. The point isn't to have a thing that you do always, right? The point is to have a thing that you can always go back to, right? That's the important part. Not do always, it's always go back to, right? That's the important part. Also, I think my dog peed on the floor again. Maybe not. Okay. But yeah, that's my current train of thought. Yep. Here's a gripe I have with vegans. I think veganism as a political platform and an environmental philosophy is completely valid. Okay, totes my. You care about the environment, right? You're kind of an eco person. Yeah, I'm a kind of an eco person. What are you asking? Well, what would you do to combat the crisis of farmland being used excessively to raise livestock instead of raise edible crops for humans to eat, and thus saving the amount of land that we need to use for farming and increase in the amount of land that we can dedicate to forests? Thank you, listener, for addressing this pressing issue, right? Okay, so how would I reduce the amount of land that we use to raise crops for animals, right? So here's the thing with land. Here's the thing with land. Some animals, right, uh, want crops from, or rather, some animals can be fed by crops that are not really able to be cultivated in such a way to be consumed by humans, right? Like a lot of animals can just eat food that's raised in ways that humans can't, right? Which means that there's a section of farmland that can be used to raise food for animals that couldn't be used to raise food for humans, right? So if you wanted to just maximize human food while maximizing also the amount of land that we can use to grow forests in, because we need forests for a multitude of reasons, right? What we should do is we should just allot all of the land that we use to grow feed for animals, and we should instead use that land to plant forests, right? That would be the quote unquote right thing to do. However, people are really attached to meat, right? And that might create a lot of adverse consequences, like people people might just overhunt, right? People might just go to like various lengths to get their meat, right? Because people like meat, people like eating meat. However, what we can all kind of agree on, right, is that people eat too much meat. We have too large of a supply of meat. So what I would simply do, right, this is Young Toadsmite's ecological platform, is figure out through surveys and so on, what degree of farmland could be realistically repurposed to either human food or forest, right? And then look, okay, what's the subsection of farmland that wouldn't really be efficient to repurpose for forests, and that also wouldn't be efficient to repurpose for human edible plants, right? And that land would be the only land that would legally be allowed to raise crops for animals to eat. Now you can add efficiency to that land, right? You can further improve upon it, right? And of course also factory farming is an issue. I would go like, yeah, no, that also needs to cease. But basically, animal food should only be the leftovers from growing human food, or food grown on this very specific area of land. And that should be the only food for animals. So why do we need to raise animals? Why do we need to raise any animals? Why can't we just go on a completely plant-based diet? Well, again, it's not only that humans need need that for like political reasons, right? It's not that if you we're like, oh, we're gonna enforce absolute veganism on everyone, right? Oh, that's gonna work like a charm. It's not gonna. A lot of people resist that immensely. But not only that, we have made it a habit to live with animals, right? We have started keeping pets, and you know what pets need? They need a somewhat non-plant-based diet, right? Dogs can function in a mostly plant-based diet, cats can't, right? And these are a large population of animals alive. And if you tell someone, no, you need to fucking let your animal die or deteriorate to save the planet, they'll say, no, fuck you. Because people have a way more emotional attachment to animals that are personally comforting and useful to them than animals that are just running around in some forest or suffering in some factory, right? That's just like a reality, right? So that means that we need to raise a limited amount of livestock, right? And of course, that will mean that keeping animals will become more expensive, right? Which is fine. And it will also mean that meat will become significantly more expensive, even though it would be a incentive to have more efficient forms of producing food in various ways, but still. So overall, right, now that would be my platform. Just have a specific amount of land that can be used to raise food for animals, and the rest of the land would be just used for growing plants for humans, right? And that can also be optimized, and it can be made more efficient than we have right now. So the overall goal for the distant future would also be to minimize that, right? Well, what's the issue I have with vegans, though, it's my... And it's not enough to say that it's inconvenient to your party platform, right? It's not enough to say it's vegans are not convenient for environmentalism, right? So what's my problem with vegans? It's that their moral philosophy makes no fucking sense to me. Sure, if your philosophy, right, is I don't like killing animals, so I won't support killing animals. Perfectly fine. I have no problems with that. In fact, I think the majority of the world's population, in at least the modernized countries, should be vegan. I think if you are very averse to personally killing an animal, I think you should be forced to be a vegan, right? That's my my opinion on the matter, right? If you can't kill what you eat, then don't fucking eat it. Now, I would appreciate a chance to see if I should be a vegan, because in these conditions, I have never had to slaughter a pig or a cow or a chicken, right? So I don't know if I could do it. I don't know if I'm too westernized. I don't know if I'm too removed from my roots. But I think at this stage of my life, I could probably just do it, right? I don't think it would be a difficult challenge for me. Not because I'm itching to kill an animal, right? It's just I feel bad eating meat without knowing whether or not I could kill what I eat, right? It's like I'm just fucking like I'm not getting my hands dirty and I'm reaping the fucking rewards, and I don't like that. I don't like that feeling. So I would appreciate the chance to find out. But I agree on that level, right? If someone goes like, oh yeah, don't tell me where the sausage comes from, because then I won't want to eat it. I don't want to know where my meat comes from. It comes from the store. Those people should be vegan, 100%. If you can't respect the living creatures you're eating, don't fucking eat them, right? Show some fucking respect for the entire fucking cycle of life that gave you your fucking steak or your fucking chicken or whatever the fuck. Right? So, no problem there, no problem there. But what I have a problem with when it comes to vegans is that they say, not only do I have a problem with being complicit in the murder of animals, I think everyone should have a problem with that, right? That's the issue I have with vegans. Of course, not all vegans fall into this pattern of behavior, right? Not all vegans think this way. And so this isn't directed at every single fucking vegan. But that to me is just really fucking annoying, right? Because it's like, so first of all, there's the obvious argument of, okay, well, where do you draw the line? And the obvious argument of, hey, look, the animal kingdom is full of murder, right? And so on and so on. Those are obvious arguments. So I'm not even gonna make those, right? And there's also the obvious argument of like, oh, but morality doesn't exist, and it's all subjective, and so on and so on. Right? That's also not an argument, right? My argument really is even if killing animals is morally objectionable, why would I be opposed to it, right? And normally the answer to that is like, oh, well, we're at a point in our civilization where eating meat is not necessary at all, and we don't actually really need to hunt. We just need to wait for the ecosystems to balance out, and so on and so on and so on and so on and so on, right? All of these arguments, like basically, it boils down, we can afford to not eat meat, so we shouldn't eat meat, right? Because it's morally wrong to do so, so it should be just completely avoided. So even if we take that at face value, right, it still relies on the idea that right now is some special epoch in history because we have a greater condition of technological advancement, right? It relies on the notion that since we can now feed everyone without animals, right, we have to. And that does not really make any fucking sense to me. That doesn't really make any fucking sense to me. Because it's like, even, right, because vegans are all about their fucking meat alternatives, which I think are fucking garbage, right? Like, I don't get why you would, like, look at the entirety of like fucking plant life and be like, oh, you know what I'm gonna do with this? I'm gonna try to replicate meat. I'm just fucking develop a more interesting cuisine than just, oh, look, you like meat. Well, we can make meat from plant and we can make synthetic meat and no, fuck off. Make actually delicious plant-based foods, right? Instead of this fucking bullshit. But yeah, anyway, like if it is, if I go up to a pig, right, and I kill it, the fucking billionth, probably more than billionth, like the 100 billion fucking pig that humanity has ever slaughtered, right? It's like, okay, I'm doing something immoral, right? But in the current condition of the world and the condition of the world since the advent of humanity, right? These types of immoral actions have been a fundamental instinct in human survival, right? So if morality, right, is something that directly goes against human behavior and instincts, and not in like, oh, my human nature way, right? No, and I'm like, it's not an accident that humans hunt, right? It's something that humans have developed as a method for survival, right? So if morality is not in accordance to human behavior, where does that morality come from? What source do you get that morality from, right? If it's immoral to engage in something that humans on a base biological level engage in, then what's moral? Some philosophical ideal. Where do you get that philosophical ideal from, right? Even if in your subjective moral compass, right, it's immoral to murder animals, right? Why is that more important than the subjective human moral compasses of people who have lived for fucking tens of thousands of years before you and have always raised animals and hunted animals, right? And this is not an appeal to tradition or an appeal to human nature. Again, it's not an accident that humans can hunt animals, right? So it's like I don't know. I don't buy into any of these moral systems. Is basically what I'm saying. I don't buy into any moral systems that rely on the idea that ways being moral is acting in opposition to how humans live, right? Like I don't buy into any systems that they're like, oh, it's moral not to have sex because humans have sex, right? It's just a thing that humans do, and putting that into moral terms is just fucking weird to me. Like, it's not only do I think that morality doesn't exist, I think if you were to try to form a coherent view of morality, it should revolve around what you can fucking observe in the real world, not some fucking fantasy urban environment that you have created for yourself when no one has ever gotten their hands dirty and you have never fucking seen another person who has killed an animal in their fucking life, right? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Like, don't fucking isolate yourself into some fucking moral high ground just because you have never fucking been down to the fucking real world, you know. And that's really my fucking point. I don't fucking know if that makes even any fucking sense. I just don't like how vegans just willfully act as if like human progress has somehow changed shit. Like, yeah, sure, humans have evolved into a different direction since the start of civilization. Like, that's kind of a fact when you look at the skeletal remains of like pre-civilization humans, right? But it's like, doesn't mean that you aren't a predator anymore. Like, vegans go like, oh, my cat is evil because it's hunting birds and rats. The fuck are you talking about? This is the type of thing that I have a problem with. Yeah. I'm sleeping in the bed I don't usually sleep in because the dog peed in the other one, so I don't have blankies and things that I would prefer if I were to sleep in the other bed, so I'm sleeping in this bed tonight, as I have been for the past few nights, or the last night rather. Here's a common argument that socialists love to make as a way to debunk capitalism, right? Where they go like, oh, actually, here's me addressing common socialist critiques of capitalism and saying why all of them are insufficient and why socialists actually really um don't actually have that many good arguments against capitalism, which of course is counterbalanced by the fact that, I mean, which you probably know since I'm presuming almost all of my viewer base is socialist. So you probably know how capitalists also don't really have that many good arguments against socialism, right? But both sides are lacking in critique in reality. And people like being like, oh yeah, Marx had good critique, but he didn't have good praxis or whatever the fuck. No, here are various ways where socialists don't have good critique about capitalism. So this one is really appealing, right? I'm not gonna say it's unappealing, but it just doesn't work. And that's the argument that you can't have unlimited growth with limited resources, right? That socialists fucking love this one now. Also, to clarify my own position, I'm not a socialist, I'm not a capitalist, I'm not a fucking fascist, I'm an anarchist. That's my economic views. I'm just a fucking anarchist. I don't have any type of other allegiance. So, right, so the thing, so imagine this scenario, for example, right? Let's imagine you had a society, right? And you imposed two restrictions, right? And it's a capitalist society, free market otherwise. However, the there's a certain cap on how much things can cost, right? First of all, so there are price caps, and the second is that there's a limited amount of resources that you are allowed to produce consumer goods. So you can't drive prices up, you can't produce more goods other than a specific predetermined quantity. So where have you seen this before? Oh, right, wartime economies, right, where prices are kept, goods are rationed, right, but also a lot of production is diverted from existing structures to build uh, goods for consumers to building goods for the military, right? What do we see in times like this? Oh, we see rising efficiency and innovation generally, right? A lot of people who are pro-capitalist don't really like this, but very often these types of restrictions and these types of interferences in capitalism cause many processes to get like way more efficient than they otherwise are. Also, my phone keeps fucking flashing. Jesus fucking Christ. I'm trying to be in the dark. Not... Anyway, of course, I'm not saying it's perfect, right? I'm not saying, oh, you know how we make capitalism better. We put price caps and then we make every company operate at a loss until they're efficient enough that they're making a profit and they can't actually expand until whatever, right? I'm not saying that that's how we solve capitalism. I don't think that's a tenable solution in any real world because it has the important corollary that your standard of living will go down under these conditions, right? Even though businesses are getting more efficient, that won't be paid forward to the consumer, right? However, it still has not unlimited growth, but can still grow with limited resources, right? Capitalism can still advance when it has limited resources, right? So let's translate this to a capitalism that has reached uh, the maximum extent of ecological exploitation, right? Where there's no more minerals to be obtained, there's no more land to be used, and we're at a static point in capitalist advancement. Sure, that will set us back, right? That will greatly impact the standard of living for an average person, right? However, capitalism can make itself more efficient in those types of conditions, right? Even though people will still have a lower standard of living, capitalism will eventually start operating at a profit again, right? Because capitalism always adapts. It it can't be deterred by something as simple as limited resources, because it can find creative new ways to use those limited resources, or just invented imaginary resources, as in like copyright and so on and so on. So another argument, though, there's a tendency for monopolies to form under capitalism, right? And this is true, right? This is objectively a thing that happens. Monopolies form under capitalism, but here's the thing: a lot of leftists and socialists fail to point out is that monopolies also die at around the same rate that they form, right? So there's never really a persistent monopoly in the same way that a lot of people like to pretend that there is, right? Monopolies are by their nature unstable and will always lead to new companies rising up to try to uh, capitalize on the fucking space in the market, right? Monopolies can't effectively, at least it hasn't been demonstrated that monopolies can choke out competition for a significant period of time. And there are many explanations for this. The first explanation, which is probably the one that's favored by many socialists, is that in most cases we have seen there has been government intervention when it comes to monopolies, which in turn makes them unstable, right? However, monopolies are unstable even without government intervention. And I really like the libertarian explanation on this specific issue, although I don't think it's like a silver bullet, where larger corporations, larger businesses like this is a big part of why I could be as not economically right wing as I am and still be a libertarian, right? Is that it can be fairly efficiently demonstrated using various economic tools that larger companies are simply less efficient than smaller ones, right? Smaller companies, since they have to distribute their resources in a less complex way, they can output more efficient results, right? That ties back to like Mises and the calculation problem in socialism, where basically it's impossible to efficiently ever distribute goods along a complex network without the market system, which I still really agree with. I don't think that there's any type of central planning that's tenable, right? I don't think that like no matter what type of algorithm you got, no matter if you surveyed people for what their desires were on a daily basis, I don't think you could still economize a centrally planned economy, because you ultimately you ultimately run into the instability of human desire and the instability of various conditions of production. And because of those reasons, combined with the fact that larger economies are exponentially harder to manage, I think the central planning in mass can never really work. But that also applies to corporations, right? When you have multinational, multi-billion corporations, their structures are inherently unstable. And the way that companies have economized this in the current economy, which is why I'm kind of critical of this approach, because in the past, I think it was definitely true that there was no real persistent development of monopolies, right? I think when you look 100 or 200 years ago, you could confidently say that any monopoly that would form would also die. But currently, we have the rise of conglomerates, right? That are combinations of corporations that are trading between one another as if they were entities on a competitive market. And that to me is the dangerous tendency. Not a single corporation having a monopoly over a specific field, but a conglomerate that can have a parallel economy that can treat its own constituents favorably. Because then you get into the same problems that like protectionism and so on face, where you just have general inefficiency on every side that provides temporary gains for every side, right? Because that's the thing with protectionism. Like if every country became protectionist right now, right, in this moment, the standard of living would be increased for basically everyone, right? Like I think that's just kind of a fact that people can't really argue against. Like, sure, you might have less foreign goods, right? But most protectionist policies don't really want to regulate those anyway. But people in most countries would, on average, have a better standard of living, right? But then with protectionism over time, right, you start running into economies of scale and the inefficiencies of various productions, and then it's like, oh, well, it would be better if we expanded out into like a more collaborative economy, and then you end up back at like, oh, wow, protectionism is kind of bad. So with conglomerates, right, this same kind of thing applies, right, where you just have these isolated economies that can function as worse versions of monopolies, and that can ultimately lead to just almost near total market control by a single company. And that's bad for many reasons. Although I guess there's a decent argument that monopolies don't tend to be inefficient, which is kind of true, right? Like, there are obviously inefficiencies within monopolies, but also it's not like they completely stop all technological innovation or whatever the fuck when they achieve a monopoly. It's just it tends to only uh, produce technological innovations that can be harnessed by that monopoly to make more money, which is better than nothing, I guess. But monopolies aren't as bad as people say they are, but they're still bad. And then the final critique, which is the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, right? Why do you think this critique is bad? Because it means ultimately capitalism has to collapse under its own instabilities, and it's like, okay, true, the rate of profit has a tendency to fall, but capitalism has a tendency to invent new industries with high rates of profit. You can't beat techno capital. There's always going to be a new industry with a high rate of profit. That's just inevitable. I think I'm becoming a normie. I want to get into a sport. That's my why do you want to get into a sport? Multiple reasons. First, sports are a thing you can be really autistic about, and I wouldn't want to get into a sport without being autistic about it. I would want to look at stats and numbers and so on, right? So that's one reason I want to be into a sport. It would just be a nice database hobby to have. The second reason why I want to be into a sport is I feel like it would be something to look forward to and something to keep up with, and I think that would be really nice to just be able to like watch a sport or whatever. There are two sports I could get into because these are the only two sports that interest me at all. Formula One racing, or I guess Formula racing in general, and bare knuckle boxing. I guess I could also get into like NASCAR, but like it doesn't interest me anywhere near as much. But yeah, those two are the sports I could get into and I could see myself going into because those have a really raw, visceral appeal to me that no other sports does. Oh, why do they have an appeal to you? With bare knuckle boxing, it's just hitting people with your fucking bare hands. That's fucking dope. That's just fucking dope. Oh, but they don't hit as hard. I don't want to watch sports to watch people put each other into pain. I want to watch a fair sportsman-like competition, right? And in bare knuckle boxing, you get a lot of that from what I've seen. Oh, but why motorsports? Have you ever been in a car that goes fast? Yeah. I think I have decided I'll get into Formula racing. Why? There's more content on it. Bare knuckle boxing is a new thing, and I might be into it eventually, just not right now. I have no fucking idea what I was on about yesterday. Watching actual sports is fucking boring. I don't get why people do it. I just like watching videos about sports, not actual sports. I somehow memed myself into thinking that I could be into fucking sports, even though it's just really fucking boring. Because you require a lot of context to even understand what's going on, and I don't care that much. A weird thing is happening because yesterday, after I finished Behold the Law of God, I was like, oh, I'm not disassociated. This happens like once a year. Then I woke up today. Yesterday I was expecting, tomorrow I'll be at normal disassociation levels, but I'm not. So like in just a few hours today, I've already had a slight cry. I've fucking felt things. It's odd, very odd. I'm not talking about like young dudes fighting losing the plot type emotions. I'm talking about I feel things, which is fucking odd. It's also weird. It's also odd. It's also kind of weird because I guess Behold the Love of God will still not be out for a few more days. And then people are like, oh, that's why you don't feel anything. And then I'll be like, no, actually, once I finish making that video, I stopped being disassociated. However, it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't fucking matter. Oh, here's the thing I didn't talk about because it would have just been like YouTuber whining, and you know me, you know my feelings about that subject matter. So when I published Tempo Quantum Coherence Machine Spirit Exposed, YouTube went like, oh, this person has been uploading long videos, and when it comes to this particular video, people only watch the first few seconds and then click off. Oh, but it has like 100 views. There must be view botting. I must have been view botting the video. So YouTube just was like, just eliminated all of the views to just watch the first few seconds of that video. And that might be partially although I doubt it. While all of my recent videos have gotten less views, although it's probably that I just uploaded a shit ton of videos so people didn't really care to watch them. Like that's the actual reason for it. I just go like, oh, I'm a YouTuber, I have a persecution complex. Okay, we're doing it podcast style because I don't wanna stop playing RuneScape, so you're gonna get a fucking podcast. Yeah, I remember one time, I don't know who it was exactly, but someone was like, oh, the Kanye's argument against abortion is so fucking dumb because it relies on like just this ridiculous conjecture where he was like, oh, I would be sad if my daughter was never alive, or something like that, right? And someone was like, oh, well, how could you be sad if your daughter was never alive because she would have never been alive in the first place? And fucking people are like, oh yeah, that's so fucking dumb. You can't be sad about something not existing. But then people will just go around and be like, oh, antinatalism is dumb. Look how great life is. Look how much happiness you can find. Look how beautiful life is. Why would you be an antinatalist? Look, there's ultimately more happiness than suffering, and even if there was more suffering, it would be worth it, right? People have all of these copes about antinatalism, but when Kanye just takes that type of argument, its logical conclusion, and goes like, oh, if my daughter wasn't alive, I would miss her or something like that, whatever. People go like, dumb Christians think that unborn fetuses exist, and they just refuse to understand that their argument completely defeats any type of natalism altogether. Because if you can't be sad that your daughter will never be born, then you also couldn't be sad if you were never born. And it would have been better off not to have been born. And basically, if you're not an anti-natalist, you have to be pro-life. And that's my argument. No, that's a ridiculous argument. I don't actually mean that, but it's, it just feels philosophically. Any argument against anti-natalism can also be made against abortion. That's kind of my point here. People out here be saying, oh, do what you love and you'll never work a day in your life. Never work a day in your life and you'll also never work a day in your life, bitch. Faggot. I think I should do a premiere for this video. Because no one else watches premieres like I do. When a video is premiering, I just watch it like a normal video. Just general, except I'm less inclined to take pauses if I'm caught up to the current timestamp, basically. So for me, a premiere is just normal. Like, okay, if I missed when it started, I'm gonna skip back to the first part of the video until I'm just gonna watch it like normal, right? Pause when I want to, and just look at the chat sometimes, right? So for me, a premiere is just kind of really janky, tricky. But most people, when they see a premiere, tend to like drift in and out of the video, right? Most people tend to go like, oh, okay, I'm gonna watch this video now, and then I'm gonna go away, and I'm gonna come back and watch this video, which I don't comprehend because of the way that my specific autisms are set up, right? It just doesn't make any sense to me to watch videos like that. But since this is a 24-hour video, no one is gonna watch all of it, at least. I don't think so. So if I premiere this, it would just mean that more people watch more parts of it, I guess, maybe. I don't know, I think it might be fun to just premiere it, like, just schedule it like a day in advance and then have it premiere and have everyone just be like, wow, yeah, that's an entire 24 hours of video. At least that's what I think now. So for a moment I was like, oh, I should stop making this vlog, because I came up with the idea of the Tenpa Culture Research Society. And then I was like, I actually don't know what it is yet. It just manifested to me hyperstitionally. And now it exists. Now there is the Tenpa Culture Research Society. What is it? I don't know. Does it exist? No. Yeah, that's the thing that I guess that I came up with. So here's one advantage of the TikTok or lowest common denominator culture. Again, it doesn't have many upsides, of course. This is a silver lining on a really shitty culture. However, as compared to like high culture or whatever, that type of entertainment allows for normally marginalized people to express themselves in a way that generally they wouldn't be able to, right? It's not just, I'm not talking about like, oh, I'm a rich fucking white kid and I'm non-binary and I get to express myself, even though, that's valuable in its own right. But I'm more talking about people who generally aren't economically well off, and people who constantly suffer under classist stigma, and also people like who have gone to prison, for example, or people who are otherwise subject to systems of power, right? Like, of course, that includes black people and LGBT people and so on and so on. But it's most apparent when it comes to just people who are economically discriminated against because they can't afford to do anything more to that, really. So yeah, that's a silver lining. Like people can just like watch like someone who they otherwise might dismiss as like, I don't know, trailer trash or a who threat or whatever the fuck people are biased against. They can just be like, oh, this is the same type of thing that everyone else is making. I don't know, I thought that was interesting. Like, of course, I'm not saying that if you're from an impoverished background, you can't make high quality art. Of course, you can, right? I'm just saying that the tools required to make that are generally reserved for middle or upper class people, right? Like you just have way less tools when you're economically disadvantaged. You know the age-old question in the Tenpai adjacent YouTube community. Where does the person you are end and the character you're playing for YouTube videos begin? In my newly associated state, I have figured out the solution. I have figured out the solution. The distinction between you as a person and the character is the degree of kayfabe you can maintain, right? That's why I can watch, for example, someone in a YouTube video talking about wanting to kill themselves, right, and not really know what to think of it. Whereas if someone did that to you personally, you would have a very, very obvious connotation to it, right? The intent in both of these cases might be exactly the same, right? The performance, quote unquote, might also be exactly the same. But when you're watching someone through the lens of them being a YouTube person, right? It's really easy to just go like, oh, okay, something is happening in the past that I can divorce myself from. But here's the key part, here's the key part. This choice isn't something that you yourself make. This isn't something that you don't get to choose where your character starts and your personality ends. That's something only the person perceiving you can decide. Like, for example, if I, now in my non-disassociated state, watch a plunder video where she talks about suffering, I don't go like, oh, this is a YouTube video I'm watching. It's like, oh, this is a friend I want to help out. Or when I talk to my friends, it's like, oh, this isn't a YouTube character. It's a friend, right? Why have I stopped seeing these characters in these videos and personal interactions, right? Instead of having this weird delineation, it's because the kayfabe has stopped working on me. I can no longer be convinced that what's happening in art is necessarily fiction, right? And that's not because I'm smarter or more intelligent. It's just I realize more strongly who my friends are and who I am in relation to those people. So it's not about what you choose. It's about what your audience. It's about the relationship your audience has with you. That's really it. I know I'm so tired. Probably coming down from caffeine. We don't even remember if we took any caffeine today. I mean, I must have. Oh yeah, I did. So yeah, that's what's happening. I'm coming down from caffeine. Here's the issue. Here's the issue of like all of these self-help people, right? All of these self-help people who go like, oh, here's a simple rule you can do to stop being lazy, or here's a simple trick you can do to start doing stuff, or whatever the fuck, right? And you know this is my audience, right? It's not that you can have a simple trick to fix like depression or anxiety or like ADHD or anything of that kind, right? You need something beyond the simple trick, right? But that's not the real problem, right? That's really easy to critique. But the problem is that someone will always come up to you and be like, "Oh, this really helped me." Right? People always go fucking do that, right? So it's like, oh, you can't say it's useless. You're just being a negative Nancy. You're just trying to wallow in your own shame. You know, if you would stop being depressed if you just did yoga and stopped staying up at night or whatever the fuck normies tell you to do. Here's the problem. All of these tricks work if you have already solved most of your issues, right? These tricks are not for people who have actual issues. They're for people who are like, oh, I just have inertia that makes me sit at my TV. I feel bad. Oh, here's a simple trick to not watch TV all day. And then you're like, wow, I'm a normie with no real problems. And now I can waste my time going to the gym and driving Uber instead of watching TV. And that's the real issue is that these these things that work decently well for normies without significant issues and who just suffer from like wrongfully placed inertia or something, right? Like are weaponized against people who are mentally ill and for whom it's such as like, oh, do this simple thing and then you'll feel better, right? Even though all of these things are like like things like go outside and talk to your friends or whatever the fuck. Like these are all useful things provided you can do them, right? And it's like, and people go like, oh, you need to start with baby steps. You need to first clean your room. No, you need to first work on systemic issues instead of fucking trying to build up your tolerance to pretending that you function, right? It's like, okay, you're depressed. Why are you depressed? And you can go like, oh, it's a chemical imbalance, and that's fair. I'm sure some people are just depressed for chemical reasons, but more often than not, right, when it comes to really severe forms of depression, right, it's probably something to do with being treated like shit for your entire life, right, and having no hope for the future, and so on and so on and so on, right. That's generally the reason why people are depressed. It's because the world is shit, or because their own lives have been shit, right. So, in those cases, like, you gotta fix the world, and you're like, no, no, that's not my point. My point is that no matter how depressed you are, generally, right? If you haven't committed suicide yet, it means that there are still times where you can do something, right? There are still times where you go like, I might not to kill myself today, right? And if you take care of those times, you can eventually work out to like being in a place where it's like, oh yeah, going outside is really good for my mental health, right? And so on and so on and so on. Like it's not about baby steps in like pretending to be fine. It's baby steps towards actually being fine. Here's why I get annoyed whenever people talk about parasocial relationships on YouTube or whatever. Because I don't actually take offense to the discussion or the content of it. Like, when Asman Girl made a video about it, that was perfectly fine. That was a nice video, and of course, there are many issues surrounding parasocial relationships, right? That you can have good discussions about, right? And like how you interact with media and people who make art and so on and so on and so on. But the problem is that parasocial relationship is becoming like this fucking term that people use. Like, yeah, you know how like Kiwi Farms types say like, oh, that person is mentally ill as a way of like dismissing something, right? You go like, oh yeah, that's just mental illness. You don't have to think about that person. They're obviously not worth anything given that they're mentally ill, right? In the same way, people are starting to use the term like parasocial relationships, right? Like, oh, you're having a parasocial relationship. That's like inherent to something. Like, oh, you need to stop that, and so on and so on and so on. And it's like, it's just about the fucking context. It's not about, oh, you're having a parasocial relationship. You're not having a parasocial relationship. It's what the fuck are you doing and how are things affecting you, right? Like, people are acting like a parasocial relationship is something that can be discussed instead of being something that might contribute to patterns of behavior. You know? Honestly, I think I don't give much credit for when it comes to stagnation, or my stagnation rather, for why I as a person haven't been doing that many things for the past 2 years. Is the fact that I haven't been able to get an HRT again since it stopped being possible to get it legally, and since I haven't had, like, since coronavirus happened, there hasn't been like the resources I generally need to accomplish the things I need. And without that, even though I wouldn't like to admit it, I'm way more paranoid about things that I shouldn't rationally be paranoid about. Like, for example, working out. Like, as a person, I enjoy working out, right? I enjoy exercise, but it, it to a large extent comes with such a degree of uncertainty that I don't really want to do it, and that's really the case with most things, because like most things, when you're constantly worried about, oh, what's when can I just like resume living my life, right? It's like everything comes with a degree of uncertainty, you know. And even though I had an anxiety disorder way before that, it hasn't helped at all. Like, when it comes to self-esteem and confidence and so on and so on, it's just gotten way the fuck worse. It's mostly fine too. It's mostly fine, but it just, especially when it comes to things like going outside, it's rough very often. I thought it would be a good idea to be like, oh, it would be neat if I wasn't constantly disassociated, Might be neat to feel things until the monkey's paw fucking curled. And it's really hard for me to feel happy. And it's very lazy for me to just feel sad, right? It's like, oh, okay, I'm feeling things now. Oh, I accomplished something I've been working towards for like a year. Oh, yeah, yeah, whatever. That's nothing. It's not that much. Oh, anything ever is wrong. Okay, you're suffering now. You're suffering, and there's nothing you can do about it. I thought that the cut and dry. It's not actually that simple. Like, even though I still don't really feel happy at things that much. I feel happy more often, and I feel other positive emotions more often. But still, it's very inconvenient because it was very easy to deal with everything. But before I stopped being disassociated, like it was just, oh, like this is the same thing that happened to fucking Mindbreak all over again. This is the same thing because I looked back at the young Toads Martin losing the plot, right? And I was like, oh yeah, this is just part two of that fucking process, I guess. It's weird because I remember young Toads Martin losing the plot being like, I remember being like heartbreakingly fucking depressed when I made that video, and then when I looked back at it, I was like, oh, I literally can't intonate my feelings in my voice. I guess that's fine. I guess I'm kind of monotone. That's nice. That's good. Also, I haven't vlogged in a while because too many things have been happening. I just haven't been making vlogs. Yeah, you losers, I'm doing my real life now, so you don't get those white content. Okay, I have a new metaphysics of art. I have a new metaphysics of art. I figured out the metaphysics of art. So for me, what art is as a process, right, is creating a kayfabe field, right? So all art is essentially pro wrestling, except in different forms, right? When you're a painter, you create your kayfabe field so you can paint, and your paintings aren't seen as like silly or whatever the fuck people have a problem with. Because all art is inherently goofy, right? And the and this is why white people don't understand art, by the way. Which is where you have this is why middle class white people don't understand art, because the point of art, right, is to make something that's inherently goofy, such as making art be emotionally resonant. And white people also have like stereotypes of kayfabe fields or whatever the fuck, except they just have that field where they pretend that they're taking art seriously, but it's making art is something that's inherently non-serious. Like you can't take art seriously. It's art, you know. And yeah, this is how art works metaphysically. I figured everything out again. You know, in the political compass test, there's that one question. There is now a worrying fusion of entertainment and education, or whatever the fuck, right? I never used to agree with that, right? I never used to be like, yeah, it's worrying. But over time, we reached this point where there are like every YouTube channel is kind of expected to be straight up propaganda, right? Because everyone is looking for these signals, and everyone is looking for these like small cultural statements in every piece of whatever. So when you like look at the YouTube video, it's always going to be trying to indoctrinate you into something. Like I just like in my recommended, I have like videos like, oh, stop romanticizing mental illness. I'll do what the fuck I want. And then videos like, oh, stop making 1,000-year-old lollies. And I'll be like, I'll do what the fuck I want. You know, it's everyone's propaganda is fucking lame nowadays. It's never like, oh, hey, here's some fucking cool thing. It's always like, oh, rise and cry, and here's you should make your life worse for moral reasons. It's like, shut the fuck up. Oh, you need to be healthy, rise and cry, and go suffer for the rest of your life so you can live for 5 years longer. Everyone is like this nowadays. Like, you have gotten so abstracted from any type of material reality that images are now commonly recognized as reality, right? Oh, if you work hard, you're successful. Isn't like, oh, if you work hard, then you'll be successful, but rather working hard in itself makes you successful. It doesn't matter if you actually are or what you actually do, as long as you work hard. Yeah, that's successful. You have the alpha mindset. Just keep rising and grinding, king. And it's like everyone has like these fucking like all these moral statements are ultimately about images, like, oh, stop creating this image of that thing and stop having that image, and you need to have this image and that image, and you need to have all of these images. And it's like everyone's just fucking freaking out over images. Like you realize that these don't affect like anything. Like there's like the correlations are fucking tenuous at best. Like, oh, if you romanticize mental illness, people will think it's cool, and then more people will be mentally ill and suffer. Well, sure, there's some practical evidence for it. Like, sure, like it's been demonstrated. It's not really going to make you feel better to listen to sad music when you're depressed, but it's not always about feeling better. You know, you don't always want to feel better. Sometimes you just want to have something you can relate to so you don't feel alone, right? Is that feeling better? Not necessarily, but it's sometimes better than feeling better. You know, it's people go like, oh, you need happiness. So what's the fuck is happiness? Have you ever thought about things like emotional fucking fulfillment. You fucking retarded people are like, oh, if you sexualize anime character and you look underage, then real children gonna get raped. There's absolutely no real evidence to support that. Like the evidence that we have shows like that's very unlikely, and you can be like, oh, they trace it off of real children. No, they trace it, not real. Maybe some people do, and when they do, it's fucked up, right? Generally, doesn't happen. But then people are going to these fucking wars when it comes to images, right? And then on the other side, you have YouTubers themselves becoming like corporate entities, basically. Like, D'Angelo Wallace, right? I used to like his videos when he had like no subscribers because they were entertaining. It was like, oh, here's this fucking really hot guy on a webcam talking about fucking random bullshit I can listen to. Yeah, that's fine. But of course, since he's hot and since he talks about internet drama, he has a fucking billion followers now or whatever the fuck, and I don't care. I haven't cared for a long, long time. But there's this guy called Internet the JJ or whatever the fuck, and he just copies his style and just makes videos that are just like a fucking simulacra of like commentary videos, right? Because commentary videos have always had this like thin veil, like, oh, we're just doing criticism, we just want everyone to be better. We aren't drama, we aren't Keemstar, we aren't here to just the drama. We want people to use commentary, and then this guy is just like, hello, here's all the facts about trauma, and then like unlike all the other fucking commentary people, right? He just seems like a fucking friendly guy. He's like, hello, I'm friendly. Here's trauma. Then everyone's like, oh, I'm brooding. I'm serious. I'm gonna tell you how you should be better. And there's just a fucking trauma video, right? The contents and the formats of the videos are exactly the fucking same, except the only difference is the fucking honesty and passion of the presentation. Like, it's fucking amazing, right? But then, like, these things are blending together. I can see the division between these two fucking being erased, right? And soon enough, you'll have like even though you have it right now, but soon enough you'll have a channel that's like that's just an obvious grifter, right? That's just like like people go like, "Ah, look at these political grifters. I'm so far above them. Look, I make actually valuable whatever the fuck, right?" But soon you'll have this guy who's like, hello, uh, here's why you should support Goldman Sachs, or hello, let me talk about Karl Marx's The Capital, and how it applies to Black Lives Matter or whatever the fuck. Just this fucking shit like that. You'll just have propaganda presented as just naked entertainment, and that will be a fucking glorious day, because then everyone will realize that nothing that they have done has ever like mattered, because it's like with the movies, right? There was this blockbuster movie, right? The only people who could afford to make blockbuster movies, right, were the biggest, most influential directors. And how you get to be the big influential director? Well, you had to care about film a lot, and you had to make great films, and then you were the big influential director, right? Because the industry had a culture that kind of selected for quality, and then it turns out, hey, you know how you can make money? Transformer, a Marvel movie, right? And then people are like, oh, well, I guess the entire fucking development of the industry was kind of pointless. And the same thing will happen on YouTube, right? Where YouTube has had a culture that's like kind of self-regulating. Where it's like, oh, you're a propagandist? That's fine. You just have to put enough effort and quality into your propaganda, so it's something valuable, right? And on the other side, it's like, oh, hey, you have to when you're doing your fucking entertainment trauma, whatever fucking videos, right? You have to you have to pretend that you're not making trauma videos, right? You have to be condescending and serious, right? And just be like, you have to be better, right? And soon enough, they'll just be just completely naked forms of propagandistic entertainment, right? Like fucking, like Mickey Mouse war propaganda tier shit will just be the mainstream, and everyone goes like, oh, what? Why did we fucking try to make this bullshit into art, right? Because here's the deal, like if you ever make something mainstream, it can't be art, right? That's the point. It's not like, oh, blockbuster movie, never art, right? I thought like, oh, YouTube video, never art. It's just if you deliberately make something mainstream, you're gonna fucking eventually find out that the mainstream doesn't want your fucking integrity, and the people who aren't bound by your self-regulating institutions will do as well, if not better, than you do. And that's ultimately just gonna be the status quo forever. It's actually odd how much of my entire existence is cyclical. Basically, no matter what's going on, I'm in a part of some cycle that coincides with other cycles in ways that hasn't happened before. For example, my sleep. Every day my sleep schedule rotates by about 30 minutes. That just happens. Nothing I can really do about it, and if I try to deviate from it, what ends up happening is I just start taking a shit ton of naps. Like, even if it's a minor deviation. And I'm literally bipolar, right? So I constantly have this cycle of going in and out of mixed episodes, because that's what I experience. Then when it comes to my sexuality, it's also really cyclical. Like, I think it's about like on around 1 year long cycle, but like it's a bit longer than 1 year. It's like probably on like a 15, 16 month long cycle where it goes through 4 phases, and generally has the first phase is just me being attracted to women, where I'm basically like, yeah, I'm not really into men right now. Then the second phase is just being bisexual, but with like a slight tendency towards women, where I'm like, yeah, no, I'm completely bisexual, I just kind of prefer women. Then it just flips, which happened recently, where it's like, oh yeah, I'm just basically into men. Like, women are fine, but you know, I'm not really into women right now. And then the strength of that also declines until I'm just bisexual. But that's the interesting part, that in the 4th phase is I'm not bisexual with a preference towards men, really. It's more that I'm like, again, bisexual with like a preference towards like women in general, I think. So it's like God, like whenever I mean, I guess that's like 3 phases more likely, it doesn't really matter. It's like whenever I'm in a bisexual phase, I always favor women, kinda. So it's like all of these cycles are constantly intersecting with each other, like they're constantly interacting with each other. I mean, I guess maybe the sexuality cycle is relatively tight to the yearly cycle. I don't fucking know how it is. All I know is this time last year I was almost exclusively attracted to women. This time this year I'm almost exclusively attracted to men. And that's odd. That's an odd thing that just happens to me. And that also coincides with like a difference in personality to an extent, where I'm just like more comfortable with myself when I'm more attracted to men than women. It's all very odd. It's all very odd. But so I'm always in these cycles, you know, and I'm always stuck in them. And then as a person, oh, I didn't mention this before, but my general mood is incredibly tight to seasons. Like I might have talked about this before, but like the way I express myself is very heavily tied to seasons. Because first of all, I'm insanely seasonal affective. When the winter hits, I just get depressed. Like, as a fact. It's not something I can prevent, it's not something I can do anything about. When it's winter, I'm depressed. So, that generally ends up fucking sucking, right? So, but that like establishes this general cycle. Like I don't know if it's just that, or if it's that my moods are really tied to like seasons in general. But it's like it's always okay. In the winter, I do nothing basically. Like in the winter, I just kind of exist, and I might get some things done. Yeah, but I'll generally just not be doing anything once the fucking seasonal depression hits. Then in the spring, I start getting really motivated to learn about things. I start getting really motivated to discover new things, to experience new things, and to just enrich myself culturally. And then in the summers, I just start creating. I start putting things together in like a really big way. I start working on like really, really large projects and doing stuff like that. And then in the fall, generally, I just end up like wrapping projects up and tying up loose ends in order to prepare for the winter where I'll inevitably be depressed. And those are just the cycles I have. Like, they exist outside of my control, at least to a large extent. And yeah, I'm just always stuck in them. I'm always stuck in them. But right now, here's the actual point I wanted to talk about. That didn't require like a preamble anywhere near this long. But this summer I'm in right now really feels like a summer. Or not, it's not a summer yet, but you know, it switched very fast from being wintry to not being wintry. And it's gonna be summer in like a few months, I guess. It's starting to feel summery. Because the summer has always been the time when things happen to me. Like just generally like because not only was I out of school in summer, but also my internet friends were out of school, which was always like a fertile ground for things happening when I was younger. And nowadays all of my friends are mates, so that is how that is. Like basically my point is that there's a specific emotion I associate with the changing of seasons, and there's a specific emotion I associate with my life before like 2017, 2016, I guess, that around that era. Let me think. I think the 2016 summer was a real summer, but I'm gonna go to the store and then I'm gonna talk about it like more in depth. It's actually really insane how much it helps me to have like my phone to talk to, because I'm functionally recording a podcast, right? But practically, right, I'm talking into my phone instead of into a microphone alone, right? So it's like when I record a proper podcast, I always get really anxious because there's just something about talking into a microphone. And I'm really happy I have my microphone. It's really useful. I just don't have any anxiety with my phone. So I generally do prefer to just talk into my phone. Anyway, for context time now. Up until I was 12, I just generally spent most of my summers at my grandpa's. And that was just because it was the convenient place to be in the summer, right? Like during those periods of time, I was really restricted when it came to my computer usage. I didn't really have any hobbies that required me to have a computer. So what it meant was I ate better because my grandparents actually like properly fed me. When my parents would often just like the thing with Estonians, right? The thing with Estonians is that they don't know how to cook, right? And the thing with my parents is that they very often weren't able to adjust around my dietary preferences, right? Where I have a very autistic palate, I guess. So when I was younger and I was at home, I just didn't really eat that much. Like I think I probably ate the normal amount. Like I don't think I was starving, but it was very often where I didn't really want to eat anything that my parents gave me. So I tried to like minimize how much I eat. I tried to just avoid having to eat the food that they gave me. And when I was at school, or before that at my kindergarten, I also I really didn't want to eat their foods. So basically all throughout my childhood, I was fed things that I couldn't really stand, like very often, very regularly. And that meant I just, like when I went to my grandparents, I was like, okay, now I know that they'll make me foods I actually like eating. And so that had like a phenomenon where I would just get fat when I was at my grandparents. And then my parents would just come in and like have their families and friends and doctors and whatever be like, oh, your child's getting fucking fat. And it's like, whatever. Like, my autistic young self had actual food that I liked at my grandparents, which was very, not rare at home, but which was not guaranteed at home. And at home it was often like, oh, what do we have to eat for today? Oh, something that will make me absolutely miserable. Because when I was younger, I had a way more restricted sense of diet. Like right now, pretty much eat anything. Like I still don't enjoy most foods, right? Like if you give me a randomly generated food, I'll very often not enjoy it. But I'll eat it, you know. I won't turn my nose at it, right? I won't suffer because I had to eat it, but you know, I would prefer to eat anything that I liked instead, you know. But when I was younger, it used to really make me feel like shit when I had to eat things I didn't really like, and that was just it was never guaranteed that I could have food I liked, basically. Except when I was at my grandma's, and this changed when my parents broke up. Because when my parents broke up, they became like a lot more caring in general. Like my dad would just make foods that I enjoyed, and my mom started learning how to cook because she basically just didn't know how to cook before that, like in general. And after that, like I could have food that I liked eating consistently, which was nice. And then, of course, I learned how to cook, and I've been basically cooking all of my own food for myself for like, since I was, it's been a long time, So yeah, anyway, I could also have a less monitored existence, which meant I could use the computer more when I had access to it. I could watch the TV more. I could just engage with those things more when I was at my grandma, so it was just like the perfect place to be, because I could spend all day watching like YouTube videos, or I mean, I'm really used to bringing up YouTube every chance I get, because I kind of had to develop that habit during the Love God saga to like really make the point, but like that was just genuinely something that I really enjoyed throughout my entire life. Like I could watch like hella fucking angry video game nerd and shit like that. It was really fucking nice. But yeah, it was generally just the best place to be. But then when I got older and I started being actually able to use the computer, I started developing hobbies that required me to just consistently be able to use the computer in particular. And one of those hobbies, which I just couldn't do at my grandparents anymore, was just playing games and stuff like that. And as before that, my grandparents' place was like the place where I could like play games. Like if I wanted to just load up some fucking video I had hoped that there was a possibility to do that at my grandma's. Then when I was like 13, around that age, I could just be at home and be playing Minecraft, right? And at that point, going to my grandma's started becoming slightly annoying. Because I just like okay. So what happened? What happened is, okay, to put everything into perspective, I got a good computer around the same time my restrictions around using a computer were removed, and that wasn't actually a good computer, but it could run Minecraft without that much lag, and it could run other games too, and that was around when I was 12 to 13, which basically meant that I was actually able to play games at like a decent FPS and like so on and so on. So I just way preferred staying home because I finally had something to do that I enjoyed, whereas before that I would be at my grandparents and I would have more things to do than when I was at home. But yeah, that basically completely like swapped, because I never really like wanted to be outside playing around. But once I got a bit older, I've like basically the moment I turned 13, I always wanted to be a hikikomori, basically, because I could just be away from people, which started becoming more and more important to me, and I could be at my computer doing something I genuinely just had fun with. So yeah, but that didn't mean that summer stopped being like cool, because what it meant when I got older was that summers were now not the place where I got to go to my grandparents and be able to like do whatever the fuck I did over there, right? It was now, hey, look, these are times where I can actually express myself, you know? Like these are times where I can actually be a person, right? So, and since I was also becoming aware of my gender identity, like I remember this one conversation I had with Digi way back, where Digi was like, yeah, after I transitioned, a lot of my fans have transitioned, like Toadsmite, for example. And it was like, Digi, I've been trans for like 5 years now. But yeah, so at that point, summers were basically like a place where I could constantly talk to my online friends, because the time zones and school where I am don't fucking mix, right? Like I'm 7 hours behind the US, right? Which meant that when I got off school, that wasn't everyone woke up and started going to school, you know? And when I went to sleep, that was when everyone got back home from school. So the only place where I consistently could talk to people was just the weekends and the summers. So for me, the summer had increasingly become some place where I could be social, and I didn't have to like manage these time zone differences that much. And it was in its own way like unpleasant, because it wasn't like, oh, I'm excited to talk to my friends. It was, oh, these are people I kind of had to put all my energy into, because I had very traumatic, very needy friends at that point in time. Like they were people who would constantly like threaten suicide and so on and so on and so on. So that was kind of weird. But like generally in the summers, I was like, okay, I'm gonna go to punk shows. You know, I'm gonna do cool things with my clothes, right? First of all, I got really into like punk aesthetic when I was 13, I think. Maybe when I was 14, no, okay, when I was 13, I started first getting into thrift shopping. I think that's what happened. So I started looking like an absolute fucking hurricane of like different concepts, where I would just do various just things with like fucking shit I just found at a fucking thrift store. I think that's what happened. I generally, I think I started off with just mostly just normal type clothes. But then as time went on, I started getting more into the punk aesthetic. And no, that was basically when I was about to turn 14, I think, is when I started really like doubling down on that. Like I had a leather trench coat and I had like various punk things painted on it with like red paint. I had painted stuff like make love not money, because I was like, yeah, like make love not war. That's an old hippie time slogan, right? I'm not in that era. Like it was actually kind of weird. Like I think I genuinely wasn't conscious until I turned like around 16. Like I know it's a meme that Dudesmith isn't conscious, but until that point I couldn't explain a single thought process I had, basically. And nowadays I still have trouble with explaining my thought processes. But I thought like an impossible hurdle to fucking navigate, right? And at that point it was. So, yeah. But like, I didn't really understand what I meant by it, basically. I just knew that was something I felt like, oh, make love, not war, which is like a old hippie thing. I'm an old hippie thing, like I'm a punk person in a place in there where like neoliberalism is getting like a more and more strong hold. And like that, and with my family, for example, there were always people who were really concerned about money and so on and so on. So I was like, this is gonna be like my main sentiment now. And I also like I had a really accurate like perception of politics just accidentally. Like I was like, yeah, politics is like a fascist horse race, and that's just fucking true. And like other things, like I was surprisingly intelligent when I was younger, even though I just wasn't conscious, you know. It's like the fucking pea zombie, you know. I was the fucking pea zombie when I was younger. Now I was just autistic, like in all honesty. I actually remember the first thing I could have properly identified as a mixed episode. That happened when I was 14 too, in the summer. Right, oh yeah, let's skip a year. So 14 in the summer, right? Instead of going to my grandparents like and spending most of my summer there, I spent most of my summer just discovering things, exploring things, and so on. Then the year after that, I started like really doubling down on like trans shit that summer, right? And that was when I was like actually like an incredibly feminine person. Like I was constantly practicing makeup. I was constantly like wearing just straight up women's clothing, right? And I was like, yeah, this is my time to be feminine, right? Oh, what else? Oh fuck, I had something I wanted to say. I was surprisingly unconscious when I was 14. But now I forgot about what exactly I was talking about. Because it had to be something. Some other insight they had about the world at that age. I don't really know anymore. It doesn't really matter. It's just weird that I was basically a pea zombie. But I was. Oh yeah. First mixed episode. So it was when I was 14, just before the summer, because I think I'm pretty sure. Because right before, I think my bipolar basically started when I was 14. Basically, is what I'm saying. Is I remember being on a camping trip with my class, and I was listening to suicidal music, but I was also like, oh, I'm enlightened like Jesus, right? I thought like, yeah, I had reached enlightenment. And during that mixed episode, I also met one of the IRL friends who I still talk to occasionally. Yeah, and later on that summer, I would have my famous episode where I would run away from my uncle and there would be police helicopters chasing me. Like that was also very obviously a mixed episode in hindsight. So yeah, but yeah, like that summer was also like a summer, you know. I was getting around really doubling down, exploring shit, right? I was basically oscillating between being completely unrepressed when I was like outside. Like when I was outdoors, I was just presenting, I was with my friends, just going around. It wasn't anything odd. But then when I was with my family, really, aside from my dad, because my dad was always the person I felt really comfortable around when I was younger, I was always just kind of repressing. And then when I went back into school, it just instantly, I started repressing really heavily. Because I was like, okay, I'm at school, all that shit is over. Like, I can only do things that can be, like, passed off as punk things, right? I can't do trendy things, I can do punk things, and so that went. Yeah. But, like, that summer was also, like, a real fucking summer, Then when I was 15, I had also a summer that was a kind of a real summer. I was playing a lot of Magic the Gathering that summer, I think. And then I was like, okay, time to play Magic the Gathering online now, right? Let's boot up Pocket List, let's fucking pirate the game, basically. And I started playing a shit ton of Magic online. And I was, at the start of the summer, I was still playing it in person, right? But I knew that the next year, I would also stop going to school, yeah. I think so. I think... Yeah. I knew that I wouldn't be going back to school. And so I was like, when the summer ends, I'm gonna start being really productive, right? That was the plan during the summer. Like, I'm gonna have a summer, and during the summer I'm gonna relax. After the summer ends, I'm gonna be a writer. Basically, it was my idea. Then that was the summer, and I still couldn't feel like doing anything, right? I was still incredibly depressed, and I basically don't remember anything from that time, really, because that was at the tail end of the worst of my depression. So yeah, so that summer also felt like a real summer too, because I was still going outside, right? I was having these cool experiences, I was in the fucking world, I was out and about, like I still wasn't really conscious, and I wouldn't be until the next year, basically. But yeah, then the summer after that, like the summer when I was 16, that also felt kinda like a real summer. Although not really, because at that summer, I just lost myself in writing fascist literature. No, wait, was that? No, that had to be... Wait, I think I might be off by 1 year when it comes to everything. Maybe? No, right. So, I turned 16... No, I have my birthday in early fall. So, things have gotten a bit mixed up in places. Yeah, that had to be when I was 16, I think, so, yeah. Yeah. That was when I was 16, I kind of just lost myself that summer. And that summer still felt like a real fucking summer, right? And this is all building up to something, I promise. I know this is like an entire vlog-length video at this point, but like, I promise there's a satisfying conclusion. So, summer 17, or summer when I was about to turn 17, I think, yeah. Maybe? Ah, fucking hell. At this point, yeah, the summer when I was about to turn 17. Yep, okay. Timeline ready. Whenever I say summer when I was something, it's summer when I was about to turn something, basically. But yeah, I was basically with my boyfriend, I had my famous Italy trip, right? And that was like when I was like, okay, this is kind of the final summer. Because the 2 summers before that, I was like, okay, this is the summer where I was like doing stuff, right? Okay, and then after that I'm gonna be a writer. It took a few more months than that, and yeah, but like after that, like fucking 2018, I was like, this is like my final fucking summer, because I knew I was gonna turn 18 next year, so I was like, okay, I need to get my life fucking sorted out right fucking now. And then the next summer came, and it was 2019. My life was a fucking wreck. Nothing in my life was working, and the damage from that year is still, like, I've made fucking multiple videos about how shit that year was. I haven't really published them, I don't think. But that year was just the fucking first year of my fucking life, like, by far. And the summer of 2019 was just me just basically playing RuneScape. That's the only fucking thing I remember, basically. I mean, I remember some things, but not, like, about me as a person, right? Summer 2019 was just completely fucking lost. I was in abject despair. I thought that my life was basically over, right? I didn't enjoy anything I didn't have. I wasn't that close with any of my friends, like, I basically only regularly talked to one person consistently, right? I was just completely isolating myself. That was my fucking rock fucking bottom, right? And that summer was fucking awful. Like, it didn't feel like a fucking summer. It felt like a fucking purgatory. And the only summer that I got was it being hot and uncomfortable and there were bugs, right? Then 2020 rolled around, and the summer still didn't feel like a summer. I was just making vlogs, making art, and it was like, oh, okay. I guess it's summer now. I guess I kind of have a bit more energy, but it didn't really feel like a summer because I was at home, like, it was Corona and stuff, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna try to keep at home, and you know, I'm gonna try to, like, I basically didn't really have summer. But this year, right now, I'm feeling that fucking part of me activated hasn't been there for fucking 2 years. That's going like, the seasons are turning, time to have a real fucking life, right? I can feel that part of myself start to happen. Like, it might be due to the specific situations of everything, right? It might be mostly due to my environment, and in all likelihood that's what it is. But it's like I'm getting these feelings I thought just were gone, you know. I'm getting this type of anticipation, these types of emotions that I thought I had basically lost. And I don't know what I'm gonna do this summer. I have no fucking clue. But I think I'll do some growing as a person, maybe. I don't even know. I have no fucking clue. But I'm ready for summer. I'm ready to just be out and about and fucking doing cool shit and having cool experiences that I can, like, vlog about in the future, maybe, you know. That's what I'm ready for right now. Here's a fun fact about me. I'm technically self-employed. Thanks for coming to my fun fact. Anyway, the real thing I wanted to say is people keep saying, oh, man is not an island, you wouldn't want to isolate yourself. I've been over this so many times, right? But what do rich people do? The first thing when they have money, they go and isolate themselves into a fucking giant mansion with their giant fucking yard, and they just avoid other people as much as possible and take control who they interact with, right? So, if humans were naturally repulsed by other people, why would rich people naturally isolate themselves? Have you ever thought about that? Have you ever thought that I'm maybe normal and you're just fucking poor? I've been so fucking tired and it's inconvenient. My sleep is fucked because I'm too tired to sleep normally. And that just makes me more tired. And it all makes me more tired. Oh, but totes, mate, if you're so out of things to talk about, if you need to find new cool experiences to reflect back upon in the future, right? Why are you making a 24-hour vlog that's 24 hours? Oh, my dear viewer, this video, here's a secret that I'm gonna let you in on. This video is not for you. Do you think I would be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna think about what I'll give to my dear audience, and it's 24 hours of me just rambling when I have nothing to do. No, this isn't for you, this video is for me, it's a video made for me. because as I implied, when I have nothing to do, what do you want to do? I want to run into the camera, right? So it's just something to do when I'm bored. Like, that's it. Like, if you look back on my channel history, whenever I take breaks from like actual projects, I have a tendency to just make like filler content where I just make videos to entertain myself, and this is just one of those videos, except it's 24 fucking hours long. If you're fucking like, this is like, okay, so I'm gonna introduce you to the way that I think about things. If you're watching this video right now, you're probably only like 10% into it, like, and you've already spent like 2.5 hours fucking watching the video, right? It's just gonna be 10 times more of this thing, right? Is that what you want to go through? Is that what you want to do for time? I mean, I'm fine if it is, you know. I get the appeal. It's comfy, right? But it's like, this video is gonna take like a week to watch unless you're insane. Like, this is a video that if you're going hard at watching the video, right, you're gonna watch it in a fucking week. And it's just filler content. Also, if you're watching on mobile in bed, I'm really sorry for you, because you're probably gonna like fucking skip through most of the video. You're gonna wake up and be like, oh fuck, my phone was running for the entire night. Oh, I guess the video is now 5 hours later than I left it because the phone ran out of batteries. So I'm sorry if you go through that experience. I mean, I've been there countless times, but you know. So yeah, this video is just made for me. It's made for me to have something to do when I'm just cooking up some chicken. Yeah. The chicken, I cooked it, I'm cooking. Massive info hazard alert. This is a real fucking info hazard. I warned you. Do you know toothbrushes, right? You go like, oh, I use a toothbrush to brush my teeth, right? It's an implement I use for brushing my teeth. No, you don't actually brush your teeth with your toothbrush. Your teeth brush the toothbrush. Your teeth abrade the toothbrush to remove things. Your teeth are doing the brushing. The brush isn't doing any of the brushing. The brush is just there getting slowly worn down. But this is brushing my teeth has been incredibly uncomfortable because of this fucking realization. I can't communicate how horrible it is to know that my teeth are the ones doing the fucking brushing. It's atrocious. My teeth. I hate teeth so fucking much. You know what's underappreciated about our lives in these days is Discord self-promotion channels, and you might go like, what? Self-promotion? Ew, gross. Why would you appreciate that? It's just a containment channel, so people wouldn't self-promote elsewhere. First of all, fuck off. Self-promoting is based, and I think it should be normalized. I want to know what art everyone is making, right? I want to know what everyone is doing. I want to know what creative projects they're engaged in, right? I think this should be a common human desire. Instead of being like, ew, you're promoting your mixtape. I'm gonna go listen to some real music. Fuck that. So first of all, having a space for self-promotion is first appropriate, because this is the real problem with self-promotion. It's often inappropriate, right? And that's a real issue with self-promoters, right? But on the other hand, right? It's just an RSS feed, right? It's just a modern version of an RSS feed, right? Except you just have all of your friends and all the cool people you know posting their art, and it's like, oh wow, I get to keep up with what all my friends are doing on all different platforms. Isn't this great? And people don't appreciate this. People don't fuck with this enough. People really should do that, yeah. So I've been consistently watching Garrow while skilling in RuneScape. And I thought I'd give my thoughts on the show real quick. The show is awful. Every part of it, moment to moment, is atrocious. It has some of the worst writing I've ever seen anywhere. It has horrible characterizations. The plot structures are garbage. None of it makes any fucking sense. And still, as a whole, it works. Like, when it comes to the parts, it's like, oh, it's a shitty superhero thing, oh, it's a shitty soap opera. Oh, every part of it is just bad, but like, when when it's all put together, right, it mixes into something that actually works, and it's actually cool. It's just 99% of it is garbage, and then you have like 1% cool. That cool is kind of worth it. It's hard to explain. I guess it's just easy to watch and it has strong payoffs. That's really what it's about. I'm sorry, Mr. Judge. I didn't mean to wait for a motherfucking outdoor skill and they look like shit, right? Headphones, not get overstimulated, mask. And I look like absolute fucking garbage, right? Because my forehead, shit. Gotta do what you gotta fucking do. I fucking hate when it gets warm and people go, okay, it's nice outside. You should have less nice outside. Item, I'm posted in literally nowhere now. This is one of my favorite places to hang out in the entire fucking city, so when I want to be alone and I'm around these parts, I just motherfucking come here where the fucking train tracks, you know? You know how it is. But yeah, I wanted to do some cultural analysis on right here, right? I'm gonna fucking take my mask off. Because the thing with red hair is it's on the borderline, right? It's right on the borderline. It's in the fucking middle of dyed hair and natural hair, right? So I talked about most reasons why I dyed my hair red back in the Love God video, you know. My fucking magnum opus coming out tomorrow, and it's like fucking yeah. Some reasons I didn't talk about, and those reasons will only be known to me. None of y'all need to fucking know that. But yeah, the thing with red hair, right, is it's in this weird critical territory, right? It's like just weird enough to like be like, oh, that's unnatural, right? That's something cool that someone can do to themselves, because hair like this doesn't exist naturally, you know. It's clearly dyed. However, it isn't like red, it's not like blue or purple or green, right? It doesn't really stand out, right, in that way, right? It's not like, oh, look at me type hair, right? Because it's adjacent enough to like possible hair colors that it's unnoticeable, right? And that's why it's a perfect hair color, right? Not only because aesthetically I need to move away from just punishing myself with fucking black clothes. Look at the fucking sunset. We're in the motherfucking sunset here. This is such a fucking cool place, right? Because if you look over here, there's just a bunch of like metal trash, right? And, like this entire area used to be like completely abandoned, but now they built the gym here, so it's not like 100% abandoned anymore. But the thing, I don't know that, right? Red hair is this perfect middle ground, right? At least according to my ideals, right? It isn't like, because I don't like flashy people, you know. I don't want to be a flashy person. Like I'm swagged up in all fucking black, right? I'm not a flashy person, right? So that's a big reason why I like my hair black, because it, first of all, it fits with the way I fucking dress, right? It fits with my color scheme. But I don't want to be in a mindset where I'm like constantly mourning something, right? Oh, look at me, I'm wearing black. You know, I wanna be a mourner 24/7. You know, so it's like I I should have non-black hair, but I don't like having hair in my natural hair color, because my natural hair color, you know, is this dirty blonde, right? It hasn't been in any of my videos. I don't think. Yeah, I only started making videos with my face in it after I dyed my hair black, I think. So y'all haven't seen me with my fucking natural hair color, but it just isn't very pleasing to me. You know, it's fine enough. I'm not one of those people who need to be like, oh, everything, if you don't have an appearance, you should die, right? That's not me. But like, just personally, that doesn't really fit the aesthetic I want to have. and simultaneously, right, I don't want to be like too flashy, right? So it's like, okay, black's really the only choice, right? Either black or like platinum, silver-ish type, right? And that to me was the only options. But then it was like, oh yeah, I can just dye my hair red, right? It's a hair color that you can buy at a box in a normal store, right? No one thinks that you stand out in any real type of way when you have red hair, and I really like that personally, right? Like if I can get a hair color in a box, right, it means that it's not really that flashy. I don't know. Maybe it's just my complexes, right? Maybe it's just my complexes. But I just don't like being like the type of person who necessarily commands attention, right? I like being able to at least have the illusion of being a relatively plain person, you know? I mean, I have a fucking mohawk, right? Or I had a mohawk. But I gave that to myself when I was in a really fucking mixed episode. I was in a very altered state when I decided I should have a mohawk. So that doesn't really count. I mean, I used to be really for like flashy shit, right? I used to be really for like being a flashy fucking person, but then I got older and I was like, I don't actually want to be flashy, right? All of that was like an attempt to fit into a pre-established aesthetic, right? Which is a big reason why I personally critique punk rock as being an entirely aesthetic movement, right? A lot of people gotta go, punk rock has this significance, that significance. Like I can be like, no, it doesn't. It has no significance. It's just an aesthetic. Also over here. Here's graffiti, right? And it has a timestamp in fucking 2005. This fucking graffiti been here for fucking 16 years. Damn. But yeah, I know how punk rock is just a thing that makes aesthetic demands of you, mainly. And I am fuck with aesthetic demands, you know. My aesthetic's my fucking aesthetic, right? And I don't want to fucking send out, I don't want to be like some fucking, like, I'm fine with being a weirdo, you know, but I don't really fucking being like the, oh, that person demands attention, that person wants me to pay attention. No, I fucking don't. I just fucking want to go to the motherfucking store and pick up some motherfucking Coke and spaghetti. Yeah, so I'm going to the store for right now. It's like, oh, that's smart. You see, you don't want to stand out, but you fucking talk to your camera by yourself alone, right? It's like, oh, isn't that standing out? That's different. I can turn that on and off, right? I can't turn my appearance on and off, right? I can't fucking put on a burqa and be like, time to be normal instead of having fucking blue hair or whatever the fuck, right? It's like I like having the choice of just, you know, like I don't have like, I'm not a shy person. Like a lot of people I know are like shy people. I never really got being a shy person, you know. I've never really been a shy person. But yeah, like I like being like, oh, people probably aren't fucking paying attention to me, right? And at least insofar as they don't command attention, you know, that's just nice for me. And that's why red is the best hair color. Living here is a very multifaceted existence. Cause you know, I still as it is right now, is entirely like a child of neoliberalism, right? It's just fucking people constantly like it still has that type of like Eastern European appeal, I guess, but it's just so far removed from its origins, you know. It's a constant, you know, westernization that's going on, right? And for me, all of it is like really fucking lame. It's like all of these buildings, right, are being constantly renovated into being like more in accordance to like the global zeitgeist and so on, right? And I see people riding around in like fucking electric, what are those things called, like not skateboards, but like I don't know the word in English, like the fucking things that have a pole, right, and then have like wheels. Like a lot of people are riding around in like electric those things, you know. It's like all of that is really fucking lame to me, right? All of that aesthetically just doesn't appeal to me at all. But then also you'll just be walking around randomly, right? And I know this is true everywhere, but it has a much larger connection with me. Like you'll just be walking around and you'll see someone who's very obviously influenced by like the local punk rock culture and so on, right? You'll see someone who's influenced by all of this cool shit that we used to have, right? And you'll see like all of these like really cool old people. You'll see all of these really cool people, right? Just who seem like they're from a different era and a different country altogether, right? It's just this confluence of cultures, just between the old and the new, and between, I mean, the literal cultures that exist here, I guess. And that's just really, really intriguing to me. Like, everyone also vapes here nowadays. Like, every time I go outside, I see someone vaping. Just earlier today, I was just walking and I saw two women having a conversation, right? As people are prone to do. And they both had vapes, right? They both had vapes, and they had the vapes like pipes, right? They were like. So yeah, basically I think like whatever, right? You know, it's like someone would chat over pipes, and to me that was really intriguing. To me, it was like, huh, this is like the yin and yang of this entire experience, you know. Yeah, it's all wrapped up into one big fucking war of time, you know, time war. Shouts out my fellow time warriors if you're current at war with time, shouts out. So here's another thing about me that you possibly couldn't have known because it has never come up before, is I have always had a minor Coca-Cola flavor autism. I don't know how to describe it. When I was younger and I first heard of like Coca-Cola cherry or Coca-Cola vanilla, I was like, damn, I need to try this out. Like, it was such an intriguing concept for me to like mix sodas as a kid. I was always really into mixing sodas, as I assume many of you also were. So then we saw like there like these different Coca-Cola flavors. I was always like, damn, that's really interesting. I wish I could have them. But then up until I was like 14, 15, we didn't have any. We just had normal Coca-Cola. Until we got Coca-Cola Lime, which I was really into for a while, and then I just got really bored of it. So I haven't really been drinking any of that shit. The day when I went to the store, I was like, I need some Coke for some rum and Coke. I haven't had rum and Coke in a long time, so I was like, time to make it. And I saw this orange vanilla Coca-Cola, right? Of course I had to get it, you know, I had to act out all of my fantasies, and now I'm gonna try it for the first time. Hopefully it's good in the cocktail. Here's my review for an orange vanilla Coke. So as you know, I have a very good ability to like distinguish tastes and so on, right? That's actually something I'm really good at, and imagining possible tastes. So I got the like I filtered out the orange in my brain, and I was like, that's how vanilla Coke must taste like, and I get why they never imported it. Because for an European palate, right, for an European who hasn't grown up in like everything being way too fucking sweet, vanilla Coke would have been way too fucking sweet. I get why they didn't import it. It's still a really interesting taste when combined with the sour notes of the orange, and it really brings out the best in it. It's probably not better than normal Coke too, let's be honest. That wasn't a fair evaluation of the orange vanilla Coke. Like, you should have tried it cold. Well, here I am trying it cold. It has ice in it, you know, it's a super cold, it's chilly, right? It's a normal human temperature instead of fucking American 50% ice, 50% drink, you know. It's good. Like, I think the flavors round each other out and complement each other a lot. I think Coke tastes good with both orange and vanilla, and I'm sure it'll be amazing in a cocktail. Like, that's really the expectation, because rum is amazing with triple sec. So I'm guessing it'll be amazing with just orange Coke too. And yeah, I know, I'm drinking Captain Morgan, so vanilla, you know, vanilla is good. but on its own, not as good as normal Coke. And it's just effects. And this is something I've known always in my heart of hearts. We can't really improve a recipe by just adding another thing to it, right? You can make it different, and there's a appeal and a value in difference. If I got normal Coke, I wouldn't just pour it out and drink it like this. I'd probably drink it tomorrow morning when I go like, oh, it's the fucking morning and I just drank yesterday. Where's my fucking fix? But yeah, it's nice. The change of pace is good. I'm not gonna be against, oh, there shouldn't be any change of pace. But no, I really appreciate that element of it. I just, if it came to like, hey, what would you drink every day, right? If you had to pick one, I wouldn't pick this one, right? I would pick the normal Coke. Just because it's better, right? A mix-up is good, right, when you have the choice, basically. Like, if I had to, like, be like, oh, I'm either gonna drink normal Coke every day, or I can have a free choice between the two. Of course I would go for the free choice, but you know how it works, you know how it is. No, the young toads might will try the real fucking measure of a Coke is its mixing ability, right, with Captain Morgan, right? So let's take a sip. Let's see how well it mixes, right? That's what's really important. A bit aggressive. The vanilla doesn't really help, but yeah, is how it is. I'll stick to normal Coke in the future. But I was really glad I got to taste this one and finally fulfill all of these desires that have been building up. It actually might be shocking how in real life I barely talk to anyone ever, and that's kind of been just how I interact with people for most of my life. Like it's like, oh, young dudes, might you talk to yourself for 3 hours straight on camera or whatever, right? And it's like, yeah, I've done that before. That's not surprising even when it comes to me. But in person, I'm borderline non-verbal. I mean, not really, but like I only ever like. Okay, let me put it this way. I've probably said more words in my life in Discord calls than I have in person. And I don't think it's even that close, and that's counting from like the moment I was born, which was like 15 years before I got on Discord. Like, I genuinely think I've talked more in the last. I mean, to be fair, I was living with my ex for a while, and I think that might have balanced everything out, but I barely talk in person. Like, when I'm with my family, I don't really talk to anyone. When I'm like with my friends and it's not like a one-on-one situation, at least in the past, when those have happened, I also barely talk, right? I only really ever talk to people on like one-on-one, basically. Yeah, I'm not a very talkative person in person. So, Behold the Love God is out. Uh, I mean, it's only been out for an hour, so no one has told me anything about it yet. But I really hope people like this video. I'm really proud of it. It's fucking finally out. It's finally fucking out. So this is a tendency that I find incredibly objectionable. I'm trying to make my own tortillas. It's not really working right now, but it's how it is. But this tendency I find really objectionable. That's very common to people nowadays. Is the idea that there are scientific breakthroughs, right? This is why someone like fucking Elon Musk can have like power and influence, right? Because people want to believe in these breakthroughs, right? People want to go like, oh, one day we're gonna cure cancer and we're gonna solve all of these problems through technology, just suddenly, randomly, right? And people really like that idea. People are really just into the concept, right? But in practice, right, it doesn't work like that. Like in a TCRS article, I said like, oh, the only important invention between like agriculture and the steam engine was material science, right? And that's basically true, right? The reason a steam engine used to be untenable is that we didn't have like the necessary processes to refine metals to create a substance that's capable of providing for a steam engine, right? The basic design for a steam engine was very obvious, right? And then it was kind of figured out multiple times before it got applied into reality, right? So there's no real innovation like that. But since people really like this narrative, right? They like the narrative, like, oh, here's the person who invented this thing, here's the person who invented that thing, that person has a patent for that, and so on and so on and so on, right? It's really easy to fall into a trap of thinking that inventions exist, right? It's a really human thing to do. And well, as you guys know, right, as your intelligent my viewers, we don't support human patterns of behavior over here on my channel. Here we're strictly anti-human, and these types of narratives aren't really going to do anything good to anyone, you know. So yeah, it's like people like believing like, oh, just one more invention, right? But here's how science practically works, right? First, way the fuck before you were even born, right? Like computer logic, for example, was figured out way before computers were, right? And so on and so on and so on. So probably way before you were born, someone came up with this revolutionary idea that applied to nothing. Someone came up with this completely pointless fucking thought exercise, right? And was like, oh, here we could like use this thing to get that thing. Like, it comes to future technologies. Sci-fi has already conceptualized most of them, right? It's just the material science generally, or the industrial capacity, isn't at a level where those technologies would be viable, right? So all the ideas already exist. Like if you look hard enough, you can find basically every tenable idea for the scientific improvement of mankind or whatever the fuck, right? Those aren't the problem. The problem is always like generally about material science, right? Like steam engines are not tenable with like bronze technology or even iron technology. You need steel to have functional steam engines, right? And the same way, like a fully renewable fucking power grid isn't tenable without way the fuck better batteries than we have right now, right? So it's all of these material science improvements, right, that always lead to like giant new technologies, right, that enrich our lives or whatever the fuck, right? It just takes fucking forever to get like those tiny percentage improvements in materials technology, right? It's really easy to think of an idea that could revolutionize everything, right? Like, oh, if we found this right compound that neutralized this gene in cancer, like we could cure cancer, right? But that compound, like finding that compound is the hard part, right? And we know that we could easily switch to renewables, right? It would be fucking trivial if we would have batteries that didn't degrade and had a high capacity and a low degree of loss, right? And so on and so on, right? If we had just had better batteries, we could easily have like all renewable energy everywhere, right? But since we don't have those batteries, right, this idea is currently untenable, right? We still need some degree of nuclear energy at best, you know. So it's like it's always these tiny improvements that like ultimately change everything. It's no one ever really like invents something, you know. Like in reality, basically every invention builds upon just probably centuries, if not millennia, of previous research and previous theory, right? Until at one point you just stumble upon the right thing, and it's like, oh, you're the one who discovered it. Like, no, you just used other people's theories, right? To get to a point where you could stumble upon like the ultimately useful thing, you know. So basically, every time someone like claims to have invented something, chances are that they just discovered something that had a theoretical foundation for fucking centuries, and then they were just like, yeah, I found the thing in the natural world, right? And that's also true with like everything, right? It's true with like quantum fucking mechanics. It's true with fucking cosmology. It's just generally true. Like finding something in the world always happens because someone just a long time ago developed a theoretical framework for it. So I had my run of the mill existential crisis slash panic attack slash mental breakdown yesterday. Because that just happens whenever I release something. I have this incredible high when I finish something. It's like I'm literally on the top of the world, especially if it's like the best thing I've ever done. Like, of course, not everything I've made can be the best thing I've ever made. But especially when something I make is fucking great, like the Love God video, I'm like, yeah, this is the fucking best thing ever, right? And it is literally as good as I can make something, so it makes sense to be excited for it, makes sense to be. And so on, so on, so on. Then, when I release it, I just become immediately incredibly cognizant of all of its flaws, and I start having a mental breakdown, and it's not fun. It's not fun at all. So it's all complicated. I just want to make art and be happy, and instead I'm like, oh, I put out the best video I've ever made, everyone's gonna hate me and I should stop making art. Fucking sucks. Seems that I'm sick, so I ordered groceries delivered to me because they'll be arriving soon enough that I could justify it. And I could just buy my dog wet food and hopefully she won't suffer because of the cheaper food if I just get the wet food. I wanted to talk about prisons for a second because it's the most absurd concept in the fucking world. Also, I'm gonna switch to podcast mode soon because a new game of Tetris is starting, and I'm just using that to Steam right now, as I'm one to do. Where fucking people act like, oh, prisons, right? Those are like just humane deterrents to crime or ways to rehabilitate people, right? But that, like, the entire concept of prisons just doesn't make any fucking sense, right? Like, first of all, there's the um, there's the assumption that prisons are somehow more humane than like other deterrents to crime. Like, oh, look at the Middle East, they're so barbaric, they like beat people for crimes. Unlike us, where we just lock them up for fucking years at a time for having drugs. Right? It's like that's it's not any better, right? I would say it's in most cases way worse, right? I mean, obviously depends. Like, if you get beat to death, right? That's a good time for anyone, But like, when you're in prison, right? Though it's just like, oh, okay, you lose what, like, fucking years of your life, right? For like, that's the worst thing you can lose, right? That's not like, oh, you get hurt for a bit, and then when you go to prison, right? It's not like, oh, you're guaranteed safety, right? No, like, you don't get medical care, you don't get like proper protection, right? You don't get anything. It's like it's basically conditions that are created to just fucking kill you. So prisons don't make any sense on that front. They're like probably the most inhumane form of punishment humans have come up with that doesn't involve death, right? I genuinely believe in that, right? Like, and even then, I would probably rather die than go to prison in most cases, I don't mind dying that much. And that's the second thing. That's the second thing. I mean, I could be like, oh, prisons don't allow you to die. That would be a good point. But also, prisons don't actually punish you based on what you did, right? Prisons punish you to the extent that you can't adapt to a prison, right? That's the way the prisons work, right? If you can adapt to a prison easily, barely a punishment, right? You can even live better in a prison than you do in normal life, right? But that isn't most people, and that's only the people who have a really shitty life or who are really really well adapted to stressful environments, right? You can thrive in prison, you know. But those are a very, very small minority, of course. And then you have, on the other hand, people who can't adapt to living in prisons, right? Who are probably not like, you know, are mentally ill, you know, or people who have all these other fucking issues, right? And they can't really adapt well being in prison, right? So it's like the same. It's like the prisons, right? They don't actually punish you. They pun for in a fucking universal way, you know. You know how it is. It's fucking dumb. Prisons are fucking retarded. See, this is why I'm so against the professionalization of YouTube. Like, oh, you need to make serious professional videos. You don't want non-serious professional videos. This fucking guy is making a video about escaping a Minecraft prison which has inherent built-in flaws, right? It literally has inherent built-in flaws. You can fucking just make an unescapable prison. It's not that hard, right? But it's specifically a prison that is designed to be escaped, right? And this guy is making like, oh, I'm gonna take this serious. I'm gonna fucking put so much production value in this video, and it just makes it worse. It makes it borderline unwatchable to like just trying to make me take something that is just ridiculous and goofy, like it's like some fucking actual Alcatraz type shit. It's like it doesn't work at all. I mean, clearly it works for a lot of people. 1.4 million people, in fact, and like this, like but this is offensive to me. Like this is to me what we should avoid, not some fucking 12-year-old make a cringe Minecraft video with no effort. Fucking hell. I want to talk about the culture of monetizing, like your Twitch or YouTube channel or whatever the fuck, right? Because for me it's simple, right? I make YouTube videos because they're fun for me. If someone wants to give me money, that's their prerogative. I don't really pay that much attention to it. Like I don't promote my Patreon. I don't need anyone's money really. But I also put hundreds of hours of fucking time into making videos. So it's like I'm just gonna give people a way to just give me like throw me a few bucks, right? It's like it's just you know just makes sense to do it that way for me. But then there are people who professionally stream or make YouTube videos, right? And that's where the moral ethical question comes in. Even though I don't believe in either, right? So the question as posed by most people goes something like: if you incentivize your audience to give you money, what can you give in return and still be an ethical person, kind of, right? That's kind of the question, right? So there's a spectrum, right? So within the conventional capitalist morality, right? It's like, okay, on the completely ethical end of the spectrum, you have something like maybe maybe just a normal shout out, like, oh, shout out this person for giving me money or putting them in the credits of your video, whatever, right? That's just complete immoral, right? You give me money, I give you a shout out. That's an exchange that takes place in like every level of capitalism. Like every type of sponsorship is predicated on that type of exchange, and so on and so on and so on. Then another thing that would be like that type of thing, like, oh, give me money and I'll give you a product, right? Where it's like a ebook or anything else, right? If it's something that people can get and they give you money for it, it's like, that's an exchange that works. But then on the other side of the spectrum, there's the evil parasocial manipulation, right, where you go like, oh, thanks guys, we hit 5 million subscribers. Thank you guys for giving me all of your money. And then that has like a degree to it, right? Like, of course, there's the absolutely atrocious degree of like that type of relationship where like some type of whore will be like, oh yeah, if you give me enough money, I'll totally go on like a date with you. Woo woo. And then you give her like $5,000, and then she goes like, yeah, no, I didn't promise you anything, right? That's of course like at the first end of that spectrum, right? Yeah. Stuff like that. Right, so, but there's a middle ground, right? There's a middle ground. That's the interesting part, right? The part that no one can really have a consensus on, because no one knows really addicted to doing it right. Like, for example, Twitch has this feature called the hype train, which is just a pointless, exploitative way to get people to give you money in like a fast period of time. And it's like, if you interact with that as it's a feature of the site, are you acting in an exploitative manner, or are you just interacting with your environment, right? Because it's an exploitative feature of the site, right? But like, you you didn't create it, you know. If you had created your own hype train, like if you had made a program that replicates that feature, I'd be like, oh yeah, that's definitely exploitative. But is it exploitative to just use a feature built into a website? Or should people be expected to ignore the tools at their disposal, right? Is it unethical to participate in something that's a part of your platform, right? Like YouTube channel memberships, for example. To me, right, that that type of interaction is just like YouTube trying to monopolize the revenues of the people who are making videos for them, right? To me, it's like, oh, this is an evil power grab by YouTube, right? But it's like, if you're a YouTuber and you go like, oh, give me your membership, right? It's like, oh, you just realize that will probably make you like marginally more money than Patreon or whatever. Is that evil? Is that exploitative? It's functionally the same as a Patreon, you know. I know. Alright, so let's talk about a shit ton of things, maybe not. So the first topic, the thing. Also, this is a podcast. Let's frame this clip segment, whatever, voice crack, whatever. This is a podcast. This is the Toads Mites new type whirling dervish to return. Yeah. Anyway, so this is a thing that fucks with me. This is a thing that fucking bothers me. Is the fucking idea, right? The concept that loyalty and friendship and trust, right, is somehow problematic, and you should be constantly fucking doubting your friends. Oh, Toads Mite, that never happens. Really? You really think it never happens? Have you been fucking online in the last 3 years? Like, it's the most fucking disgusting, like, abominable part of the entire, like, commentary, critique, whatever the fuck mindset, right? Even though those people are, like, bad anyways, right? Even though those people are not people who I would support in just philosophically, right? But like the idea that there's this person called Creepshart, right there. I've been into her videos for like fucking years at this point, right? Way before like it was actually about like fucking the commentary community type stuff, when it was just about like fucking art trauma, you know, because I fuck with art trauma. That's one type of like trauma fucking channels I've always kind of fucked with, you know. Not for any rational reason. I just think it's kind of neat. But anyway, so the creep show art, right? And someone criticized her, was like, oh, creep show art trusts her friends, and that's kind of yikesy. That's kind of I wouldn't. It's not an excuse that they're your friends. That's another reason to trust them. It's like, do you have friends? Have you ever had a pleasant conversation with someone in your whole life and then decided, hey, you know, this person, I want to be close to them, and like, have you never had a single fucking friend that you think that trusting a friend is problematic? Oh, that's not a rational reason to trust someone. Have you enjoyed life for a single fucking second? Have you had a shred of fucking human happiness in your fucking tiny cold little fucking fascist heart? That you can fucking be like, hey, yeah, you know, I get why someone would trust their friends. No, they don't. It's fucking dumb. It's a fuck, pisses me the fuck off. Just pisses me the fuck off. Then the second topic, numero dos, whatever, is the fucking idea. Though let's make things simpler. Let's put more GUIs. As GUIs are simple, right? GUIs are simple, and then it never is simple. I have never seen a case where a GUI, like having a more involved GUI, makes things easier. I've never fucking seen it. Like, oh well, you know, GUIs, oh, let's just have like normal menus. Let's make it so you have to go through 5 fucking menus to do anything. That doesn't make things simpler. Just give me a command line at that point. At least then I can direct it to where I want it to go, instead of fucking giving my entire fucking being into the hands of the fucking machine spirit to be like, oh, please let me find the right menu to do this thing. Fuck menus, fuck GUIs. Like, they always just make things harder. All of these things just make things harder. You don't need things to be harder. You don't need things to be more complicated. I just want to be able to do the thing I want to do. Oh, what would be an efficient way to do that? Well, what if I could just direct the thing towards the thing I want to do? What if I could just fucking be like, oh yeah, let's just type something in somewhere and then get the thing that I meant to get, instead of having to be like, oh, let's roll the dice, let's go through menus. Fucking, and people go like, oh, you don't like GUIs, you don't like menus, so are you saying that you want to use a command? Yes, I'm saying I want to use a command line. Command lines are infinitely fucking better than fucking GUIs and menus and shit, like infinitely fucking better. If I could produce music from command line, I fucking would. I mean, I don't actually do that many things from command line, but like, that's mostly because I don't do that many technical things, and the technical things I do are like fucking editing photos, right? And that's like the one thing you can't really do via command line. So it's like, okay, I mean, you can do it via command line, but you know, it's not something I'd want to do via command line, because I like actually seeing the fucking picture. But it's like fucking people go like, oh, you really think that command lines are the best way to fucking do things, or they're how we did things 40 years ago, so they must be bad? No, that just means they're intuitive and make fucking sense. Why if you just have like buttons that you don't know what they do, and then you have to fucking look at a video guide to learn what all the buttons do, and maybe let's have you go through 5 fucking menus and just have things in random places that don't make any fucking sense. Yeah, this is user fucking, this is ease of use. Fuck you. Fuck all fucking software designers. Just why can't they just do everything by just using maybe a search bar? Oh, and maybe your program with 5 million fucking menus and options could have a motherfucking search bar. Oh no, you can't have a search bar. Why? It would be visual clutter in the middle of your 5 million fucking things. Just a simple search bar that can fucking search for your entire fucking thing. Oh no, you have to go to the plugin menu, and then you have to go to the sub menu, and then you have to click on the thing, and then you get the thing. You can't just fucking fuck this interface design, fuck modern design. It just makes things more complicated. Okay, so now serious time, the third topic, understanding what fascism is. So here's People have been trying to square the circle of fascism for such a fucking long time. Like, people are gonna go, what is fascism? Is it a political ideology? Is it a set of philosophical beliefs, right? And then fucking Deleuze came along and was like, yeah, no, fascism is just in your head. Like, it probably happened before Deleuze, right? It's like, oh, fascism is just a fucking, like, it's just a failure to fucking process information in a sensible way, right? That's what fascism is, right? But how do you prove that, right? Of course, if it's intuitive to you, it's intuitive, right? It makes a lot of sense on its own, right? And like, how do you prove that this is true, right? How do you prove that this makes more sense than the alternatives? So there are two factors we have to consider, right? Two statements are true, right? The first statement is if you grew up in the 60s in Germany, right? You're living in the heart of the liberal democratic system, right? That's completely like trying to dominate the globe, right? And you're in the middle of it, right? You're living in the era of human rights and so on, and democracy, right? And you are growing up with the knowledge that when your parents were your age, they were most likely enthusiastic collaborators to the Nazi party, right? And you're growing up with the knowledge, right, that probably, right, if you were present at that time and that condition, you might be too, right? And that's like a lot of the current psychosis of Germany comes from like that type of condition, right? Where people go like, oh, we have to do everything to prevent any Nazis from ever doing anything, right? Which makes sense if you've had a generation who has had that fucking experience where you go like, oh, my parents were probably really fucking enthusiastic Nazis, just statistically, right? And they were in the same country at the same age, right? And it's like this fucking mind-blowing piece of fucking context, right? It's like, how the fuck can that happen, you know? Then you have the other example, right, where anti-fascist propaganda resonates more with fascists than anti-fascists, right? Like when you try to critique fascism through pointing out that it's successful in its use of violence, right? That resonates way more with the fascists than the anti-fascists, right? And because that's really the thing that can help unravel the system, right? That can unravel the fucking complexities of fascism, right? Because see, this is the pure ideology, right? When it loops back around to fascism, is that fascism isn't about any specific policy or any specific ideology, right? It's this idea that you're a part of the most effective, the most victorious system that can be imagined, right? Fascism, right, as we all know, is a fucking vector of dominance, right? Fascism isn't about necessarily accomplishing something, but rather it's about dominating others, right? And it's about creating a society of power and control, right? And since the goal of the fascists, right, is to create pointing out that fascism only creates a society of control, isn't effective propaganda against fascists, right? So, okay, how do normal people fall victim to these illusions of like powerful societies, right? Oh, let me think. Oh, there's this thing called self-interest, right? This is the trick that fascism plays on you, right? This is the trick that fascism plays on you. It says, okay, so for the sake of your own self-preservation, you have to create a society where you are under control, right? This is the eternal fucking grift of the fascists, right? They come up to you and say, hey, you are going to be doomed, right? It doesn't matter whether you're any minor, you can be a gay fascist, right? You can be a trans fascist, you can be a black fascist, right? But fascism says like, hey, look, if you have any of these features, right, it gives you a fucking checklist, like, okay, are you this nationality that's under threat, or are you this gender that's supposedly under threat, or are you this race, or are you this economic group, or whatever, right? Fascism goes and says, hey, look, All of these groups are under attack from outside forces. Also, this isn't revolutionary insight, this is just fascism 101, right? I'm just explaining fascism. Why? Because I want to. Anyway, right? So fascism comes up to you, right, and goes like, hey, look, are you under threat from any external forces? And then you, as a normal person, right, you go like, yeah, you know, I actually am under threat from outside forces, right, because you're a fucking human, and humans are fucking perpetually in conflict with one another, so, right, so you go like, huh, yeah, it does seem that some outside force is threatening me, right, and if you're in a capitalist society, you're always under threat by capitalism, right? So it doesn't matter if it's the Jews or if it's the globalists importing the fucking brown people. That doesn't matter what your excuse is, right? You can always blame the inherent antagonism of capitalism on some external force that can be eliminated, right? Without actually coherently criticizing any economic system, right? So the fascist comes up to you and says, look, I'm also under threat, right? We both share the bond, the brotherhood, right, of being under siege by these outside forces, right? So let's put our differences aside, right? It doesn't matter what we disagree on. What we can agree on is that we're being discriminated against, or we're being pursued, or we're being victimized, right? And we need to deal against the intruders, the invaders, the outsiders, right? And then a normal person might be like, you know, I don't agree with you, right? Because this is why moderates turn fascists really fucking easily. Like, they go like, you know, I might not agree with you. I might have these really significant disagreements with you. Like, I don't like your racial angle, right? I don't like how extreme you are, but, you know, these outside forces, they are a fucking threat, right? And no one else is promising me to fight against these forces, right? Because these are, of course, forces that the fascists themselves invented, right? These invading armies are illusory, right? They're just shadows and ghosts created by the fascists to have an exclusivity, right? So, of course, no one else is talking about the Jews, right? Oh, why would the Democrats and Republicans talk about Jews? Like, oh, sure. Jews are economically privileged in many cases, right? And that's a fact. That doesn't mean that they fucking control the system. It just means that they have ended up over time, for reasons I'm not going to go into because this is not the fucking place for it, in situations where they can be economically privileged in some situations, right? It's more to do with fucking capitalism and the fucking real estate market and so on and so on and so on and so on. Doesn't fucking matter. Anyway, so it's like, okay, wow, these Jews, right? Why is no one else talking about them? Because they're not an issue to anyone else, right? No one else considers that to be a pressing impediment upon their lives, right? So once the fascist convinces you, right, goes like, oh, look, you're under threat, and you need to fucking, I'm the only one who's gonna solve the threat, right? People can go like, okay, right, let's fucking give it a go. Like, let's give fascism a chance, right? It's offering solutions. No one else is offering solutions, and to an extent, no one else is able to offer solutions because their solutions would have to be more radical in a more fundamental way than fascism is. Because like fascists generally tend to be like former radicals, right? People tend to become fascists after they get disillusioned with whatever type of idealist system they have, right? So there's a general pipeline from radicals to fascists, like no matter what your political persuasion is, like there's a reason why a lot of socialists become fascists and a lot of libertarians become fascists, right? It's like, oh, we could have this society if it wasn't for outside force and so on and so on. Also, I have to fucking fix my disaster. So basically, to conclude this podcast, right? This is what happens, right? Eventually, when these fascists have created their fucking psychic assault weapons, right? They have created a society in which fascism, right, is self-propagating, right? Where mutual paranoia ensures the proliferation of fascist ideas, right? The enemy will finally manifest, right? The outsider will finally decide, hey, look, we need to defend ourselves now because the fascists, they've been saying that, oh, we're the problem, and now we need to fucking actually take precautions against fascism, right? And at that point, the fascists finally have a real enemy, so they feel vindicated and so on and so on and so on and so on. Yeah, that's how fascism works. I typed new blank clip because I'm just putting my phone down. Actually, fuck it. I can just fucking put my phone. Let's put a tiny bit of care, tiny bit of attention. Whatever phone. I'm trying to prop the phone up, by the way, that's what I'm doing right here. Tiny bit of something to look at. Tiny bit of whatever. No. Like this. Okay, no, that's too close. Something like this. No. I can't get the phone to stand up. What am I supposed to do when the phone won't stand the motherfucking up? I don't wanna fucking feel this. Okay, no, this should be fine. So let's talk. Oh, let's talk about the new Lindsay Ellis video. Because I was watching it and I was like, this is ridiculous. What type of, how many degrees of being a leap should you have to be on to make that motherfucking video, right? It's like, Lindsay Ellis goes like, oh, like, half the video is Lindsay Ellis being like, oh, look, I respect black people, I respect black people, and it's like, who cares what you think? Like, it's like these leap shits think that their fucking thoughts and feelings and opinions and shit just matter when they don't. Your opinions and feelings don't fucking matter. Like, it doesn't matter in regards to what, right? It doesn't matter. Like, oh, my thoughts and opinions or race. It doesn't fucking matter. Oh, am I gonna say, oh, cancel? No, don't fucking cancel somebody who's saying something that's can be potentially construed as racist. Don't even cancel people for saying something that is fucking racist. Not because I'm not saying that saying something that's racist is good, it's just cancelling doesn't work, except just making people who would otherwise agree with you mad, and it's fucking, at best, it's bad optics, right? Don't fucking cancel people, doesn't fucking make sense, doesn't do anything, doesn't accomplish anything. It just gets people fucking mad, right? I was like, so Lindsay Ellis, what did she do? She's fucking innocuous thing. So she makes a video being like, oh, yeah, it does suck to be a person of color in America. And she's like, oh, okay, it's not my place to speak. If it's not your place to speak, then get the fucking dick out your mouth, whore. Like, if it's not your place to speak on, like, fucking, oh, the people of color, then stop fucking speaking on the people of color, like. Oh, I'm just gonna make this sterile political statement that the racism exists. I'm being nice. No, you're. It doesn't matter whether or not you think racism exists. No. Oh, young thoughts might coming in with white privilege. Yeah, I'm in the fucking third world. I'm not actually in the third world, but I'm not an American. I'm not fucking being like, oh, how many child slaves for my cheeseburger did they eat, dear clown, right now? That's not me, right? So I'm not involved in this cultural context at all. Like if you ascribe any type of like white privilege to me, it's like, I guess that's fair, but like I have as much privilege as other like fucking like everyone living in like neo-colonial fucking countries, and that includes like people who aren't white, right? I'm not in any type of cultural context where I've ever even where my race has ever been relevant. And sure, that's because I live in a fucking monoracial country, right? So it's like, oh, but your country's right. No. I mean, yeah, my country's kind of racist sometimes, but like, also there are like 5 black people here, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what I think about race, right? All of this is just completely irrelevant to just me as a person. I'm not in the fucking context, right, where it does matter. It's just like, okay, so here I see Lindsay Ellis, this like fucking white leap shit being like, oh, yeah, I understand that black people of color have a hard time. It's a hard, they're constantly being born down. And she's just like, oh, but I didn't mean to be racist. I just said something that could be construed as like, if your politics, right, if your politics are about just being like, oh, I'm just gonna acknowledge racism, right, then you're putting yourself in a position where the only thing expected of you is just subservience, right? The only thing expected of you, if you have leap shit politics, right, is being like, oh yeah, I acknowledge the issues. I'm gonna be a good ally. I'm gonna acknowledge my privilege. I'm gonna be your submissive little fucktoy to play around with, right? Like that's fucking leap shit politics, right? And that doesn't help anyone. Doesn't fucking help anyone, right? And here's why you have fucking radical politics, because if you have radical politics, right, if you aren't a fucking liberal, you're immune from cancellation, right? If your fucking ideology isn't like, oh, we need to acknowledge white racism, right? If your ideology is the liberation for people of color is an important goal to strive for, and someone goes like, yo, that's a microaggression, you can be like, shut the fuck up, you know? So this is why you have radical politics, because it's just, like, once you fucking put yourself on the level of just fucking some petty bullshit, right, there's no escape from it. You're always gonna be stuck in petty bullshit, right? And if you never make any real fucking material, effective statements, you're always gonna be a subject to your ephemeral fucking cultures and fucking the consequences of your own fucking conformity. Fuck leap shits. Fuck leap shits. Do you recognize this? Do you see this motherfucking tree? It's the Gigavlog tree from Gigavlog 3. Yep. I think this branch has been cut, maybe. I think it was there before. I vaguely remember it being there, but I'm not quite sure. Why am I here back at the Gigavlog 3? Young Toads, you just recorded a vlog here almost a year ago. Well, it just happens that the Gigavlog 3 is near the veterinarian. So whenever I have to take care of a sick animal, I walk past it, and my dog currently is in the vet for some tests. And yeah. So I'm just here, and the thing with the Gigavlog 3, although this might be a bad omen, is I've come here kinda a countless amount of times actually to make a video. Like in practice it's probably okay, but most of them just don't make it into the actual video itself. So the Gigavlog 3 is always this apparition, this ghost over here that just walk by a lot of the time, and often when I go to walks I go past it, and I honestly kinda regret that when I made Dudes Might Stay Outside I didn't come past it, because that would have been cool, but like I decided to instead explore places where I haven't been. So yeah, because I've explored around this entire area recently. Nothing here has any type of identity anymore, really. But yeah, I've been thinking, I know I've been saying that this is gonna be my last like vlog, right? Because these are all the ideas I've had, like a 24-hour vlog and like a perfect night walk. Whenever that happens, like these ideas are things I've been saying I'm gonna do for a while now, right? You know, the urge to make art through vlogs has just completely left me since I put out End of Toads, right? I have no compulsion to make my vlogs anything other than just diaries, right? And I appreciate having a video diary, right? I might continue to make 24-hour vlogs. It's really nice to be able to look back on my old vlogs. Like it feels really good. So I might just keep up vlogging as like a form of diary. So you know, like because that's really all it is anyway. So these vlogs. This might be the first of my 24-hour vlog thing, whatever. Maybe this is my new format, is basically what I'm saying, just multiple month-long vlogs presented in 24-hour chunks, because I don't want to make art through vlogging anymore. I want want to write more, I want to read more, I want to make breakcore, and the breakcore part has been fucking haunting me because I don't want to use any fucking music software. But I have to learn because I want to make the art. I want to make. So yeah, I think I'm just done with artistic vlogs. Like ultimately, I think that's I'm done with. Yep. I think I had something else to say. Maybe. I just enjoy the ambience. It's a strange form of freedom because I've, like, even when I tried to stop being tied to the idea of being a YouTuber last year, right, what ended up happening is I just ended up, like, being obsessed with music all the time, right? It's like, neither music nor YouTube are things I'm really passionate about. What? Oh, young Dose, what are you really passionate about? Writing. That's always been my fucking passion. That's always been the thing that I actually really care about. And, no, not because I like literature more than I like YouTube videos or music. I like when I'm a consumer, right? I mostly have a hard time reading because I mean everyone does nowadays. But when I'm an artist, right, making YouTube music, it's like fun, but I'm not really into the grind, right? It's just something I want to do for fun. They're just explicitly hobbies, right? But when I'm writing, right, that's like something that I want to explore, you know? That's something I want to like fucking dive deep into and cut apart and whatever. Oh yeah, that's right. How do you know that you're free from vlogging if you've been vlogging for so long? Okay, there's a reason I've been bringing up the fucking sequel to the Gigavlog trilogy. Because that was a really cool project in my head. That was a really cool thing that I could do, right? And I thought it would be like a really nice callback and a really nice spin on the formula and so yeah, it's going to be like very Tempo influenced, and you know, it's going to be this cool big thing, right? And it's like, now I thought about the Gigavlog trilogy sequel, and I was like, I have no fucking regrets. I don't fucking care anymore. And that's how I know I'm fucking free from vlogging. That's how I know I'm never gonna be compelled to vlog like an artist again. I can just vlog like a person, fucking having a diary, like all vlogs should be. I know young dudes, I know what career you're gonna have. I mean, I don't need an artistic career, but my current business plan, right, because I'm a fucking grifter, right? This is something that you people might not understand, but I am a fucking grifter. I'm a greedy little fucking goblin, right? And I go like, oh, how can I make money for delivering good and service, right? That's so much of a fucking thought process, right? Not because I need money, but because I'm a fucking, you know, I would say I'm a fucking Jew, but you know, no need to get that. But yeah, it's like fucking. I always want to have a potential for monetization, right? On Bandcamp, right, you can sell albums, and I have a Patreon that I don't promote because it's enough for me to have it, you know. It's not necessary for me to also be talking about it, you know. That's the sweet part for me. Like I need avenues through which I can make money, like, but like that's mostly because like I guess it reflects it makes it seem like I'm doing something valuable, right? It doesn't actually matter if I make money or not, really. So what's my plan? It's just fucking publishing the things I publish in t-shirts and fucking through the Kindle publishing things I think that'll be neat. I think that'll be really cool, and that's just my future sources of revenue. Is anyone gonna buy it? I don't fucking know. Do I look like a person who knows? I hope not. Yeah, that's a future plan. should have. Here's an observation. Remember, like, 10 years ago where we had like video games predicting like, or not video games, like every like media depicting like, oh, this is a future dystopia, right? And it was like all like this really nicely animated, right? It was like fucking, it was like the ultimate manifestation of capitalism with a smiley face, right? Remember that was like the common fucking critique of marketing, right? And then have I seen how fucking it has evolved, right? Like fucking marketing was like, oh yeah, capitalism with a smiley face, you know. Let's just do that more. Let's just fucking keep going until that's just mainstream of fucking culture. And it fucking worked. It always fucking works. Also, I don't like how it's like implicitly bad, like, oh, robots are gonna take our jobs, right? It's like, like, oh, you, this is what capitalism does to people. You're like, oh, there's gonna be less work, and that's bad now. It's like, I, I mean, I guess it might be bad. I mean, I think there's reason to believe it won't have much fucking impact, and if it does have much impact, then there will be fucking countermeasures implemented because it tends having a discontent population generally tends to be worse than most things, and we already know that the UBI fucking system would solve it. It's like whatever. Everything's fucked anyway. Since, as a person, I'm a no thank you ripoff, I started my own version of the wall of text. And instead of being like a wall of text, I just have sticky notes on my monitors now. It's currently two sticky notes. The first, if it would focus here. If I can make it in a day, I should make it in a week. That's the first sticky note. Doubts might, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Well, when something takes, let's say, 14, 15, 16 hours, right? Then my brain oftentimes go like, oh, I can make that in a day, right? Maybe I start thinking like, oh, that I want to write something that's like 30,000 words long. Oh, I can write that in a day. Or something else like that where it's like, oh, assuming that I can keep up like full energy, full fucking productivity, full mental space, right, and so on and so on. I can just do it in a day. That's a very common psychosis I fall under. So here it says if I can make it in a day, I should make it in a week, right? Which means like, if I have a project that takes 15 hours, right, let's say, the best way to make that, unless it's really easy, right, is to spend 3 hours every day for like 5 days, and because then I have 3 hours where I'm at a way higher capacity, and then that'll just add up to having a full project made, right, and so on, right. So it's like, if something seems like it would be possible to do in a day, my expectation for it should be that I do it in a week. Then here's the other sticky note. Is you don't make art by being fascist towards yourself, right? That's the other sticky note. Actually, I just had an idea for a third one that I could use. But what does that mean? It means I don't make art by forcing myself to do things I don't want to do, right? That's never how it's worked, right? It's always it's always been like self-control, self-discipline is always the easy part for me. The hard part is allowing myself to have fun with the things I do, and the hard part is allowing myself to get passionate and then act on that passion instead of necessarily planning out some big thing and then doing it. Discipline is the easy part for me. Letting myself have fun is the hard part. There's a country song that's like let me fucking look it up. Okay, I had to fucking recover my Spotify account to find it, but it's Smell the Daisies by Mountain Sprout, that's the song. And it's a bass positive song, amazingly instrumented. Also, when I had a Spotify account and I use Spotify, I artistically only listened to country music, or rather, I artistically only liked country music because I wanted to find more country music instead of having like just fucking like random stuff recommended to me because I'm fucking autistic. Anyway, the song goes like, "You gotta work at being lazy, let yourself get crazy, take the time, taste the wine, stop and smell the daisies." Right, that's how the song goes. And that's always been really resonant to me because it's very easy for me not to be lazy. I don't know how people go like, "Oh, I just don't do things." Like, I'm always fucking doing things. For me, the hard parts are having the energy and being able to give myself that fucking breathing room, right, when it comes to getting stuff done. So that's what I mean by like, you don't make art by being fascist towards yourself, right? I'm inherently somewhat disciplined, right? When it comes to work ethic, I don't need to learn that. What I need to learn is to just be able to make exceptions and to be able to just know when to not do shit, right? That's the part I struggle with. So yeah, that's the thing. Yep. Okay, here's my third sticky note that just says, "Go back to bed, dumbass." And that refers to my tendency to be like, I'm tired, so I'm trying to spend like half an hour in bed, right? And then I'm just gonna get out of bed, and then I'm just gonna get to my computer because I stopped being tired. And this just says go back to bed, dumbass. So I should just go back to bed because I'm really fucking tired right now, and I should just fucking be in bed. And I can fucking play RuneScape in bed. It doesn't fucking matter. It was a bad habit before, but if it gets me back in bed, I'm gonna fucking do it. The reason I really like vlogging still as a form of diary keeping, I guess, over other forms is, first of all, it's way easier to do because I can just do it whenever, right? And secondly, since I can do it whenever, I can just whip out my phone and just distract myself for like however long I need to be distracted, and if I get really into it, I can just keep going, and it's a nice way to just get my thoughts marked down somewhere. I was actually thinking a similar thing about the TCRS platform, because it's the right, it's exactly in the right place between obscurity and publicity, right, where I can share it with cool people, but it's not really in a format where it could go beyond that, you know. It doesn't really have any growth potential endemic to the website, you know. It's not on social media, it's nowhere. And that's a lot of freedom, you know. That's a lot of ability to just do whatever the fuck I want, but still have it publicly out there. I think that's really valuable, right? That type of freedom. And most platforms still provide it. Like YouTube will just recommend your fucking shit, and Bandcamp and SoundCloud and whatever also function based off of like some vague notion of discoverability, you know. But DCRS is just a website. I mean, I've had experiences before where I've had public-facing websites for writing which have then been misinterpreted by malicious actors, but that can really easily be dismissed as only you just lack the context, right? Because if you're willing to go to a fucking private website dedicated to literature and then you misinterpret something like that, that's not something that you can ever like hold me responsible for. That's just you being a fucking idiot, you know. That's why that format is fucking great. Also, I put the fucking clips in Caden Live just to have them there. It's apparently 3.5 hours. I'm actually glad that it's coming together like fairly slowly. Because it's been like a week and it's like 3.5 hours. It's gonna be like probably like at least a month and a half to 2 months till it's ready, and I think that's a perfect place for this video to be. Yeah, in general, I'm just satisfied with my artistic expression. Like yeah. Also, I'm feeling really good today in general because I've been really stressed and overwhelmed lately because there's a specific tipping point for me where I can only hold so many things in my mind before I just get encumbered by stress, right? And I reached a tipping point where just too many things were going on. And today I got one of the things out of the way. Like it was literally like one thing that shouldn't have caused any anxiety, shouldn't have caused any real worry, right? Like right out of the way, it's fucking done. And now I'm no longer incredibly stressed. Like it's about the quantity for me, not the severity, you know. I really like graffiti in the city. Like this is just a painting, right? And it's a caption: "Is this art now?" And this is just the this is not a pipe, right? But it says this is not deep. It's like a fucking pun. Yeah, it's fucking great. It's fucking great. But yeah, I got myself a chocolate because I was like, oh, I need some fucking dopamine right in my fucking system. There's some, there's some fucking political propaganda, uh, which is gay marriage by the Green Party. Yeah, this is cool. I don't much care for gay marriage. Oh, young dudes, might you're a homophobe. No, I'm just against marriage. Anyway, uh, I just got some chocolate because I was like, oh, I don't have any vape coils, right? I have one cigarette left. I don't really want to drink today. And I need some dopamine, right? Where can I get dopamine? No sugar? Yeah, but that's a bad habit, right? I don't want just sugar. So I was like, alright, let's get some chocolate because, you know, chocolate special, chocolate special. It's, I don't know if you can see anything. I think the camera just isn't picking up any of the light because it's so slight. It's 5:45 a.m. I went to sleep basically exactly at midnight because I was so fucking tired. I was just mind-blowingly tired, right? Oh, if you're mind-blowingly tired, why you only sleep for 5 hours and 45 minutes? Aha, here's where you're wrong, dear viewer. I only slept for like 4 hours and 30 minutes because around 4:45 I woke up. I remember I had a dream. It was like vaguely about like Formula One, I think. Because that's the fucking thing that's been plaguing my mind. And I remember in the dream I had a moment like, oh, your dog pees everywhere to point out the absurdity of it all. Then I woke up and my dog was peeing everywhere because she just goes through phases where she just fucking pees everywhere. And right now it's an especially bad case of that. An especially bad case of that. It was fine before yesterday, like it was manageable, it wasn't fine. Something that was possible to live with. Then we went to the vet and that was really stressful and painful for her probably. So she's been just fucking peeing everywhere today. And not just like doing his fucking small pee, right? Not just fucking full on fucking. So I woke up at fucking 4:45 and I went and used my anti-dog pee smell thing on the pee and I was like tapped it up right because I might have towels, I can't really clean it further. At least this is how bad the dog pee problem is, it's fucking out of towels. But it's like right, let's just fucking cleared up to the best of my ability. Then I went back to bed and I was like, let's try to sleep. No fucking success with it. No fucking success with sleeping. So it was like, eventually my dog started drinking more water, so it was like, I have to fucking walk her. I don't wanna take unnecessary chances. And I walked her. Now I'm back home. Hopefully I can fucking go to sleep. I took the post-it notes down because they weren't sticky enough. It's a shame. I might try again. I hope that I can stick to one better. Yes. So I've been getting these ads from like both like iPhone and like Samsung and whatever, and this is why I like having ads in my life, right? This is why I don't download YouTube Advanced, because it's just so intriguing to analyze society through like this incredibly transparent and honest lens, right? Like a few days ago, maybe yesterday, I don't really remember, I talked about like the dystopian fucking dystopian nature of like the flat joy filled whatever the fuck propaganda I've been getting, right? But this is even more intriguing in certain aspects, where it's like, okay, they have this new fucking model of buying phones, right? Which is, you buy a phone, like here's how it works. You buy a phone for 3 years, right? Then instead of using it for 3 years, after 2 years you return it, right? And when you return it, you get a discount on your new phone and also don't have to continue paying for it. So you just pay for each phone slightly less than you otherwise would have, right? It's like, okay, so given that you're going to switch your phone every 2 years, right? This is a way to, first of all, ensure loyalty to a specific company, right? It's a guaranteed repeat customer. and it basically functions as a loyalty discount, right? But on top of that, it's fucking fascinating because it carries within it the implicit assumption that everyone necessarily replaces their phone every 2 years, right? It's like, okay, yeah, sure, this obviously makes sense to do if you're going to replace your phone every 2 years, right? If you want to always have a Samsung phone or an iPhone and you want a new one every 2 years, well, this is just obvious choice to accomplish that goal, right? So first of all, I would never have either of these phones. Like, these phones are just completely outside my purview. I haven't even considered buying an iPhone or a fucking Samsung phone in fucking 5 years, probably, right? It doesn't even fucking cross my radar. Secondly, when I buy a phone, I want to have it for like fucking 5 years, ideally, right? I don't want to replace a phone. That's never my goal. My goal is to have a phone for as long as it is capable of operating, basically, right? Which, to be fair, generally tends to be around 2 years. When, you know, that's mostly due to me fucking dropping my phone, right? Although I guess that's probably true for like most people. Either way, right? The idea that you constantly have to have a new phone, like, that's fucking so fucking alien to me. Like, the idea, like, and so many people feel this way. Most people, I would say, even feel as if they should always have the new phone, and they shouldn't be, I don't want to be the one with the old phone. All of the other people have the new phone, but I have the old phone. It's like the fucking American Psycho business card scene, right, where a fucking Patrick Bateman goes like, nice, right, where they see someone goes like, yeah, I have an iPhone 5 million, and then they go like, nice, and they just have an iPhone fucking 4 million and 900,000 or whatever the fuck people are nowadays, you know? It's so fucking absurd to me. It's like, how do people not question their consumer decisions, right? How do people not go like, Why am I here with a new phone, right? I don't need it. It doesn't enhance my life. It has a slightly better camera, and I'm gonna pay like fucking $1,000 for it. Oh, I'm gonna pay $1,000 for a slightly better camera that I don't even fucking use. People think this way. Or they go like, oh yeah, I need specs in my phone. You fucking browse fucking Reddit on your phone. Why do you need fucking specs on your fucking phone? But this is just something that people fucking think is valuable. This is something people think is like a valid pattern of fucking consumption, right? And they go like, and like another selling point of these fucking plans, right, is that they will recycle your phone, right, instead of you having to sell it or whatever the fuck, right? And of course you don't want to, no one wants a phone that's old, that's 2 years old. You have to fucking recycle a 2-year-old phone. Yeah. Imagine living in a fucking society where a 2-year-old phone is deemed so fucking outdated and outmoded that it needs to be fucking recycled instead of just fucking reused. This is the world we live in. It's so fucking fascinating to me. It's so fucking fascinating to me because a 2-year-old phone is basically fucking new, right? When it comes to like it might be worn out if it's my fucking phone. Oh, I need to fucking cut. Give me a second. Sausage has been sliced, but yeah, it's so fucking absurd to me. And they act like, oh yeah, this is like an environmental thing. This is, or whatever the fuck they say, like, oh, recycling 2-year-old phones is an environmentally beneficial thing. Oh, because it's recycling. Oh, yeah, don't even consider the fact that we're creating phones that will be outmoded in 2 years. Like, that isn't a fucking environmental catastrophe that entirely relies on colonial powers fucking using slave workers to produce the raw materials. Don't think about that part for recycling. We're saving the fucking planet. This is so fucking fascinating. I can't even convey how fucking impressive this entire fucking scheme is. I can't even, like, there's no way to explain how fucking beautiful this fucking, I don't even fucking know. It's like a fucking catastrophe machine running at full capacity and just getting public support because people are so obsessed with like status fucking symbols. It's fucking insane. It's so fucking insane. And then someone fucking uses these packages, right? Someone goes like, oh yeah, this seems like a good solution, and then they just fucking do it. They just all fucking do it because that falls in line with their consumer patterns, right? It's so fucking amazing. It's unfathomably beautiful in its sheer excess. There's no way for me to even explain how fucking overboard this is. I hope you understand. I hope you intuitively have a sense of understanding of how fucking ridiculous it is that people genuinely consider spending like $1,000 every 2 years on a new fucking phone, right? It's like, how much is that per month? Like, how you're paying $60 a month to use a phone. You're paying $60 a month just to have a phone. Can you imagine being that person? Like, I mean, I can't. It's more like 40, I guess, not 60. It doesn't fucking matter. But can you imagine being the fucking person who pays like $40 a month for the privilege of owning a phone? Like, oh yeah, I have a tracking device and I'm gonna contribute that much fucking money. Like, it's like, I mean, in America, that's probably nothing, right? In America, that's like, oh yeah, that's like a fucking fourth of my internet bill because you people are fucking insane, right? So, but like over here, where people still do that, right? That's enough to pay for like fucking your utilities, right? That's enough to pay for fucking like your water and electricity. I mean, depending on where you live, right? And depending on like, when I was living in a fucking dilapidated building and I had a shitty shower in a corner that barely worked, right? It was enough to pay for utilities. So that is a view of perspective, right? It's like, fuck. Okay. And this is also since I'm bringing up that comparison, right? During that time where I was living in a literal shithole, right? I had a friend and we just talked about like the things we buy, and turns out she spent more money on shoes and fucking makeup and shit a month than I did on my rent and fucking utilities. Like, it's fucking, this is so fucking insane to me. This is fascinating. Like, imagine paying, like, I know, if you have an average income over here, right? It's like $1,000 a month, right? It's about average here. So if you have an average income, right, you're spending fucking 4% of your income every month. Not 4, wait, is it 4? Yeah, it's 4% of your income every month on a phone. It just says have a 4% tax on your entire income to fucking have a phone, which you can just get for $100 and keep for 3 fucking years. Like, this is the fucking ridiculous part for me, right? You can get a phone for basically nothing in the long term, right? It's like, but people will fucking do it because they need the specs and the camera. Like, I mean, I have an expensive phone because I was like, oh yeah, this phone is gonna last me for like 5 years, and it looks really good. It doesn't, no fucking shitty Chinese technology. It doesn't last anywhere near that long. But like, you know. Also, by expensive phone, I mean like this costs like $300, right? That's what I mean by expensive phone. So it's like, by the standards of these people, is that expensive? Who knows? You know, but I've always been really good at just accidentally always gravitating towards the emerging zeitgeist. Like, it seems like I'm always early towards like some larger trend. And I'm not like, oh, I'm the early adopter, like in some technological fucking cock term. I mean, like, when I see like something that's, like, I'm kind of like a barometer, it seems like, for ideas will get like mainstream in some time soon, basically. Like fucking the Minecraft resurgence, right? I was kind of early on that, you know. It's like, I talked about like, hey, look, YouTube can be a form of like actually creative artistic expression. Here's fucking Lindsay Ellis creating this fucking avant-garde vlog about being cancelled. Even though basically everything she said in it was shit, the actual structure of the vlog was like basically a dimple vlog. But you know, it's just I always tend to be early to things, and it has a corollary. By the time that most things blow up, I stop being into them, you know. What can you do? I don't really stop being into them, it's just, you know. Anyway, that wasn't even, I'm gonna take a mask off because no one is fucking around. And talking in a mask is fucking exhausting. I don't know how people, I mean, I have a thick, like, multi-layer fucking mask, whatever, it doesn't fucking matter. Anyway, oh yeah, I wanted to talk about how I don't understand how people can be late. So let me walk through my process of going somewhere. I was like, okay, I have to be somewhere at 3 in the latest, right? I can arrive anytime earlier. So I thought about going earlier, but I was like, okay, I'm too tired. I'm gonna put it off until I have the energy to do it, or at the last moment. So I was like, okay, what's the last moment, right? So I was like, okay, so first of all, getting there takes 25 minutes normally. Like, that's conservative, but if I'm not particularly slow or fast, it'll take 25 minutes to get there, right? So that's 25 minutes. However, there's always going to be the chance that I might be slow. So that's factor 30 minutes. That's a reasonable tolerance for how slow I could be, right? If, for example, my legs started hurting, it would easily take 30 minutes. So Let's count on it taking 30 minutes. Okay, so how long might it how long might it take to get ready? At most 5 minutes if things go wrong. Okay, so how long do I have to be there? Just to make sure I don't go like, well, things could go wrong there too. Practically it should take like 2 minutes, but let's just factor in 10 minutes, just in case. Okay, so that's 45 minutes, I guess. That's 45 minutes. However, something could go wrong that I didn't account for, right? At any point, let's just tack on 5 minutes or 15 minutes, okay? So, reasonably, it should take 30 minutes, but if everything that can go wrong goes wrong, that can even conceive of goes wrong, it'll take 15 minutes, right? So I was at home, it was 15 minutes before I had to go, and I was like, let's start going. First of all, misplaced my phone. Took 5 minutes to find that. Second of all, my dog peed on the floor again. 5 minutes to clean that up. That's a 10 minutes I counted for. Already used up. And I'm walking. Oh, what time is it? Yeah, I still have 30 minutes, right? I don't have to hurry. I'm halfway there, right? Looks like we're gonna make it in 25 minutes. I'll be there 15 minutes before things go wrong, right? But if I hurt my leg, for example, it would have taken 5 minutes longer. And if I get there, right, 15 minutes is incredibly conservative for how long being there will have to take, right? Incredibly conservative. So it all should just be fine. And this is why I'm never late. And what's the worst case? If nothing goes wrong and I'm there 20 minutes early, that's fine too. I don't have to be there at the last possible second, right? There's no need to be there. Be there fucking that early. Oh, but that's are you that annoying person who's early to everything? Yeah. I mean, practically, right? I know I shouldn't be early because when people say that there will be somewhere, they account for the best possible scenario, right? So I understand that times for meeting someone are always skewed towards not being early, right? And that's the earliest time you should be there, right? So I'm meeting someone, right? For example, I go okay, just let's get there at the right time, but things are different, when you have to go to some fucking appointment, yeah. So young tells my fucking responsible person, and when everything goes wrong, I'm still on fucking time. That's me. I mean, obviously you can't always be on time. There are specific situations where I have been late to things. But it's always 5 minutes late, not fucking 50 minutes late. Every day I come to the realization on a consistent basis of hey, wow, I'm really just fucking non-binary. Which is just fucking, I don't know. It's a weird experience because I've always been oh yeah, I'm the traditional fucking trendy, whatever. It's always been something that's a kind of no matter how rationally, right, I think about oh yeah, I don't actually care about being perceived as specifically female, right? I go ha ha ha. Yeah, I'm gonna be perceived as female and fucking care about that. But every time it happens, I go that's fucking annoying. And this has always been fucking true. Just fucking always, whenever I'm perceived as fucking female throughout my entire life, it's always been oh yeah, that's just slightly annoying. That's just kind of frustrating. And fucking yeah, that's why I say I'm a non-binary cis woman, because there's a certain aesthetic that non-binary A maps are supposed to have, where you're basically just some oh, I'm like a trans femme with variations, you know, it's like, it's always like, oh, wow, I'm basically a trans woman with like some slight difference or some direction, whether some more masculine or androgynous gender expressions. Whereas non-binary AFAB people, right, have a much more flexible range of gender expression, right, because there's no culture of like a certain type of, because if you're a trans woman, right, there's constantly stigma and culture surrounding you, so you're always forced to perform in the context of that, basically. That doesn't really exist in the same way for like cis women, I guess, or AFAB, non-binary people. Because the reason I feel being non-binary, it's like, oh, there has to be an inherently like more masculine form of gender expression, or inherently more like male form of gender expression, but it's like I don't really express myself as male in any way. I just don't want to have a gender. And it's my rant. Yeah, so I got there at like 43 rather, right? That's 17 minutes before I needed to get my thing done, right? Okay. It took 5 minutes to, first of all, get the thing, wait for other people, right, and so on and so on. So I got it done by 48, right? And if I hadn't given myself like 10 minutes of leeway, right, it would have been a very stressful situation. Because even though I arrived comparatively early, it still took a bit longer than anticipated, and it's all been stressful, right? And I just avoided that by having good planning. You could also live like me if you fucking pay attention. I think the thing that often really separates me from like other tenpas is that my taste in things tends to be really base level. Like it seems like a lot of tenpas like some like really character driven, like really thinky type of things, like really like meta-textual works of art. And that's never been what I really like that much. I've never really been in, like, I mean, don't get me wrong, I appreciate the good meta-textual commentary, and a good character moment here and there is fucking great. But I feel like the character moments I like aren't the same ones that most other tenpa people would like. Because like I feel like my taste in things is just incredibly base level, right? I think racing is cool because cars go fast, and then I can like the thing is I don't approach it on like that level. Like when I go like, okay, racing is cool because cars go fast, then I just spent multiple weeks autistically just watching videos about like how every single part inside a car works, and because I just need to know how exactly cars go fast, then I need to know about racing technique and like design and like different tracks and their characteristics, right? Until I can go like, racing is cool because cars go fast, right? Like even though I have these really base level impulses, right? I never approach them like a base level, you know? Or like I just like superhero show because superhero cool, right? It's ever like I go like, okay, I'm gonna watch this movie at the cinema and then not think about it. Like I always fucking think about it, and I always autistically like care about continuities, and you know. So it seems like, I mean, this also applies to music. Like where instead of being like, oh, I'm just gonna be into chant, like, aha, I like this album because it's sad. That's just my music taste, you know. It just generally seems like the things I like are just not the things that other tenpas like, and sometimes it makes me like, oh, I must be a normie, I'm not a cool person, but it's like, it's about the approach, you know, it's about fucking approach. I moved my sticky notes to the wall, and they seem to be sticking there better. That's really nice. Time to play RuneScape. I've been so fucking tired because I've had to go outside. Okay, so I found out that the YouTube upload limit is now 12 hours. Well, this is a 24-hour video, but I mean, in the title it says part 1. So here's what I'm gonna do. Here's my current plan. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna upload this video, right? I'm gonna premiere it, right, at a scheduled time. Then 12 hours after I premiere this video, I'm gonna premiere part 2, right? So it's still gonna be a 24-hour video, right? And it's still gonna be... I mean, to be fair, kinda like this, because it creates like an entire fucking experience out of it, right? It's not just like, oh yeah. I'm expecting that there are like gonna be a bunch of parts here that like absolutely no one will see, right? I'm expecting that this has somewhat of a... I mean, to be fair, we have people like fucking... shouts out fucking Nia, C and Horror Love, who just watch fucking the same amount of tempo videos that I do. But I can't really imagine anyone other than me being like, yeah, I'm just gonna watch a 24-hour video. Someone might. That just seems, not something that I can rely on. Anyway, that's the thing I just found out. Yep. Oh, Toads, you've been poisoned by the F1 mind virus, and you're also like kind of an environment person, right? You're kind of an environment type person. So why don't you talk about Formula E? That's a really cool project, right? It's motorsports with fucking electric cars and so on and so on and so on. Why aren't you autistic about Formula E, young Toads, mate? Okay, even though absolutely no one cares. Like this is the fucking question that the least amount of people in the fucking entire world care about. Here are all the reasons why I don't really care about Formula E. Also, there's someone outside, and I just opened the windows, so I'm gonna be quiet. Because, well, I had to open the windows because I just cooked, and people are talking. Anyway, aside from that, right, okay, so, first of all, the cars themselves, right? A big part of why Formula 1 is appealing is it's not just, oh, let's drive these cars, right, and let's see what happens. It's the entire process of developing those cars that's just innately interesting, right? It's not a static thing. It's like, oh, these cars are constantly evolving, and there are these giant car manufacturers, right, who are involved in making the engines and the aerodynamics and just all that cool stuff, right? Then you look at Formula E. All the cars are basically the same, right? Like, there's no real difference between the cars to a comparable extent. Okay, you can overlook that, right? Okay, like, they're the best of the best, right? They're the best electric cars that you could possibly race, right? That still has to count for something, right? That still has to be really interesting and really fun. Well, it's kind of debatable whether they're the best electric cars to race, first of all. They might be, but it's not like it's not that significant of a difference, right? Fine, stop being a pedant, right? They're still really great cars, right? Operating at their full potential, putting on a fucking great race, right? Well, the fucking boosts, right? You can like vote to boost the cars, and if the cars drive a specific way, they can use a temporary boost, and yeah, they're not operating at full capacity, right? They're limited, not in the same way that F1 cars are limited, right? Because F1 cars go like, okay, here are some dangerous construction techniques. These are banned, right? Or sometimes they just nerf the most popular fucking strategy and go like, okay, time to have new strategy, right? And they restrict the amount of, like, they have a lot of rules and regulations in F1, right? So, but like, there's no such arbitrary thing of like, oh, sometimes some cars can go faster, right? Nothing like that exists in F1. Well, technically it used to exist in different conditions. It kind of exists nowadays, and so on and so on and so on. But it's not as obvious, right? It's not transparent. It's not like, oh, hey, yeah, this is literally just a fucking movie that's being conducted. Yeah, that just kills it. Like, none of the real appeals of F1 are present in, like, fucking Formula E. Oh, young Toadsmith, how would you fix Formula E? Just make it Formula 1 but with electric cars. That fucking simple. Yeah, this still fucking frustrates me. Also, this is a really cool shot that's only possible from this bed. That's neat, because I'm sleeping in this bed because my dog peed on the other one, so... Anyway, you see my mouse from the mirror reflecting in the dark. That's really cool. Anyway, you know that Kendrick song Swimming Pools, right? And some people go like, oh, this was about how bad alcoholism is, but then people turned it into a drinking song, and it was about how bad alcoholism is, and it's like, yeah, that's true, but like, have you heard the song? It's made to be like the fucking perfect drinking song. Like, oh, you have Dr. Dre on a song and it's just accidentally gonna end up a drinking song. Yeah, oh yeah, fucking Dr. Dre helped mix this song, and I don't know why people would drink to it. It's not like I have someone who fucking knows how to fucking make music, who knows how to make music that's nice to drink to, right? No one could ever possibly intentionally make sounds that are good to drink to. Why are people drinking to Swimming Pools by Kendrick Lamar? It's about how alcoholism is bad in the lyrics. And then it has like fucking pour, drink in the fucking chorus, right? Like it's very obviously designed to have the structure of a drinking song, right? And the point is a song that is like, oh, I'm drinking this song. Let's consider how drinking not really that fun. And it also kind of makes it more fun, you know. Fucking people, this still annoys me. I know I've talked about this before. That was like a year ago. It was honestly kind of cool to be an alcoholic. Not gonna lie, like it's kind of cool to just get drunk like 3 times a week. Like, there was something about that lifestyle. That's like a long time ago by now, though. And I'm not planning on returning to it, but it was an interesting time in my life. It was an interesting time in my life. I really don't do any substances right now. That's weird, like, I have a responsible sugar use. I'm not currently vaping or smoking. I'm not drinking. I mean, that might be why I feel as bad as I do. Although I have, you know, it is. I'm just tired because I've been having to do that, like, too much fucking bullshit. I mean, I do take caffeine daily. And the upper limit of what is safe to the upper dose, so it's like, it's not like I'm like substance free, but that's like a free substance basically, And it's more like I'm just not addicted to anything in particular. It's really the thing. It's fucking insane living like that after being me. Oh, young outside, yeah, I'm an addictive person. Yeah, I know, I do. I mean, I haven't had that much energy lately, honestly. And I'm willing to bet the big part. I'm willing to bet a big part of that is that I haven't been getting any real dopamine. Which means that my motivation to do anything has been fairly low. But yeah, you know. Okay, so since this is the Toad Smite Self-Indulgence Power Hour, where I talk about things only I care about, I'm gonna talk about how people play RuneScape wrong, right? Because generally people have this tendency of just seeing the game a completely wrong way because they're not fucking willing to think for themselves, right? So what the fuck am I talking about? Toadsmy, what the fuck are you talking about? Well, when it comes to the culture of RuneScape, right, the culture of OSRS, right, it really heavily revolves around doing things by guides and fucking constantly being in a fucking noob mindset, right? And I've been there, I've been a noob, everyone's been a noob, right? But people just do everything in their power to enable that type of thought, right? People constantly, fucking hell. Well, that's gone. But yeah, people constantly just, oh, it came back. So what happens? I took this ball, right? I was aggressively stimming because I was kind of working myself up, right? And then I threw the ball, tried to catch it, didn't catch it, right? It hit my foot, which I'm not gonna show for obvious reasons. Then it got kicked past my bed, and I was like, oh, it's gone. And then it rolled back under the bed, and that was a fucking cool sequence of events. Okay, I'm calm now. Okay, so first of all, people are not willing to specialize basically at all, right? People really often avoid building their account in a way that can specialize into anything, right? Why is that wrong, young toads, mate? Well, to get to any decent way of making money in the game, right? To get through that fucking early game grind and get to a point where you can actually do things, you're gonna have to spend hundreds of hours, right? Of course, you're not gonna have to do it if you're good. You can do it in like 100 hours maybe. But if you're a new player, you're going to spend hundreds of hours to get to a point where you have anything you can do to actually start playing the game, right? Because basically everything in the early game is so oversaturated by both bots and various forms of noobs, right? That it's all worthless. You have to get to a mid game point in something. It doesn't have to be the optimal meta mid game point, right? It doesn't have to be something that's according to a predetermined ladder, but you have to get in the mid game in some regard, right? Whether you're training up one skill, let's say you want to get a decent agility level to do Hallowed Sepulchre and do some quests and right? You're gonna spend like 400 hours getting to a point where you can make money through the Hallowed Sepulchre, right? Oh, you wanna do blood runes, right? That's a decent method for making money. Like it's not the optimal method for rune crafting, but you can get enough levels and enough money that you can make it up to a higher degree of money, right? And it's like, okay, if that's how you want to make money, right? It's like, okay, like that's doable. That's doable. Well, you're gonna have to spend like 200 hours, probably, and that's if you already know what you're doing. Realistically, you're probably gonna spend like 300 hours getting to that point, right? Maybe you can get a high mining level. That's kind of easy, right? And if you get a high mining level, you get oh yeah, that takes 300 hours, right? And the only exception to this, which is why I'm really in favor of this content in the game, is Blast Furnace, right? Which allows you to gain XP to make money, right? It's a fun activity. Give me a second. Whole thing broke and trying to fix it really hurts. I need to start using tools. But yeah, I fixed it by tool use, which is a sign of intelligence. The Toadsmite has intelligence confirmed. But yeah, what the fuck was I saying? Oh yeah. So with Blast Furnace, you can get to using it on a decent level in maybe 50 hours. Wow! Or you can get the Zalra if you're playing optimal in like 200 hours, and that's way fucking better. But all that aside, right? It's like the game has a huge barrier of entry, is basically what I'm saying. And every single avenue of progressing your account is locked behind having one thing in the mid game, right? And people kind of refuse to specialize, right? People kind of go like, oh, no, I'm gonna do something else, and it's fine, okay, sure. But if you don't specialize in one of these things, right, at least, you just won't have any fucking money. And I mean, to be fair, there are some accessible things you can do. There's some fairly easy things you can get to that can make you some decent money, and people usually do that. But it's like you never want to just be making money unless you're making like millions of gold per hour, right? It's not worth to do something that just makes you money unless you're making like 2 mil per hour. I would say, and to get to that point, you have to do bossing, right? And to get the bossing, there's an even higher barrier to entry. So you should always be doing things that also like progress your account otherwise. Like you should always be gaining XP, you should always be just going around, right, doing things that benefit you. And these accessible things don't have the type of longevity because they're relatively accessible, relatively fast. They're also like relatively short activities. Like you can make decent money with like 99 cooking and 99 fire making, but those maybe last you like a few weeks, basically. Like, I mean, if you're going hard in the game, if you're casual, they can last you a few months, but you still make the same amount of money, you know. And I mean, there are also herb brands if you fucking hate yourself for some fucking reason. But yeah, these types of things are things that anyone can do, right? And fucking hell, let's ignore the ball. I'm gonna ignore the ball. So yeah, so this is one way people play the game wrong. They refuse to specialize into something that would benefit them, right? And I know this intimately because I literally didn't know how to play the game. Because no one actually tells you how you should play the fucking game. Everyone just goes like, oh yeah, if you're a noob, here's how you can make like 200k an hour. And it's like, no, you shouldn't be worried about making 200k an hour. You should be worried about getting to a point where you can make like 3 mil an hour consistently without that much effort, right? And I mean, that's Warcraft. Yeah, that's only Warcraft. Oh, but Warcraft is effort, not if you're good. Oh no. And since the culture is around guides, people are always like, oh yeah, I'm just going to do what the guides tell me to do. But every single guide is shit in their own way, right? Because, what's kind of impossible to convey unless you have a relatively intimate understanding of game mechanics is that most gear is borderline irrelevant, right? Like, when you're doing a boss or something, I'm just combing my hair right now. If you hear sounds, that's why. I think I might be starting to get into another mixed episode. I don't think it's time for that yet. I think it should be coming in like a few weeks. So maybe I'm just caffeine withdrawals because I haven't taken caffeine today. Maybe I'm taking caffeine. Anyway, I'm feeling kind of manic. I don't know why. But fuck. What was I saying again? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, most pieces of gear are borderline irrelevant, right? Most activities revolve around one or two significant pieces of equipment, and the flashiest pieces of gear are almost always the last ones you should focus on, right? So, for example, a lot of noobs. This is a common occurrence. It's a notable thing that happens. A lot of noobs buy gold for real money and then buy pandas armor, right? Because it's flashy, it's cool, it's the best melee armor in the game, and it's relatively cheap, right? So a lot of people just buy gold for real life money, either legitimately or illegitimately, although both of them are fucking cringe. So, and they get that armor, right? There are two use cases where that armor could benefit you enough to be worth buying. One use case is melee Warcraft, right? Which you might want to go for, I guess, but if you're new, if you're a noob, melee Warcraft isn't the goal you should set for yourself, basically. It's something that's gonna come naturally at some point and you're not even gonna fucking have to worry about it once you get to that point in the game. But that method, that activity, right, it isn't something that should be in your purview. And the other one is solo raids, which are also really fucking difficult to get into, right? And they're so completely outside your purview as a new player that you shouldn't even think about them also, and you need to open the fucking pen. Oh fuck. thank you for opening, Ken. Thank you for complying. But yeah, yeah. So there's no reason for a new player to have this equipment, right? You can have equivalent results with a fighter torso and obsidian plate legs in almost every case, unless defense is really important, which is only true for basically these two things I already mentioned. Generally, defense is the last that you have to worry about. Like the meta as is does not revolve around high defense being particularly useful in a great deal of places. So yeah, like people don't realize it because it's the best armor, right? And the best armor has to be useful. And generally, it just isn't. The game doesn't work that way. The game works by basically the way equipment works, right? Is that there's a bunch of really marginal upgrades you can make, right? You can always have some minor improvement to your gear up until you're basically just like it takes thousands of hours to get to a point where you can't improve your gear anymore. Like, so it's not a place where most people reach, you know. And thousands of hours efficiently, right? Not just thousands of hours just fucking around, like just thousands of hours like seriously grinding until you can't make like small improvements to your gear. However, these small improvements are generally borderline irrelevant, right? Generally, everything revolves around peak improvements and what, dudes, mind, what do you, why are you fucking rambling about it? Okay, so, I don't even oh yeah, but basically only your weapons matter and a few select pieces of equipment depending on what you're doing. Generally, most other gear is borderline irrelevant and just helps you into some direction slightly. People don't get that. Seriously, fuck YouTube niggas who don't have anything original about them and then they think, oh, I'm copying someone who's cool and that makes me cool, fuck them. Like, I've been seeing this guy Fillion, right, because autistic rabbit holes, you know how I fucking go. And it's just a fucking critical fucking ripoff, right? His intonation, his fucking... he's just a worse version of critical, except he talks about fitness instead of things that critical would talk about. It's like, it's fucking bullshit. It's like, what value do you have? If I wanted to watch critical, I'd go fucking watch critical. Oh, but I also want to hear about fitness. Well, develop a fucking personality then, fucking... Then there's this guy who I got recommended, Big Boss. He just copies internet historian, right? Okay, I get if you want to copy someone's style. That's completely understandable, right? If you want to, like, I fucking copy no thank you style, right? That's completely understandable, right? If you want to fucking be like, okay, I really appreciate how this person presents their fucking videos, right? So I want to take these things from it and then just like, just make videos like that, right? That's fucking epic. That's fucking based. Everyone does that, right? Everyone should do that. It's just good for making things. But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about they literally copied your tone of voice and their fucking their sentence structure. Like it's some fucking trying to become someone's clone type shit, right? It's some fucking alien monstrous fucking whatever. It's like, oh, I just want to make like it's not just that it's fucking repugnant on a visceral level, right? To just bite someone's fucking tone of voice. I mean, to be fair, they might just have a similar voice, even though like the people who they're clearly styling themselves after have very unique voices and very unique presentations, right? So it's just accidentally making similar everything and also having a similar voice, you know, it might have been that they noticed, oh, that guy has a similar voice to me, let's make videos like that, and instead of just copying someone's fucking whole fucking intonation. I'm not talking about just like, oh, that person speaks clearly. I'm talking about fucking affectations and accents and shit like that. Just copying like those types of things just mind-boggling to me. And it's a I know if Plunder is watching here, I don't know if she might go like, oh, but I copied people's work. Yeah, you copied like 5 million different people's things and made it your own unique thing. These people just obviously copied one specific person's whole fucking swag. It's so fucked up, right? But also, you're always going to be an inferior version of someone if you're just fucking biting their swag. Because they came up with the swag. If you bite it, you're just a worse version of them. Why would you do that? You have to eventually at least go in your own direction. But these people fucking don't. They just go like, oh yeah, let's just fucking bite this swag. And they make money so it works and I fucking hate the world. Welcome to another episode of You Watch the Local Trendy Crackcore Go Insane. I'm so wacky, I'm so wacky. Okay, so that's the Dodge Smite video done. That's the Dodge Smite video, that's every Dodge Smite video. And please go to dcrs.xyz, that's dcrs.xyz, because actual art is there. Welcome to Dodge Smite sticky notes. New sticky note. It says, don't think yourself out of a good thing. What do I mean by that? What do I mean by don't think yourself out of a good thing? Well, earlier today I was like, oh, I don't want to play RuneScape because like, I was thinking like, okay, my current goal is to get all of these long grinds done, and I was like, oh, I'm not in the mood for a long grind. I'm not in the mood to do something for 5 million hours right now. And then I was like, this is today. There, when I do something today, that's a 5 million hour commitment, right? It's at most a 16-hour commitment, and generally, just maybe like an hour or two if you're going to go do something in RuneScape, right? And I also I also fucked up by not being really in the mental state to properly play the game, so I can do like a complicated activity, right? And I was like, oh god, I wasted so much time, I wasted so much, but I didn't waste anything, right? That's the important thing to realize. I just wasn't present enough to do something complicated, and RNG dedicate or not dedicated. RNG decided that I should do something complicated, like more complicated than I could handle, and that's not my fault. That's just the way the game works. Sometimes the game isn't there to give me what I want. The game is there to give me something and for me to decide if I want it. And at that point in time, I just didn't want the thing that it gave me. Right. So yeah. Don't think yourself out of a good thing. If I'm having fun, I'm having fun. It doesn't matter that I'm not fucking doing a 5 million hour grind right now, because this isn't a 5 million hour grind, and it's not a race. It's not a fucking race. Also, I made this video. I made this video today. How to join the DCRS 2021, right? And as you can see, the comments are turned off. That's not my choice. YouTube just decided that, oh, I won't be able to have comments on this video for some godforsaken reason. So I guess there's gonna be no comments on here, which is a fucking shame because it's a video advertising my art platform, right? It's like, oh, there are no comments. I don't fucking care. All that matters is that you go to tcrs.xyz and there's dialogues and taint and the pickup later at your press magazine. Both of these will probably have more things in them than they do right now, because right now there's only one pulp story, and there's a decent amount of dialogues and taint. But yeah, DCRS.xyz, be there, be square. Are you entertained yet? Are you entertained, you little peasant? Watching me go insane in my room. I'm young Smite. I'm the local trendy crack whore. I'm the master of mixed episodes. I'm the Kanye West of Tempa vlogs. Is that enough to entertain you? Okay, no, I can't do that. I can't do that. Yeah, I just thought it would be really funny to beat Jesse for like 30 seconds. Yeah, that's enough for me. Come back to the Totes Night sticky note update show. Here's my new sticky note. When you do no, when you put something off, you just don't want to do it longer. See, this is a multi-sided sticky note, right? This is a sticky note that needs explaining, right? So first of all, it it means what it means, right? It's like if I don't want to do something, right, and I put it off, it just means I won't want to do it for longer, right? When I'm like when I have to do something right now, right, or today, right, and I go like, oh, I'll just do it in like 5 hours. In 5 hours, I'll still not want to do it, right? And I'll just have spent that 5 hours being like, oh, I should do it, right? And if I forget to do it before my chance goes by, it'll be like, oh fuck, I forgot to do the thing I had to do, right? So when I put something off, it just means I don't want to do it for longer, right? It means that there's a very low chance that I'll magically just get motivated to do something in the time that I put it off, right? So if something is an issue that needs to be resolved, it means that I need to resolve it now instead of waiting, because waiting just means I'll spend a bunch of time just thinking that I should do something without actually doing it. But it has a flip side. I can't just hope to magically be motivated to do something later, right? And that means if for example, I set myself a goal that I don't actually care about, right? I can't expect myself to be motivated to care about it again in any time in the future, because I have this bad habit, right? Because I can't put things out of mind. Whatever. I won't explain the implications of that pause, but since I can't just move on, right? I constantly cling to the idea like, oh, one day I'll want to do this thing, and I never do. I never do. And there's this one book series I don't want to read that I haven't wanted to read for a long time, but since I wanted to read it once, I'm like, oh, I must still want to read it, but it just doesn't appeal to the person who I am right now at all. So when you put something off, you just don't want to do it longer. That's what that means. Also, if you heard of the DCRS.xyz, there's a new category now. These are the categories that I wrote, which are good, and you should read them. I haven't talked about this, but I have a new article on critics. Wow, it's an article on me hitting a lick on Anthony Fantano. Wow. But now there's In Submission to Eldritch Creatures, which is cities by a person who submitted this thing. So if you want to read more, then go here. So this hasn't happened in God knows long, but I stayed up late, I guess. I mean, this has happened, but not to this extent. I stayed up for I mean, optimistic estimate, I should have gone to sleep an hour ago. But I woke up at, yeah, I should have gone to sleep an hour ago. I guess I didn't stay up that late. But the thing is, I don't feel tired, and I'm gonna stay up longer. Uh, yeah, I'm losing my power. It used to be like, oh, I stay up for like 17 hours every day, but now it's like, oh, I stay up for 17 hours. It feels like I've been awake forever. And it used to be like, oh yeah, my day is just 20 hours, and I was just like, oh yeah, 20 hours? That's crazy talk. Who stays up that long? But what I've been doing all night is reading the manga by Noboru Rokuda, and it's fucking insane. It's an insane manga, it's great. You know what's a fucking thing that annoys me? Is how people treat arbitrary thresholds as some type of sacred truth. And this isn't about the age of consent. I swear to God, this isn't about the age of consent. And yeah, I remember one time someone was like, I was like, yeah, I'm overweight, I need to lose weight. And then someone was like, what's your height and weight? And I was like, this is my height and weight. And today I was like, damn, you're fucking obese, you really need to lose some weight. And I was like, what? And my BMI was exactly 30. Like, I'm not saying 30.9, 30.5, 30.1. It was 30.0, right? And someone was like, yeah, look, you're obese. And I'm like, like, the only difference between 29.9 and 30.0 is like, it's a minimal difference. Like, that's the point. I'm not gonna fucking do the math. It's like, it's probably not even a kilogram. It's almost definitely not even a kilogram, right? It's grams of weight which could easily change based on day and how much water and food you have in your body and the clothes you wear and so on and so on. But still, someone looked at the 30.0 figure and was like, oh, damn, you're obese, right? And I'm not flaming them. I'm not being like, oh, damn, you thought I was obese? What a fucking injustice to me. No, 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 no. I'm saying it's like, someone really looked at like a, what is it really like? 100 some gram difference, I think. And went like, oh, judging from this, you must be an obese person. It's like, I don't know. I don't know how people latch onto these things. I have to go outside tomorrow, but this is what vlogs are for. I can just vlog my time outside, distract myself from how insane overstimulated the sun will definitely make me. And yeah, that's really it. There's too much sun in the summer. It's fine when I'm inside, but outside it's always been really oppressive. Like, when I was a kid, I used to fantasize about covering up the sun, both because it used to really overstimulate me, and also because it's so fucking hot. I don't want that type of heat. I want that type of heat. Yeah. Welcome to Young Toad Smart's Chronicle of Suffering. I haven't had any caffeine today because when I take my caffeine pills, it makes it really hard to go outside and like walk around and stuff. And also when I get myself a monster because I have to go places, and that's a nice way to like reward myself, I guess. So I don't know how long ago it was for you guys. I guess I'm going a different way. I thought it was empty, but 10 people just showed up out of nowhere. I don't know how long it was for you guys, but I had that clip where I was like, oh, I can't put things out of mind, right? And I fucking hate saying that, like, the words feel like fucking tar. And it's awful because it's like a catchphrase type thing, and I absolutely despise repeating myself. Like, if I have to repeat myself, I just fucking suffer. And developing something that's akin to a catchphrase like that has been tremendously agonizing for me, because there's no other way I can put that sentiment, and it's a sentiment that has been very relevant to me recently. But I just don't like having one. I don't like communicating that way. Man, that fucking sucks. Also, anyway, there's so many fucking people outside right now. Like, we don't expect there to be many people at like fucking 3 p.m. on a fucking Wednesday, Thursday. I don't fucking know what day it is. I didn't expect this many people to be out, but apparently there are a bunch of people out. But I've been wondering if I never went to school, would I still have this many agoraphobic tendencies? Because the feeling I get, it's like a chimkey eggy type of thing, right? Because the feeling I get when I'm I am going outside, right? I have to go outdoors to do some chores, right? The feeling I get is the exact feeling I used to get when I had to go to school, right? So it's like, do I subconsciously associate going outside with going to school? Or did I hate going to school because I had to go outside? And I have no clue. I have no clue what answer that is. Yeah. I actually, like, it still amazes me how little I used to be able to sleep, right? I used to be able, fuck, my entire body is uncomfortable. Fucking hell. But yeah, it amazes me how little I used to be able to sleep, right? I used to be able to be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna sleep for 4 hours and then just make it up in the weekend. And like, that worked, right? That genuinely just fucking worked. I was like, functional enough, I had enough energy to do things I liked when I was at home. And I could just fucking basically black out at school, right? I could be so sleep deprived that I would basically forget everything and not be very conscious when I was at school, right? I mean, maybe that's just a testament to how traumatic school was, because that was a worthwhile proposal to just be delirious. Man. But yeah, I still fucking, I don't know, I just want to be home. But I gotta do stuff until I get to be home. It's a fucking right they have to fucking fascist reality. Sometimes I go like, oh, am I really disabled? Like, you know, I'm just autistic, and I'm a decently highly functional autistic person. Is it really enough to constitute a disability, you know? And can I go to the store and get overstimulated to the fucking point of nausea? And it's like, oh yeah, that happens. I just opened this new energy drink. Here's the new energy drink. It's called Cult. I have no clue what it's like. I was just like, I was at the store and I saw like, oh, there's a new energy drink, and I wanted to try it out. I guess it tastes interesting, kind of awful. No, at least it's awful in an interesting way. So here's my review of Cult. It's bad, but the can has a nice texture. Like generally energy drink cans go for like a more metallic feel, but like I like the matte feel that this has, and it's really nice. And Jesus Christ, there's so many people outside, I can't even be in peace. So here's a detailed account of what's happened today. Oh my fucking god. Okay, I need to readjust my bag. But here's the detailed account of my million tortures, as I've been calling it in my head. So first off, I had to decide whether I'm gonna get vape parts. I decided that I'm not gonna, because I don't need to. I think I'll need to soon too, so yeah. Anyway, so I was like, okay, I'm not gonna go get vape parts, right? Then I was like, okay, let's go straight to the apothecary. I guess that's the word. Yeah. And get the medicine, right? And they didn't have it in stock, but I could order it, and I should be able to get it in a few days. So that's nice. And then that's where my torments really began. That was still fine. But then as time went on, my bag refuses to be adjusted. But yeah, as time went on, a very curious phenomenon started making itself very apparent with my pants, where they just caused back pain for some godforsaken reason. So it's like, I guess I have back pain now. And then things were still kind of fine. Things were still kind of okay. It was like, okay, I'm getting hot, that's a bad sign. I have back pain, that's a bad sign. I'm in a public place indoors, that's a bad sign. But I was like, whatever, I need to go get stuff, right? And there's no avoiding that, so I went and got dog food. Easiest thing ever. Right, and it's like, oh fuck, I spilled my energy drink. Okay, that's checked off. Then I went and got myself fucking... Then I went and got myself the fucking dog pee smell cleaner thing. And I was like, that was kind of intense, you know. It was kind of like I think I had to navigate, whatever. And then I was like, okay, I'm gonna make meatballs today. Time to dip outside for a bit, right, and search for a meatball recipe. And everywhere I looked, the meatball recipes were just use bread and egg. You gotta use bread and egg for your meatball. And I was like, I've used bread and egg for meatballs, and it tastes like shit. Like, is there any other fucking way to do it? I couldn't find one. I was starting to get really overstimulated, right? I had been outside, there were like fucking loud noises and stuff, right? So I was like, I guess I'm just making these meatballs again. Hopefully they're at least somewhat better this time, you know. Oh, Jesus. Let me fucking take off my headphones and... Okay, now I feel a lot better immediately. Because I had my headphones around my neck, and having things around my neck, you guessed it, overstimulates me. So yeah, I was like, okay, I guess I'm making these meatballs. And then I was like, okay, so has my mom sent me money yet? Because my mom has to send me some money yet. I was like, oh, she hasn't. Okay, I have to message her about everything, because I went outside and like got the dog medicine ordered and so on and so on and so on, right? And I was like, I had to have a conversation on top of everything, you know. Things are getting bad, right? At that point, that's when things started making themselves very apparently bad. Before that, it was within reason to ignore, right? But that's when the million tortures became the great fucking pain, right? So I was like, okay, whatever. I have to go get myself food, because if I don't have food, I won't eat, right? Simple as that. But I had already gotten myself dog food and smelling it, so I was already carrying around a bunch of weight with me, right? So I was like, okay, whatever, I'll just go in and out, right? It won't be a big deal. And then I went to the store. I got most things fairly fast, right? And it was very uncomfortable, right? It was a situation I didn't want to be in, but I could listen to stuff through my headphones, right? It was still within tolerable limits, right? Nothing had quite crossed the line yet. And then the great travesty happened. I couldn't find where they fucking had the bread, right? I couldn't find where they had the bread. Engage. Just a complete fucking mess of overstimulation, hitting in like 5 million miles per hour. So I'm just there, I just overstimulated a million different ways, just walking around the store, trying to find the bread. And I was constantly like, oh, it shouldn't be that hard, it's just bread, right? Bread should be in the most obvious place in the store. So I just kept walking in circles around the store, constantly getting more hotter. Like at that point I was sweating from both how warm I was and also how fucking intense the overstimulation had become, which then in turn created a feedback loop, right? Because I really hate sweating. So it was just the spiral accelerated. So the feedback loop had engaged, right? It was like, okay, this is, from this point on, it's just going to get worse, right? So I was like, okay, I have to find the fucking bread. My thoughts were going like a million miles an hour, right? At nothing in particular. But I was like, okay, I have to get this fucking bread. So I was like, okay, so where the fuck could this bread be? So I was just there walking in circles, fucking thinking myself insane. And I was like, okay, let's take a methodological approach. Instead of trying to actually look for science and do anything rationally, let's literally just walk the entire way around the store to find the fucking bread. So with that approach, I found the bread. But it was too late, I was already so overstimulated from everything that was going on that I was like, okay, time to just fucking get the fuck out of here, right? So I didn't want to use the self-checkout because I had an energy drink and those are age restricted, and I was like, I don't want to take the chance, I have to fuck with that. So I got in line, right? It was awful, it was terrible, but I survived. And then I got out of the store and then I started recording this. That's been my million tortures. Welcome to this episode of Young Toadsmite. Welcome to another episode of the Toadsmite Self-Indulgence Power Hour. Something's been smelling really bad here, but I don't know what it's. Probably the dishwasher. Something's gone stale there, and I don't care enough right now. I'm too tired. But yeah, that's my self-indulgence power hour. Okay, what's my philosophy towards cooking? And you might be like, Toadsmite, what the fuck do you mean your philosophy towards cooking, right? What type of philosophy do you have when you cook? So now I have to explain to you what cooking is, right? Of course, because all of my audience, you're fucking autistic needs, you don't cook, right? I know you. I mean, that's actually true. There's probably like 2 people watching. Well, most of you probably cook, right? Having talked to you personally, like you probably cook. So you get it, but like just in case, I'm gonna explain what cooking is, right? Fundamentally, your cooking is a choice of spices, right? And you might be like, well, what the fuck do you mean? You have to follow the recipe and make the food item itself, right? And, well, that's true to an extent, right? You do have to follow the recipe and make a food item. Or invent a new recipe if you're so inclined, right? Oh fuck. Oh. I might have to censor this fucking thing because, whatever. Whatever, it doesn't fucking matter. Anyway, what's... Right, so that's true on a very fundamental level. Cooking is about following a recipe. However, anyone can follow a recipe, right? A recipe isn't something that takes skill or anything to follow. You just kind of do it, you know. So when it comes to why you would cook for yourself, right, or what your choices when you cook are, there. Of course, what recipe you choose to make, right? That's an important choice. But more importantly, how you choose to alter that recipe to better fit what you want out of food. And this might be like, oh, what do you mean? How do you alter the recipe? A recipe isn't meant to be altered. Well, if you think that way, you're a fucking moron. Because everyone has a different taste, everyone has different preferences. And recipes are made to be altered. That's the point of recipes here. There are things you can learn, sure, but there are things you should never rely on past a very limited amount of time when you haven't learned it yet, right? It's like, sure, it's good to learn the recipe first before really trying to innovate too much with it, I guess. But recipes when you're cooking for yourself, at least, right? That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about being a professional chef or whatever. Recipes when you're cooking for yourself are springboards, right? There are things you can learn and customize, and there are things you can move on from. And sure, if you're young Toadsmite, the genius of the world, right, you also invent new cooking techniques, like making pizza on a fucking cast iron skillet. That's not actually that fucking intelligent. That's just, what household appliance has the highest heat, though? That one. So I'm gonna use that one. It's not really an impressive discovery, but it's somewhat original. I haven't seen people do it other than me. I mean, of course they do it, but not in the way I do it, like deep dish pizza exists, it's just in character completely different than the pizza I make on a cast iron. Well, anyway, recipes, right, are something you should learn and iterate on, right? And the way you iterate on recipes is by choosing what spices you're gonna use for the recipe. So when it comes to what's your philosophy in cooking, it's really what's your philosophy in spices, which spices and how you want to use, right? That's basically all that cooking is. Like when it comes to your part in making sure that a meal gets made, right? The other stuff like the base food, the ingredients, right, the process are kind of solved, right, for you. Those are just something you can iterate on at points, right? Like you can choose like, oh, do I want my steak rare or medium rare or well done or whatever you prefer, right? Like you can iterate on those things for sure, but those are not really things that you need to iterate on, I guess. Like of course someone at some point has to invent the recipe. That's true, right? All recipes are invented by someone at some point. But the thing with recipes is that they follow ingredients, right? It's not that someone goes like, oh, let's just make up a new recipe. No, it's just people at some point in time had specific ingredients available to them, and then they made recipes with them. The only time you should be really like innovating on recipes is if you have a novel combination of ingredients, basically, right? If you want to make a food with specific ingredients that didn't exist at some point in time, and you go like, okay, because otherwise you can make up recipes, but you're generally, not always, but generally just going to be like reinventing the wheel, right? And it's useful if you're like a fucking head chef at some place, right? And your job is to basically reinvent the wheel, right? Of course you should do it in that case, right? But I'm like, if you're just cooking at home, there's really no reason to fuck with recipes, like generally. Like, I mean, I fuck with recipes to a certain extent, right? I play things by ear. I don't fucking go like, oh, let's do exactly what the recipe says. Like, that's just not the way I cook, right? I take, I cook by feeling and I cook with really rough proportions. I'm not out here obsessing like, oh, I need to weigh all my ingredients, and I don't do that generally, like as a rule. So I mean, to an extent I fuck with recipes, but like that's just the way I cook, right? I don't have the patience to pay that much attention, right? I don't have the need to pay that much attention. I mostly just rely on my nose, right? And I just make foods how I want to make them, right? It's really a matter of the process, not of the results in that specific way for me. Like, yeah. But let's talk about the fucking point I was trying to make. Now that you have the background on what cooking is, because of course you wouldn't know, you're a peon, right? Anyway, your choice as the person who cooks, right, is about your choice of spices, right? So how do I choose my spices when I make a thing? Well, first of all, I know which spices I really like. I know I really like garlic and oregano, right? And since I really like garlic and oregano, I kind of stick to more like Italian flavors, right? As a general rule, because first of all, those are the foods I generally make too, like are more Italian, right? But also, the flavors people have found to complement garlic and oregano are like found for a reason, right? So I use basil very often, right? I mean that's the main one, but you know basically the point, right? However, I also have a lot of influence from a more oriental style of cooking, right? So I also like using fish sauces a lot. I like using chili powder a lot, or chili pepper rather. I like using like Chinese fire spice, for example. That's really fun to use. So really, my philosophy, right, has to revolve around the spices I like, because that's your goal, is to make foods that you like, and that revolves around what you like. So how, with the knowledge that this is my profile, right, do I find out what I like? Well, the answer I've come to in my own personal cooking is thematic cohesion. If I'm making a dish, I want everything to be spiced somewhat similarly. And if you're a more if you have a more novel perspective on cooking, right, you might be like, oh, why would you want everything to be spiced similarly? Like, isn't food supposed to be like a journey through different tastes, and the combinations of ingredients, aren't they supposed to be like additive, not necessarily complementary, right? And it's like, that's a fair perspective to have, right? That's a completely fair thing to think. But from my perspective, right? From my perspective, I like a meal to have a defined taste. Now, if I'm making lasagna, for example, I'll use, what the fuck is the name? The nuts that you grind up and they're really nice. I fucking forget the name. I know. It's fucking. I'll use that. What the fuck is the name? I can fucking pull up the fucking package here real quick, right? Should be somewhere here. Fucking hell, why can't I find it? I'm just currently waiting to fucking remember. It's this thing, these nuts. It's these nuts right in there. You grind them up, and then that's a food, right? But yeah, whatever. If I'm making lasagna, I'm gonna use that. I'm gonna use chili powder, right? Which are not what you generally would consider to be a part of a lasagna. But like, I really like putting earthy flavors into a lasagna, right? That's my taste palette when I'm making a lasagna. It's really earthy. It's really intense even at times, right? But it still revolves around the core flavors of like oregano and garlic, right? And that's just my philosophy when it comes to cooking. I know what core I'm gonna make things revolve around, and everything after that is just in addition to that, right? To strengthen out that core. I forgot how nothing compares to a good manga for me. Like there's not even there's not even like a close second. Because I just finished F. I basically came home, I made myself food, and during eating, and then after I had finished eating, I just got into bed, and then I just read the manga and I just finished it. And over the past few days, I've just read the entire manga, and it was like let me calculate in my head real quick. It took maybe like 14 hours to read. So I was fucking going hard on it. I was just constantly reading it, and the time just passed by, because that's really my fucking cross to bear. Manga is the one thing I'm passionate about, but I've also like it's also really hard to find more manga that I'm interested in, because there are so many factors. Like, first of all, is the manga itself good, right? Is the writing good? Is the art good? And I would say when I pick up a manga, right, there's maybe like a 5% chance that I drop it because the art isn't good, and maybe like a 15% chance that I drop it that because the writing isn't good. Right? Of course, there's some overlap in there, but like that's basically like 1 in 5 manga I just drop immediately, right? Then there's a large subsection of manga, I would say like 30%, that just get boring and like lose the plot. Like when they're entering the third act or the second act or whatever, like they have a really solid story until some point, and then just kind of lose it. Like that's also a really common thing, and like that means like the manga I read I can't really get into, right? So it's like, okay, then there's other half I can read. Well, there is always the chance of a bad translation or a bad scanlation, right? And that probably cuts off another 20%, right? So that's like, let's say, let's be generous. Let's say 40% of manga are just readable from start to finish, right? Just because there are so many fucking factors, from like the translators to the art to the writing to the longevity, right? There's never a guarantee. Well, you want to finish a manga. So, all of the manga I read just get dropped. And then there's the 40%, right? Maybe only 10% of those really feel worth reading. So that's like, if I pick up a manga, there's like a 5% chance it'll really like capture me, which is still good because nothing else does it, right? But it's like, I need to try out 20 manga and spend probably tens of hours reading manga and trying to find manga to find that one manga that really has a great impression on me. And that's like, there's a lot of time. Like nothing else has anything like it. Like right now, I have like 50 anime I could watch and enjoy, right? Because there's just enough of a community around anime, and the standards when it comes to anime are like consistent enough that most of them aren't immediately unappealing to me, and so on and so on and so on and so on. And same goes with books and movies and whatever. It's just manga is really hard to find. It's just really rewarding when you find good ones, but it's just really fucking hard to find. I wanna talk about, also, why is my camera not picking up any light? I mean, there's not that much of it, I'd assume it would pick up some. Whatever. I wanna talk about cultural appropriation because it's the most fucking retarded debate to me. Because first of all, culture doesn't just get appropriated, right? It's not like someone goes like, "Oh yeah, I'm just gonna appropriate someone's culture," right? That doesn't happen. It's not like you can go up to like an uncontacted tribe and appropriate their culture, right? So when you appropriate the culture, that culture already has to be a part of pop culture in some type of way, right? Cultural appropriation really is just a vector for the popularization of different cultural trends, right? So it's like for example, when I use the African American vernacular English, right, which I very often do, I'm not appropriating anyone's culture. Like, first of all, the way I choose to speak English has nothing to do with where I was born, right? Like when I went to school, we were taught British English. When I came home, I learned English from anime dubs and YouTube videos, right? Like the vernacular I use is in no way tied to my upbringing, right? I make deliberate choices about the way I want to express myself, and if I wanna be like, yo, if you wanna bust this joint, right? That's just my fucking choice, right? It doesn't mean I'm appropriating anyone's culture more than it would if I was to speak in a British fucking English way or an American English way. I choose to speak in a chimerized way of every single fucking English vernacular I can. So that there's no cultural appropriation there, but let's say, there's a white kid in the US who doesn't live in a diverse neighborhood, and he still comes up there and goes like, "Hey, what's cracking, car?" Right? Like, let's say this white kid does it. Okay, so why can't he do that? Right? It's not like he stole that from the ether, right? It's the people who are a part of that culture, right? Uploaded themselves or made themselves a part of popular culture, right? So cultural appropriation, right, just means that something is popular within culture enough that people copy it, right? There's no such thing. It's just trying to tie an identity to just a normal behavior, right? And since we live in a fucking society where people are fucking constantly using identity to signal various different things, it's like a whole fucking clusterfuck, right? Like like when you go fucking, I don't know, when you appropriate something from fucking Italians, right? I know what. Uh, I might even have it because it's so fucking ingrained in our culture, right? Like, no one goes like, oh, you're appropriating Italian culture because it's a, that's an Italian phrase. It's a food item. I know when you go like, mi amore, like, it's so, no one does it. So I fucking know. But you know what I mean, you know what I mean. It's not appropriating anything, it's just something that's popular, you know? And you're just copying something that's fucking popular, right? Okay, so what if something isn't popular, right? What if you just take something obscure, right? Oh, Stephanie Meyer appropriated that one fucking tribe, even though I only learned about it from that one fucking video, fucking one homemade. And Stephanie Meyer appropriated some Native American tribe, right? Seems to have worked out well for them, right? Man, whatever. Like she appropriated the culture, it wasn't something well known, and then she used it for her own. Uh, like, she created this mythical pseudo lore about it. It's like, I. So, what about it, you know? Someone had to teach that culture to someone, right? Someone had to lay it out, and, it's not like you can get that information from nowhere, right? So, obviously, someone wanted that culture to be known, and even if Stephanie Meyer butchered it or whatever, it's obviously a work of fiction that can't be expected to fucking fit into reality, right? This is fucking vampires and shit, you know, who the fuck cares, right? To me, that's a valid form of cultural appropriation, right? Also, I'm talking about cultural appropriation because this fucking topic has pissed me off for fucking a decade now because it doesn't fucking make any sense to me. Like, because, so I'm just dismantling every single fucking case you can make with facts and logic. And then I'm gonna circle back around to why cultural appropriation isn't like some fucking boogeyman. That's later. I have to first dismantle fucking leap shit fucking cultural appropriation, right? Whatever. Okay, so what else? What else? What else? What else? Okay, let's say for example, right, that you appropriate the culture to promote negative messages against the culture, right? Or what if you fucking, I don't know, take elements of Jewish culture that you like anti-Jew propaganda or whatever the fuck, right? Okay, the problem isn't cultural appropriation. The problem is fucking the fact that you're being an anti-Semite, right? That's the issue there. So there's this bitch on TikTok, right, who does sign language wrong as an aesthetic or something. I don't fucking care. Okay, if you're a deaf person, why do you fucking care? Like, oh, it normalizes doing sign language wrong. And it's not that she's actually doing it for deaf people, you know. She's doing it for people who can fucking hear, and she just wants to fucking have a fucking aesthetic, right? And it's sure it's offensive just being like, yeah, you don't matter if you're deaf. Yeah, and right, that's just everyone, right? That's not unique to that woman, right? That's just normal ableism, right? You know, it's like the problem there isn't that she's appropriating sign language, right? You shouldn't be like, oh, stop appropriating sign language because that doesn't make any sense. It's a language. It by definition you can't appropriate it. It's some forms of communication. However, she's basically just being racist. Like it's like when you go up to like a fucking Japanese person and go like, "Oh, konnichiwa, I am Tootsmite son or Tootsmite chan or Tootsmite sama," right? It's like if imagine if I went up to like a Japanese person and like konnichiwa or I wa Tootsmite sama, it would be just fucking rude, right? It wouldn't. The problem isn't that I'm appropriating Japanese culture, whatever the fuck, right? The problem is I'm being a fucking douchebag, right? So instead of making it like, oh, you're fucking appropriating culture, like, it's just a fucking ableist dick, right? Who fucking cares? Yeah, she hates deaf people. A lot of people do. Just call her out on it and move on, not be like, oh, stop using sign language, oh, it's our property. Like, that's just fucking, deaf people are fucking weird about sign language, right? To go like, they literally just gatekeep their fucking sign language. They go like, oh, if you aren't deaf, you shouldn't learn sign language. Like, what the fuck is wrong with them? Like, I don't fucking get them. It's like they want being deaf to be like an exclusive fucking club. That's it. Okay, so here we get to my main point. This is the problem with cultural appropriation. It makes identity groups into various exclusive clubs because everyone wants to feel like they belong somewhere, right? Which creates all of these tiny meta racisms, right? In our current world, right? It's like, oh yeah, I'm a deaf person. I have an exclusive right to sign language, or fucking I'm a queer person so I can say faggot, or I'm a black person so I can say nigger, or whatever the fuck. Like, all of these tiny fucking exclusive identity groups, right? These tiny little nationalisms, right? That don't exist for any reason other than to piss people off and to feel like you have some fucking special access to something, right? You know what that's called? That's called a fucking form of fascism, right? Like monopolizing your identity to have a cultural hegemony is a form of fascist thinking, right? I'm not saying, oh, if you think only black people should be able to say nigga, you're a fascist, right? No, probably means you're a fucking like a 15-year-old white girl who gets uncomfortable when you hear the N-word being said, right? Which is fine, I don't fucking care, right? I'm gonna say, nigga, you don't fucking matter. If I'm talking to a black person and they tell me, like, hey, that's white, don't say nigga around me. It makes me uncomfortable when white people use that word. I'm gonna be like, I'm not a white person, but I'm gonna be respectful towards you. I'm not gonna be a fucking asshole, right? This has always been my stance. It's all about what makes some white fucking person uncomfortable. It's about not being addicted to black people who you are communicating with, right? That's where it matters. Like, no one has a right to fucking be like, oh, the way you express yourself makes me uncomfortable, unless I'm talking to them, right? That's when they have the right to say that, right? Like, if you're watching my video and it makes you uncomfortable, turn it off. Simple as fucking that. I'm not fucking. However, this is the corollary, right? I'm not some fucking major social institution or some prominent public figure, right? And here's where the nuance comes in. Here's where the nuance comes in. When someone like, I don't know, Drake, right, goes and appropriates a culture, that's him being a fucking asshole about it. Why? Well, because first of all, he doesn't belong in the culture. And second of all, his representation of that culture is going to become, by his status, more prominent than the culture originally is, right? And the same applies to like Stephanie Meyer after she blew up, right? And the same applies to fucking all of these neurotypicals advocating for autism, right? Who just go like, yeah, the goal is to fucking get all the autistic people to mask, even though autistic behaviors are harmless. It has been demonstrated over and over again that masking isn't helpful, and what's helpful is not fucking being an asshole to autistic people for fucking harmless autistic behaviors, right? And so on and so on and so on, right? It's pretty much objectively demonstrated, right, that to help autistic people, the solution is to just not care about fucking not making eye contact or not being aware of ambiguous language, right? Because that's harmless, right? The goal isn't to make autistic people look neurotypical because that doesn't benefit autistic people. Just empirically, objectively, doesn't fucking benefit autistic people in any way. It only benefits neurotypicals who are made uncomfortable by autistic people, right? And then when you appropriate autistic people's fucking lives, right? And if you have that power and influence, and if you make the common culture conversation about, hey, look, autistic people need to learn to be better, right? That's where the problems arise. So it's not the cultural appropriation, it's the redefinition of cultures within pop culture by powerful individuals and institutions, right? That's really the problem, right? The problem isn't when fucking Timmy down the street wants to have dreadlocks, right? That's not the problem. The problem is when Timmy, the record record executive, right, comes up to you and goes like, you need to have dreadlocks for your brand image, right, or whatever the fuck, right? That's where the problems are, right? Not to say that all black people are rappers, or that all record managers are white, right? I'm just making up a fucking example. Okay. And this is why gatekeeping is actually great, right? But not gatekeeping in regards to things like language or fucking people's choices to express themselves, right? That's not what you should gatekeep, right? You shouldn't be like, oh, you can't have a leather jacket with fucking spikes on it unless you listen to Gigi Allen, right? That's what the gatekeeping that makes sense. The gatekeeping that makes sense is like, okay, don't claim to fucking be punk if you don't listen to punk music, right? Even though punk is an aesthetic, right? Punk is dead. It, it's just an example because punk gatekeepers are fucking cringe, right? They go like, oh, fucking people appropriate my aesthetic, right? And it's like, okay, yeah, you are an entire aesthetic movement, but your aesthetic shouldn't be the point. The point should be the fucking music, you know? It doesn't fucking matter. Anyway, yeah. Basically, the problem is fucking tiny fascisms in micro identities that fucking spread out their tendrils around culture and just repress people and create a culture of fucking constant inability to express yourself in the way that you want, right? When the real solution is to not allow your culture to become popularized and defend your culture at all costs against the popularized version, right? That's the important part. But now people out here fucking chasing clout. They want their culture to be popular and their exclusive property. Choose one fucking faggot. Just to clarify, young Toadsmite, would you say that my YouTube channel with like 250,000 fucking subscribers is a powerful individual? Hey Toadsmite, do you think this Twitch streamer is a powerful individual? Hey Toadsmite, do you think this video essay person has like 3 million subscribers is powerful? No, those are not powerful individuals. They're not fucking billionaires. Unless you're a billionaire, it don't fucking matter. If that needed to be clear, if I needed to clarify that, if like, if you're some fucking massive company with like 5 million employees and you make YouTube videos, yeah, you're powerful, right? If you're just some person making video essays with like an editor, who the fuck cares? It's like, oh, but like you've reached influence. Fuck you. You're a neoconservative if you think that influence matters. I really need to get over my self-fucking hate for being a writer. That's my number one issue right now that I need to get over. If I manage to solve this issue, so much other shit will be solved. Like it's actually kind of funny how much of my fucking misery is tied to the fact that I just kind of hate the fact that, hey, the one thing I'm good at is a basically dead form of art. Oh, hey, I'm in the fucking mirror. But yeah, anyway, it's like fucking. I'm not really good at making videos. Like I can make great videos. Like I think like fucking Behold the Love God is one of the fucking greatest videos ever made, right? But I'm not really good at making videos, right? It's like I can make a few good ones here and there. Right? It's not like I'm consistent, right? That's the thing. And I'm not good at making music. I just make music for fun. It's a hobby I have. Right? It's just it's just something I do, you know. It's like, oh hey, it's fun to make a song, right? That's just my approach to music. It's not like something I do to impress people, right? And then it's like, okay, what am I good at, right? What's the thing I can do that can like impress people, because I need that validation, right? I need people to be like, yeah, dude, Smite, you're a god. I need my fucking god complex validated, right? So it's like, oh, yeah, I'm really fucking good at writing. Like, not really good. I'm not like one of the greats or whatever the fuck, right? But I'm significantly above average, I would say, when it comes to writing. Like, I've studied a lot, I've cared about it a lot, so I'm just good at it, you know. Most things work like that. So it's like, okay, wow, okay, so I'm good at writing. Well, time to have a complex about it. Time to have, not, it's not just that I have one complex about it. It's like, oh, we have one complex, you know, you could deal with one complex. No, I have a million fucking complexes about it. Like, first of all, right, writing is dead. No one fucking cares about writing that much. Like, the only people who care about writing are fucking writers, basically, at this point. Like, if you care about writing, you're a fucking writer. And it's different to impress people who share your area of expertise than to impress people who don't, right? Because like they're just looking for different things. Like I want to be like, oh, hey, random person, here's my writing. Please have it be important to you, and then that just never fucking happens nowadays. That hasn't happened for fucking decades. Not decades. I mean, I could write fucking young adult fiction, which I unironically might, but it's like that's that's the only shit that still gets read, and it's like, okay, historically that's kind of also been true. Like it's not like people have been fucking consuming high literature, but you know, it's like it had like a much more significant cultural place where you were a writer, right? Nowadays it's something like, oh, you wrote the book, that's impressive, I'm not gonna read the book, I will now. That's fucking literature in 2K fucking 20. Or 2K21, I guess. I can't, it still feels like it's 2020 to me. Like it's felt like 2020 since 2020, basically. But yeah, it's like, no one fucking cares about writing, like not really, right? Not as a culture. So it's like really hard to be like, oh yeah, this is an artistic form of expression, right? And most importantly, all of my friends are fucking Zoomers, right? So they'll read what I write, right? But it's not like I can't be like, hey, here, let's fucking literature, right? Like some people will literature with me. Like I'm not saying that I have no literature in my life, right? But it's like there's no. I don't have fucking comrades in arms when it comes to just the type of literature I'm interested in, right? I mean, I kind of do. People submitted really cool stuff to these areas, but you know, they're not like people who I talk to on a daily basis. You know, is the thing. So it's like, okay, I can amaze and influence people with being a good writer. Like, okay, but it's a dead art, and none of my friends really care as much as they would about like fucking music or YouTube videos or things that they actually fucking engage in, like an anime or whatever. So it's like and then also, since I've just written so much, I've spent so much of my life reading too, right? It's like it doesn't seem impressive to me. It's like, oh, of course I can write, right? It's like perfection seems like the natural state, right? And of course I'm not gonna be perfect. First of all, I'm a bad editor. Like I'm unironically not good at editing things. I don't have the eye for it. I don't have the I don't really have the self-awareness to edit my own stuff, right? But since everything is individualized, right? All forms of art, you have to fucking master every part of nowadays. You have to be a fucking... You have to be a fucking editor if you want to be a writer. I'm not good at editing. Not fucking good at all. I write way better shit when I actually have an editor, right? Which I have had at different points in time, like not in like a really professional capacity, but in like a more casual capacity, right? So I've had editors, I've had fucking, and I just perform way better when I have one. Just way fucking better, because I'm a shitty editor, like at the end of the day. So that's another problem, right? Like writing itself seems easy for me, and the hard part I'm just not good at. So it feels like, oh yeah, of course I would be good at writing. The hard part is the editing, and I'm bad. So I'm bad at writing. Right? So like, nah. Also, can you see the thing, like the clouds in the thing I'm spraying look really cool in the mirror? But yeah, whatever, it's like fucking... What? Oh, you might be like, oh, that's right. What the fuck are you doing? So my dog had a fucking infection, I think, and she peed on the bed countless times, and now it's the operation clean the bed so I can sleep in it again. That's what's happening right now. I covered it with the smell neutralizing thing, but that also smells like shit, and it didn't completely neutralize the smell, so I have to like clean the spots that really smell afterwards. But I want to first fix it by having. I mean, I guess I'm not gonna try it off yet, as I'm not gonna lace it. But I wanted to fix it by having to fucking finger it, so that's what I was doing. But yeah, if I got over my fucking complex about, oh, I'm only good at writing, I would be a way fucking happier person. Here's a hot take. Perfectionism is a very low standard for yourself. The problem with perfectionism isn't that it's an exceedingly high standard, but rather that it's a minuscule standard. I might have talked about this before, but when you want to be a perfectionist, right, your focus is on doing everything exactly the right way, right? Your focus is on like, oh, how do I make something correctly? When the fact of the matter is if you need to be concerned about making something correctly, you shouldn't be making it, right? You should be doing something that you're actually good at, so you don't have to do it in a perfect way, right? Like if your standard for a song is that it has no flaws, it means that you're making bad music, right? Because the flaws don't matter if the song itself is good. In fact, they generally, in my opinion, and would enhance most songs, right? To me, flaws just add character and charm and add just make music more enjoyable, right? And the same applies to everything. Perfectionism is a low standard. As you can notice, I have no laundry hanging on these wires, and you might be like, oh, dudes, mate, that's normal. Oh, why would that be something that's worthwhile to point out? Well, there's this concept I hold near and dear to my heart. It's called laundry rotation, and it's coupled with the concept of dish rotation. See, cupboards are a scam. There's no reason to have a box to put your clothes in or have a box to put your dishes in, right? What you can do simply, if you manage it properly, is you can constantly keep a flow state in your life, right? You can constantly be washing clothes at the same rate you're using them, which leads to you having constantly laundry drying, right? At the same rate that you're using new clothes, right? And it's like, wow, it's a perfect fucking zen existence, right? I get to just constantly have clothes. I can just pluck off the fucking wires. I can take the clothes as they're meant to be from the fucking trees, right? You know, it's a human existence as should be. Same with dishes. You can just keep them on a counter, right? Wash them after you use them, right? And it's like, wow, it's a perfect fucking rotation, right? It's nice. But since my dog has been peeing everywhere, I've had to use all of towels to clean it up. And that meant I reached the dreaded oversaturation. What's the dreaded oversaturation, young toads? Might tell. It's when you have so many clothes. I don't know why I'm saying you. I don't think this is a problem anyone other than me has ever fucking faced. But it's when you have too many clothes drying on the clotheslines that you can't take a shower. That's the dreaded oversaturation. And I reached it today. And I also have to clean things up because people are coming here for some fucking construction purposes, which is fucking dumb, retarded, gay, hate. Point still stands. My fucking zen existence has been disrupted. My clothes rotation has been compromised, and now I have to use fucking cupboards and shit for my fucking, I don't know what the fucking word is. I don't have a closet, I just have like a shelf in a closet I put my clothes in. I'm fucking Anyway, the world is a cruel place. Here's another one of my eternal torments real quick. when I want in the mornings, right, I have to go walk my dog, right, because you have to go walk your dog in the mornings, and to get the energy to walk my dog, I have to take my caffeine pills, right, and the problem with the caffeine pills, right, is that they make it really uncomfortable to do any physical activity for like 10 to 15 minutes, at least for me. So I have to take the caffeine pills and walk the dog, right? And the logical, normal human thing to do would be to take the caffeine pills, right? And take the caffeine pills, wait 10 to 15 minutes, right? And then go walk the dog, right? That's a normal human thing to do. But me, in my boundless wisdom, what I always end up doing is I'm like, oh, I don't want to walk the dog quite yet. I haven't had my caffeine, right? And then it always, every time ends up meaning that, hey, the moment I go like, okay, I can't put off walking my dog anymore, that's when I take the caffeine, right? Because it's like, okay, I can't put off walking my dog. I have to take my caffeine real quick, right? And then I take the caffeine and I walk the dog, right? And it's like, oh god, it's uncomfortable. Even though the rational thing would be like, okay, I'm gonna walk the dog in like 10 to 15 minutes. I'm gonna take the caffeine now so I can not die. Well, I never do that. I never fucking do that. Here's another one of those Mice eternal tortures, although this one isn't really eternal. So, okay, I got so many ingredients, right? I got these tomatoes, I got this ketchup, I got spices everywhere, I got stale bread. If I had some other things that could be tasty, you can make stale bread into something really tasty. Very often, right, I have all these ingredients. Like I have meats and cheeses and butter and mayonnaise. Wow, so many ingredients. Oh, okay, there's certainly some food that can be made with it. There isn't. Okay, so it's like, okay, well, let's take pepperoni. What do I put pepperoni on? Well, I can make a pizza. Well, don't got enough flour, don't got enough tomato sauce, don't got enough fucking yeast. Oh well, I mean, bread, no flour, no yeast. Well, I can make spaghetti and maybe throw some things into it. That could be fine. This is how much spaghetti I have. Got all these ingredients, and it's like, oh, you young toadsmite, isn't it normal to have ingredients? Maybe for you, for me, that's very abnormal. Because when I had this sugar addiction, I had to go to the store every day to get a portioned amount of sugar, because if I just stocked up sweets, I would eat them all. I would eat way too many sweets, even though I already ate way too many sweets. But I would eat even more, way too many of them, right? So I had to go to the store every day. So I never had any ingredients. And I have all these ingredients and I'm like, oh, maybe I don't have to go to the store today. Well, fucking retard, you fucked it up. You have to go to the store. I want to go to the store. That's the uncomfortable place. So I've been watching tarot, as you can see. My lifestyle has become watching tarot and playing RuneScape, basically. That's so ideal till I can feel my motivation for RuneScape kinda dwindling, because I'm focusing way more on goals than the actual gameplay. And I hope I can readjust that with this rebuild I'm gonna do, because it's gotten to a point where I've just done so much that it's like I can kind of see the end, so I'm kind of hyper fixating on the end. And I wanna get back to just enjoying the moment gameplay like more than I have in the past few days. Yeah, I've been watching Tarot. The show is bad, of course. Like, I'm not gonna say it's good, but it has a few cool elements. Like how they're willing to let the characters just look like humans, because like I'm not one to be like, oh, I need realism and immersion or whatever. Like, I think that's kind of like a Reddit review to have on anything. But in superhero movies, like the unwillingness to let the characters get actually like fucked up, right, is something that has always bothered me. It's always like flesh wounds and like really surface level injuries. Even if someone is like deathly injured, they're not gonna show it. They're just gonna show some like blood and soot and whatever. But in that, like they show like fucking people whose like entire arm is in like necrosis, and they show people with like actual severe wounds when that should be what's happening, right? And they're willing to show the characters just getting really fucked up, right? And one scene really stood out to me rather, is where one girl got out of the shower, right, and she just didn't have any makeup on. I thought that was really cool. That I didn't really see that on TV. And yeah, that's one actually good thing about that. There are some other details that are kind of good, but it's shitty show. Only watch it if you're me. Haven't done any vlogging in a while, so I guess right now is a good time to start. And by a while I mean like 30 hours something. Not actually a while, but in that's my time, after fucking the Love God saga, it's like my default for like fucking making YouTube vlogs. Like, oh yeah, I just make an hour and a half of YouTube vlog every single day, right? And that's like obviously not a reasonable standard, but I decided to make the right decision and go to a store because I took caffeine a bit ago, and I'm in that magic spot where it's kicking in, but also it's been in my system for long enough that I don't get the weird uncomfortable sweatings I get when I go outside or do anything physical, like right after taking it. So it's like right now is the perfect time to go in my physical state, and also because the store is gonna be closed in like 30 minutes. So I might as well go to the store right now and just make the correct choice. Damn, I took 10 entire minutes to get ready. So actually, I kind of have to hurry. I thought I could just take a stroll because usually I get ready in like 5 minutes, and that would have given me like 30 minutes. But I guess sometimes it just takes longer. I don't remember exactly why it took longer, but oh no, it just kind of did. So today I had to wake up early because I have new neighbors, and they're renovating, so they needed to come look at like some pipes and chimneys and so on and so on. And so I had to get up early, right, and that kind of sucked. And then I had to clean, which also kind of sucked. And then I needed to take a nap, right, because I got up early. I was like, oh, I'm not taking a nap. I was really sleepy, right, I was completely ready to take a nap, but I, for some reason, just couldn't fall asleep for like an hour. So I spent like an hour trying to fall asleep, and then I fell asleep, had a nap, and then it was fucking amazing. Yeah, that's what happened today. I've I also posted the transcript, or rather the reading of the human nature article I read for this series on YouTube. So that's out there now, and I don't know if people enjoyed it. They seemed like they did. Maybe no one commented, so I'm gonna keep doing it. I'm gonna keep posting these readings, and hopefully people enjoy them, because I'm really happy with the things that I've written for these series in general. I really enjoy writing. It's a lot of it is because I'm actually good at it, which doesn't happen with a lot of things I do, and that's really enjoyable because I'm very self-conscious and very self-centered. So just being able to make things that people enjoy is really nice for me. Last night, I was like, oh, I should start meditating again. Then I did for like 10 minutes and it felt like a fucking hour. And I was like, damn, I have a lot more fucked up things in my brain than I would think, right? Because I used to constantly disassociate. I barely have autobiographical memory. And so on and so on and so on and so on, right? So it's like, it was really hard to tell, like, how much shit is just going on in my head, right? Because I'm constantly weighed down by it. I'm constantly tired out by it, but it's like really difficult to pinpoint what exactly is happening, And I need to meditate more, so I get a better grasp of what's going on. I think it'll be useful. I think it should be useful, at least. My hands are cold because it's a cool spring night right now. I haven't done any ice skating in a bit too. Hopefully I'll do one tomorrow. I don't know if I'll clear enough to do it, but that'll be cool if I do it. Yo, look. They're selling Dr. Pepper in bottles now over here. It used to be that I could only get them in cans if I went to the store, but now it also comes in bottles. It's fucking dope. Why is it dope, young toadside? I thought you were supposed to have beaten your sugar addiction. Yeah, but Dr. Pepper tasty, and bottles are sealable, concern. And Dr. Pepper is one of those drinks that, it's filling, right? You don't want to necessarily drink a whole can at once. Now, in the past, as a lesser person, I just would do that, right? And would do that many times over if given the opportunity. But now, the convenience of being able to reseal this bottle is opening up a new world of possibilities in front of my eyes. So it's dope. It's also cheaper, I think, maybe? I don't know. So let's do one more of these podcast style, no visuals. So I've been in a place in OSRS which has left me feeling really weird because I used to, back when I was more of a noob, focus on like some giant goal, and it's like, oh, it's 400 hours away, like, oh, I could do it in a month, but it's so far away from me, right? It's so like, it's so distant. Like, if I grinded at my max capacity, I could do it just in a month, right? And then it would be done, and so on and so on. Like, that's the mentality I always had. But now that I've done so many grinds that are longer than that, even, it's like I'm more looking towards the end of grinds than the actual grinds themselves, And I always used to just like grinding things for the sake of grinding them, but now I know like how possible it is to finish them. Like, none of them, like, of course I could start a grind that was way beyond me, right? I could start a grind that's just for prestige, that's so far above my pay grade, like, I can't see its end, and I can maybe have fun with that, but it's like also like, I have perspective. I have enough perspective that I know that I wouldn't really want to do that. And also, the way I like playing OSRS isn't the way that most like hardcore players do. Most players like sitting down for like 6 hours and doing that 3 times a day, playing 18 hours and so on and so on and so on, right? Like, that's what the hardcore players do in this game. And that's not how I play the game. I like playing the game in like 30-minute chunks, 2-hour chunks, maybe for 10 hours a day maximum, right? That's how I like playing the game, and I like doing other things, but it's like the way I've been approaching the game is I've been doing these grinds with the goal of reaching 10, right? And I eventually, when I get tired, right, I realize, oh, I'm not gonna reach the end of this grind today or whatever, and then I just stop playing because I can't see the end anymore. And those are the times where I enjoy the game the most, actually, too, because those are the times where I can't do anything else, and the times where I can see the end of the grind, right, where I can be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna finish this grind, right, I'm gonna make good progress. Those are the times I wish I could be engaging with my other hobbies. So my motivation has become misplaced, right? It's not like I'm motivated to just grind, knowing that day by day I'm making more progress towards my ultimate goals, right? It's like I'm only motivated to play when I shouldn't really be playing, and the time I have off the game when I'm tired, I just watch YouTube videos I don't even know if I enjoy. It's like it's not a good place when it comes to like my mental game, and that's the part I always really liked about OSRs, is I could push my mindset to its limits, right? I could take my feelings and thoughts and motivation and just fucking put it to the grindstone and see when it breaks, right? And that was always really interesting to me. But nowadays it seems like I I have enough confidence, I have enough knowledge that that's not really possible anymore. So it's just Like it's as sharp as it could be, and it's like it's a situation where a sharp sword doesn't cut well. Like you need hacking ability, not slicing ability or whatever, right? It's like I don't know how to explain it. So I thought I would do a rebuild where basically you start at zero and you work your way up to regaining the position you had before, right? I thought, hey, look, this is what I'm gonna do. This is gonna reignite my passion, right? And it's like, I know it will. Like that. That's the part. I know that once I reach the point where I used to be, or rather, once I finish all of these grinds, and I only have one grind left, right? And it's a solid grind. I can see every single part of it click together, right? I know I'll start enjoying the game again a lot at that point. I'll be really motivated. I'll have the perspective and I'll have the knowledge of what I can gain at the end of the line, because I've been there before. And I know I'll really enjoy it because I won't have this feeling of, hey, I have all of these like loose threads. So I know once I close off these loose threads, I'll probably have a lot of fun with the game. But they still exist though. All of these loose threads are still like parts of the game. Like what I still need to do is I need to get 92 agility, I need to get 99 hunter, I need to finish up all my buyables, and I need to probably finish up fishing, right? I'll probably look into tick manipulation when it comes to fishing. Although I don't really want to, but it might be a fun time. I mean, I don't really know, like, the thing with playing efficiently, the problem with playing efficiently is that playing fully efficiently is never fun, right? The fun part is when you're playing mostly efficiently and you're doing things you like that are also efficient, right? But everything recommends you to just play at max efficiency. It's like I don't know, it's hard to explain. But I know I would probably enjoy somewhat efficient fishing, I guess. And I want to try it out because it seems like kind of a simple thing. Like it seems like it's not as complicated as the other methods. But yeah. But it's like it's difficult, right? It's difficult because I just want to close out this grind so I have one thing to dedicate myself to. I have the longest grind left, and I'm just gonna finish that grind and then I'm just fucking done with this account because I'm not really like this is the issue. Like if I had any motivation to have this account be like a true endgame account, I wouldn't have any problems, right? But I don't have any. Like I know when I want to stop playing this account. Basically, I know when I will have accomplished everything I want in this account, and I know that at that point I won't want to play it anymore. So I can see the end, right? And the end is never the good part. The end is always the fucking part where you stop playing, right? So I don't want to reach the end, but I want to reach the new beginning. And I'm really motivated to do the new beginning, right? I'm really motivated to play the next account I have in mind. Like, that seems to be like a really great time, but it's like I don't know, it'll take so long to get to a place where I'm excited about the game again. And during that time, I don't really know how to properly adjust my mindset. I think it's better to just like slow down when I'm tired and just play the game, enjoy the game for what it is, and be like, okay, I don't need motivation. I'll feel better in like 5 hours when I feel less tired. I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know. Like I think I need to be in more calls with people, but I also don't really have the energy to get into calls. Like I don't know. It's like my perpetual tiredness is catching up to me in a way, and I don't like it. I don't like that. Oh, you're 6 hours into the video. Wow. I just put the files in my computer, so I know how long this video is at this point. And you could have been watching Behold the Law of God. I hope you already have if you're watching this garbage. But yeah. I want to talk about my mentality on collections. So a lot of people like collecting things, right? Collecting things is a human impulse. But the way that most people like doing it is the opposite of how I like doing it, right? People for some reason like collecting things that other people can't have, right? I don't understand that, right? Because if you have something that another person can't have, it's not because you, for some reason, earned it or went out of your way to have it. It's just that another person didn't have the opportunity to have it, It's like, if you're collecting stamps or whatever, right there's no way that anyone could have all the stamps, right? All of stamps are like fucking old and so on and so on and so on and so on, right? So I never saw the point in collecting stamps, and the same goes for like limited edition collector's items, because like those to me are the last items I would want to collect, right? Yeah. I don't want to have a collection of things that no one else could have. I just want to be the most dedicated person collecting something. I want to be the person who just happened to be there at the right time. And like timed events in games, right? Like when I'm in a game and I look at like some collectible I got from a timed event, I don't go like, oh yeah, this collectible is something that's really important to me. I go like, oh yeah, this is a collectible I have. And it's nice to have a complete collection if you were there from the start. Like I'm not gonna be like, oh yeah, it sucks to have that collection, right? But it's like I don't care if those things get like given to people again. I think they should be. Like I think if you play something for long enough, you should have an opportunity to get everything by some means. It could be really difficult outside the limited period of availability, right? That's fine by me, right? Someone can just de- show their dedication and outshine me, and that's fine. But to me, collecting is about dedicating yourself to something, not about just being there from the start or some fucking bullshit like that. I mean, it's cool to have a limited thing as a concept, but like, it just doesn't really like, I don't know. To me, it's not really satisfying. Like that's why I really like OSRs. Like anyone could come in and be with enough time as accomplished as anyone is right now. Like there's nothing like in OSRs. There's nothing that's limited, right? Like you could start playing right now and have a better account than those who started at launch in a few years. Yeah, if you dedicate yourself enough. I mean, I'll tell. Of course, there are people who have been dedicated for a decade almost, right? And you're not gonna beat them unless they quit. But like you can complete the game in like a year if you really go hard at it. But yeah. I mean, not in the way that I'm talking about, but you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. Today is the day, the day of the perfect night walk. I've been wanting to do this for a while, just do a night walk from sunset to sunrise and record a bunch during it and have a good time. And now that I'm discovering that I need a change of pace, I think it's a perfect time to do it. And yeah, it's still about an hour before I'm gonna head out, but it's coming up soon. It's coming up soon. Alright, I have to go let my dog out real quick. And then it's time to attempt the perfect night walk. There may be obstacles in my way. I may give up and give in and not be able to complete this journey. But it's gonna be good for the soul, it's gonna be good for the spirit, it's gonna be good for the mind. And I will get to have the entire city just for me for this one night. So this is Young Toadsmite's perfect night walk. Attempt 1, hopefully the final attempt. Let's fucking do this, let's fucking go. Let's fucking go, no matter what obstacle we face, let's fucking go. Let's do this thing. So it is still the evening, not quite the night, but the sun should set in approximately 30 minutes. I thought, hey, I wanna go get myself some Dr. Pepper. I wanna get some alcohol for later. I wanna get some Monster Energy, and I'm just setting up a series of conditions that might make me go into the forest later, but you know how it is. And yeah, It's not quite night. It's not quite a night walk yet, but you know, we're setting it up there. Jesus Christ, there's so many cars here for some reason. Yeah. But yeah, let's fucking do this. Let's fucking attempt this feat. Probably been done before, probably not the first to do it, but you know, it's a pilgrimage, you know. It's a cool spring evening. It's just gonna get colder. It's nice, it's really nice. As you can see, the moon, I don't know if it's full, but it's damn near close to full. That's fucking good. So here's a train that is up behind. The sky is getting some really pretty sunset colors already. It's obviously not the sunset yet, but yeah, it's coming up. The train is nice. I hope I make it out the store fast enough to see the sunset until, you know, you can't really rush past the train. I mean, someone could, I can't. Fuck it. I can wait. The only way I would date someone is if they played RuneScape with me. That's the condition. And so it begins. It's currently right about when the sun is setting. It's too cloudy to actually see the sun set. It should be over there, I think, because that's where the colors are coming from. It rained earlier, otherwise I would go and sit down on the grass. Well, I'm ready to see what the night has to offer. I'm ready to see what a night can bring. So, young Telesmart, why are you going outside right now? Not in maybe a month, right when it's warmer. Well, when it gets warmer, the normal people decide that it's also their turn to go outside, right? And it's like, okay, now it's no longer proper solitude, you know. And also the night gets shorter, and I don't wanna do a pussy fucking night walk. I wanna do a proper 8-hour one, you know. And yeah, I'm trying to find a place to toast to our beginnings. I guess I'm gonna just return to this bench. I started the Love God saga over here, you know. Like this is how making YouTube videos has affected my perception of things. Like this is where I sat right at here. One of the first parts of the Love God saga. I got myself cups, because we're fucking going all out, right? You know? No half measures, right? Got myself a fucking stack of cups. They needed to be toast, none the plasticky ones. Like they needed to be like have a nice cardboard element to it, right? I got myself a cup, and now this is the part that you will go young toast with. That's fucking excessive. I got myself ice. Yeah, I know, fucking. I stay fucking iced out. I got ice in a cup, which means it's time to pour it up, you know. Gonna pour up my fucking ducky peppy. I pour up my motherfucking ducky peppy. Here we go. Dr. Pepper going in. Look at it go. Look at us go. Now we toasted the night and all of its residents. Cheers. You know how I was talking a few weeks ago, how it felt like I was going to do real stuff again, you know. And this is the real stuff. This feels like my real life, you know. This feels like me living the way I'm supposed to live. Just doing something fucking stupid for the experience of it, because I think it'll be fun, and just standing here cold, determined, and coming up with ideas of what to do tonight. because it's gonna be a long, cool night, and it's gonna be really fucking cool. This to me is fucking life. This to me, it's just how I'm supposed to live, you know. No fucking gay ass being like tabbing back in and out of Discord, being like, oh, what if these people don't like me? I'm gonna be a fucking stupid, self-conscious, over-socialized retard 24/7, right? No fucking, just, I don't fucking know, laying in bed, too tired to do anything and being like, oh, guess it's time to watch Formula 1 videos, just breathing in the fucking air, taking in the fucking sights, seeing the moon just rapidly brightening in front of my fucking eyes. This is fucking life. This is fucking life to me. And I know it's temporary, right? It's always something that you can sustain. You know, it's always something you can only do sporadically. Like, unless you're fucking the donut man can shout the motherfucking out, I'll tell, like, again, he only the... I don't know how he can deal with it. But yeah, this is just the fucking existence I'm supposed to be living. Earlier today, I was airing out my mattress, and I went to sit on my bed, and I forgot that I was airing out my mattress. So I just went and sat on the bed, right? Miscalculated, fucking slammed my ass very fucking hard in the bed. I had my back hurt for like most of the fucking day. Fucking sucked. And now I feel the fucking air around me. I feel my fucking fingers rapidly start to hurt from the fucking cold. And I just think, like, yeah, this is where I fucking belong. Like, I felt kind of pathetic. Like, not in an emotional sense where I was just in bed fucking reading Initial D, right? On my phone playing RuneScape, and I was like, I guess this is how I have to live my life for now, you know? And I was like, fuck that, fuck now. And all this turmoil I've felt in my brain or become aware of, it doesn't fucking matter right now. I mean, to be fair, I'm also, it seems like, starting to descend or ascend into a mixed episode, because that's what I do. And that's probably all of why I feel the way I feel right now. That doesn't make it any less of what I feel right now, you know. It doesn't make it any less of what I feel right now. And there's a dog there. Fuck it, I don't know if the dog wants to be filmed, so you're just gonna see the blur. Actually, no, let's film the dog. You know me. No. It won't focus. There we go. But yeah, I'm feeling good. And when I was meditating a few days ago, I was like, let me think about the comfiest I've ever felt. And I thought about spending my summers at my grandma's when I was a kid. And it was never a good time. It was never something consistently enjoyable, because I had to navigate her very narcissistic personality traits. I had to navigate the weird rules she had about everything. But even though the atmosphere was oppressive and uncomfortable, there was this very strong liberation in the isolation I was experiencing there. Because for once I could just be totally alone. Because at home I would be alone in the mornings and after I came home from school very often, but it was never like a true isolation. It was never a actual freedom, you know. Then I was at my grandma's and she was at work. It felt like I was truly alone and I could just do anything, right? That was never a feeling I had at home, and I think that's a big part of why I'm not really suited towards a hikikomori lifestyle when I'm living with my mom, because that apartment never felt like a place I could just be myself in, in that really abstract way. So since I had all of those liberatory emotions and I was alone during the daytime, it was always like really nice. Like I could spend all day on the computer playing Minecraft, making texture packs, making game assets. Because at that point I was starting to get really into the idea of being a game designer. I don't think I've actually talked about this on YouTube before, which is strange, but for a large period of my youth, I really wanted to be a game designer. Now, I never really liked games, right? I wasn't a big gamer. I didn't know how to program. I still barely do. I wasn't a good artist. But I was like, I want to design games because the systems and that type of thinking really captured me. And it really inspired me, so I thought that I wanted to do that, so I would just be coming up with like game ideas, right? I had this idea for a game where you're this slime man, right? And you can morph between being a small slime and a tall slime, and each of those would have different abilities. The small one would be small, so it could like go through small spaces, right? But the big one would be able to jump higher, so it could cross barriers that the small slime couldn't. And I was like, oh, that's a really cool idea. So I animated the sprite and made the thing, and I did a bunch of these sorts of things when I was younger. My magnum opus idea, which I worked on the most, was this survival roguelike that was set in a zombie apocalypse. I think it was called in like some Ruby something. And I thought, like, oh, if this one is successful, right, I can make an entire series all of different gemstones, But the first one was something Ruby, and it was supposed to be set in here's kind of the idea I had, like for the series. Each of the different editions was to be set in a different environment, right? So you had basically the same mechanics, right? But you had to use them in a different game world. And the game world would basically be a procedurally generated city, right? And depending on where in the world it was, right? Depending on the game, like if it was in America, right, in some sequel, because I think the original one was supposed to be in Japan, maybe. I get the big impression that was my idea. Or maybe it was in America. In America you would have a lot of guns. In some other places in the world you basically wouldn't have guns at all, right? And there was like this continuum between different games and different environments and how they're generated. And of course it was too ambitious for like a 12-year-old. But that's the idea I had, right? So you would have a lighting system that's like teleglitch, right, where you can only see the things that are in your line of sight, and the rest of everything is just covered in a fog of war, right? And it would be a top-down perspective, like an isometric top-down perspective, and your goal would basically be to just fight zombies who would be incredibly powerful, but you could also recruit allies and have this game world that evolves around you to a certain extent. I don't think I ever thought about like the goal for the game. Like, I think it was like to rescue enough people or something like that, to set up like your own small society or whatever, and that was when you won. But it's supposed to be a game that you had like a long campaign in, right? Like you could die at any point, but the campaign was probably gonna be like 10-20 hours or something like that in my mind, because that was something I really liked as a kid, just like these hardcore games that you had like long campaigns in. Like I liked playing Civilization on these lower settings and so on and so on. So that's kind of like the atmosphere I thought. And I had this idea for a cutscene. So this is a thing that apparently exists in real life too, and it's like a phenomenon, like it's like Robin Hooding darts or whatever. But the cutscene was supposed to show, like the opening cutscene, supposed to show this mercenary, right, playing darts. And what would happen is to demonstrate how cool he was, right, he would throw one dart, it would land in the dartboard. I can still picture how it would look like. Then he would throw a second dart, and it would become lodged in the first dart. And then he would throw a third dart, and that would get lodged in the second dart, and would be like, yeah, this is the fucking coolest guy. Because it was, I mean, that still is my idea for like a cool thing, but as a kid, that was my idea of like, okay, that's the coolest thing a character can possibly do. That was my idea for like my magnum opus, and like, a school project one year for me, which I'm still fucking mad about, was I got a group of people together, and we were to make a game. And my job was to design it, right? I was like, okay, I'm gonna do design work. I did at the start of the year, right? And I was like, okay, all of you people, like, because I had programmers, I was like, all of you people, go fucking do your programming, so I can like do more design. They were like, no, we can wait. And I was like, I fuck it, we should do it early, but you can wait, right? And it's like, okay, a few months passed, right? And they were like, fuck, we don't have enough time. And I was like, oh, fuck it, I don't care anymore, right? I told you to do it fucking earlier, now you don't have enough time. Just fucking get it done what we have done, right? So then we just made a game in like a matter of weeks. I was just completely checked out, right? I was like, I fucking told you that you should have done it earlier. I just don't fucking care anymore. Because that was the kind of person I was when I was younger, right? It was like, okay, you didn't listen to me earlier when I was right. Now fucking suffer from your own mistakes, right? And then we had to do a presentation, right? We had to like do a report. I was there for a presentation, but I just didn't fucking like. There was a time limit, and I wasn't given time to talk, right? I was only given like a few minutes, right? I couldn't explain anything. I had to just skim through shit, right? Even though I had like prepared this entire fucking sequence of events, right? I was like, okay, I'm gonna talk about my entire design process, and so on and so on. But I got a shit mark, probably because I couldn't really have that much time in my presentation. And yeah, whatever. And the person who did literally nothing got the same mark as me, as I did. That fucking pissed me off too. Because he was supposed to do the sound and music, and he just didn't do any of it. And he didn't even show up at the presentation because he was late. Whatever, doesn't matter. Yeah. So that was a big part of my life for a while. Why was I talking about this again? Oh yeah. So I was meditating, and I was thinking of this particular memory. That's probably an amalgamation of many memories, right? This exact sequence of events probably happened like tens of times in different ways. But I was thinking of just being outside at my grandma's in the summer, just fucking around on the grass somewhere. And the dog that my grandma used to have when I was a kid was just following me. And I went to the lake because my grandma's house was near a lake that they technically I think owned. But I was like, okay, it was a small lake. It wasn't like some giant lake. It was just like a lake that you could swim in, a lake that you could take a boat to for like shits and giggles, right? But it wasn't like a giant lake. Like it wasn't like they were like massive landowners. It was just one lake that was like relatively small, you know. And the neighbors were like, or rather the people who owned properties near them were like giant logging companies. So when I fucked around in the forests at various points in time when I was younger, I always remember seeing how the forests were just progressively cut down more and more, right? So I remember seeing like year by year there would be like more logging taking place and so on and so on and so on, right? Like so. I know this sounds like out of like some fucking cartoon. Shut up! I can hear you. I can hear you. This is a cartoon character backstory. But yeah, I remember as a kid being able to be like, oh, yeah, let's just run barefoot to the lake, and the dog would follow me, and I would just go fuck around in the lake, and the dog would like fuck around with me, like not like in like she would just come to the lake, right? Like I would just fucking play around here, and that to me was like incredibly comfy because I was completely alone, right? I had all this area that I could feel safe in, I could feel like I can explore. Because I constantly feel this desire to explore my surroundings, right? And my grandma's house, or my grandma's property, I guess, was really interesting because it had like shacks in it, right? It had, like the house was complicated, kinda. It wasn't big, but it was something that I think someone in my family built, right? So it was a cool house, you know. And there was just it always, like, no matter how much time I spent there was always new things to see, so it always felt like somewhat foreign to me. And now, since I haven't been there for like 5 years, it still feels really foreign to me to this day. But yeah, that's my idea of comfy. Another thing that I kind of want to figure out how to get back to is the feeling that I can wake up, right, go onto my computer, launch RuneScape, play for the whole fucking day, and then go back to bed and be like, yeah, that was an entire fucking day I played the game, you know. Like, I really want to have that experience again. I haven't been having that a lot lately. But yeah, I need to, like, the feeling I'm realizing I'm chasing is like the kind of liberatory isolation, you know. It's a feeling that you're alone and that makes you free, you know. And that doesn't mean that I'm gonna deliberately isolate myself, but it's like just a feeling of being by yourself and not having to worry about anyone else. That's a feeling I want to have more, and that's a feeling I don't have enough of nowadays, in my opinion. But I'm gonna go crack open my Monster Energy, my white monster, of course, and just keep walking on and keep thinking about things and experience the night, because right now it's quite nightly. It's quite night adjacent, but it's twilight, you know. Yeah. So it's quite late now, I guess. The darkness is really starting to roll in. The comfiness is ramping up, and there's an art gallery here, and with how dark it is surrounding it, and how bright the lights inside are, that's really fucking cool. There are some really cool things here. It's apparently a free gallery when it's open. It's not open right now, but it's really fucking sick. There's like, it's a fabric themed exhibition. So there's like a computer desktop. That's neat. There's other stuff. It's all cool. It's all really cool stuff. That's fucking sick. It's really fucking sick. I saw an ad that said that the McRoyal is available, and from my knowledge, that's the European quarter pounder with cheese, right? And all of my American friends have been like, oh, those might you need to get a quarter pounder with cheese, and so I've been like, nigga, we don't have a quarter pounder with cheese. The fuck are you talking about? But if the McDonald's restaurant is open right now, which it could be, I don't know when they close for, right now, like I am now in the closed for only drive-in. But since the McDonald's restaurant should be currently open, I'm gonna go inside and I'm gonna get myself a quarter pounder of motherfucking cheese. It's gotta be fucking sick. Gotta be fucking sick. Also, ever since I've gotten infected by motorsports, my desire to buy a vehicle has increased again. Because I've always wanted to have either a really old, really shit box, right? Like a Lada would be my ideal. Just a classic old fucking Lada that looks like it's a fucking kid's impression of what a car should look like. And it's just fucking the fucking dopest vehicle ever fucking made. Although I don't think I would want to maintain it given how fucking retarded Ladas are to maintain. Or a motorcycle. Like I've been having the idea again that I want to have a motor vehicle. This year I said I wouldn't use it. Like there's actually no reason for me to have a motor vehicle. For me, like I walk everywhere when I'm in my own city, right? And when I need to go to another city, first of all I can just take a train, which is infinitely fucking better than a motor vehicle of another kind, but also way cheaper, because not only do I not have to pay for gas, right, I'm also disabled, which means I have a discount, so it's just doubly cheap for me. So yeah, it's like look at how fucking empty everything is. Like I know that it isn't completely empty, and well, like this is the center of the city. This is the most active part of the whole fucking thing, and I'm basically alone already. It isn't even that late. Fucking sick. I'm expecting a fucking dope night. A really fucking dope night. And it's also getting a bit warmer, paradoxically. It'll probably get colder again later, but right now it's nice and it's relatively warm, which is very fucking dope. But yeah, my journey to the McDonald's continues. I'm probably not gonna buy a motor vehicle because it's way too much money for something that's useless. But still. So I got myself my McRoyal at the McDonald's eating place. And here it is. I don't know if this is what it's... I think this is a quarter pounder of cheese, yeah. It's fucking the cheese in the box. Fuck it, doesn't matter. It's kind of fucked up, but that's fine. I'm not looking for gourmet cuisine here. Finished the burger, was great. One of the better fast food burgers I've ever had. Not the best, but one of the better ones. And yeah, now I'm just enjoying the night. The moon's bright, the bridge nice. The night's dark. It's all nice, it's all nice. I got started on my brandy. That's nice. Gonna drink it slowly, gonna enjoy my time here on this dock. I could tell a fucking insane story of what just happened, but I'm gonna abstain from doing so because I don't want to implicate myself in anything illegal. Yeah, I'll leave that to your imagination. I think it's quite possible that I might just give up for the day. It's only been like something like 3 hours, I think. But in all honesty, I'm getting really tired of this life that I'm living right now. It was fun for a while, but I mean, I guess I can. So I'm not gonna implicate myself, but all I'm gonna say is I still need to pee. And wait, is the public bathroom there available? I know it costs money, but I would pay money currently for the privilege of using a bathroom. So I'm gonna go look at the public bathroom there and see if I can just go in there, because that would be really useful. But there's a chance it'll be closed, and if it's closed, it's straight home. Oh, and that's not the public bathroom. It's somewhere over here, I think. In this general area. I'm gonna go see if I can find it. Yep, the public bathroom is closed, so time to go home. It's actually insane. Every single bathroom I've seen is fucking closed. Like, all of them. And it's kind of fucking insane. But yeah. Well, I guess I'll make my retreat. It was a fun time. But like, another reason for why it has to end is that my Asmongold video, the 3-hour one, they just put out like yesterday, I think. I'm almost done watching that one, or listening to that one. And after that I'll have to figure out what the next thing I'll listen to is, and I don't know if it exists, so we're calling it a tactical retreat for now. And yeah, that's why I said this was attempt 1. Because I was expecting it to probably end up in failure. So what do I do better next time? Well, first of all, I need to check that there are bathrooms available if I plan to drink anything. And if there are no bathrooms, just let go. Then the second thing I need to do better is make sure it's warmer. Because right now it's really cold, and that really varies on my endurance. So it's been relatively warm recently, but today was especially cold, at least relative to how it's been recently. And I also need to hydrate better. I need to figure out where I go beforehand. So that's what I'm gonna do next time. Let's analyze. My internet doesn't work right now. I'll show you something. I'm gonna fucking fuck around with my computer and hope the internet just magically starts working, because it just magically stopped working. So I guess just reverse engineer that logic, and I'm hungover right now. Because when I got back home yesterday, I just kept drinking this brandy, and it's not that much given it's like a 30% brandy, right? It's like I got a massive hangover from it. I got a massive fucking hangover from it, and my computer fucking broke again. Fucking hell. But there's this RuneScape channel called Tasty OSRS, right? It's like it's a guy who's obviously putting on like a persona, right? About like he's obviously this kind of like elitist guy, right? Who's kind of like end game, right? He's obviously like that type of person, but he, on top of that, puts on a persona where that's like a goal to strive for, right? And here's my take on Tasty OSRs. I think if unintentionally, the channel is a commentary on the wider OSRs community. Because this is what the OSRs community wants. They want people to be like, haha, I also don't enjoy the game, and I'm only playing because I'm so good at the game that I need everyone to know how good I am, right? Because most people just play the game because, even though they hate it, because they're like, oh, eventually I'll be a great player. And I think Tasty OSRs is a commentary on that tendency. And why do I think this? I think the evidence is strong, but I'm not gonna go into it because I'm too hungover. The only worthwhile fashion statement in 2021 is comfiness. Every fashion based on an aesthetic will get colonized by normies. But normies, they'll never be comfy. They'll never subject themselves to just being comfortable. The more fashion conscious you are, the more you're playing into the fucking capitalist game. Because you used to be able to signal anything with fashion. Now if you use any type of aesthetic, if you care about your fucking clothes, all you're gonna signal is that you're a fucking drone for the capitalists. It's all you're gonna signal. Stay comfy, my friends. Stay comfy. That's the new fucking dress code for the revolutionaries. I've been going to town on this brandy. Let me tell you what happened today. I woke up right? I went about my day normally. Then a few hours after waking up, I realized that I had lost some of my dog's medicine. Probably happened when I had to clean things up, because when I clean things up, they stop being organized and they start making mistakes, and it should be fine, probably most likely. But yeah, that's quite the blunder. That was quite the blunder. My mom's gonna be here soon, so I'm gonna have to clean up at some point, and I can talk to her about it. Should be fine. It shouldn't be a big issue in overall. And yeah, so but like I have this thing where I lose something, where I will just obsessively search for it until I find it or until I have a breakdown. Right? There's no third option. Like if I lose something, and if I can't find it, I'll just have a mental breakdown. So I was like, okay, that doesn't help anyone. I've already looked everywhere. I know how to look, and I need to stop. So I was like, okay. As No Thank You says, the purpose of alcohol is to change the direction of your day, right? Like it's like a reset button on the momentum you have, and it puts all the momentum in a different context, right? So I was like, okay, I'm gonna start drinking. Then I started drinking. Then I sobered up. While I was sobering up, I got really incredibly paranoid and started having my usual paranoid thoughts. And now I'm pretty much sober, and I was like, damn, I'm getting really worried again, so I'm starting to drink again, so I'll have a hangover, but whatever, it doesn't fucking matter. That's why I've been going to down on this fucking brandy. Also, my current mixed episode isn't very mixed, it's mostly just depression with just a lack of lethargy. It's just non-lethargic depression, which is quite possibly the worst thing, because I've just been ordering fast food. That's all I've been fucking doing. I've just been ordering fast food because I'm like, I don't want to go outside because I'm too depressed to go outside, but I need food because I have too much energy. And yeah. So I'm just drinking, eating McDonald's, cheap fucking brandy. And so it goes, and so it goes. So I saw this exchange and I was like, oh, I need to write something about it. But then I remembered that I don't actually fucking care, and that we have a fucking I have a fucking vlog. I have a 24-hour vlog, right? So let's go over this, right? So this is some right wing guy, like, no clue who he is. I don't fucking care. But this is an exchange, right? Some guy messaged him and was like, "Aren't you the guy who wants to stop all immigration for a decade?" Right? He posted a meme, and then he argues with the meme, right? So he just keeps posting memes, and the person who responds to him, right, just keeps responding to those memes if they were actual statements, right? And like he just posts nonsense, and fucking right, and it's just fucking nonsense, right? He just posts just images, right? And this guy just keeps arguing with him as if those images were like actual genuine statements, right? So obviously the point that OP made, that like, oh, this dude in my DMs has just been arguing with random photos from my camera roll. It's been going on for weeks, right? This is disingenuous, right? His basic statement is like, oh, hey, look, I didn't even care, right? I'm above this all. I just respond to this guy with random images, right? Because I think it's funny. Like, I'm being an epic little troll, right? That's his point now. Obviously, he curates and chooses these fucking photos, right? It isn't random, of course. It's obviously something that he chooses, right? And he's engaging with this person because he, to some extent, wants to engage with him, right? It's not an accident or something like that, right? It's an actual exchange between two people, even though he would have you believe that he doesn't fucking care, right? He would just have you believe that he's just being a meme lord, he's being an epic little troll, right? Apparently there's a Captain Marvel too. I don't fucking care. Right, but that's what the most interesting part, right? Even though that's compelling in its own right, the interesting part is the fact that this guy just keeps extrapolating things from just fucking random images, right? Like this guy posts a picture of like fucking Pepe the Frog's ass, right? I stopped recording accidentally. Anyway, this guy posted Pepe the Frog as, right? And in response, this guy goes like, I fucking, right, it's hard. A classic. No wonder a guy like you thinks that Holocaust deniers like Fuentes make good points. Right? Like, that's a response to a Pepe the Frog, as right? And like, this is what I mean when I talk about, oh, we have a culture of images, right? We have people pursuing images because you can post a Pepe the Frog as and people will make a point about Holocaust denial, right? It's just everyone is looking for symbols and images, like fucking paranoid schizophrenics, right? But since it's just a normal fucking form of expression because everyone like this Cold War hysteria, right, where everything is like an image, like, oh, this is a fucking trans people must have some fucking agenda to corrupt their kids because they're trans, and it's just an image, right? And it's like, oh, these people who posted Pepe the Frog as have to want fascism to return, right, and so on and so on, right? Like, it's all been reduced to fucking images. It's all been reduced to people looking for signs and symbols and hidden conspiracies and secret meanings when there just isn't any. Generally, like, of course there are fucking conspiracies and so on and so on and so on, right? But when it comes to people, like, generally it's very plain and easy to understand what they want, right? Like it, like I don't trust anyone, right? But expecting people to be so intelligent that they just scheme isn't really accurate, right? It's just people are just impulsive, basically. Yeah. Anyway, that's my point. This is something I fucking hate when it comes to left wingers, right? The general idea that, oh, you should trust the experts and believe in the science, and then saying, oh, I want to decide for myself or I want to come to my own conclusions is some type of like brain-led reactionary take, right? Like, oh, I want to think about this issue for myself as a parent, like, oh, I want to institute fascism, right? And why is this such a retarded belief? Well, it means that the people who want to think for themselves are inevitably going to eventually, in large part, become fascists, right? Because when you say, oh, you want to think for yourself, okay, you must be a fascist, right? It means that the fascists are the only people who are catering to the people who want to actually come to conclusions on their own, right? So, and all the left wingers are going like, oh, you need to go educate yourself, right? Right, and it's like, okay, like, this is a well-known phenomenon, I don't need to fucking discuss it, right? But it's just like, so fucking dumb. It's so fucking dumb. It's like, they think that if they tell people that they're allowed to come to conclusions, the right-wingers will always win out, right? Because they think that, I don't fucking know what they think. They think that their conclusions are so fucking obvious that everyone should just blindly believe them, unless they're like morally repugnant. Fuck moral facts, for real, for real. I agree with the feminists, when they talk about, oh, hey, look, women in media, right, are always portrayed as being, like, annoying and unreasonable and so on and so on and so on and so on, right? But, well, the other option, right, the feminists say, is that the women in media, look, they can also be, like, docile and subservient, and those are the good women, right? And, that's like the fucking meme of the strong, independent woman, right? It's like there should be like representation of women in media that isn't in relation to men, right? Yeah, it shouldn't be that female existence is inherently tied to their relationships with men, right? All of this is great. All of this I agree with, right? However, have you seen women in real life? So I kind of currently feel like the compulsion to talk about some real shit, but like I also don't want to. I know why this is happening, but I'm just gonna talk about the thing I wanted to talk about, cause I'm purposeful, purpose-driven, and yeah. So I don't know if it was in this video or the Love God vlog segment or before that. I don't know, but like I talked about how the RuneScape harvest had dried up, It was in some vlog. So what happened, or what has been happening recently, is that people who have been uploading OSRS videos have been uploading them at a slower rate than usual, and more like grouped together, right? And generally this is a bad thing, but today there's a new Modkip video, a new Chili video, and a new Slave Project video. And if you don't know, those are my top 3 OSRS YouTubers. So actually I'm really happy about that. And yeah, I'm just going to the store real quick to get a drink, either a Monster or a Dr. Pepper. Well, I haven't decided yet quite. Yeah. The new opinion just dropped, new Doubt opinion just dropped. Big Joel, the YouTuber, is genuinely fucking based. Like, I watched him for a while, and I was like, oh, he kind of communicates like a rad lib type, right? He kind of communicates like one of those, what the fuck are they called? The fucking, what do the fucking leftists, because as you know, I'm radical centrists, what do the leftists call the moral fags? Fuck. I forgot the fucking word. Like the people who, and I have to fucking look it up. School. That was the term woke schooled, yeah. So it seems like Big Joe is one of those like cradly woke school types, right? Who goes like, yeah, you know, I like social democracy and I don't like when people say mean things, right? He seems like that type of person, and that type of person has like an entire bag of connotations of what you're likely going to believe in, right? But then you just like pay attention to the things he says, and it's actually based, right? He never goes like, oh, you know, we need to prioritize fucking morality or whatever the fuck, right? He just goes like, yeah, let's abolish capitalism to, instead of fucking thing. Like, he basically has like better takes than any other internet leftist I've seen, except instead of using like the edgy type of language that you would expect from someone with like good takes, he uses like this very like liberal fucking normal language, and like he's still based though. But like unless you're paying attention, you won't notice it, right? Like his takes are just fucking good, right? And for a long time I was like, oh, I'm just watching Big Joe like as a shameful source of background noise, right? But then I just thought about it for a minute, and I was like, no, he's actually fucking based. Also, should I do a political stream? Should I just do a straight up fucking political stream? I'm considering it, actually, like unironically. Like, I think it might be a fun time. I just want to try it out, so I think I might do it like tomorrow. Yeah. I want to talk about an important distinction, right? So, earlier in this video, I talked about the Lindsay Ellis cancelled video, right? And I was like, anyway, I want to talk about the thing I didn't talk about there, which is the distinction between YouTubers with YouTube people being subscribed to them and YouTubers with non-YouTube people being subscribed to them. So what do you mean by YouTube people? Well, really what I mean to say is that these are people who are engaged with the culture of YouTube and so on and so on and so on, right? And these are people who are like fucking a part of the conversation, right? That's really what I mean. But practically, I mean people who open up YouTube every day and they watch new videos that came out that day, right? Like me, basically, right? That's got my head hurt so fucking much right now. So that's what I mean by YouTube people, right? Just people who just keep up with YouTube and watch YouTube videos, like, right? So in her video, Lindsay Ellis said like, oh, I'm the YouTuber with like the 22,000 most subscribers. I'm not relevant, right? But that's inaccurate, because when it comes to YouTube people subscribing to you, like Lindsay Ellis is probably in the top 10,000 at least, or maybe in the top 1,000, right? So I would say somewhere between those areas, right? Because what matters a lot is the ratio of YouTube subscribers and non-YouTube subscribers when you talk about like the cultural conversation of YouTube, right? And in that sphere, Lindsay Ellis is one of the most well-known people, in my opinion. Lindsay Ellis is not only is she relevant to her own subscribers even, right? She's also relevant to all the people who just watch her videos when they see them, right? And who might not necessarily seek them out, right? And she's also relevant to people who are familiar with the scenes that she's been a part of, right? If you watch anyone who's like a left-leaning political YouTuber, right, or semi-political YouTuber, Lindsay Ellis is relevant to you. If you watch the fucking people from the old, that guy with the classes scene, right, Lindsay Ellis is relevant to you. So she's not only relevant to her own subscribers, but she's relevant to this whole scene, right? Which has, of course, a lot of overlap, but also has people who aren't overlapping, right? And so on and so on and so on. So adding on those metrics too, right? She's probably in the top 500 most relevant people on YouTube, right? Because yeah, sure, there's some guy with 250,000 subscribers, right, who just posts videos of him thrifting or whatever, right? But he's not going to be relevant to the cultural conversation, right? He's going to be relevant to people outside of the YouTube culture who just want to see videos of thrifting, because this is the thing people don't understand. YouTube isn't just used by people who make YouTube videos. YouTube is also used by people who just want to upload videos, right? And they don't want to do it on Facebook or whatever, right? People often miss this. People often miss this, right? And that's why Lindsay Ellis is relevant. That's why she's a D-list celebrity. She has hundreds of thousands of people who care about her, which none of these people who have more subscribers than her just generally tend to do, right? Because they tend to have subscribers that don't really keep up with YouTube, right? But she's also influential and relevant, right? That's my fucking point. I figured out another reason why I like OSRS. It's because when I play games, right? When I play games or when I do things, I like things that reward execution instead of punishing failure. Like that's always the way I look at things. Like I don't want to be necessarily consistent or necessarily avoid mistakes. For me, the only thing that matters is how well I can execute things when there are no mistakes, or how well I can execute things even if if there is a mistake, right? Like if I do something and there's a mistake involved, right? But otherwise the execution was good, I will still think that's a good execution, you know? Like to me, I'm not the type of person to really just care about mistakes, right? I'm not the type of person who's like when I look at a magic trick, right, and someone, or a card history trick rather, card history move, yeah. And someone drops their cards at the end of it, they don't go like, oh, you dropped your cards, that doesn't count. They go like, oh, yeah, that was a cool trick. It might have been cooler if you didn't drop your cards, but that doesn't matter to me. Like, I'm not the type of person who cares about imperfections, right? I just care about the actual actions themselves, right? And it's like, if you have like really fluid movements, right? You drop something, I don't fucking care, you know. The fluid movements are the interesting part, not the, oh, can I not drop something, you know. And when it comes to SRS, it doesn't really punish most mistakes. Like, when you make a mistake in OSRS, you just don't get as much XP when you're skilling. Or if you're fighting a boss, it's way more about just consistency and just paying attention and learning it, of course, than just, oh, let's avoid making a mistake, because usually, like, mistakes are usually, when it comes to fighting a boss, you're prepared to kill the boss like multiple times, right? And with most bosses, if you know how to do them, right, if you know the basics, it's really hard to fail when you do the boss once. But it's really easy to just play poorly and not be able to kill the boss multiple times, right? So, like, in that, it rewards execution way more than it punishes mistakes. And that's just the kind of gameplay I like, just games where it's about how well you can do something, not how well you can avoid making a mistake. Yeah. So I'm done with my first day at the office. I've had this problem for a long time, where I think that, hey, look, my main problem with like reading and writing is that I don't have a space to read and write in, right? Because I'm really dependent on environment, and when I'm trying to do productive things from home, it's always really difficult for me, because it's like, oh, I'm at home, I have my computer, look, I could be doing all of those things, and I've tried using, like, also I'm just doing really janky shit because I'm trying to vlog and cook at the same time. People say multitasking doesn't work, explain the safest. Anyway, the joke is, of course, that I'm doing janky. You're intelligent, you watch those, mate. Anyway, and when I do like time management things, like, oh, I'll do this thing for 5 hours or 6 hours or 8 hours or whatever a day, right? As like and just like focus on that thing. I never take it like as a different environment. I just do it at home, but like suddenly I'm forcing myself to do these things that I don't want to do right now, and so it doesn't work, right? And also I try to focus on not doing something consistently, but rather getting things done in like explosive bursts, even though that it just inherently isn't sustainable, and ultimately burns me out of whatever I do, which is why I've expressed the idea that like, oh, I have a specific reservoir of energy, which is why I can be really productive at some times, and I'm not really that productive in other times, because generally what I do is I keep being productive for a period of time that will burn me out, and then I'll be burned out basically. So I generally tend to overestimate how much I should do, and as a consequence burn myself out. So now what I'm trying to do is I should spend 4 hours a day, not a word count, not a page count, just 4 hours a day. 3 hours after I wake up, which is when I'm in the proper mindset to be productive, right? Which is not too early in the day, it's not too late in the day, it's just when I'm basically productive, right? So I should spend that time. I should spend that time where I'm feeling the best, reading or writing, because that's the only time where I can read and write, and I want to do both of those things, right? It's not that I'm trying to do something I don't want to do, but rather I want to find a method that I can use to do something that I just genuinely do want to do, but just don't have a space for, right? So, okay, so I have designated a and I think I'm gonna take every third day off. I think that's my plan, because people need days off too. And I'll think about vacations later once this has been proven to work, or not work, I guess. So yeah. So that's the plan, right? So what did I do differently this time to like what made me think like, oh, I want to be not like, oh, I'm at home, I should be doing things I do that are pointless or whatever, because that's kind of the environment that being at home like creates within me. Oh fuck. Yeah, my dough isn't doing very well right now, so I apologize for that. But anyway, it's like so what I realized is that my goal is not to be a writer that makes money, right? My goal has never been, oh, I want to be a writer who earns money. My goal has always been to be a professional writer, right? And I've already made money through being a writer, which means that in turn I am already a professional writer, right? So as a professional writer, it's just my job, just straight up my job, to write things, right? And to be better at writing. Oh, I've created an eldritch horror. Yeah, anyway, it's not that I'm employed by anyone else, because I've always thought like, oh, I won't feel like I'm a professional unless I'm employed by someone else, right? That's always been another problem I've had, right? Where it's like, oh, how can I convince myself that I'm a professional when I'm not employed, right? But I decided that the person who I'm employed by is just my future self, and at a point where I no longer need to be employed, I will then become the employer. So that's my current thought process. So and that also the other reason why I want to do this, right? It's not just oh, I'm just obsessed with productivity. Right? I'm not obsessed with productivity. I just things I like doing, and I want to treat those things as professional, what's the word for it? Endeavors, right? I don't want to treat writing as a hobby. It's not a pursuit I'm interested in as a hobbyist or an amateur. It's a pursuit I'm interested in as a professional, right? I'm interested in writing not as a hobbyist writer, but as a professional writer who's looking to be either published or make money through alternative means, right? That's my goal. And yeah. Okay, so also the second part is that I want to treat my hobbies as hobbies. I don't want to play RuneScape and be like, oh, this is a job that I have a quota in, right? I don't want to treat listening to music or watching shows or whatever other hobbies I have as things I need to do on a schedule in a somewhat professional way, right? And I don't want to treat YouTube that way either. I don't want YouTube to be the job I do. I want YouTube to be just something I do as a hobby, right? And I think it will be easier to treat all of those things the way that I think they should be treated if I have something to do that I can be like, yeah, this is just my job, right? So if my job is every day to, okay, I'm gonna write for 4 hours, right, or read for 4 hours, or just advance my literature career, I guess, it's not a career, whatever, in some way, like making my website or self-promoting or whatever it might be, then that also means that I can treat everything else as a hobby. I can treat my the games I play as just, oh, these are things I do for hobbies, videos I make and music I make or music, anything like, and that's important to me. I don't want to have quotas or perceived quotas in any of these areas. I just want to do all of these things just because I enjoy them and with no other motives. So yeah, that's another thing that's important. And also, I want a guilt-free excuse to just be alone, because I've really been missing a space where I can just be alone without experiencing this stress where I feel like I'm letting my friends down or whatever by being alone. So I want a space where I can just be alone and be fine with it and not think that I should be doing something else, basically. So I have all of these cascading neuroses, and just the solution to that is just to make writing my job, because I also am constantly dissatisfied that I'm not as good at writing as I try to be, and every time I try to get better at writing, it's always the wrong way. It's always, okay, I'm just gonna write a shit ton and I'll be better at writing, or I should just try to write consistently, but I always like, is there something I can do consistently for a certain amount of dedicated time or dedicated word count, because I just don't have the energy for that. And sure, if I was like, oh, I should write for 3,000 words a day, right? I will write maybe 2,000 words a day, and otherwise I might write maybe 1,000 words a day on average, right? But those 2,000 words a day on average come at the cost of just burning myself out rapidly and not meeting the quota I set for myself. So, oh, why not set your quota at 2,000 words per day? Well, if I do that, I'll try to write those 2,000 words a day as fast as possible, and so on and so on and so on, right? And then it's also reading, because writing requires reading. I'll write an article about it later. But if you can't create art without consuming art of a similar kind, right? And if I focus on, okay, I'm going to put all my energy into writing, I just forget how to read, right? And if I say, oh, I should read a certain amount each day, it just becomes an impediment to the things I actually want to do. The thing with reading is I need, again, a space to read, right? I need a space where I can just read and just be immersed in the fact that I am reading, because I enjoy reading a lot and I've never had a bad experience reading. So I'm just like, okay, look, I should just spend time reading, right? But like, nothing I've tried thus far has worked. So I've created this space within time, right? It's my office isn't a specific schedule or a specific location. It's a 4-hour block in time arriving from the future that I'm just gonna participate in on a 66% of the day's basis. Yes. So this is my new plan. Here's an issue I have. Here's an issue I have when it comes to self-esteem, other than writing boring. But yeah, here's another issue I have when it comes to self-esteem. I'm really obsessed with aesthetics, but I also don't really know how to cultivate my own aesthetic because I have a very strong aesthetic, right? That's just a thing I do, you know. Like I look at myself and I go like, oh yeah, that's an aesthetic existence, right? But I don't know how to flip that into being entertaining in a more conventional way, or being like more well presented in that way, right? So all I know is how to do weird toad smite things, right? And I wish I could just have like a fun stream, or like basically I want to be a streamer. Right? I unironically want to stream more, but it's just hard for me to be entertaining on stream. And I know it's like not everyone can stream, right? That's true, but it's like I know that by some means I could translate myself into a streamer, you know, and I think that would be a fun time like that. And I think it mostly comes to the audience interaction. I think that's a kind of the skill I want to have more of. Maybe I don't fucking know. But yeah, I just see people who have a very like I don't fucking know. I just want people to like me. I think maybe people like me too. So I think I think I think I want people to not just think I'm cool, but I want people to think that I'm entertaining, and I think I don't know how to really be entertaining. Yeah, I think that's the thing I'm self conscious about, but it doesn't matter. I can just write books, and you don't have to be entertaining. I think one of the reasons why I feel better today than I have before, or for the last week or so, is because my sleep schedule finally kinda caught up to where in the cycle it should be. Because this happens sometimes when I have a mixed episode, is my sleep schedule stabilizes. And if you're a normal person, it's like, oh yeah, my sleep schedule is stable, that's great. For me, that means like constant jet lag, basically. Because my body isn't on a 24-hour cycle, and if it isn't allowed to migrate as it wants to, it eventually just creates suffering. So, what I what I had today is my sleep schedule shifted forward by like 4 hours, or something akin to that, and I just feel way better because of that, like incomparably better to how I was feeling before. So that isn't the real reason why I started the camera right now, as you probably have come to expect. I have been watching all of Asmongold videos, and he talks about like World of Warcraft game design and how shit it is. And here's something I've noticed when it comes to WoW developers, right? Is they constantly think that various things are problems, right? They think that players playing the game in a specific way is a problem, and the way they think is problematic is when players play in highly specialized and optimized ways constantly, right? Where players constantly make sure they get every last percentage of damage they can, right? Where players constantly make sure that they're executing they're having like the most optimal build, and they're executing like the most optimal gear setup, and so on and so on and so on and so on, right? Because it seems like they're just afraid of people finishing the game, right? I feel like it seems like World of Warcraft developers are just scared that players will just end up not playing the game, and they'll just be finished, and oh no, what will they do, right? And sure, that's a fair enough thing to fear, right? In RuneScape, that's never a concern, because if you're the type of person who would finish a game, you're the type of person who would never finish the game, right? Like if you're the type of person who just actively grinds out the max cape, you probably want to accomplish more than just a max cape, you know. But Let's go back to World of Warcraft, right? So they had these dumb systems, right? Oh, you're gonna have to play unoptimally and grind these things, and if you wanna do this thing, you have to grind those things that have unnecessary impediments, and they just like impede your progression, right? They just make sure that you're progressing slower than you otherwise would be. And that's because you're afraid of people running out of content. Oh no, they can't run out of the game. You know what else World of Warcraft does? They absolutely got zones that are from previous expansions, right? Like after Cataclysm, you can't even play the base game the same way you used to be able to, right? So imagine if the World of Warcraft devs did this, like, oh, they made every expansion alive again. They restored every single raid and made them useful in some way. You know, they restored every single piece of content to being something that people might consider doing, right? And so on and so on and so on. So the game would have literally tens of thousands of hours of shit to do, even when you're not doing the current expansion, because there are thousands of people who I bet would fucking kill to play like Craft of the Lich King again, but they don't really want to play classic and wait until classic Craft of the Lich King comes out, and they go like, oh, I'm not really caught up in classic because I didn't want to play before that, you know, whatever. And when you just play base WoW, you can't really do that, you know. And so on and so on, right? So they have all of these past expansions of those past systems, but since they have a constant horizontal progression, none of that is worth anything, because every single expansion has a catch-up mechanic, and so on and so on and so on and so on and so on. So hey, just take inspiration from MMOs that don't have to worry about the fucking game ending. Jesus fucking Christ, fucking retards. So I just watched the Ethernet inferiority complex video. I thought like, hey, look, I'm gonna make a video response to it, and then I was like, actually, I can say all the important parts in a comment. So I left a long comment, but I want to talk about a few thoughts I had about the video, because I know Ethernet won't see it this far. Like I know for a fucking fact that Ethernet won't watch a fucking random Doteside video for 7 hours and 20 minutes to get to this part. Or maybe she's tuning into the premiere or whatever at the right opportune time. Doesn't fucking matter. Let's talk about inferiority complexes. So, as as you people probably know, I have a fairly massive inferiority complex. I just tie it into my superiority complex, make a nice bow out of it, and go like, yeah, I'm adjusted. I just want everyone to treat me like a god, and I feel like I failed when people don't treat me like a literal fucking divine entity. Right, so no, that's just how I express that feeling. But I so this is the first thought I had. The first thought that I had bouncing around my skull was subscriber counts. I feel like I'm very obsessed with subscriber counts, but not in the way that a YouTuber would be, right? I don't go like, oh, I want to have more subscribers, right? I stopped caring about how many subscribers I had when I had like 43, because at that point there was never a situation where I put out the video and then no one watched it. Like someone watched all of my videos and that was fine enough for me, you know. So I stopped caring about how many subscribers I have at that point. But what I didn't stop caring about, this is the secret I haven't told anyone, is I constantly obsess over how many subscribers other people have. I go like, oh, Osaka Syndrome has 2,000 subscribers. I wouldn't even want to have 2,000 subscribers in the same way that Osaka Syndrome has, right? Because Lily has an audience of people who are there for things that she doesn't want to provide, right? And that creates difficult situations that she doesn't want to be in, right? So I wouldn't want to have the same 2,000 subscribers that Lily has, right? I would want to have those my viewers, and I'm happy that, like every time I post a video, 2 people unsubscribe, basically. This has been a pattern for a long time for me, and I'm happy that that's happening. Because I don't make videos for people who don't want to watch them, right? I'm not trying to make videos for people who aren't here to watch Toads Might doing wacky thing number 1 million, right? So I'm happy that people are unsubscribing when they're not seeing the type of videos that they want. And the thing for me is that I'm still obsessed though with like, oh look, Osaka Syndrome has 2,000 subscribers. I know for a fact that she doesn't want to have 2,000 subscribers. If she could press a button and get rid of like the half of her audience that she just doesn't want seeing any of her videos, she would do it fucking instantly, right? Just so that they wouldn't harass her over fucking stupid bullshit that she'll feel bad about for fucking weeks, right? But I still look at the number and I go like, oh, I only have like 7% of that number. That means I must be doing something wrong. That means I must be underperforming. Then I look at like Plunder and No, and right, they have like 500 subscribers on their main channels. Now they're fucking big YouTube celebrities, right? Why don't I have 500 subscribers? And it's just because they've been around longer, and the way we make videos isn't conducive for rapid growth, right? Like none of us make videos that are designed to have like viral potential, right? So generally, when videos that we make blow up, it's accidental, right? And like my fucking Moosey 2 video, fuck that fucking bullshit. Like generally when we make videos that blow up, like, or like TikTok, which is Hex the Moon, right? And so on and so on and so on, right? Like those just blow up accidentally. And our channels just aren't built in such a way, like our culture isn't built in such a way to allow for rapid growth, right? And I'm sure if I was around for like 2 more years and kept uploading consistently, which I have no clue if I will, I probably won't. I know that I'll also probably have like 500 subscribers just through seeing the history of my channel growth. And I also have a fucking amazing backlog, right? I unironically think I have the best fucking backlog on YouTube. Not because I have the best videos on my backlog, but because my backlog, like whenever I make a video, I think about the fact that eventually that will be the Toads Might backlog, right? Whenever I make videos, I go like, okay, I'm gonna make a video knowing that that is eventually going to be in my backlog, right? I don't go like, okay, I'm gonna make a video for today as a part of this project. I always think, okay, how will this video look in like a year when I'm doing something completely different? How will this entire arc parse in to people when they're just scrolling through my channel in a year, right? And so on and so on and so on. So I put a lot of attention to the structure of my channel. I'm really concerned with the way that people can parse my arcs, can parse my backlog, right? So because of that, I think I have probably one of the best backlogs on YouTube, and the projects that aren't conducive to that, I feel like are failures I need to make up for, right? Like every time I drop a project, I just feel bad about it because I'm like, oh, it won't parse that well in the backlog when I've dropped the project, right? It's like, oh, there isn't a new episode, oh, there must be I did something wrong. It's just, I stopped being interested in that project, and no one wants to see me make a project that I'm not interested in, right? And that's just how it works, you know. It's nothing more complicated than that. It's fine that it is how it is, you know. I'm not actually worried. It's just in my head, I'm like, oh, I should have a perfect fucking backlog, you know. And that's just not a thing that's possible, you know. Like if you're making videos that you like to make, you'll never have a absolutely immaculate backlog, you know. But I think I have the best one. Like, if all these things being said, I have the best one. And I think, I don't know how good my videos are, but like, I think with the Love God Saga, I took all the concepts I've been exploring to their logical conclusion, and I think I made one of the better videos that have come out of the Denpasphere. But still, it's like, it's it's intentionally esoteric, it's obfuscated, it's a fucking 30-hour fucking series of videos, right? Because I'm obsessed with length, that's why this is a 24-hour vlog, wow. Also, I think I might just put some filler arcs in this vlog, because I kind of want to, because I know I have to upload this video in 12-hour chunks, and I know soon enough I'll get a new motherboard and a new CPU, which means that I'll very likely have to reinstall my operating system, and it'll just be way easier if I can render and upload this video, like the first part, the first 12-hour chunk, before I do that. So I might just put some fucking filler here, and like I'm not gonna like intentionally do it, but like I'm gonna just think about doing more podcasty things or whatever the fuck, because I kind of don't want to fucking fuck around with the other option. It's not a good, it's not a bad thing. I just need to format my disk, and then I need to copy files over. And once I copy files over, I can just delete the previous part of the disk. I think maybe, who knows? I'll tell my. Fucking hell. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Like sincerely. But yeah, so that's a thing I've been thinking about. So yeah, subscriber counts, right? Back to that, right? Like in my brain, I'm like, oh, I should have 10,000 subscribers, all of whom are like Toadsmite fans, right? Which just isn't ever going to happen. Like, I think that's the upper bound of my channel. Like, I think I could get 10,000 subscribers. Like, at some point, like that's not really that much of a big deal in the current fucking year, you know. So it's like, yeah, that might that might eventually just happen, you know. But who knows? Who knows? I mean, I am fucking know. So, yes, like whenever I look at my friends having more subscribers than me, I'm like, oh, I must be doing something wrong, right? I must be failing at something. When it's like, here's the complex I have. Here's the complex I have. I don't think I'm like, I feel like I should be held in higher regard than all of my friends are, right? And when it comes to like the Tenpa mob shit, right? All of my friends have a way more Tenpa mob ethos than I have, right? Like when it comes to my friends, like when it comes to No Thank You, right? No Thank You just goes like, yeah, I'm gonna make great Tenpa videos, right? And Starman goes like, yeah, I'm gonna make great albums that appeal to like this specific emotion that Tenpa type people will feel, right? And so on and so on and so on. So, but like, I'm just, as Plunter said, I'm just inherently Tenpai, you know, like it's not that I'm a part of Tenpai mob. It's just the person who I am would obviously be in Tenpai mob, you know. It's like okay. This is an example of a complex I have. When I met Plunder and No, right, when I first started like being in like the same circles that they are, I was like, these are the fucking coolest people I've ever fucking seen. I need to be friends with them, right? And they had like a similar reaction, right? And so on and so on and so on. I feel like that's the place I have, you know. It's like I'm just a person who can collaborate with people easily, and I can be really into Tenpa, right? In a way that I don't feel like Plunder and No can be, because they like working on isolated projects way more than they like collaborating with people and being into other people's like communal endeavors, right? Like Plunder and No, like they are way more concerned of like, hey, like I want to make a project that I do all on my own, right? Like they don't have the same, like when I collaborate with someone, I'm like, yeah, okay, it doesn't matter that there is a collaboration. It's a project that we both worked on, and it's better for it. But I feel like those two people in particular, when they collaborate, they go like, okay, this is an inferior project when it comes to like my own history, right? This isn't a perfect project when it comes to who I am, and this means this isn't something that I should like value on the same type of level that I value my own things. Like not because it's inferior, but rather because it is a part of a different continuity than the thing that they're trying to express, right? I feel like that explained it well enough. But when it comes to me, I'm just like, yeah, I'm gonna take every single chance I have to collaborate with people. And I just think that's cool. I'm really into everyone who's in Denpa Mob or who's adjacent to Denpa Mob, and I watch basically everyone's videos if I'm in the right mood, right? The reason I'll sometimes refer, like, I haven't seen the new Osaka Syndrome video. I haven't seen some of the new Harsh Noise Pain Slut videos, but like that's because I haven't been in the mood to watch those videos. Like, I haven't seen the new Avocado video right now, even though I'm sure it's gonna be fucking amazing because it's Avocado. He makes amazing shit, right? So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna watch this video eventually, and I'm sure it will be really fucking good. But it's just not. I've just not been in the mood for it, you know. So there's a backlog of things I haven't seen that I don't really feel like watching right now because I don't feel like I would enjoy them right now. You know. Also, my voice is going because I need to go drink some water. But yeah, I just feel like collaborating with people brings out the best in me because I'm really adaptable, and I think way more into like other tempos than most tempos are. Like I feel like when it comes to like Osaka Syndrome and fucking Plunder and No, I don't know how I fucking blanked out on the names. I feel like they don't really have like the same type of vested interest that I do, because like when I see like anyone new who does like who makes like Tenpa type art, like, or just post Digi things, and I'm just gonna say Digi because Digi is a character as B has said, so I can just say Digi. It doesn't fucking matter. So like anyone who has done like post Digi art, like I'm more into like I'm more into like I don't think other Tenpas are as into like John J. Ren's. I mean, Plunder is really into John J. Ren's, but like or Mully Boom or other. Like, I feel like everyone has their own people who they're into, but I'm just into every one of them. You know, I'm just into everyone in this like general art scene, and I try to keep up with as much of their stuff as I can. I can be compelled to, you know. Because I'm just really into this form of art and I want to be a part of it, you know. Like that's just an important thing for me. Anyway, if that what was I saying? I'm talking. Oh yeah, my massive inferiority complex. But yeah, I constantly look at other people and go like, okay, if I'm not matching up to these people, it must be evidence that I'm doing something wrong, you know. It must be evidence that I'm not fucking succeeding at the level I should be, you know, and yeah, and the level I should be succeeding at is being a literal fucking god, you know. So, of course, I'm not gonna be working at that level. So yeah, after I made the love god, I've just been doing more things that are like therapeutic to myself, like fucking being. I've decided now that I'm self-employed, but I'm employed to my future self, right? So I'm a junior accelerationist, and yeah. Whatever, doesn't fucking matter. I think I got that thought out. I'll come back later if I figure out things to say. I want to talk about the conspiracy, a real life conspiracy. I don't know why it is this way, and that's why I can only assume there must be something nefarious afoot. But there's a psyop of some kind of Häagen-Dazs. So if you've ever had Häagen-Dazs, you know exactly why I like it, right? In my opinion, it's the best ice cream by far, since it's the only ice cream that manages to strike the balance between having flavor and not being overly sweet, right? Because with most ice creams, right, you have them either be disgustingly sweet with a good flavor, or you have them be tolerable, but they're lacking in flavor, right? Häagen-Dazs is a middle ground, right, where it has a lot of flavor, but it isn't disgustingly sweet. It's a fucking miracle. Most stores don't even stock Häagen-Dazs, right? It's kind of a luxury brand, and it's only stocked in a very small selection of stores, right? And that makes enough sense. So it's just always like, okay, you never know if you're gonna get it if you're in one of the places that even has it, you know, which is over. Most of the world has some Häagen-Dazs, you know. It's fine. You can find it somewhere generally. But here's the problem. They never stock the best flavors. They always seem to stock the lower tier flavors, and of course, being Häagen-Dazs, right, the lower tier flavors are still better than basically all other ice cream, right? Like I would say a relatively like low tier Häagen-Dazs flavor is probably just the best ice cream in the realm of everything except its better flavors, right? But every store seems to stock those low tier flavors. It's always the same ones. They cost as much as the high tier flavors, right? So it's not like they're cheaper. And when they stock the higher tier flavors, they're always in like a taster pack, right? Which is proportionally even more expensive because you have multiple ice creams in small quantities and only some of which are the higher tier flavors. So there must be a conspiracy here. There must be some reason why they wouldn't just stock the better flavors that more people are going to buy. Because when you're buying like a fucking $6-7 ice cream, right, you're not gonna be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna get the shitty flavors, right, and be happy, right? So here are my thoughts on what could be happening. There's an ice cream cartel that knows that no other luxury brand of ice cream would have customers if they stocked enough Häagen-Dazs, right? So the cartel prevents the higher tier ice cream flavors from being shipped in like shipping companies that have like bulk deals with general ice cream suppliers. This is one opportunity. This is one explanation. I have no clue if this explanation has any bearing in reality, but this is one thing I could imagine having happened, right? It's just some cartel has influenced a bulk supplier of ice cream to supply shitty Häagen-Dazs flavors. No clue why this would happen, but it makes some sense. Then maybe the higher tier Häagen-Dazs flavors get sold out too quick, but that doesn't make any sense. You could just always supply more. Maybe it's all a funnel to get you to buy those tasters because they have larger profit margins, maybe? Could be, potentially. I have no fucking clue. I just wish I could fucking buy Häagen-Dazs and the good flavors because I would actually fucking... I go nuts for that shit. I go fucking nuts for that shit. I mean, I guess it's kind of good that they don't... Maybe some benevolent government organization sees the health emergency that will arrive when the good Häagen-Dazs flavors are in fucking stock anywhere. But like the weird thing is that this is like persistent from country to country, right? But I know they have the good flavors, right? I know they exist, but it's like they're never in stores. Maybe Häagen-Dazs has like special representative stores because I know there are like Häagen-Dazs stores. And the good flavors are reserved for those stores, so they would have a monopoly. But like in many countries and many places, they don't have those representative stores. So maybe that's what's happening. They only ship low-tier ice creams to other stores, so people would go to their representative stores with better profit margins. And it's just a matter of local coverage on whether you can get good Häagen-Dazs flavors or not. Maybe that's what's happening. It's so fucking weird. It's so fucking weird. Okay, I'm unironically against 5G. I unironically think that 5G is just straight up fucking bad. Why do I think 5G is just straight up fucking bad? Young Toads might... Well, are you saying it's radioactive? Are you saying it's gonna kill me or make me gay or whatever? No, I'm not saying any of that. None of that is true. None of that can be verified. And even if it is true, it's true according to science that we currently don't really have confirmation of, right? So, by all means, 5G should be safe for humans. Oh, then why is it bad? Okay, so first of all, when it comes to consumer devices, right, when you're outside, right, you're downloading files, you're uploading files, right, the 5G speeds don't fucking matter, right? Right now, 4G is fast enough to download everything fast. 5G can download it way faster, like fucking incredibly faster. But what do you need to download that fast on a phone? Nothing. Okay. So you can upload, download things fast on a phone. Your data cap doesn't change. You're still throttled by whatever your data cap is, right? So it's like, okay, you can do it fast, but like you're not gonna do enterprise shit still on your phone, right? Or on any other device that has a access to cell service, right? Because the data cap just wouldn't allow it, right? So 5G completely useless for a normal person outside, right? If you're outside on your phone, 5G won't change how you interact with the world at all. 5G will change your life by absolutely nothing, right? Oh, you might be able to download a podcast episode in 10 seconds instead of like a minute, but that honestly doesn't fucking matter, right? Like, honestly, that's not a fucking deal this way or that way. 4G is already insanely fast. 4G is already as fast as most activities would demand because it's comparably fast to normal um, non-optic home internet, right? Which is what most people have. Most people don't have optical fucking home internet, right? So 5G doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't change your life. You're still gonna have a data cap, right? Okay, so why is 5G bad? Okay, first of all, it has unproven environmental effects. It is genuinely possible that 5G will kill off a lot of insects, and you might be like, oh, but I want to kill off insects. And that's a positive. Sure, but you're gonna fuck up your entire ecosystem, and when you fuck up your ecosystem by accidentally killing a bunch of insects, you're gonna have worse shit, just trust me. You can't compromise an ecosystem without repercussions. Okay, whatever. That probably won't happen. That probably won't mean that much. Maybe you'll see a massive insect die-off, but it's worth it for the marginally larger upload-download speeds, right? You're gonna be able to upload download things insanely fast. Wow. Well, so 5G also has a massive infrastructure cost, right? With all the environmental concerns aside, with the fact that it won't change your life aside, right? 5G won't impact you at all. But it has a massive infrastructure cost that will have to be offloaded on someone, right? You'll have to pay for it some way, somehow, at some point in time. So 5G requires an entirely new parallel infrastructure to be built, to be used, right? You can't just repurpose existing 4G towers into 5G towers. Doesn't work like that, right? Whatever, it costs a lot. Progress needs to be made. Maybe it fucks up the environment. Maybe it's useless, but in the future, I'll have unlimited data plans and I'll be uploading, downloading shit. I'll be like a cyberpunk hacker out on the road managing my entire fucking botnet or whatever the fuck. I'll be so cool. I'll I'll make such good use of 5G. Sure, you might be the one cyberpunk hacker, right? You might be the one person who's managing an entire botnet at the tip of your fingers, fucking outdoors, like even though you can already do that with 4G, doesn't fucking matter. But with 5G, right? But the thing that really advances, right? The thing that 5G really promotes is the Internet of Things. That's the only thing that 5G is genuinely useful for. The only use case where 5G changes anything significantly is the Internet of Things, right? So 5G is genuinely a conspiracy to push the idea of an Internet of Things. So why would people conspire to push the Internet of Things? I want to have a smart refrigerator. Go kill yourself. The Internet of Things is just a massive security hazard, right? The Internet of Things doesn't really give you anything that you could use. It doesn't really promote anything that people would benefit from. It's just a matter of selling luxury goods that spy on you, right? No one needs a fucking Alexa. No one needs a fucking smart refrigerator. No one needs a fucking smart Wi-Fi activated toaster. These are just unnecessary security risks that have so many different fucking vulnerabilities that maybe you'll just fucking, I don't know, best case your refrigerator just melts down at some point because the electronics failed or whatever the fuck. It's all unnecessary. It's all fucking gay. It's all fucking retarded. And 5G only benefits the Internet of Things. It's genuinely a conspiracy to promote an insecure, bloated idea that for some reason, tech companies really like, maybe because they can upcharge for otherwise relatively cheapening appliances and spy on you. Wow, wow. I started reading Bukowski today. Also, my second day in the time office has been served. And after I finished, I played some RuneScape, listening to some music. I was like, "Fuck! I wanna go read some more Bukowski because I genuinely haven't enjoyed any book as much as I'm enjoying Bukowski in such a long time. Like probably 10 years, and now I'm just reading just fucking Bukowski, and I'm like, oh, this is the fucking best writer of all fucking time. And it's like, yeah, that's just a fact, you know. But yeah, it's oh, I got the fucking bug in RuneScape. The fucking dumb. But I so even after I finished my 4 hours in the office, I was like, oh, I need to read more Bukowski. Basically, that's what happened. I'm reading Ham Dry right now, and it's fucking amazing. It's one of the best things I've ever fucking read. Yeah, Bukowski fucks. I'm so fucking tired too. Tomorrow's the day off. No clue what I'm gonna do. I'm just bored with my free time. Cause it's like I can watch that reverse, but that's about the only thing I can do. Jesus Christ, I'm so fucking tired. I'm gonna stop this recording. I wanna talk about that reverse because I've talked about those shows a lot, but I don't think I've talked about this specific issue, even though I've been thinking about it. I think I talked about the Supergirl super feminist thing on YouTube where I saw like a compilation where it was like, oh, here are super feminist moments in Supergirl, and it was just like things that happen in the real world, and it's because they're like fucking signals that people look out for. It's supposed proof of like a super feminist agenda. Oh, this character is gay or black or whatever. That's the liberals back at it again. But the thing I didn't think I talked about, or I don't remember if I talked about, is that the Arrowverse is actually unironically good at like having a diverse cast of characters. Like when it comes to most things, when you have like diverse characters, it almost inevitably leads to it being like very unnatural, right? It isn't just, oh, this character is black. It's, oh, this character is black, or this character is gay, or whatever. But in like Arrowverse shows, characters are just black or gay, and it doesn't matter. It's just the same as any other character would be. And I really like that. I think that's really nice. Like I know, like it's like a fucking conservative point to be like, oh, I don't like forced diversity, oh, it ruins things. But it's unironically true though. It's like when you have characters who aren't characters but just basically just stereotypes, right? That's not really diversity. That's just being racist or homophobic in a convoluted way, right? And I'm not being like, oh yeah, black people should act like white people, right? Like I'm not that type of person, right? I'm not like, oh, why are black people sagging their pants and playing their hippie hoppy music, right? Because I think black people shouldn't have any obligation to act according to white cultural standards. I'm a black liberationist. You all know this, but like it's not like it's an option in TV shows to say like, oh yeah, here are black people who are just being black people, right? Because it's like any production that involves white people is necessarily going to like unless you literally just have an all black cast, right? And no, Black Panther doesn't count, and all black writers and directors and so on and so on and so on. You won't get just black people acting like black people. Like you do get it when you have like at least the productions where the vast majority of the people involved were black. That does happen, and I'm sure you could have like no fucking Luke Cage doesn't fucking count. I I'm sure some white people who are respectful could write something like that, but you know, like they won't be the fucking lip shits. I think that's a point. Wow, I'm on my computer in an incognito tab. Oh, it's fortune.org/MLP. Why would I be going to MLP on an incognito tab? Oh, what's this? On MLP on fortune.org. There's this banner. .info hazard. What could this possibly be? What could this possibly be? I bought the Porsche ad for DCRS. And I mean, it's an MLP, but I deliberately put an MLP just to fucking be able to say I had an ad in MLP. Look! It's DCRS. It's a fucking fortune. So this is the ad interface. I can refresh it and see like, oh, only one person has 2 clicks with one in. I fucking care. I don't fucking care. This is fucking hilarious. It's money well spent. Like I don't care if like 5 people find it. It's really funny that it happened anyway. I mean, this is buried in like a fucking 24-hour long vlog. It doesn't matter. I'm gonna put it on. I don't fucking know. Like I feel like my audience would find this funny, but I don't want to post it on fucking YouTube because I would be fucking gay. But yeah, so if you're here, enjoy this fucking massage of the DCRS fortune ad. Let's talk about sports. If you know me, you know that I'm kind of like tangential into sports. You know, I read a lot of sports manga. Like I just generally like sports manga a lot. I watch a lot of documentaries about sports, right? And you know, you would expect me to be kind of into sports from that. You know, it's like yeah, you know, I'm into all these things about sports. So well, why am I not really into sports? Why don't I watch sports? Why don't I keep up with sports? Let's see. Well, it must be that sports is boring and it just makes cool stories. Yeah, that must be true. Now, yesterday, I listened to some YouTube video about Formula E because I'm like, yes, please fucking shit on Formula E for having boosts. You've heard me go on the trend before. And someone was like, hey, you know, IndyCar is free. And I'm like, oh, IndyCar is free? Well, I'm gonna just go watch the Indy 500. That might be interesting. That might be a cool thing to watch when I'm like falling asleep. Yeah, you know, who knows? So I went and I watched the fucking last year's Indy 500, right? And I was like, okay, yeah, let's just use this to go to sleep. And it was genuinely fucking compelling. Every single F1 race I watched has been shit. Every single other Formula Series race I've watched has been shit. When I've watched videos about fucking rally or not, when I watched races, the rally races or whatever, like other street car or NASCAR or whatever, any other race I've watched, it's been fucking garbage, right? And I'm like, wait, IndyCar is actually really fucking dope. Like hearing the commentators commentate, right? They provide actually useful commentary. Watching the race looks actually interesting. Wait, why is this? Why is this so much fucking better than every other race series I've ever seen? And the answer is obvious once you watch it for a bit. And I was like, oh, it's the fucking camera work, and the commentators are actually telling you about the history of the sport and telling you about all the important events that other sports just expect you to keep up with, right? But now in the IndyCar, they just tell like, oh, this moment is important for these reasons. And then you have a taste of the rich history. Then they show you old cars in a fucking line and go like, yeah, people used to drive these cars, but now look how far we've gone, right? When they're shooting the actual race, they use a shit ton of static shots. They have the inside cameras in cars actually look fucking dope instead of the F1 cars, right? Which have really shit these fucking cameras inside and you barely see anything. But with these fucking IndyCar cars, you see the entire fucking field of view from the top of the car. You see the fucking weight, the speed of the cars, right? When the shots are panning, they make sure to pan in an interesting way. So you actually see the car. When there's a crash, they show you the fucking replays, right? They show you exactly what happened, they explain what happened. And they go into fucking depth about, oh, well, what's every reason why this happened, right? When cars stop, they just take their time to just shoot the cars and show you everything about the car, right? Because the cars are fucking amazing. The cars look fucking great. With F1, they just show you the cars in motion. The cars don't look good in motion. And the cars look good because they're fast, right? When they're racing, not because they look good as engineering, because they're not static. You can't see multiple angles. And when F1 camera work, right, tries to capture the cars, you just see the cars kind of in the middle of the street, kind of just, you can't really look at them in a stationary way, but you can't also appreciate the speed, so it looks like shit. The inside cameras of the cars look like garbage because they don't show you the actual action, the actual race. They show you just fucking the car, basically, right? And this is the fucking thing that fucks with me. The cool thing about F1 is the engineering and the diversity in cars that no other racing series has, right? Because other racing series either have large disparities between cars, right, which isn't interesting, or they have uniform cars, which also isn't very interesting, with the exception of NASCAR sometimes, right? But like that's its own thing entirely. But yes, it's like Formula One has the biggest fucking age when it comes to the cars themselves, but that's not interesting in a race. That's interesting before the race, during the race, at like slow points of the race, and in the promotional material. That's not interesting during the race. During the race, what's interesting is the speed and the fucking overtaking and the fucking aerodynamics at play, which the fucking people at IndyCar actually commentate about and show you. And you see the fucking cars coming in a fucking line, right? You see like them talking about the dirty air and fucking the mechanics of passing, right? And you see the fucking cars, like one of the cars separates itself from the fucking pack and slings itself in front of the other cars, and it's like, yo, that's so fucking sick. When it comes to F1, fuck, that doesn't fucking exist. When it comes to other racing series, doesn't really fucking exist. It's somehow only IndyCar that has figured out how to fucking make good race broadcasts. For some fucking godforsaken reason, every other motorsport looks like shit, right? And this is why I like manga and documentaries a lot, because I like the stories of sports, and I like the actual actions taking place. I think action is cool, right? So I like manga where it just shows you the fucking action. But, and this also is true with contact sports, especially, like when it comes to UFC or boxing or fucking, any type of those series, they're just so fucking boring to watch. Bare knuckle boxing is kind of interesting, but that's the only one of them that even tries to be interesting. All the other fucking contact sports are just so fucking boring to watch. You know how you can solve half of it? Just have some microphones in the ring recording the fucking punching sounds and so on and so on and so on. That would just make it immediately way more fucking engaging to watch. And if you don't want to be like, yeah, we have a blood sport, right? Because sports has to have like decorum and so on and so on. You go like, yeah, this is for hearing referee calls when those happen, right? And it's not actually for a punching sound. There's just a thing that happens as a consequence. It's actually for the referee calls, right? And then you could fucking hear the impact of the fucking actual punches taking place and shit. Because right now, when you look at any of those sports, the camera work is fucking garbage. It doesn't show you what's actually happening, right? Like, this is why pro wrestling is really entertaining to watch, but actual contact sports aren't. Because the camera work and commentators in pro wrestling are actually trying to make this, like, the action interesting for you. And of course it's fake and so on and so on and so on. But that's not the actual part that makes it interesting. The part that makes it interesting is that it being fake allows it to have the lip. I mean, the stories are also really interesting, but you can have cool stories in actual sports too. But anyway, it being fake allows it to have interesting camera work and allows it to have interesting fucking commentary. Why can't fucking sports just be broadcast with good fucking filmography? Fuck. This is a quick Dotsmite update. I know I haven't been posting vlogs. I'll post vlogs in the future, but after the Lava God Saga, my current Dotsmite project on YouTube has finished, so I've been working on the DCRS, the Denpa Culture Research Society. You can find it at dcrs.xyz. And it's a collaborative multimedia art project. I think it's becoming something really, really cool. I'm currently hosting music. I have Lalo's Antidepressants album. I stole it, I put it on my website. The site looks cool if you actually look at it on your browser instead of a fucking shitty phone camera. You can get the original download link if you click the image. You can find Lalo. You can listen to the album. It's a great album. I really fuck with it. And but I have had some art submitted. So, for example, this story has this masterful piece of art by Silbernes, and it looks cool. It reads cool. It's a lot of cool stuff on the site. A lot of cool stuff on the site. But the thing I want your opinions on, like that I actually want feedback on, is the Pulp Project, the Pickup Literature Press magazine. So this is my foray into writing pulp fiction, and I think I've been writing some pretty decent short stories. And here's the conundrum. Eventually, I will want to publish pulp physically because I want to make it more accessible to people who don't like reading digitally, and I want to have copies of my own writing because I like having copies of my own writing. So, with the Pulp project, there are two ways I could release it. Since the stories are interconnected to an extent, I could release them in pulp volumes in a semi-achronological order and just have a comprehensive pulp reading experience in the physical volumes. However, I could also release the individual stories in large volumes, so I could have a full volume of the horns once there's enough of that story to make an entire volume out of. And I think both approaches would be good. I think it would be more comprehensible as individual stories, but I think it would be more comprehensive as full volumes, if that makes sense. And ideally, of course, I would do both, but I want to respect my audience, and I don't want to double dip with these book releases because I think long term that would just be bad decisions for me as a professional writer. So yeah, leave your feedback on how you want these stories to be released. If you want them in a physical version, or just read them. That's enough for me. I don't actually need anyone to buy anything I make. I just want to make things, have fun with them, and have people enjoy them. So yeah, this is the pod project. Please leave your feedback. I would appreciate it. And also, if you have any submissions or if you have any spare beats, I kind of want to finish Yashi based. I haven't found a workflow that I like making music with again, so I haven't been making any beats, but I still need 17 beats. If you want to contribute to Yashi based and send me some spare beats for that, I would appreciate that. Or if you want to contribute anything to TCRS, there's the contact here. You can contact me in the usual places if you have me on Discord, or you can just comment on this video, or you can contact me at dotesmite413@gmail.com or Dotes on Matrix, or if you have me on Discord, just hit me up on Discord. So, and this is the Dotesmite update. Wow, 8 more hours into the video, 8 hours. So, ideally, I'd have 4 more hours of video relatively soon. Why relatively soon, you might ask? Well, because I have this thing, look. my new motherboard that I'll use when my processor gets here. Wow, look, it's black, it's cool. It fits with the parts, that's the important part. But yeah, my motherboard got here, I still need my processor to get here. And I want to finish this vlog before the processor gets here because it's very likely that I'll have to reinstall my OS, which means that I want to have backups of things on my PC. And given that I don't want to retransfer the files, or I don't want to render the video, I don't want to do anything, the easiest solution would be to just finish this video right and have it uploaded and prepared for YouTube in its entirety, right? That would just be the easiest solution. But the problem with that is I need 4 hours of video before my fucking processor gets here, which if I can manage, I don't know if I have like 4 hours of video in me in the next like week or something. Especially given that I'm a professional writer now. Yeah, you know what makes it hard to have a collaborative art project? You know what makes it kind of difficult? When the platform that you have some amount of following on decides that you should just not be able to get any comments on your videos because it thinks you're a kid, maybe, probably. I'll send you my ID, YouTube. I'm legally 19. I haven't been a minor for fucking a year and a half. Annoyed, but I understand that everyone recognizes probably it's not my fault and it's just YouTube fucking with me. Fucking hell, annoying, mad. I haven't gotten proper nutrition today. I've just been eating toast. I don't know why I just started wanting to eat toast yesterday, so I've just been eating toast today. Yep. But yeah, whatever. Do I have anything actually reasonable I want to talk about? Just to fill in time, because I'm not really feeling like playing RuneScape right now, and I thought I'd write a short story, but I'm not really feeling like that either. Oh, I've been reading Bukowski lately. I've been reading fucking. I read Ham and Rye, and I read Pulp, both of which were fucking phenomenal. Now I'm reading Women, and I also read Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas by Hunter S. Thompson. Wow, Gonzo. It's funny how fucking Digi is like, oh yeah, I like Hunter S. Thompson, and then she just goes and does the exact same things that Hunter S. Thompson does. You know the fucking tweet that Digi posted on Twitter, which is like, oh, I can't actually keep up with Digi anymore, but you know how it is. If you know, you know where I've been, I know where you've been. Mutual understanding, you know how it is, I know how it is. We all know how these social fucking things go, yeah. Digi posted a meme on Twitter, which is like, oh, if you look up to these characters, you miss the point, and then you posted a picture of herself in like 2016 or something, right? It's like, oh, if you looked up to this character, you missed the point. If I was a passive aggressive cunt and traveled back in time, I would reply that, like, if you look up to this character, you're missing the point in a fucking picture of Hunter S. Thompson. Whatever, it doesn't fucking matter. Hunter S. Thompson, cool guy, makes cool points. If you think you should be like him, you're missing the fucking point. Bukowski, best writer of all time. Yeah, I'm young towards might. Yeah, I'm gonna emotionally abuse a who. Bukowski meme. If you like Bukowski, you're a bad person. You can't like writer when he's rude. I mean, it's really the thing with Bukowski, right? The thing with Bukowski, the reason why a lot of these types of characters and writers and so on attract people who completely miss the point, right? Is that if you have never been through any type of real shit, right? You don't have the context to understand people behaving this way right? You don't understand that people act this way because they're really fucking tired of being alive and have severe underlying emotional and mental issues that they're refusing to address, right? That's why people act like Bukowski or Hunter S. Thompson or fucking any of those anime characters you shouldn't look up to, right? Because all of these characters come from somewhere, right? All of these characters have an origin point, and they have a context through which they can be understood, right? But if your background is like, hey, I'm middle class, I'm a white guy, and I feel kinda alienated, like every single middle class white guy, right? Not to say that they're actually alienated, but it's just the feeling of alienation within that demographic is very pervasive, right? So, oh, I'm a middle class white guy, I feel alienated. Oh, look, here's this cool guy abusing women and abusing drugs. Wow, he's so cool, I'm gonna be just like him, right? You don't get the picture because you don't get the fucking picture. You don't have the context through which to understand the threads that these people pull together to result in being who they are, right? And then, like with Bukowski, right? If you read Hammond Dry, right, it's a fucking Dode's-core experience, right? It's these fractalized moments of his own personal history that tell a very linear story in a very linear way, but it's all hazy, blurry, the lines fucking blur together, right? It's all one continuous event, right? There are no singular events, everything leads back to itself ultimately, right? And like that's just a very Dode's-core experience, right? But like if you don't have the context to interpret it, you might be like, oh, yeah, this is Bukowski being a badass. He beats up guys and gets really drunk and something like, oh, this is fucking horrifying. This is a horrifying semi-autobiographical account of just being in fucking hell for fucking years and it never fucking leaving you, right? And it's like, it's a good book, though. It's a good book. And I feel like a lot more people get it than people give it credit for, right? I'm not saying like, oh, if you like Bukowski, it means you're middle of Mikey. No. Also, my floorboards have decided to be particularly creaky today. So what the fuck am I saying? Oh yeah. Let's talk about the character from the Flash series that I'm watching right now. I didn't watch it for a few days because I was watching Max Landis, whatever. Max Landis, no thank is likes him. He's cool. He has interest. He has fun videos, and he talks about interesting things. He's probably not a very good guy. He's probably done some fucked up shit. I don't fucking care. Anyway, I've been watching the entire Kryptonian epic fucking whatever. There's no thank you. I was like, oh, you need to watch this. And I was like, okay, I'll watch this. And sounds entertaining. It was entertaining. But I've been watching The Flash, right? And in The Flash, there's this guy, Snart, I think is his last name. Lenny Snart, maybe? I don't fucking remember. Anyway, he's a guy with the freeze gun, right? He's the guy with the freeze gun in The Flash. And it's really cool how, like, he's a really fucking entertaining character, right? It's like, imagine what like a 13-year-old kid would think is cool. Like, oh, I'm like a robber, right? I'm like a bank robber. I execute really smart robberies, right? I have everything put in place, and I'm gonna do it perfectly. I'm gonna figure out exactly how to do it without having to make any mistakes, and then I do it and I don't make any mistakes. Wow, I'm so fucking cool. I have a code of honor, right? I still I'm still loyal to my friends, but fuck the entire world around me. I'm the coolest, most badass guy, right? So that's fucking Snart's character, right? Except he's actually like the most powerful person, basically in the fucking. When it comes to Flash antagonists, right? Because the Flash can beat everyone else, right? The Flash can just fucking destroy anyone else he has to fight against if he just puts enough force in. But Snart, you can't defeat with force alone, right? Because Snart isn't really a bad guy, right? You can't really use violence against someone who isn't really a bad guy, right? Because he's a honorable fucking villain, and because he has the Flash's respect in some type of way, right? And since he's intelligent enough to have some type of leverage, the Flash goes like, okay, you might be a super criminal with a freeze gun, but you have my respect. Please, just don't kill anyone when you're doing your bank robberies, and I'll let you go. And then he was like, okay, Flash, I won't kill anyone when I do my bank robberies. Thank you for letting me go. And it's just... they just have really fucking entertaining interactions, and Snart talks in a really fucking entertaining way. He's by far the best thing about that fucking TV show, like by fucking far, not even close. Yeah, that's my cape shit for the day, I guess. Yep. I want to talk about video games, because right now I'm going to pick up my processor, and I'm gonna back up one thing on my computer. So if you're seeing this vlog as it should be, then everything went right there. I was able to repair things, so... But I'm not gonna back up this vlog because I don't want to render an 8-hour video just to re-render it. Because, quite frankly, this video isn't perfect. Like, for me, it's just like fucking rendering it and then uploading it somewhere is gonna take like fucking hours, and I don't want to make that commitment. So anyway, my processor got here, so I'm going to pick it up, and then I'm gonna upgrade my computer, hopefully. Yeah. But yeah, anyway, what I wanted to talk about is video games, the gaming experience, right? Because it seems like when people talk about what type of experience they want to have when playing games, and then this is the worst part. This is when the game designers talk about how they want to design a game, right? It's like, oh, we want this we want this immersive experience. So people are like, yeah, we want this immersive... Also, I'm not coughing from Corona. Like, I'm not sick right now, I just have something in my fucking throat. But yeah, people think like, oh yeah, I should feel like I'm like in the game, and when I stop playing the game, all I want to be thinking about is the game, and when I'm playing the game, it feels like I'm actually doing the things that my character is doing, and if it was no thank you, right, I would be like, oh, this brain, let's think that they're inside the game. But this emotion is understandable, right? Because when you're a kid, that's what playing games feels like, right? You don't really have the capacity to understand actions and consequences to such a degree that you can necessarily separate the game from your life, right? So if you're doing badass things in a game, you go like, oh yeah, my actions are having badass consequences right now, and the wiring of the brain, right, isn't adapted to these types of like hyper stimuli, right? So you go like, oh yeah, I'm a fucking badass, right? And this is true, I think. In any way that matters, this is just the correct view of games. But then for most people, just as a factor of getting older, that type of interaction disappears, right? Now, it's not that you're interacting with the game, it's that the game is interacting with itself, you know? It's like, okay, I'm not actually doing badass things, I'm just a loser pressing some buttons, and then I'm looking at animations, right? And then people go like, oh, how do I bring back this feeling that I had when I was a kid, right? When I felt like the game was everything I thought about, like, oh, when I'm going outside, I'm still thinking that everything is the game, right? The answer is, be 12 years old again, right? There's no way to design a game that does that. It's just a factor of having the right mentality, right, which most people lose the capacity for when they get older, right? Most people can't have this mentality when they're like 25 and have a girlfriend who they've been with for like fucking 5 years, and they have a tech job or whatever. Like, you're not gonna have the perspective that, hey, look, this character in the game is me doing these fucking badass things, right? And like the lines stop being blurred for most people that way. Now, in reality, I don't think there's any real way to argue that games are less real than the outside world, right? Like, back in the day, you could have been like, oh, games can't feed you, right? Oh, you think you're being cool in games, what will you think when you're starving? But nowadays, games can feed you, you know. And you can always just blend it and not even worry about getting fed if you're lucky enough, you know. So there's just no fundamental distinction between doing cool things in a game and doing cool things in reality, right? Especially given that games are a more expressive form of communication, right? So you might even argue doing cool things in games is more real. So I think I've upgraded my PC, hopefully, maybe. I'm gonna see if it runs. I have a new motherboard, new processor, everything new. Hopefully it works, hopefully it fucking works. I don't have a great track record, but I was careful. So let's fucking see. As expected, doesn't turn on. Yep. And it works basically. I mean, there's my fucking monitor that's constantly not working, but I'm guessing that's not my computer. I'm guessing that's an old issue. Didn't have to reinstall an operating system. Didn't have to do shit. It just works. Now to check if fuck off with the games. Now to check if it's any better. I mean, do I have Hollow Knight installed? Yeah, I do. Let's launch Hollow Knight and see if the fucking Pantheon runs better. Or maybe my CPU isn't connected at all. It's horribly, horribly worse. I'm just gonna check. Hollow Knight seems to run significantly better. I mean, as expected, but I'm gonna go try Fossil Island and RuneScape because it usually lags like fuck for me. And I'm gonna go download Trackmania and see if I can play Trackmania now. I'm really excited. I've talked about most things I own, but I just realized I don't think I have ever talked about my pepper mill. Even though when it comes to the things that have a large impact on my day-to-day quality of life, honestly, it's one of the more important ones. And you might go like, oh, a pepper mill? Are you an old person, Toads Mate? Are you from the 1980s? We live in the 21st century, right? We know that this is how you make food, right? You fucking put your garlic powder and your onion powder into some butter, and then you make a food, right? That's how you make food nowadays. And yeah, you just you flavor your food with like fucking butter and like various exotic spices. Like yeah, white people can't spice. Oh, here I am. I'm putting fucking thyme and chili pepper in my food because I'm fucking a fucking loser. Normally, I don't know how to actually spice food, right? But people forget. People forget in their craze for like butter and sugar and salt and all of these other additives to make their food taste better. The simple fucking black pepper. Now, black pepper on its own is great. Black pepper in any form, fucking awesome, fucking bangs. If you don't like black pepper, you don't fucking have a soul because the demons hate black pepper. But when it comes to black pepper, right, you can enhance it incredibly by milling it yourself, right? A pepper mill isn't just like, oh, I'm gonna go through all of this effort when I could have just bought pre-milled pepper like a normal person. Well, why would I do this, right? It's nothing like that. It's nothing like that. The difference between freshly ground pepper and pepper that has been like pre-ground pepper is fucking immense, right? Imagine if pepper just tasted like twice as good, basically. That's the difference. If you haven't ground your own pepper ever, which I'm really sorry for you if you haven't ever done it. But, so my pepper mill, one of the best things I own. Great fucking appliance. I recommend getting a pepper mill. It will change your life for the better. Okay, I've decided I've done it. I'm gonna stop using Windows. I already backed up the one file that mattered. I can go check if this vlog is. I mean, I don't wanna back it up because it's gonna. I'm gonna go actually check if I can just back it up. Give me a second. I I could have just backed these up from my phone, I guess, but I decided to back it up from my computer, so it's over an hour of backing up to do. Okay, here are reasons why I'm moving off of Windows again. I don't use it for anything. It's completely broken. I hate using it. It keeps breaking even more. Linux never gave me this much trouble. I'm going back to Manjaro. Fuck Windows, never making this mistake again. It's a mistake I needed to make, but it's a mistake I only needed to make once. Learned my fucking lesson. Here's a hypothetical thing someone could say. Oh, Dude Smite, you're not really a no thank you fan, Dude Smite. Dude Smite, you're just friends with no thank you. There's no way you're a real no thank you fan. Okay, so here I'm gonna go. I'm gonna tell you everywhere I was, or what I was doing generally when I was watching every single no thank you video I've seen. Night shift, watching it right now doesn't fucking count. Oh, what a day. What a terrible day. I was just getting home from the store and I saw a new no thank you video and then I started watching it. AO2 just woke up when I saw this. AO1, I think I saw this one. It's a shorter video, so I don't have that much of a grasp on that, but I think I was going to the bathroom when I saw this and then I just watched the entire thing in the bathroom. It might have been early in the morning or late in the night, one of the two. Visual novel reviews and Kaku Rain. I love Triangle Trouble. I think I was in the shower when I watched that one. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I watched most of that when I was in the shower. Okay, this is harder than I expected. Time Capsule. I just woke up when I saw this one too. Assorted Musings 1 and 2. I watched both of these while playing RuneScape, basically. Just sitting here playing RuneScape. I watched this one in 2 days, this one in 3 days, or this one in 3 days, this one in 4 days, something like that. Response to Dude Smite on Gamergate. Actually, I don't know that one. I was kinda in a manic episode when that came out. I think I was just sitting here and watching it. I think I was playing RuneScape, and that's what happened because I typed out my response like 15 minutes in, and then just waited until the video finished to confirm that my response was accurate. I become comfy with the thing. I saw that one because no thank you said that the fucking person who made the program had responded to it, and so I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna watch that one. A viable exit from the monoculture. That one. Let me think. Yeah, I was just playing RuneScape. I think when I saw that one, I haven't seen this video because I don't want to see no thank you self-harming. Schizo analysis of my computing history. I was hiking for Toads Might Stay Out in a Dummy Stay Out video. Schmutz, Tidbits, Gubbins. I think I was in a manic episode for all of them, so I don't really remember where I saw them. Let me see if I can remember. Gubbins. What happens in Gubbins? They're all kind of the same diary style videos, so it's kind of hard to remember. Yeah, I'm giving up on those ones. A not so brief history of contemporary UK youth music. I was making food. Giblets. Again, I don't remember. Like these videos bleed into each other. The likely answers. I watched them across an entire day when I was just doing other stuff for the whole day. So I can't really place wherever I saw like any of those videos really. Cyberpunk is a utopian genre. I was in the middle of the city, and I was in the middle of the city going to the store. I don't remember this video. I think I saw this, but I think I was also in an episode, so I don't remember where that was. Why would I ever do things? I was drunk drinking at home. I think, yeah. Atonal Whiplash. Fuck, I remember watching that on my phone specifically. So I think I must have been cooking. Like, I think I probably just got home from the store, so I was cooking maybe. Or maybe I was going to the store or something like that. I remember feeling guilty for watching it on my phone. That's what I remember from Atonal Whiplash. What is a Norman? What isn't? Okay, these videos I don't really I remember Depth. I was cooking when I was watching Depth. Uh, I don't think I remember any of these videos actually. Like I remember basically what they say, but I wasn't really keeping up with them when they were coming out. So I don't really have um strong memories of that period. What was I doing during that time? What was I doing 7 months ago? Let me figure it out, and maybe I can figure out when I saw. I just use my YouTube as a diary, right? That's the point right now. It's just a diary for me. So 7 months ago, what was I doing? Oh, that's why I wasn't watching those videos. Yeah, well, you know. Anyway, yeah, I moving on. Challenge, communicate with another person. I had just had a conversation with No Thank You yesterday about that subject, and I think I was going to the store when I watched this video. Under Work Content's Bed, I think I watched that when I was going to the store too. I think those two videos were store videos. Timpa, I was here for the fucking live stream. I think, yeah. Making a pie with Nachten style walkthrough. Fuck, I remember this one. I remember this one. I remember watching it, but I don't remember exactly where I watched it. It's weird. It's weird. I think I think I was just at home doing nothing. The Doodsmite trend. Uh, damn, I have lots of no thank you videos about Doodsmite. Anyway, the Doodsmite trend. I forgot that one too. I remember where I was when I saw that. I have been radicalized against rating systems again. I think I was just at home, maybe. Because those are videos that have personal memories that are not tied to the video itself. The YouTube recommendation, I was also in the live stream, and yeah, at home here. This one I watched, How to Not Then Hero. I think this one I watched either when I woke up or when I got back home from the store. Yeah, I think that's when I watched How to Not Then Hero. Phenomenon. I don't remember where I watched this one. I remember it being really good, but oh yeah, yeah. This was a big inspiration for the Love God saga. Now I remember what it was. Yeah, it was this video. I don't remember where I watched it. I think I was drunk at the time. But here we're getting into the Toads might constantly drinking arc, so it's gonna get fuzzier from here. Like most videos here, I get placed like very accurately, right? But here's now there where I was constantly drinking, and I don't remember most of these actually. Twitter esoteric right now. I don't remember. Kaito Takumi. I think this is another video I watched mostly in the shower because I shower with my phone. The Stoics are wrong, the Skits are right. I remember watching that video, but I don't remember where I was when I watched that video. I think I was again walking the store. So you see the pattern. I like watching no thank you videos or listening to them mostly when I'm just doing things. I'm just going about my fucking day, right? I just fucking I have so many good experiences just going around and fucking putting a no thank you video on, and it just instantly makes me feel better, and it's just a comfy time. TikTok wishes Hex the Moon no thank you, saying in Discord that this video was blowing up, and then I was like, oh, okay, I'm gonna watch that video. Why the story you're writing about the shut-in sucks? I think that's another one that I watched when I was going to the store, because back in the day, or not back in the day, but I used to go in a certain time frame. I used to go to the store daily, so I was constantly watching videos when I was going to the store. I wasn't doing anything when I woke up, so when I woke up, I liked watching the video. When I was walking, I liked watching the video. Yeah. Again, I don't remember these videos because I was drunk. Okay, Sacred KO, I can tell you where I was when I saw the first episodes of every Sacred KO. I mean, not exactly. I don't actually remember that. Because again, I was drinking, but I know I watched the finale when it came out at home. I know I watched Sacred Chaos recorded during Gigavlog 2, just outside walking and recording Gigavlog 2. I don't remember which ones they were. I think I watched Sacred KO episode 6 at home when I was just at my computer. Sacred KO 1 and 2, I think I watched them in a row, maybe? Yeah, I thought I would remember actually. But yeah, I must have been drunk, so. Uh, so yeah. A few. The first no thank you video I saw was the second one rather, was the future is a post-human techno-artist patchwork, and I just saw it when I was scrolling down the no thank you channel and being like, oh, I want to watch no thank you, I want to know who this person no thank you is about. So I watched this video and I watched Why My Tastes Are New. I think those were the two videos I watched. What's the first one I watched? Where is that one? Da, da, da. Anyway, I know the first no thank you video I watched was fucking Psychic Link 2. There's no thank you linked that in the pencil cord, and I was like, oh, okay, I'm gonna watch Psychic Link 2. But yeah, I haven't seen these videos because I have seen Hidamari Path Scenes in Depth Analysis, of course. I have seen some videos here and there, and I just generally wasn't like I'm just I should go back to the backlog. I've tried multiple times, but I just never managed to like actually work through the no thank you backlog. Like I don't know why. I think it's because it's like intentionally obfuscated. Because like when it comes to my own backlog, like I've made it really obvious what different eras are and like different stylistic choices. So if anyone comes to my like I've artistically paid attention so that if anyone comes to my channel, they know that what they can expect from every single period of my channel basically. So it's like I've tried to make it as easy to get into my backlog, but it's like because I'm really bad getting into other people's backlogs, right? It's not really easy for me to watch old videos unless I know what they're about first, because I've been kind of corrupted by fucking YouTube, where everything has to be recent, even though I don't believe in decency, and it's just a brain worm, and I should get into backlogs more, but it's just I don't know. Most people don't make their channels in such a way that the backlog is interesting, and it's kind of hard to like make these types of commitments to watch a person's entire backlog. Yeah, anyway, how much back up until I can 15 minutes, okay. I'm gonna ramble for 15 minutes more, I guess. Because I don't wanna do anything right now, really. Because I wanna save the no thank you video for when I'm going to the store, because I plan to go to the store. And monitor work. Ah, ah. She said she loved me, but I, I. She said she loved me, whatever that is. Na 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 na. That shit. This is how I respond to frustration, by the way. Anyway, yeah. So what am I gonna get from the store? I'm gonna get an ice cream for tomorrow, because I get strong ice cream cravings in the evenings now. So I'm like, okay, I don't have a sugar addiction, I have self-control. I'm gonna get an ice cream and I'm gonna save it for tomorrow. Because I know tomorrow evening I'll get another ice cream craving, because I've been getting them multiple nights in a row. It goes away in the morning when the store actually opens. And, yeah. And okay, so I ran out of storage, so I went and deleted old files, and I think the Love God Saga is the biggest mistake I ever made, to a certain extent, and it's not big because it's bad. I think almost every video in the Love God Saga is one of the best videos ever made on YouTube, right? I think the Love God finale is one of the best videos ever made. I think let's go over the fucking Love God Saga. this is my Love God Saga 1 month later impressions, right? Okay, so I put Dutch third generation, one of the best videos ever made, exhaustion vlog. I think it's just my best straight up vlog. Let's all love Dotesmite. Classic setup, classic fucking framing. It's a fucking great video in the scope of this series. I thought to sit in my room and Loserville. Not great videos on their own, fine enough. Really cool that they came out in the same day and created this entire illusion where I was just fucking going insane making a video basically every day for a week, and it was an hour and a half every day. I think that was a really cool. I think that was a really cool moment in Dotesmite, especially given that 3 videos in that entire moment were a actually great trilogy of basically experimental films, right? So Tommy's Day Out, really proud of this video. It's my third ever real analysis video. I thought it turned out really well. I could highlight a really cool person, and I could do some really cool stuff with this video. I think this is a fucking amazing video. What the fuck was Gamergate? The history. Again, I think this is one of the this is I think the definitive Gamergate analysis. I think this is a great video. I think the entire saga up to this point is just a really fucking great setup and character progression and entire complete narrative about a person, right? So trivialities, it has a lot of really heartful moments. It has a lot of really great moments. Fucking amazing vlog. I think it's just one of the better vlogs ever made too. Tempo, quantum coherence, fun experiment, pushing the boundaries. Well, almost like that's a point in the series. Comfiness vlog. I think it has a really cool vision of what I could be making. I think it's like an alternative future that's like really fun to watch. Fractures. I think that's just kind of filler, kinda. I don't think Fractures is particularly interesting. I think it's fine enough if you aren't like That's My Deep or definitely shouldn't have more than 62 views. I'm fine enough with that as it is. Hikikomori analysis. A cool concept, cool execution. The idea was that I just make a video where I stay entirely in my bed for the whole video, and I talk about Hikikomori and my own experiences being a Hikikomori, and I make a thesis on Hikikomori. Personal ontology is filler, don't matter. Sacred Chaos retrospective. It has a niche audience, but for that niche audience it was really important. Great fucking video. Behold the Love God. My proudest fucking accomplishment by far on YouTube. Amazing fucking video. So I'm just sucking my own dick, and you're saying it was a fucking mistake, Toadsmite? You're saying this was a fucking mistake? Yeah, because I could have done it so much fucking better. Okay, so imagine the Love God saga as the following. I make Young Toadsmite in Losing the Plot. I make Type with Touch First Generation, the Let's All Love Toadsmite videos, right? 10, skip these 2, make these videos. Skip everything until the Sacred Chaos retrospective, right? Make the Sacred Chaos retrospective, make Behold the Love God. All the videos other than these 2 are cut 25 to 30% of their length. Make them have less filler, and have everything have just basically the highlights, the edited down versions of these 3 videos, right? Where I just remove just the pointless shit, right? Have these 2 videos in there edited down. Not just these 2 videos already edited down. Just have these 2 videos, put some more effort into what the fuck was Gamergate video. Just a bit more effort into this video, not much. Skip all of these fucking videos. Make the Sacred Chaos retrospective. Actually have the energy to make it. Actually have the energy to make it a big project. Make it the 3rd big project. I have a 6-part series. Then make Behold the Love God. I have everything set up that I need to make Behold the Love God at the point of this video. I don't need to do any more setup. I did the Sacred Chaos retrospective. Behold the Love God. Make it 4.5 hours long instead of 6.5 hours long. I could have condensed it easily to 4.5 hours. There, tight 7-part series, right? Tight 7-part series. The entire experience from start to end is like something like something like 10 hours, right? You can just watch the entire series in a single fucking day, and instead of being just obsessed with length and pushing the boundaries on how fucking immense a YouTube series and YouTube videos individually can be, just make a fun fucking YouTube series, 7 parts. Make my whole fucking point would have just been like a fucking legendary series in my opinion, right? But that's the mistake. I don't regret it. I don't regret making the mistake. It's just like this was my final YouTube like serious project. So I was like, okay, I have to make this project as immense as it can be, and I was really fascinated with length during this time. I was really fascinated with the idea of having something really long, and what that resulted in. Oh, also another thing. Say that this is a series in the fucking iPod Touch video. In that video, just put it in plain terms. Hey, this is a fucking series. Just fucking or something, right? So anyway, I it was nice making most of these videos, but I didn't need to, you know. I just didn't fucking need to, and I could have put all the extra energy into just tightening up those other videos, rehearsing them more, and I don't know. I'm just kind of sad because if you look at Behold the Love God, right, which is again in my opinion like one of the greatest videos ever made, right? It's been a month basically since it was released, right? It's not gonna get that many more views. Audience retention, 5% of the audience watched the whole video, right? 5%, it has 151 views, and 5% of that is like 7, 8 people. So this entire video has been seen by 7 to 8 people, right? And most people just gave up in the first few minutes, right? Didn't watch it more, right? So it's like, oh, yeah, like maybe if it was like 4.5 hours, if the entire series was more less obfuscated, if it was more, you know, wait, what the fuck, whatever, like eh, it's how it is how it is, and yeah, yeah, is how it is. What other comments do I have that I haven't seen? I haven't seen with this video. El me, are you faking your voice? What do I say there? I'm not gonna reply this. What else? Na 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 na. Okay, I've seen all the other comments. I but shouts at Donut Man can. I'm gonna watch this short video and be comfy. How is this backed up? Yes, it's backed up again in Soul Manjaro. So I'm gonna watch the Donut Man can and install my Manjaros. You might be asking yourself, young Toadsmite, why are you installing Manjaro and wiping your drive without backing anything up? Yeah, young Toadsmite, you backed up 2 things. You only backed up 2 things. Why not more? Well, you see, pretty early on into having my Windows installation, I I realized that I'm not going to want to stick with it, right? I'm not gonna want to have a Windows computer. It took like maybe a week to be pretty sure of that, right? It didn't take long at all, right? I just realized, oh, I fucking hate using Windows, right? It was more and more obvious by the fucking day, and so I was like, so what happened is is I was like, I intentionally. I think I'm gonna do a no swap because trying to do swaps before has fucked everything up. Yeah, this looks about right. I know you should have a swap, like it just generally doesn't seem to work for me, and the marginal performance increases just really aren't. Oh, I need to put in some fucking personal info. Okay, so here's a totes my computer convention. Every Linux, so the first Linux machine I had, I was like, okay, well, what am I gonna name this machine? Like, what am I gonna name this Linux install? And I was like, oh, I'm gonna name this Turner but 9000. Why? Because why not? Then the next, that was my Arch install. Then when I did my Manjaro install, I was like, okay, it's a new install. I'm gonna name it Sterner but 10,000 now. And then on my laptop, when I have my third install, I have it Sterner but 11,000. So this computer is gonna be Sterner but 12,000. That's my computer naming convention. Yeah, with the Manjaro install, I should have a fully functional computer again. Because Windows is so fucking bloated. Everything runs worse on Windows, like, noticeably. And yeah, I should have comfy computing again. I should have a complete computer. I could take full advantage of all my hardware. Except I'll probably not be able to play Trackmania, but I don't really care about Trackmania that much, honestly. And yeah. The only problem is I figured out that I think most of my lag when I'm playing Hollow Knight comes from having two monitors open, which doesn't make any fucking sense. No clue why it is like this. I don't know why Hollow... Like, it has to be some type of faulty code or maybe like a memory leak. Because it shouldn't be laggy at all, right? It's not very GPU intensive. My GPU isn't getting bottlenecked by a shitty CPU anymore. And it's like, it just fucking lags. Like, fucking crazy. And it has to be like something about my hardware because it doesn't seem to do it for anyone else. It seems to be like an exclusive me problem. So I think it's probably something about my graphics card because everything else I replaced, and two monitors. That doesn't agree with Hollow Knight. Because one monitor just makes the fans go insane. Like the computer fans just start fucking up, right? But with only one monitor, it seems to run fine-ish. I have no fucking clue. I have no fucking clue what's wrong with Hollow Knight. Like, maybe the save has a memory leak somewhere because some specific thing is fucked up in there. No fucking clue. Like, it runs on a Nintendo fucking Switch. My computer right now, guaranteed better than a Nintendo fucking Switch. It's better than most computers at this point, or should be, hypothetically. And fucking now. And fucking now, why Hollow Knight doesn't work. I thought it was my CPU right there. That is an assumption, and it was a reasonable assumption, and it partially, definitely was my my CPU, because when I replaced the CPU, it immediately was noticeable that things just ran a bit better. Oh, did I fuck up by pulling? Oh no! I thought I could remove the. Oh no! I thought I had installed. I think it has installed, but I just took the USB out at the wrong time. Anyway, because when I got my new CPU, I immediately noticed most things running better. And I think the majority of why they run better is that my GPU is no longer bottlenecked. And some things definitely are a CPU thing, like RuneScape, for example, didn't run very well in some areas because it just didn't run very well. But it has too many objects, so on, so on, so on. And that was definitely a CPU thing. Because I don't. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait. Wait, it shows a minimal fucking install. This isn't minimal. This is like a full-fledged fucking XFC desktop environment. I don't want a full fucking fledged desktop environment. I want. I need to rise it. Okay, so doubts might. Why don't you? Why don't you want a fully fledged desktop environment? Because look. I mean, I guess it doesn't have that actually. They have notes. I mean, it has the fucking. I think yeah, this is just base XFC actually. I was just confused by the wallpaper. No, it has that. It has all of this fucking Manjaro shitty fuck, fuck. I'm mad. I'm not mad because it happened. I'm mad because it couldn't be stopped by minimal install. Everything is this disgusting fucking mint color. That's the fucking problem. That's the fucking problem I have. This is the part I hate about fucking Linux. Having to rise it. Once it's raised, it's nice. Now I need to fucking get rid of this disgusting terminal. It looks so fucking awful. Who thinks this looks good? Who thinks half transparent terminals look good? It looks garbage. The fonts are garbage. Everything's garbage. I need to rise it. I hate rising. I genuinely hate rising. I'm not even fully rising it. I'm just changing the fucking programs that run. But still, fuck, kill me. For my wallpaper this time, I've chosen to use this Silbernes piece because I've been in a red mood and it's a red wallpaper. It's crime, it's vibey, it's everything I want in a desktop right now. So this is gonna be my current desktop. Actually, this time I didn't. Uh, I didn't bother properly rising anything. I still need to change this thing, but that's basically it. Everything else is fine enough, and that's really where I want to have it. I want it to be fine enough. I mean, there's still some problems like the fucking date and time being wrong, but all of those can be fixed. And yeah, there are just no big problems because I got a clean install. I mean, the terminal's kinda weird because it shows wacky colors for it, but it doesn't matter. It's all workable. It's a computer I can use, and that's the important part. I don't actually care about the tiny things. I don't need a proper rice, I don't fucking care. For some reason, my time and date just don't fucking work. Whatever. I mean, it's not whatever, it's a big deal, but you know. Oh, and apparently some of my settings were fucked. I need to change. I'm getting worse. I'm getting close to it working. Yep. Wait, what? Wait, what? Something's very wrong. Display. This is my primary display. Yep. Yep. Okay. For some reason, my date and time is just wrong. It's very odd. But yeah, the store is gonna open in 45 minutes, which means that this time here is right. But for some reason, the clock time is wrong. What? Oh, because the time zone is at the time zone when it should be EET. Yep. Now the time is right. Okay. But yeah, the store starts selling alcohol in 45 minutes. I know I will stay up 45 minutes, but in 45 minutes I want to be in bed. So I think I'm gonna go to the store first thing tomorrow, even though I know I'll eat ice cream probably. Doesn't matter, my computer works now, I'm back on Linux, as God willed, as God intended. Yes, yeah. Yep. So yeah, this is why I'm going to sleep because I'm too tired to talk. But it's actually wild how much more I feel like home now that I'm back on like Linux. Like I feel like I was like away from my home for fucking a whole entire month. For how long I was on Windows? More than a month, 2 months. And now I'm back on Linux. It feels like yeah, I'm on my computer and it's my computer and I'm home. I'm just taking my L-theanine before I go to sleep. I don't get how people go like, Linux is free if you don't value your time and then they use fucking Windows. Like, I get this argument to a certain extent. I really honestly do. But for fucking macOS, you know what macOS does? For all of its faults, right? For the fucking overpriced hardware it runs for the fucking sandboxes it keeps you in to protect you, right? From all of those stuff, right? All of that shit is bad. But at least macOS just fucking works, right? You have a computer, it has macOS on it, and you never have to think about your operating system, right? Maybe you learn shortcuts, maybe you just use it normal. It's made to be user friendly, it's made to be borderline customizable to a way larger extent than Windows anyway, in my experience, although I don't know what the new macOS versions are like because I haven't used any of them after like 2012. Yeah, like macOS, it does just work. I have never used macOS and been like, oh, this is bad. Although the keyboard layouts and so on are kind of bad, I have to admit. But that aside, when I use macOS, it's just like, yeah, this just works. I've never in my entire life had that experience with Windows. I've never used a Windows computer and been like, yeah, this just works. It's always like, oh, you have to install drivers. Oh, okay, I'm gonna go install drivers. Oh, now everything breaks. How do you fix it? Ah, you don't. Oh, now everything breaks again. How do you fix it? Ah, you don't. Oh, you have 5 million viruses and none of your programs work. And everything is a fucking chore and 10 times harder than it has to be. But yeah, it just works. It just works. On Manjaro, I spent maybe at most an hour in customizing it. And now it's just fucking set up. It'll just work forever. There will be no problems of great magnitude unless I go and fuck something up myself. If I leave it alone, I know I'll use it tomorrow and nothing changes. And that's a computer that just fucking works. No forced updates, no nothing. No fucking 5 million year boot times. Just me, my processor, and my fucking computer. Swag. I'm currently trying to go to sleep, but I'm gonna quick intermission. Oh, Billie Eilish dresses in lingerie. Oh, why is this a controversy? Why is this an issue? She can dress however she wants, or on the other side, well, Billie Eilish is really out here just like being sexual or whatever the fuck. I don't fucking care. I don't fucking care. But it's very obvious how when Billie Eilish, like, this is the interesting part in the situation, right? Because I'm always looking for the interesting parts in the situation. When Billie Eilish thought, hey, I wanna stop having this type of fashion sense. I wanna have a cool, feminine aesthetic, right? She didn't go like, oh, how can I do something cool? She went like, oh, I'm just gonna choose a traditional mass media fucking type of facing aesthetic, and I'm gonna get published in massive magazines for it because I'm a superstar, right? That's what she thought. Instead of being like, okay, look, I'm done with this stage in my life. I just want to be. Oh, I'm Billie Eilish. I'm the female superstar. Right? Okay, I'm gonna figure out how I want to present myself. She went like, oh yeah, or probably her PR person or whatever. I don't fucking know. Who knows with these people, because pop stars aren't people, right? So yeah, she was like, okay, let's take this traditional, somewhat reactionary approach to femininity that centers around just being like, hey, look, I'm hot. Look at my lingerie, right? It's like, that's the interesting part. That's the interesting part. I could elaborate on this, but I'm too tired and need to go to sleep. I stumbled out of bed more tired than I was before I went to bed. I got into my computer. When I got to my computer, I did what I always do. I launched RuneScape, upon which I noticed I had horrible hiccups that would surely bother me for a couple more hours. So I did what any normal person would do. I booted up the recent no thank you video and was like, fuck it. I can listen to the Patreon podcast when I'm going to the store later. So here I find myself now. Wait, this was supposed to be a response. What the fuck am I doing? Wait, what? Oh yeah, the two types of art: incestuous and non-incestuous art. This is a division I've noticed for a long time, because I noticed that all the art that I really like is very incestuous. So, what would be an example of incestuous art? The best way to make you understand the duality, or rather the multiplicity in which this type of art can take shape, consider hip hop and country music. These are two very distinct genres, and they're only really united by the fact that they're generally for lower class people, right? At least on the surface level. But once you consider the cultures of those two styles of music, you notice a lot of similarities. You notice, for example, that both of those genres are constantly in a war between the new school and the old school, except in the country music, the old school is this is introspective, is really embraces the culture of the white working class, right? Really has simple instrumentation, although weirdly enough, it has way more overbearing mixing than the new school stuff. But the new school stuff is clean. It's poppy. It has more complicated instrumentation, but also more reserved mixing, more reserved um, acoustics, not acoustic, sonic styles, right? And you see this clear distinction, right? And you see the interesting stuff in country music is where the lines blur when when the when the newer and older approaches manage to create new sounds that are cool in themselves um, without having to suffer the faults of either stylistic choice. Like for example, Coulter Wall, when it comes to instrumentation and when it comes to style, is a relatively old school country artist. However, when it comes to this storytelling and lyricism, it doesn't have that down to earthness, but rather it tells kind of extravagant, dramatic stories and so on and so on and so on. But it's still really holistically country. And when it comes to like the mixing of Culture Wall, it's way more in depth, but not because it has to be, but because it can be, you know. And when it comes to hip hop, you have this fucking backpack crap. You have all of these implications. I could go into them, but if you're a Toadsmite viewer, you've probably heard this from young Giefers at some point or other. And you also find the same types of influence, where in country music, country artists will just continue to cover each other's songs and cover classic country songs. I guess that's the way country artists often make music. They just go like, okay, which classic country songs am I gonna cover? In hip hop, that doesn't happen there, and like hip hop covers don't really exist. But people constantly borrow old bars and and iterate upon like that type of stuff. So both of these genres are really incestuous, right? You have these divisions between, like, you have clear divisions between the old and the new, and you also have like constant iteration upon itself, right? You have constant references, you have a defined meta, you have a storm of like creativity that you can borrow on, and like the same goes with like anime, for example, and the same goes for like fucking comic books. Less comic book movies, but to extend the comic book movies, and so on and so on and so on, right? So, yeah, these are the two types of art. The non-incestuous types of art would be like Western cinema, right? It doesn't iterate upon itself. It just keeps adapting to whatever the culture is currently, right? Which creates these specific nostalgia cycles we see in the West, like that are really really defined, right? And so on 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 and so on. I finally just now figured out how to brush my teeth. Don't smite, you're 19 years old. Are you saying, did you know how to brush your teeth before? Well, let me explain. This is an intricate topic, right? So, throughout most of my life, right, when I was growing up, right, I constantly had an aversion to brushing teeth, right? It was always a really uncomfortable and painful experience for me because it really easily overstimulates me, because having things near my teeth is immensely overstimulating to me. So things like brushing my teeth, having to have I'm thinking about having things near my teeth and it's causing me pain. Like it's that bad. So I basically had to learn how to cope with being overstimulated from brushing my teeth, right? And the way I did it was just like, over time my mom just constantly tried to get me to brush my teeth like a normal person, right? And eventually I just got into kind of the routine. So it was okay, it's kind of easy to cope. And then from 10 on, when I learned how to cope with brushing my teeth, I've been gradually learning how to make brushing teeth an experience that isn't excruciating. So the first thing is the choice in toothpaste. I can't stand any minty toothpastes. They are probably some of the most foul tasting things I could ever not consume, but ever have in my mouth, right? Like, minty toothpastes cause me a lot of pain. I don't appreciate the taste. I don't go like, fresh, like people seem to. I just go like, oh, this is fucking disgusting, and my fucking mouth tastes like shit for like an hour. And it's a fucking psyop. I think people are just falling for a psyop, and I'm autistic, so I'm immune to propaganda, because fucking mint doesn't actually clean your teeth better. There's no correlation between mintiness and teeth cleaningness. But the fucking mint industry has convinced people otherwise. The mint industry has convinced people that, oh, if your teeth taste minty, that means it tastes clean. Also, I guess I'm just gonna go to the store right now because I don't have anything else to do. Wait, I have to get my headphones in. Like, I have to walk my dog, but I really, really don't want to walk my dog right now, so... Oh yeah, I'm downloading my fucking vlog right now to this fucking Linux install. My dog got walked last night, like... It was last night relatively at a reasonable-ish time, I guess, compared to the time right now, so it's like... She can wait like 20-30 minutes until I get back. Okay, I have my headphones. Actually, I don't want them around my neck, that hurts. I want them in my bag, just in case, because I'm probably gonna listen to the no thank you thing after we finish recording this one. Yeah. So mintiness. Fuck mintiness, right? Fuck mint toothpaste. Another important discovery over the course of my life was that it's actually really helpful to have a video playing when I'm brushing my teeth, right? Not only does the video like help pass the time and not make me feel bored while I'm going through at least an uncomfortable process, right? But also the video is a means of timing myself, right? It's like, okay, I can see the minutes passing, right? And I can like easily have like a vague idea of like, oh, this has been about 2 minutes. I guess I'm kind of done brushing my teeth, right? Like the video helps with that sensory input too. But the thing I learned today, the thing I learned today is that it's also possible for me to actually figure out how to actually brush my teeth. Now those might be intellectually disabled. Yeah, I am. I'm diagnosed, but the thing is, when I was a kid, the way it was explained was always like through hand motions, right? It was like, oh, you have to move your hand this way to brush your teeth, and I was like, I don't understand any of this. Why does it matter how I move my hand, right? Because in my brain, I can't really parse the movement of the hand with the brushing of the teeth, right? To me, those aren't like connected things in the brain department, you know, because autism, heavy autism. But what I did yesterday was I read a manga, right? It's called The Boxer. It's actually a manhwa. It's Korean, I think. It's a really good manhwa. Like I don't think any Toadsmite fan will appreciate The Boxer. Like it's other dudes. Like I know my audience, and it tends to be that my audience is relatively dissimilar to me in regards to taste in media. Right? I don't think anyone in my audience has a similar taste to me, or has a similar approach to art as I do. So I know you people wouldn't like The Boxer, so I'm not gonna talk about it in depth. But it's a great fucking manhwa. And in that, a character got this superpower kinda. It was like, oh, he has constant awareness, right? He suddenly he put himself in dangerous situations, and now he has constant awareness, right? Like when he's brushing the teeth, he can feel the shape of the teeth. He can feel the fabric of the clothes, right? He can feel every step he takes in his muscles. And I'm like, oh, this nigga just got autism, cause he fucking. Also, I just scream nigga like in public. This is why I have autism. Anyway, I was like, oh yeah, this guy has just this autism, right? He has these things that I also have, right? So I was brushing my teeth today, and I remembered that scene from the manhwa, and I was like, oh, he can feel all the shapes of the teeth. I can do that. And then I was like, oh, if I brush my teeth in these motions, right? And then I reverse engineered it, and I was like, oh, I can actually brush my teeth like fully. Because usually I have a lot of trouble like brushing my back teeth. Like it's just weirdly difficult, has been for me, because like I just couldn't parse the way you would have to fucking tilt the toothbrush, because I was thinking about what I'm doing with the hand, right? Because that's the way people tell me, like, oh, you have to move your hand this way, and I'm like, I don't get it. But then I was like, oh, I'm not moving the hand, I'm moving the fucking toothbrush. The toothbrush isn't the fucking hand. The neurotypicals have fucking conned me once more. So yeah, I figured out how to brush my teeth today. Also, the becoming a professional writer arc has actually been really, really great for me. Like I think I'll be able to just sustain this forever, not forever, but you know, for a long enough time. Cause it's like, okay, I do 2 days of like just about as much work as I can handle, right? I spend 3 days, like about 3 hours reading, about an hour writing every single fucking day, right? And it's like, oh, I mean, that's a minimum. I usually like go over it because I actually enjoy reading and writing, right? This is the important part. I actually enjoy reading and writing. So I would say like I probably average closer to like 5 hours of reading and writing a day, because I would just read more or write more, or on my days off, right? Because I do 2 days work, 1 day off, and on my days off, I just also sometimes just read and write, like not always, but sometimes, and yeah, it's a really nice feeling. It's a really cool experience, because I just really enjoy doing those things, you know, and having this type of habit, right? Not like, oh, today I'm gonna read 200 pages and write 10,000 words or whatever the fuck I used to do, right? Instead of being just like, okay, I'm a professional, right? That means I go to work, right? So I set aside a time in which I can just work, right? And that work just happens to be reading and writing, right? And I would guess on average, I probably read like around 200 pages a day, and I write like 1,000 words a day. So I'm not writing like insane amounts, like I'm not in full-on novel writing mode, in which case I would be writing like at least 6,000 words a day, like at minimum, because that's just the mindset I get into when I'm writing like an actual novel. But I mean, in the future, if I want to write a novel, I can just be like, okay, I'm not gonna do any reading today. I'm just gonna write for 4 hours. I mean, given that I've been writing way slower lately too, like that's another important thing that this new approach has given me. I feel just good by writing slow, right? Because it used to be, I was like, oh, I want to have a high word count. I'm gonna write fast, and then I was like, haha, I'm so cool, I'm writing so fast. Can you write fucking 3,000 words an hour? I didn't think so. I'm such a fucking cool writer. I could write a book in a day. I could write a book in a day. Wow. And it's like, sure. I mean, that's theoretically possible. Practically, I stopped being able to write after about 10,000 words a day, which is still impressive, right? I could still, if I burn myself out completely, like write an entire novel in a week, right? Because I couldn't keep up 10,000 words a day. I could keep up maybe like 7,000 words a day for like a fucking week, and just burn myself out and just be like, oh, I have a novel, right? But I'm not trying to impress anyone, right? I'm not writing so I can be like, oh, I've written so many words. I'm writing because that's my job, right? Because I have decided that it is my job. And I mean, I'm not wrong. I've gotten paid for writing. Like I made like a few $100 from like selling books and shit, right? Like it's not that I'm not a professional writer, because I am a professional writer. It's just that I haven't seen myself in that way. So it's like, okay, I'm a professional, right? And that's just the thing I do. And that has allowed me to like write really fucking slowly, right? It's allowed me to be like, okay, by my standards, really fucking slowly. It's like still like fucking 1,500 words an hour, or 2,000 words an hour if I already planned out exactly what I'm gonna write before I started writing, which happens sometimes. But I'm like carefully choosing words. I'm like, I mean, I'm editing less than I generally do, because I'm not good at editing, and when I'm writing slow, I don't have to worry about it that much too. That's nice. What's in my shopping bag today? Well, you can't see it, but I have ice, I have Sprite, I have vodka, I have lime. Wow, that's a vodka 7 right there, although, I mean, ideally I would use the 7-Up, you know, but like I didn't sell that over here, so Sprite will do. And there's a new Sprite bottle which is way less green, and I actually like it way more, because I never used to like how green the Sprite bottle was, and they fixed it, and that's fucking dope. But yeah, I'm gonna be drinking vodka 7s, Bukowski, you know how it is. Yeah, and then, yeah, so that's what I have in my shopping bag. But yeah, being a professional writer, like, actually has improved my mental state a lot. Because if I'm going like, okay, I'm gonna write for 4 hours, 3 out of 3 days, right? That's a good reason for me to be alone, right? I can just be by myself, not have to talk to anyone, and also not feel like I'm letting people down, right? I can just have time to myself, so I don't feel guilty about it. And that's really nice. That's something I've really needed, like to a really intense degree. Also, my sleep cycle is about to get fucked, because I'm gonna go on the bad cycle, where I wake up basically right as the stores are closing, and I don't stay up until basically the stores are gonna open. So I'm about to be dropped into the fucking nightmare sleep cycle, but that's fine. Not having a sugar addiction in a really heavy way makes it better, but like I felt the sugar addiction creeping back up on me. Cause I've been getting these nightly ice cream cravings. Like that's a good thing too, because it's not like a universal sugar craving, which is the thing I really want to avoid. I can handle having like an ice cream addiction where I go like, oh yeah, I just want to have like one ice cream, right? But when I have a full-blown sugar addiction, it's like, oh yeah, I need 5 tubs of ice cream now. And you know, it's okay to enjoy your food, and I do enjoy ice cream, and I don't see a problem with just eating some ice cream. I mean, not that I'm doing it right now because it's kind of expensive, but you know, a bit less than this would be reasonable. And I mean, I also like not being an alcoholic anymore. Like I couldn't be even if I tried. Like I just don't have it in me. Like I tried when I did the late night walk arc, because I was in a really bad mental place. Because I don't know if I made vlogs during that time, because I mean like because this video is so fucking long and it's been a month in recording, so I don't even remember what I've talked about here. But like I went through a depressive phase, and one thing I did was I just drank like an entire bottle of brandy in like 2 days or 3 days, something like that, something insane, which is kind of like some of the most alcohol I've drunk in a short period of time. Like I have done more back when I was way more into alcohol. Like I'm not gonna be like, oh, this is a unique experience, but it's just an outlier, because my alcohol consumption has been like, yeah, I drink like 2 bottles. No, fuck no. I drink like a bottle every 2 months, kind of. Like that's how my alcohol consumption has been recently. So that was just a very huge outlier. Even though it wasn't something that was unprecedented, you know. So, and I did that, and I was like, oh, I'm just not having fun. Like, it was like, oh, okay. Yeah, it was 3 days. Day 1, I was drunk, right? I was night walking. It was like, oh, this is a unique experience, right? That's fine. Woke up, had a hangover. Basically lost that entire day due to hangover. Right, and I was like, oh, this day, shit. The next day, I was like, oh, I'm still really depressed. I guess I'm gonna start drinking. And then I basically lost that day too, I think. Like I just got drunk and didn't really do anything. And I didn't get a hangover on the 4th day, but I just wasted 3 days, and I wasted like fucking money, like real money, on the alcohol. That's really a fun time. So I couldn't be an alcoholic again if I tried. And my PC upgrades that I did yesterday were entirely funded basically by not being an alcoholic. Like I wouldn't have had this money if I was. But yeah, basically, like yeah, and just having something to do consistently, having a reason to just be comfortable being alone, and having something that frames things I do that isn't that there's like somewhat unimportant, right? Because I don't want to be like, oh, I'm playing RuneScape, that's an important thing I need to get done as soon as possible. Because that's kind of the mentality I was constantly going in and out of, and every time I was in that mentality, I just enjoyed my life way less, because I just had an unhealthy approach to the game. So having a thing where you go like, okay, I'm a professional writer, right? This is what I do for a job, and this is the important thing. This is the thing I put all my focus on. I'm not playing RuneScape, I don't feel obligated to talk to people. I can just be alone, I can be content, and just have a nice time, right? And then I have days off where I can just do whatever, and that's also nice. Yeah, it's like a big part of my life is I don't really like being around people that much. Like this is something I have to accept more and more over time. But I like all my friends. I like talking to all my friends. But it's just I will push myself like 10 times too far if I'm not intentionally like controlling how much I interact with people. Oh, also you might think, oh, outside, why are you drinking today? Well, I think I mean, it's because I will read Bukowski. When I read Bukowski, I'll be like, yeah, I want to drink. And then when I'm finished work, I'll go like, yeah, that was a nice day of work. I can have a little drink, and then I can just have a drink and think about Bukowski, and play some Rooney, have a time. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. And that's why I'm having a drink, because I know what I'll do today, and I'll know that what I'll do today will make me want to have a drink. Also another thing that's good about being a professional writer is it's impossible for me to feel like I'm procrastinating things anymore. Because my goals aren't like word counts or projects. My goals are, hey, look, this is my work time, right? This is just a set amount of time I spend working. So if I'm like, oh, I don't really feel like doing something, right? It's not like, oh, I'm failing. It's like, oh, well, I mean, I did 4 hours of work, right? And it's not like it's like, oh, you might be like, doubts might. 4 hours isn't the professional amount of work. If you were a professional writer, you would do 8 hours, but you're a part-time writer. Well, I could do 8 hours of work, as in I could pretend to be working for 8 hours. But I don't have that much energy, and I think most people don't. Like, I think I'm not actually like an exceptional low energy person. I think I'm just on like lower end of average. Because when I've been reading and writing recently, just having like a schedule and just having like motivation has made me realize like, oh, I'm not really low energy, right? It's just I'm just a relatively average person, right? Because I figured this out a while back. Like, most of my exhaustion is entirely psychological, right? Most of my chronic tiredness was pretty obviously something that was caused by my psychology, right? And I knew that because it seemed like the amount of rest I got, like, really heavily depended on my state. Like, when I was in a mixed episode, I could be incredibly energetic, and otherwise I would just not have that much energy. And I know what depression feels like, so I know I wasn't depressed, right? And it's like, okay, this is odd, right? But it was really just that I was approaching everything the wrong way. Because now I can just be like, okay, I'm gonna do 4 hours of work. That's something that most people could handle, right? Most people can't handle 8 hours of work. Most people can handle 8 hours of pretending to work, right? Where you maybe like are doing like actually like 4 hours or 5 hours, and the rest of the time you're just kind of standing around, looking busy, maybe scrolling your phone, right? Like, every second that I have in my work time, I try to spend actually doing something. Like, I might spend like 5 minutes checking messages, or just looking around, or getting food, or eating, or whatever. Like, I might lose like 5 minutes a day to things like that, but it's like all the time I spend working, you know, basically. So it's not like I'm like, oh, I'm gonna fuck around for 4 hours and call it working. Like, no, it's I either read or write for 4 hours, right? And I just do it like at normal intensities. So yeah. So I think that's just a normal amount of stuff for someone to do. And if at some point I want to read more, right, I always have the opportunity to. And at that point, I don't have to push myself. It can just be a thing I enjoy, right? Because I feel compelled to read, just because I know it's good for me in a lot of ways. Because first of all, I'm a writer, I have to read, right? And second of all, I absorb information cheapest by far through books. Like it seems like a lot of people have an easy time absorbing information through like YouTube videos, but that's not me. Like I can't really absorb that much through like a lecture or a video. It kind of just gets overwhelming, and I can't choose the pace at which I interact with things. So it's just kind of difficult in that way. And with a book, I can just absorb information at a reasonable rate. So yeah. and when I have like, oh, I'm gonna have like 8 time every day where I'm just reading, right? It's like, okay, the rest of the time I can do whatever I like doing, and since I like reading, I can finally be in a place where I can actually like reading, right, and not feel compelled to do it. Because it never feels like I'm putting things off, it always feels like I'm doing something, you know, and no matter what I do the rest of the time, I have my 4 hours, I have my work done, everything's fucking Gucci, you know. Welcome to Young Toads, my ranting about things, and you're 10 hours into the video, so you've lost the rights to complain. So, in the RuneScape community, right, there's this kind of sentiment, right, that, oh, if you're a rich player, right, you must be real world trading, right, and that's bad. Because real world trading is bad. Like, look, your account is worth like $10,000, and you're selling money on it, right? You're selling your in-game money for real life money, and that's bad. Now, here's my take. It would be bad if they weren't doing it. Imagine having a fucking game account, right, that has a life-changing amount of money on it for most people, and then being like, yeah, no, I'm just gonna keep it in the game, I don't wanna get banned. Fucking hell, real world trading is good only in that situation. Oh, but dudes, if you have that much money in the game, you must have played the game for a long time, and you wouldn't want to get banned and wasted. Well, sure. However, no one who plays the game like just normally makes that amount of money and doesn't spend it. Generally, people who have that amount of money tend to want to spend it on goals, right? Like wanting to get like stats up, right? Beyond 99s, wanting to get like various pets and spending money on supplies and so on and so on and so on, right? Legitimate players are always spending uh, not about as much money as they earn, but you're never gonna make, like, if you're an end game player, right? You don't have like that much content to do, right? And most things that you might want to do will cost you some money, right? So you're always gonna be spending money and making money and so on and so on and so on and so on, right? You're not gonna get obscene amounts of filth in a game. If you get obscene amounts of filth in a game, generally you gambled and got lucky. And if you don't trade that for real life money, you're kind of a fucking dumbass, in my personal opinion. Okay, so I'm gonna make a hot take. I think OnlyFans is somewhat okay sometimes, and you might be like, Toads might, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why the fuck would you say that being a contemptuous whore is ever in the realm of fucking acceptability? And if you Google big booba, you get 1 million result, Toads might. And true. Like, I'm not saying that OnlyFans is good, right? I'm not saying that it's preferable or advisable as a form of uh, being able to get porn, right? OnlyFans, not amazing, right? Not mind blowing, nothing special, right? But I also don't think it's necessarily horrible. So, why am I saying this? Why am I saying this? Well, so here's my perspective. I don't like professional looking porn. It isn't appealing to me. It's very hard for me to be actually attracted to people when they're filmed in that way. And with the development of the internet, when it comes to like amateur porn, it's getting harder and harder to find, right? It's getting because, like, first of all, porn sites don't like to fucking have it up anymore, right? Because it's like it's better to have like age vetting and so on and so on and so on. And also, people aren't recording it in the same way they used to, because now you can just like go on like OnlyFans and post shit, or you can go on like some webcam site or whatever the fuck, right? And when it comes to like actual free amateur stuff, it's all on social media, and you have to spend fucking 1 million hours searching for it. Okay, so first of all, professional porn doesn't do anything for me. And doujins, I've read most doujins in categories that cater to me specifically, right? So it's like I either have to reread stuff or try to find new stuff, which is hard, right? So it's really hard for me to find anything that can actually turn me on, because it's only specific things that have that effect on me. It's I'm not easily turned on, right? And when it comes to people being attractive, I think most people are fine enough attractive, but like when it comes to people who I can just look at and be turned on by, right? Those are very, very few and far between. Very rarely do I have a reaction to someone where I go like, "Oh, you're actually really attractive," right? That happens incredibly sporadically for me. So I have paid for OnlyFans a few times in my life. It's very occasional. It's a habit I always cancel after a month, because this is how I view the site, right? You can pay for 1 month of OnlyFans. If you stay subscribed, you're a fucking loser, unless someone posts just like every day or something. I fucking know. And if you pay for like pay-per-view shit on OnlyFans, you're also a fucking loser, right? Or if you interact with people on OnlyFans, you're also a fucking loser. Here's how you use OnlyFans. You pay for it once, you get someone's entire catalog, right? It's always like a fucking shot in the dark. It's general. Like sometimes it's really good, oftentimes it's not very good, but generally, in my opinion, I've gotten most of my money's worth now. Also, I don't buy OnlyFans sober. It's always a drunk decision where I go like, oh fuck, I'm drunk, and then I just fucking buy myself some fucking OnlyFans that I've been like, you know how it goes, right? But like, anyway, like this is how I view it, right? Which is why I don't regret it. It's like, okay, I can pay a few bucks for someone's OnlyFans, right? And with that few bucks, right, since I know that this person is attractive beforehand, right, and I know that this person is one of the very few people I'm attracted to, that gives me like a guaranteed 2 to 3 nuts, right? Guaranteed. Hopefully more, sometimes less, right? Basically, but like I know if I tried, I could get that out of that OnlyFans, right? And that would save me fucking hours of having to look for shit, or just trying settling for subpar shit, right? I'm like, ah, fuck it, does the job, right? And that's like, wow, that inherently is a value proposition that's worth it, right? But you also don't get like one thing; you get like many pictures and videos, and generally, uh, at least in my opinion, the cinematography and photography involved in OnlyFans tends to be of higher quality than you would find anywhere else. Because professional porn looks like shit. The shit people post on social media generally they don't put that much attention to. But OnlyFans tends to have good filmography and and photography, or cinematography, whatever. Anyway, it looks good, and so I think it is justifiable to often treat OnlyFans like a cheaper form of buying photo sets, right? Because when someone sells a photo set or a fucking like video on like many vids or something, it's always way overpriced. It's like, oh, pay $20 to see like 5 pictures of my pussy, or buy this fucking 20-minute porn video for $20, right? But when you have OnlyFans, it's like, oh, you have like 100 pictures and like 10 videos for like $10, and it's like, you know, given that this is guaranteed to be something I like, that's a worthwhile investment for me personally. Again, um, I don't think it's good. I think it's something that you have to make do with if you're me specifically. So I don't think OnlyFans is atrocious. That's my hot take. Hot take. Blistering hot take. When I've been watching The Flash, I've been thinking a lot about what his perception of time might be, right? Because his speed allows him to do things at a faster rate than a human should be able to, Like, he can move in such a way that seemingly would allow him to think really fast. But then when you see how he acts, it's not like running someplace that would take you 2 hours to run to has the same effect on his thoughts as running to a place for 2 hours would, right? And for example, when he does a task, he also perceives that task as going by faster even when he's going faster, which by his reaction speed and so on should indicate that he sees uh, he sees time in a slower way than usual, right? And when you see his perception of time when he's going fast, it's also slowed down, right? So it's like, okay, so this doesn't parse, and I've been thinking about it a lot because it's like, okay, so on one hand you see him going fast and not thinking fast, but on the other hand you see him going fast and perceiving at the same rate at which he's moving, right? So here's my theory. When the Flash is running, right, he parses the world at the speed that an outside observer would, right? So when he's running for somewhere that would take 2 hours to run, and he's doing it in 2 minutes, he still parses it as 2 minutes, but he perceives it as 2 hours. So it's basically just like really enhanced reaction speed, which is why he doesn't seem to use his speed to ever think faster or communicate faster. So this is my current Flash theory. Do you want further evidence of me living in a frozen wasteland? Today is May 10th, right? May 10th. It's the first day of this entire year I would describe as warm. 10th of fucking May. April, cold as shit. January, February, March, fucking snowed all the time. Now it's fucking May. And this is when it gets warm. I live in hell. It's not that bad. Better than being really warm all the time, but the summer might be really warm too, because that fucking happens sometimes. You have a fucking winter forever and a fucking really warm summer, and you never have like a fucking, this is temperate, this is nice. Never happens. It's just fucking hell to hell to hell. Yeah, that's life. That's life. I I'm gonna go fucking sleep now. Hey, you know the title of this video? I've had it planned for a while. It's gonna be that time I stopped disassociating and made a 24-hour vlog. Here's the thing that happened today. I reached a point where my emotional burnout got so bad I kinda in a roundabout way started disassociating again. I think the sequel is gonna be named something different, but it's gonna like that time. Be like that time I burned out emotionally and made a 24-hour vlog parenthesis 2 or something like that. Doesn't fucking matter. But yeah, I've reached a point where I just don't have emotional reactions to things anymore. Like I don't feel disassociated in the same way. I don't feel like I'm unreal. I don't feel like I'm uh, existing in a non-existent state anymore. Like that all passed, and I can be like, oh yeah, these people are people in my life, and so on and so on and so on. But I don't have any coping mechanisms for feeling these emotions. That's this important thing. I don't have any ways to like comprehend and process them. So I burned out very hard, and I stopped having emotional reactions. When something bad happens or whatever, starting from today, or hopefully only for the day, I've just been like, yeah, that's a thing that exists now. I just don't have an emotional reaction anymore to anything, really. Like, I mean, I do, of course, have some type of emotional reaction. Like, it's just, yeah, make it, I don't know. Shit's fucked. Like, it's weird to actually kind of feel like a sociopath in a way. Like, I do have an emotional reaction to things, places. Like, my emotions are always primarily physical, they've always been. Like, when it comes to, like, the mental impact that emotions have on me, it's always been minor, right? Like, for me, there's, like, basically no difference between being depressed and being sick. I mean, there are minor differences, but they're not major. They're compatible in most ways. But like I just don't feel capable of having empathy. Like it's just beyond me right now. I'm not capable of caring. That's the scary part. I'm not capable of being like, oh yeah, this is a bad thing. Like it's not burnout in like a figurative sense. It's literal like emotional burnout. Like it's just non-existent. It's burnt out. I don't even fucking care. So the worst happened. It's been warm for like 3 days and it's fucking hot. It's so fucking hot. Like it went from being uncomfortably cold to being uncomfortably warm in literally 3 days. This is just fucking life. Fucking sucks. I've been having these videos on in the background recently by this guy called Mr. Bowman. And if you're like me, I don't know, like it seems like a lot of people were sucked into like this machine spirit spell. But he has this spirit, he has this series where he makes videos about like top 3 places where you can't go but people did anyways or something like that. So I don't fucking care. And the premise is that it's like, okay, this is a dangerous place that you specifically shouldn't go, and here's someone who got stuck in that place and died. That's generally like the format of those videos, and watching them is really therapeutic for me. I'll explain later once I get back from the store. But yeah, I think in our culture, like, we're very focused on like, oh, this would be a terrible way to die, right? People are so far removed from like violent causes of death that when they're confronted with those, they just go like, oh, this is so horrifying, right? When it's like most people throughout history probably died in like way similar to this, you know, like dying peacefully from old age is a relatively modern phenomenon. But yeah, anyway, so this guy just makes like videos about like, okay, look, these people just went somewhere they shouldn't and died as a result, right? It's in a way incredibly therapeutic, right? Because it's like, okay, these are like kind of the real ways to die, right? Like these aren't like deaths kept in like some fucking hospital where you aren't allowed to leave because if you die somewhere else, it will remind everyone else that you're also going to die, right? So you have to go into the hospital and die at their pace, you know. But if you dive down a cave and you die there, right, it doesn't have anything like that. So there's definitely like a memento mori type appeal. And I know a lot of people are like really averse to thinking that death exists. But for me, it's really helpful to just like think about the fact that I'm going to die. Everyone I know is going to die, and that's just the way it goes, you know. To me, that's very helpful because I used to be really averse to death when I was younger, and it used to be really terrifying. But the more I think about it, the more I come to terms with the fact that everything is going to die, and it just generally makes my life better, right? So it has that momentum over type of appeal. It also kind of has this part where it's like, oh, these are the worst deaths imaginable, right? Because they're kind of like the worst deaths imaginable, except when it comes to deaths by human hands, you know. Because of course the worst ways to die are being tortured by another person, right? As always. And these are like, okay, these are the worst natural causes. Like, oh, that's kind of peaceful actually. Because like I always have this like when I think about dying, I don't think like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna have my life violently ended. I think I might get into a car accident and have to spend fucking months slowly racing away in a hospital, or I get some fucking deathly illness or something like that. So it's like when I think about dying, what makes the prospect so terrifying is that I could die in a hospital. Right. That's the most terrifying part of death to me. And when that aspect is removed from it, it's really easy to be like, oh, yeah, that just takes a few minutes or maybe a few hours, and then it's just fucking over, you know? So I've been reading Font and Bukowski and Hunter S. Thompson lately, and I was like, it sucks that there isn't like a cool modern semi-autobiographical story that's like real and raw and like confessional. And I'm like, fuck, can I write one? So I was thinking, like, maybe I can write one, maybe I can go write one. Then I started writing one and was like, fuck, I have to talk about other people. Like, I can talk about myself, but I feel guilty when I'm not giving other people their privacy. Yeah, so this entire video is a series of side notes, and I'm aware, but I just wanted to comment, like, hey, look, we have this tiny dog over. If you're a habitual Toadsmite viewer, I'm pretty sure you know this dog. I'm pretty sure I've put him on camera before, but this fucking dog, right, he'll walk forever, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna just let my own dog outside, and there are people at home, so I can't record inside. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna take a long walk, right, and then I was like, oh yeah, we have this tiny dog who I can just take on a walk. So that's nice, I have an excuse. But yeah, so I was like, if you know me, you know that I don't like telling stories that involve other people. Like, if for example you remember the all my friends have depression video, I talk a fair bit about people I knew when I was a lot younger, because those things don't relate to them at all anymore, and I don't know those people anymore, and at this point those are just like formative experiences. But when I tell stories that involve people that I still know, right, that I still keep up with, I just get really uncomfortable, because first they could find those stories, and I'm not comfortable with that. I don't like talking about other people because I don't like being talked about, and I don't want to make people uncomfortable in that way by maybe revealing something that they don't necessarily want the world to know, right? But so I'm not comfortable telling a lot of stories about myself just because they involve people who I don't want to expose in that way, I guess. But I figured out that the events of the Gigavlog sequel that I was making for a while, even though they're shit as YouTube videos, even though they're not good videos, they would make for a great portion of an autobiographical thing. Like, it's a span of a week and nothing really exciting happened, so I wouldn't publish them like as a memoir, but take it from a base basically. So right now I'm gonna basically write that down as a story, and once that's done, I'll probably just keep it until I have more stories and I can make an actual memoir. So remember when my YouTube, I was talking about, like, hey, my YouTube brain is completely gone, right? That's not just a figurative thing anymore, because like I'm here just repurposing all of these things I've talked about on YouTube into like actual art I'm really comfortable with, like on DCRS. Like this isn't going up on DCRS, by the way. This isn't DCRS material, but even on DCRS I have like this this story that's an ode to an old Lada, right? I can explain it. Like, no one's watching, so I can just explain it, because like the point of the story is in large part its obscurity, right? The story never actually mentions exactly what it's about, right? But the point of it is to be like a comprehensive view of nostalgia, right? Like I was reading Edgar Allan Poe yesterday, and I was actually astonished, because I write a lot like Poe writes, like with Poe, right? When you read a Poe story, the actual interesting part of the story is never a part of the story. I'll tell maybe this, but just not in the ones I've read, right? Like, the story is structured around a series of events that have a lot of interesting parts, but you're just seeing like their fallout, or you're seeing the things that are happening around those events, and the actual events aren't really a part of the story, you know? And that creates the mystique, and that creates like the entire atmosphere that Poe stories have, and that's also really similar to how I write, at least like as a matter of philosophy, because I never like, whenever I just say the thing that the story is about, or the piece of writing is about, I feel like I'm basically like a hack, right? I feel like, oh, I'm just writing trite nonsense, right? I'm just here, like, telling the audience what to think about whatever I'm writing. Like, yeah, this is like if an old Lauder, right? I talk about like, yeah, this is like the smell of nostalgia or whatever. But if I tell like, hey, look, this is everything nostalgic wrapped up into one like time image, it'd be like, yeah, dudes, man, just fucking let me figure it out for myself, you know. Or if I was like, describing like, I don't know. Okay, so in Jet, the story I have, right, the premise is that the two main characters, right, one is a soldier who wants nothing more than to be a soldier, and the other is an engineer who wants nothing more than to be an engineer, and both of them, through various circumstances, have lost their jobs, which drives them to basically not rationally, but like drives them to consider becoming superheroes, which they never would have before. But that's just the way they can like return to the life they think they should be living, right? Like that's the premise of the story. But like every time I put that as an actual part of the story, I feel like I'm just I feel like I'm just telling a bad story, right? Because I'm just telling you what to think of the story instead of just allowing you to discover it through the actual story, right? And I know it's a part of the actual story, but I don't like putting it into words in that way, you know. And what was I talking about? Oh yeah, that one. So it comes to an old ladder, right? Like everything that's necessarily like interesting about it are things that I choose not to talk about, right? It's interesting not because I talk about anything in particular, but because I chose what to include and what to exclude, you know? Man, if I can communicate that really properly. But that's how I think about writing. Like, it's not just about what you write, it's, for me, infinitely more about what I don't write, you know? I don't fucking know. It's like fucking Shakespeare and the monkeys, you know? Like, everyone can be a monkey, but the point is that Shakespeare didn't write things that weren't Shakespeare, you know? You get the analogy, you're intelligent. Well, yeah. Anyway, so I was like, okay, I don't want to talk about other people. I want to write something autobiographical, and then I remembered, oh, I have this entire cool story that's a shitty video, right? It's not good as a video, but like, as a story, it's actually pretty great. So I'm just writing that right now. Yeah. And it doesn't really involve other people, which is exactly the type of story I like writing. Okay, I know I don't usually do this, but my car autism has finally gotten out of hand, and this is the most fucking beautiful machine I've ever fucking seen, right? Like, generally, I look. Young dudes, mate. I'm getting fucking absorbed by car autism, and I don't even care about the cars driving. But just look at this fucking machine. Like, look at the fucking curves on it. Like, look at how the fucking. It looks like it has like a condensed front, and then it has the fucking swooping up sides, and the fucking bumper. The front bumper is so fucking like it has all of those cool parts that like angular cars have, right? It has all of those really nice tight like uh, parts, right? But then it's just curved so fucking beautifully, right? The fucking headlights fit into it. Eyes, look at how nice this car looks. It's the nicest car I've ever fucking seen in my whole fucking life. Look at the fucking back of this thing. Ah, it's so fucking pretty. Such a fucking pretty machine. I mean, I saw like a Ferrari, like a new Ferrari yesterday. Right, and I was like, this is disgusting, right? Because when you have a new Ferrari, I'm gonna fucking throw up the picture I took because it's funny. Because the car had a license plate that read "trad free," right? And it's like, so this is a custom license plate, right? You don't get license plates like that here, right? Because the license plates here look like that. And it's like, so either there are two options. First, the person driving the car is a traditionalist. Second, they, for some reason, some other unrelated reason, decided to get a custom plate with the fucking label trad, and they don't know which one is funnier. Like a traditionalist driving a Ferrari, or a trad Ferrari that's just driven by some random rich guy. But like, oh my god, this is another fucking, look at this fucking car, look at this fucking machine. Jesus Christ. I'm just seeing pretty cars. Look at it. Ah, that's fucking sexy. I don't care about driving cars, I just think they look cool. I'm sorry. Anyway, I saw that Ferrari, right, and I was like, this is the most disgusting thing I've seen, right? Because, first of all, it doesn't look good. Not a good looking car. It looks awful. Like, it doesn't have any of that width, it doesn't have any of the tightness, it doesn't have anything redeemable of it, right? And it's like, oh, but it's like a sports car though. It's a sports car, it's fast, and okay, if you're taking a new Ferrari out to the fucking track or the circuit or wherever you are, right, and racing it, where the speed actually would matter, you're the fucking biggest retard on the planet, right? Like, oh, yeah, I'm just gonna burn up like fucking hundreds of thousands, if not millions. Fucking dumbass. But I mean, it probably wouldn't burn up millions, but you know. Like, it's just, okay, you're just gonna drive on the road with the same speed limit as anyone else, right? And you're not gonna be taking tight corners with a fucking Ferrari on the fucking street, right? You're not gonna be doing anything, so you have this sports car that you're just fucking wasting away, right? Oh, look how much money I have. I have a really ugly car because I have so much money. Fucking... New sports cars are fucking awful. Now, old sports cars, fucking amazing. Like, first of all, they just look better. Like, they just have more pleasing aesthetics than most modern cars. Now, there are some modern cars that look cool, right? There are some modern cars that look really fucking nice. However, it takes way less than old cars that look really fucking nice. God, I'm still thinking about that black car. Like, what a coincidence that was. What a coincidence that was. Anyway. But yeah, but with an old car, right, it's a car that you could actually race, right? It's a car that you can repair for cheap. The car doesn't really cost as much, right? And it's just like, oh wow, look. You have a car that goes really fucking fast. and you're probably actually going really fucking fast with it at points, you know, like not necessarily always, right? But like it's like, oh, it's a car someone might actually go really fast with. Wow, instead of a fucking new Ferrari, fucking disgusting rich people. So I thought I'd vlog an entire workday as well. I'm a professional writer, and I haven't recorded my average day as one, I guess. So it's 3:18 a.m. right now. For the past few hours, I've been drifting in and out of sleep, and now I'm getting ready to start working. I already read Boogie Pop and others for like a few minutes, but now I'm gonna go and write something. I think I'm gonna work on the Jet story, and after that, probably go back to reading. Or maybe write a chapter of the second Horns story. Depends. So yeah, yesterday, just for context, I didn't really have a full day of work. I had to stop working 2 hours in as I work for 4 hours, and that was because I was really exhausted. And I think the reason I've been exhausted is I've had people over, like my mom and her boyfriend have been over here. So working itself is more difficult, more stressful because I have to account for people sleeping mainly and people also being here. And also, um, there's the thing where on my days off, I can't really relax as much as I would usually, since again I have to account for people being here. So yesterday I did 2 hours of work, and then later in the day I did like half an hour of work. I'm not gonna worry about it because you don't make art. Oh fuck! Where is it? It's here. You don't make art by being fascist towards yourself, right? The thing that doesn't matter if I do 4 hours of work every day. The thing that matters is I try. You know, I'm not an unethical employer. Anyway, so yeah, I'm gonna start writing and write some words. Okay. Oh fuck. So anyway, I've now spent an hour writing and editing this piece. A bit less than an hour, but basically an hour. And it's ready to be posted, so I'm just gonna convert it into a PHP page and post it in this series now. It's only 1,000 words, and if you're young to outsmart 1,000 words in an hour, isn't really a lot, right? It's just like an average hour of work to me. And oh, not an average. It's a way below average hour of work to me. Like if I was writing it like a normal speed, right, I would do like 1,500 words. If I was pushing myself, 2,500 words is a pretty easy target to hit for me. But when I'm writing for these series and when I'm writing these pulp stories, it's not about speed. It's about making sure that the entire story is good. And if the entire story is good, the speed doesn't like, or the speed at which I write doesn't really matter, you know. So yeah, this is the story. I'm just gonna upload it, and I'm gonna write one more story because time goes by really fast for me when I'm writing. Also, I can't talk right now. Really, I'm sorry about that, but time goes by really fast for me when I'm writing, and an hour writing feels like 10 minutes basically. I just ran out of energy in a few hours, so I can't really sustain it. And then I'll have to go back to reading, which feels like it takes way more time. Like when I'm writing for 2 hours a day, reading for 2 hours a day, it feels like reading is the vast majority of what I did that day. But these ideas, and I'm just gonna quickly make it into a web page or make the story into a web page. That should take like a minute or something. So I've done most of my webmaster work now. And making the story into a page is actually really fast. But I also had to make this story a part of the Pulp magazine issue that it's in. I had to make a page for the story since it's the first chapter of the story. I had to make a page for the Jet stories in themselves, because that didn't have a proper page before, because chat only had one story. And it also means I have to link this now to the proper chat page instead of the chat zero page, because I don't like having redundant pages. But basically, the way I convert a story as a file in LibreOffice into a story as a file for the website is I copy it into here, just because it's a quick way to um, remove the style elements and make it into plain text. Then once I have the plain text, I paste it into the Word HTML thing, which is a really useful web app to use. And then I paste it back here, and I already copied over the template, so I have the entire template. So then I just have to update various different pages to make it into a properly functional page. And now when I go to disassociating, I'm just gonna hit my vape when it loads. I can go into the Pulp magazine stories, Jet, and these are all the Jet stories. So this is Jet Nationals, this is Jet Zero. Or I can go into the volumes, and I can go into the Pulp, the World of Yataport, and here's the Jet Nationals Chapter 1. So yeah, that's basically how I make a thing into pages. And I have to go back real quick and update the archive, because I keep an archive of everything I do for the page. So I'm just gonna link the story in this archive, and yep, that's how I webmaster my website. Also, I'm just gonna quickly pitch Jet Nationals to you, because I'm gonna take my first break from work. I usually take 1 or 2 breaks, and I have to take breaks because, first of all, I generally walk my dog during or after I start work. And currently I have 2 dogs, I have to walk both of them. And I have to feed my dog and I have to feed myself, so uh, I take one break after about an hour and a half of doing work to just take care of all of these things, because I want to basically get to work right after I wake up properly and I feel alert and ready for the day. And that's generally an hour or two before I get hungry and before my dog needs walking. Uh, so this is basically when I take my first break, and I'm just gonna take care of my dogs. I'm gonna take care of my food, and after that, I'll go back to work. But yeah, basically the pitch for Jet Nationals, right, is that the 2 main characters, right, are one is an engineer who wants nothing more than to be an engineer. The other is a soldier who wants nothing to be a soldier. They're both people who were raised in a generation that had a strong national identity, which has kept eroding over time, and they find themselves in a world that um, they can only perceive as completely alien. There are immigrants with crime. There are immigrants who are taking their jobs, and not just low-value jobs, but hyper-skilled immigrants from cities like Yataport, which have a level of technology that no other place in the entire world can compete with. So you have immigrants taking all the jobs, right? Bringing all the crime. And the world itself has been transforming through a complete change in national character. Now, of course, on a global scale, this isn't a bad thing, right? Everyone ultimately gets a better life for themselves. Now, of course, this comes as slight human, what's the word? Human cost, right? The people who formerly used to consider Matai their homes no longer can properly recognize the place that they grew up in, right? They see themselves as being disjointed, they see themselves as being in a part of something that they weren't raised to be a part of, but most people, right? Most people can adapt and move on. They're no longer the Matai nationals, but rather a part of a new global Matai, right? But these 2 people, right, are completely disconnected from from what they grew up with, and they're completely foreign now to their own country. And the crux of the story isn't that these people can solve the problem and restore the national character, nor is it that these people have to become integrated and become a part of the new country that they find themselves in. Rather, the interesting part of the story is that these people who can't adapt and can't make the country adapt have to now figure out what their place in it is, right? The interesting part is that they don't endorse, like, they're not fascists. They're not even really conservatives in any Western way, right? They're not people who like their folk religion. They're not the people who care much about racial purity. They don't have any of these ideals, right? And probably if they saw like some gay person or if they saw some trans person, they would be like, yeah, that guy's kind of weird. But then they would just fucking move on, not care, right? They don't have these types of ideals. They're not reactionary even in any way. But still, they have to confront the fact that they're now living in a world that they don't want to be in, right? And the interesting part is that they also will have to confront, like, fascists. They'll have to, in the course of their adventures, come to terms with the fact that some of these changes are things that they actually really do appreciate, right? And they can respect a lot of these immigrants, right? They can sympathize with them, and they're not only working to protect the national Matai, but also they will eventually realize that they're also working to protect people from all types of crime, right? And these types of conflicts are going to be like the interesting part of the story, because even though they have these ideals that are very clearly nationalist, and they do have somewhat of a disregard towards foreigners, right? They eventually will have to confront all of these ideals in the form of these fantastical villains, and see how far these types of perspectives can deviate from what they see as just human consciousness and just proper values that they were themselves raised with, right? So that's gonna be like the interesting part of the story. Yeah, anyway, I'm gonna go walk my dogs now. Okay, so currently walking dog. Let's do another short trend. So I wanted to talk about cosmetic microtransactions because I'm listening to Asmongold right now. And the thing is, we can all agree that if it's a game that you're paying for, right, so it's a free-to-play game, then it makes sense for there to be some type of pay-to-win. Like, it's just how it goes. Like, you're paying for the product, right, and you're going to be subject to exploitative practices, just generally. Now, of course, there are exceptions, like old desktop games that function off of ads and so on. Like, if you're playing a Flash game on desktop, for example, you don't really want to be seeing any pay to win, right? But with most free games, it's understandable, right? You might say it's unacceptable, but to me that's a different subject. And so we can agree on that. We don't like those microtransactions, right? But what about cosmetic microtransactions? Because I'm notoriously a somewhat of a pay pig when it comes to games I get really into. Like, if RuneScape had cosmetic like OSRS had cosmetic microtransactions, right, I probably would buy most of them now. Not because, I mean, if they were. So here's the thing. If OSRS sold you something like, I don't know, like a fucking cosmetic override, right? Let's say, like, oh, pay $10, right, and you can get a cosmetic override for this item, which is the main form of cosmetics in the game, right? I probably would buy them, you know. However, that would also make the game actively worse, right? That would make the game not as good, because even though it might be like completely new content, like, oh wow, you can make this armor cool and edgy, instead of how it normally is, right? That's whatever. But it would make the game worse, and you could make a system where cosmetics can be sold in game, right? Like to other players, and I mean that. I guess that will make it better. But still, it wouldn't improve the game. There'd be no new content, right? There'd be no new achievement. You just had another source of revenue for the devs, right? However, when it comes to games that don't have that hardcore, old school appeal, right? The things get a bit different, right? Like things change a bit. Because I know that Asmongold talks about like, oh, if you can get cooler mounts or armors by paying for them with D values, the other mounts and items and so on and so on, like you can look like an end game player by just paying, and most people can't tell the difference. They'll be like, oh wow, that's a cool end game player, right? And it devalues like the actual end game players, right? And while that's true, I don't think that's like an essential part of cosmetic microtransactions, right? Because, for example, when I was playing Eternal, I collected various like buyables. Because that's just what I like. I like collecting things. I like paying when I'm really into something, because I'm like, okay, this is the one thing I'm into. I can pay for it, you know. And I ended up with like a really formidable collection. However, I didn't necessarily use something I had paid for, right? I very often used things I got for free. Oh, why did I use things I got for free? Because a lot of those things that I got for free looked cooler and signaled a real achievement, right? And that's the key. You have to have comparable items, right? You have to make sure that the things you can achieve with like hundreds of hours of time look comparably good to things that you can achieve with money, right? So it should be like, in my opinion, that cosmetic microtransactions just give you more options, right? It's like, okay, you have this limited amount of options when you have your normal gameplay features, but you can have like a few other options as like a bonus thing, right? And Guild Wars 2 does it too, like where you can like buy like dice and stuff with like real money and so on and so on. And unlocking them in game takes a lot of grinding. It's kind of arduous, but there's some that you can just buy, right? And it's like, oh, okay, well, you just have more options and faster, you know. And that I think is where cosmetic microtransactions should come in, right? There should be things that give you a larger diversity, not of ways to show off your achievements or to pretend that you're like end game, but rather give you a diversity of options to express yourself, right? Like for example, when I say hypothetically, right? A game only has a limited amount of like black mounts, let's say, in an MMO. You have like 3 or 4 black mounts, and you might be like, I don't like any of these mounts that much, right? So what if, for example, you had a 5th black mount, and it looked different but not better? You know, I think that's fine. Dogs have been walked, and I have to feed myself. I have my food there, just spaghetti and fried chicken and tomatoes, my usual food. And then I have to feed my dogs, and then it's back to work. So I'm very notably tired from having to do all the things that it takes to keep myself alive and keep my dogs happy. So I'm just gonna spend like an hour or so reading, at least. Then after that, I'll decide what I'll do next. Like, writing is the fun part. Reading is necessary, but it also takes way less energy. So it's useful to just read regularly in any case. So I'm just gonna spend some time reading, and yeah. So this Boogie Puppy probably have kind of garbage, and the book itself isn't interesting enough for me to find a good book, good version of it rather. So I'm just gonna drop it and read some Poe. Okay, so if you're watching, I'm reading Poe right now, but if you've been watching to this part of the video for some godforsaken reason, and of some light novels that I would enjoy, can you please comment them in the comments or somewhere? Just give me light novel recommendations. I know that I don't think I really want to read Index or Horizon in the Middle of Nowhere. Those light novels just seem like they have too much continuity, and when it comes to books, the commitment that it takes to read a really long series is generally too much for me, and I know I'll put them off and just not read them. But yeah, so if you know of light novels I would enjoy, preferably like no more than like 10 volumes, and yeah, please let me know. I just want something like cool and conceptual and somewhat well written, like not well written as in like a million different fucking like whatever like fancy literary devices. I mean well written as in like nice to read, I guess. Yeah. So if you know any light novels like that, please let me know. I want to get into light novels and I don't know where to start. I read some Poe, and now it's time for me to write. I don't know why, but recently I've become really disaffected, I think is the best word, when it comes to reading. Like I think it's mostly that I want to be reading Bukowski, but I've oversaturated myself. And I think I'll be more motivated to read once I read Factotum and Hollywood. But I think until that point, I'll just kinda not really enjoy reading anything else. But again, I know that if I was reading Bukowski now, it would just be kinda like um, like it won't have the resonance as I've been reading so much of Bukowski in general. So it's a necessary break, even though, although combined with all the other circumstances, it has been making me less productive. But it doesn't matter. Productivity doesn't exist, and I've been enjoying reading Poe in its own right. And also, I kind of really want to finish things. Like it's kind of disconcerting for me to have really long unfinished projects where I'm reading something. But this feeling is one that will definitely pass, and as time goes on, it'll be easier to read longer things, I guess. It's just that I haven't really finished something really challenging and long in recent memory, so I haven't properly developed the acumen for it. Also, I'm just speaking in a fucking antiquated way because I've been reading Poe, and I assume the fucking vernacular of the media I come into contact with, which is why I spoke like a vigor. And I'm done writing the second story for the day. Just the chapters. Oh fuck, I forgot to put the title in the thing. Whatever. I'll just put the title here real quick. But yeah, this is the chapter of the horrors I just wrote. Go read it in the 0650. I still have 40 minutes of work left. So I'm probably gonna go read something like a Poe. I think I'm gonna read a Poe. Yeah. And then that'll be the end of my workday. And I'm done for today. Read some Poe. Now I'm gonna shower. And after I shower, I'll play some Rooney. And yeah, that's how I work. It's been 7 hours, I think, since I started working. Yeah, and that means I took about 3 hours worth of breaks in these 4 hours of work, which roughly about adds up. So yeah, that was the day. Oh no, 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 no. Okay, feet out of shot, feet out of shot. So I've come to a dilemma, I've come to a moment, a crux of a nature, if you will. I want ice cream. However, I had ice cream yesterday, and I've been eating sweets a lot more, less than I used to. My sweets eating is at a manageable level. It's coming at a cost that I can bear. However, The money no longer being the object, and neither really being the weight, because I stopped caring about that like instantly. I have to figure out, do I want to put the time investment into getting the ice cream? Do I want to go to the store to get myself some ice, and that is a difficult question because ice cream tastes good. Yes, actually, if my mom and her boyfriend stay here for any length of time, that'll give me an excuse to get out of the house. I solved this conundrum, and now I'm back to watching Snort. Actually, fuck it. This is one of the worst fucking shows I've ever seen. I need to I need to get myself some fucking ice cream. Well, that's why is it one of the worst shows? And if it's one of the worst shows, why are you watching it? Well, I want to watch the entire fucking Arrowverse. That's why I'm watching it. And also, why is it the worst show? Well, it has the problem where it has like 9 fucking main characters. That's the problem. There's 9 fucking main characters. Anyway, anyway, I'm gonna go get some ice cream. Yeah. I had one of the worst headaches of my life yesterday, and I think it was part caffeine withdrawals, part the weather being incredibly hot. Because the weather has still remained really fucking hot, and since I ran out of theanine, I didn't want to take caffeine because things go really fucking wacky if I take caffeine without L-theanine, and I wasn't in that mood yesterday. And right now I'm thinking maybe I should stop taking caffeine because it hasn't felt necessary lately, and it's more of a thing I've been doing to avoid getting withdrawals. So, given that I already quite possibly went through the worst of the withdrawals, I am. I'm probably gonna stop taking caffeine. And also, I realize I don't like the Arrowverse because most shows in it are garbage. Even though I really like the parts that I like, I'm not convinced that it'll get any better. So I'm just gonna stop watching it. There's no real fucking point to just wasting my time on Arrowverse when I could be like listening to music or watching anime or doing like anything else, even though it's like less perfect for RuneScape, but it doesn't matter that much. I'm gonna do a quick farm run because today is the day for the farm run. Which one again? Let's wait a few hours till I'm done with work because then I can do both parts. Anyway, I need to go check on my dog. Okay, so here's a realization I came to yesterday. Because recently what's been happening to me more and more is that when I'm too tired to do anything, I just go watch like YouTube shorts. And this is a bad habit, right? I'm not saying this is a thing I should be doing. This is a no, there's something wrong with my dog. But yeah, a lot of YouTube shorts or some TikToks, right? And a few of those TikToks, like I'm not saying most of them, but like a few of them aren't atrocious. Like there's like I like Attorney Tom. I think he's like mildly entertaining. If I see one of his TikToks in my fucking shorts coma, I go like, oh yeah, this is a thing I kind of enjoy. Like it's not that he's like particularly entertaining or enlightening. It's just the concept of like, oh, this is an attorney making a TikTok. It's just inherently amusing to the degree, right? But yeah, I mean, I actually am currently thinking about watching Arrowverse again because I kind of want to be sweaty in RuneScape, and I don't. And this show is too cute to be sweaty with, so I'll probably watch the Arrowverse again. Just because if there's nothing on YouTube, I'll check my like the things that came out on YouTube first. And if there's nothing, I'll just fucking watch Legends of Tomorrow, even though it's garbage, because there's just nothing better. But so I started thinking, right, and I was like, yeah, I remember how it was like to be like 13 and be browsing Wine and be browsing Tumblr and be like, wow, yeah, these are places, right? Because recently, I've been on Tumblr again. Let me launch my internet real quick and let me go on Tumblr again, because recently I've been on that website again because I saw some strange Ian's videos and I was like, oh yeah, Tumblr is a site I want to be in, right? So I subscribed to a bunch of people on Tumblr and yeah, these, it's just like, oh wow, these are cool posts. I'm enjoying this experience, right? Like, yeah, I'm gonna reblog this. But yeah, uh, and I remember those vibes, right? And when I was looking through like these TikToks, I was like, if I was 13 or 16 right now, I might be getting those vibes from TikTok, right? Of course, it's not the same thing, right? Of course, the underlying mechanisms are exploitative. The form of content is contrary to everything I personally care about, right? But if I was born like 3 to 6 years later, right? Chances are that right now I would be having a really fun time on TikTok, right? Like, because it wouldn't offend sensibilities that couldn't exist, right? I wouldn't have like grown up idolizing fortune, right? I wouldn't have fucking spent all my childhood on fucking Tumblr, right? Like those things just wouldn't have happened, and that means like I just wouldn't have those sensibilities that TikTok offends inherent in me. So it's like, yeah, if you're a young person on TikTok, I get it, right? I mean, I don't endorse it, but I understand it, I comprehend it, and I've come to terms with the fact that TikTok is probably fine if you're like a fucking teenager, right? What I don't comprehend, and what I'll never comprehend, is why adults spend their time on TikTok, right? Like with Tumblr, it's like, okay, if you see someone on Tumblr and it's like a 27-year-old, it's like, oh yeah, this person started using Tumblr when they were like 17, right? And they just haven't stopped, right? When you have like fucking Anthony Fantana be like, yeah, I'm using TikTok, right? It's like you deliberately had to make the choice at an old age to start using this new platform that you should know better than to use. Basically, like it's like it, I know what analogy it is. It's like falling for like really commercial products in general. I guess like it's like when when you are subject to marketing as a kid, right? It's like, oh, everything seems really cool. Like, oh, look, the TV shows you a really sharp knife, and now you're going to go beg your parents. Was that just me? Maybe that was just me. Like, for example, when I saw a really sharp knife on the TV, right? And in one of those like infomercials, right? I was like, oh god, I need a really sharp knife now because look, this knife is so sharp. And I was like, I need this knife. And then my mom was like, no, I'm not going to buy you a really sharp knife. And I was like, but it's really sharp. But yeah, anyway, yeah. Yeah, anyway, it's understandable if you're younger and you don't have the context to be like, yeah, TikTok is fun. It probably is fun if you don't have like the context. But if you are older, right? If you're Anthony Fantana, notorious Sam Hyde interviewer, right? And you still go on TikTok, it's like, why are you on there, right? It's like, I'm not gonna be like, oh, if you're an old person on TikTok, you're a nonce, but I mean, anyway, it's like a hello fellow kids thing at best. That's my TikTok rant. I literally just woke up like 20 minutes ago. I generally don't record when I just wake up. Like today, I was like, no, I want to get out of bed as fucking fast as humanly possible. Because I spent the second half of yesterday just stuck in bed. Anyway, look, I want to talk about a second topic. So I'm gonna go on TCRS and talk about the thing. Stories, horror, civil, chapter 2. So in this story, right? If you notice, I have all the car brands, like instead of saying like a Japanese car brand, they say Kutsuki, right? Instead of saying what is very obviously an allegory for Suzuka, right? That I have Furoku, right? And instead of Tokyo, I have Okio, right? And instead of a random small Norwegian village in Norway, I have Yataport in Norland, right? So it's like I've very clearly substituted like names for just so many things, right? However, on the other hand, I uh, I have yak I don't know where Yakuza was, but yeah, but I also say Yakuza, right? And I say Singapore, even though I've changed like the name of Japan to Matai and to Mata and the fucking name of Norway to Norland, right? Oh, but why do you say Singapore? Why do you say Yakuza? Well, here's the thing with names. I change names not because I want to necessarily have originality, but rather because I don't want to subject myself to the implications of using real names, right? Like for example, if I wanted to make a country that has a similar history to Germany, right? And let's say I want to have a fascist uprising in that country, right? Because it'd be a cool image, right? Like fucking, I don't know, like Nazis marching through the Brandenburg gates, right? That's a cool image, right? But like if it was actual Germany, right? That would be probably offensive to some people, right? It would probably get me like fucking um like I'm not saying it would get me banned in Germany, but like it's not impossible that actual German authorities would see that as being some type of endorsement of fascism or whatever, and the book couldn't be distributed in Germany and whatever. Like there are all of these like real world practical implications if I have something be just Germany, and the stories I can tell instantly start start disappearing, right, and listening. So generally, no matter what I use in my pulp stories, I tend to change the names up just so I can go in whatever direction I want to, right? Just so I'm not restricted when it comes to like actually having to follow and respect real people and real cultures and so on and so on and so on. But then why do I just use Singapore and Yakuza? Well, that's because sometimes the real world, right, has implications that are more evocative than anything I could come up with, right? I could make an analogy for Singapore, right? I could I could like tell its entire history, right? But nothing can convey like hyper capitalist pseudo fascist fucking trading nation like Singapore can, right? Singapore is the best at being Singapore, right? No Singapore I invent can capture the essence of Singapore as well as the imaginary Singapore. And of course, like if I was trying to tell stories about modern Japan, right? Japan would be the best country at being Japan, but I'm trying to tell stories of like a hypothetical Japan that has that is experiencing a massive wave of migration and so on and so on and so on. Anyway, and the Yakuza is the same thing, right? It's like this, like you can't invent a Yakuza, right? You can't invent like a fucking honor-bound corporate mob entity where you have these really archaic customs because it's just such an old combination of organizations, right? The people are still cutting off their fingers to be a part of Yakuza, and if you're a Yakuza, you can't go to bathhouses because you're all Yakuzas are covered in tattoos, right? And bathhouses know this, so they don't allow people who are covered in tattoos and so on and so on, right? Like you can't make up a Yakuza. You can't invent a Yakuza. It's a thing that you have to use the real world thing for to properly convey its like connotations, you know. So that's my perspective on names. Yep. Okay, so I'm gonna respond to this no thank you video, right? And it's a good video. It's a good video. I'm 4 minutes and 20 seconds in it. Well, and he might have said this later on. However, I wanted to say that the male gaze, as it were, is generally just a matter of good cinematography, right? Oh, that's why you're for sexualizing women. I mean, in that way, yeah, but I'm also for sexualizing men, right? Because if you have a lot of attractive people, like if you have a lot of attractive actors, right, and you're putting them into a scenario where it is appropriate to elicit an emotional reaction from the audience, right? I'm not talking about like some serious drama, right, where it's like, oh, my mom just died, right, and then it pans their boobs or whatever the fuck, right? Like, I'm not talking about that, but like when it comes to media that's supposed to just evoke like really simple emotions, right? Like action movies or fucking or any type of like soap opera type, whatever. Right? All of those types of media, right? It's just appropriate to film them using the male gaze, right? Because if you have all of these attractive people who are supposed to elicit emotions, right? The best way to get people to have emotions is to just be like, hey, look, these people are attractive, right? And this also applies to men as well as women, right? I'm not saying like, oh, women should be sexualized, but I don't want to see like some fucking bulge on camera or whatever the fuck, right? No, if you have attractive men on fucking film, you shouldn't waste the opportunity to be like, oh yeah, I'm not like, again, I'm not talking about serious dramas or whatever the fuck. I'm talking about like fucking schlocky media that's supposed to elicit emotions, right? If you have attractive men, right, like if you're making fucking like, imagine Free, except it didn't have any like man service, right? No one would have fucking cared about anime. Okay, some people would have, but most people wouldn't have cared about anime. The appeal is you get to see attractive men have drama and swim, right? That's the appeal of like Free. And I should watch Free. Actually, I might watch Free today. Just to check it out, because it seems like it could be something I could watch without paying much attention to. But like anyway, like the point is, attractive people benefit from being filmed in such a way that demonstrates how attractive they are. Just because of the emotions the media is supposed to elicit. Anyway, that's my fucking point. Let's talk about real quick about the other pizza machine I have. So if you're a Toad Smite viewer, right, if you're a Toad Smite viewer, you know that I generally make my pizzas with this fucking cast iron pan. In one of my previous videos, I went through the entire process. I think it's in Confiness vlog, maybe, perhaps. I don't fucking know. Anyway, but this is the other pizza machine I have. Now, I've talked about this before, right? And I remember saying that I don't really use it for pizza, but it's good for quesadillas, right? Because my mom got it for my birthday. And I didn't have a use case for it, except there is a use case for it, which is when my mom is here and I don't want to go through the loud process at night of making pizza on the cast iron pan. I've been experimenting around with that pizza machine more, just making these pizzas now. If you look at this pizza, it's a day old, but don't worry about it. It's a day old pizza, is still good. When you look under it, right, look, it has some browning, right? Because I've deliberately created my process in such a way that I just make these pizzas really slowly. I don't rush at all. And the pizza base is just chilling on the bottom plate all the time. Until when I put the top plate on. Before the toppings start burning, the bottom is basically done-ish, right? It's not perfect. It's not the degree of char I want on my pizza, but it's fine. However, the unique advantage of this machine, which actually makes me consider using it over the normal method, is that it allows me to make pizza that's really thin. Now I've exploited this feature before when I wanted thin pizza, right? But I never really fully appreciated how much I enjoy pizza that is like really thin. Now this is because a lot of the time people associate thin pizza with like crunchy or crispy pizza, which isn't really necessarily what I'm looking for in a pizza. I'm fine with it very crispy when you make pizza in that pan, right? But that's not really what I'm looking for. When I'm looking for thin pizza, I'm looking for something that's really fucking convenient to eat, right? Oh fuck, the video didn't stop. Anyway, I'm looking for something that's really convenient to eat, right? I'm looking for something that's really just nice and quick and just this doesn't necessitate the type of hassle and the type of mastication that the type of pizza I make in a pan makes or does. So yeah, that's why I have been uh, red pilled on the pizza making machine. This is fucking pointless. Jesus Christ, I'm recent every time I film for this vlog. I'm like, oh, this is just fucking garbage. I'll do better the next one, the next half. I'll try to actually have things to say because it might be that people are watching the video from the start again. Because this is the end of the video. You're only watching this if you're watching the fucking premiere. Let's be honest. Yeah. Anyway, this garbage shower power outside. Whatever. Fuck. So I decided I don't want to be sweaty, so I'm watching the Maniac right now. Anyway, what I wanted to talk about real quick is that the two most boring arguments ever to me are children and responsibility. And especially when someone says you have responsibility over children, right? And all political fucking sites love fucking just talking about oh you should have more responsibility and oh think of the children and so on and so on and so on. Fuck children, fuck responsibility. I don't care about the continuation of the fucking world. Oh, but if we don't care about children or responsibility, we will all die and descend into fascism and we'll have 10 IQ. Good. Fuck him. Give me something that would improve my life, not something that would vaguely improve the life of humanity. And no, I'm not a fucking heathenist. I'm not saying like, oh, give me something that make dick come. No, no. What I'm saying is that any type of argument that's like some vague betterment of humanity just isn't interesting to me, and people should stop assuming that the betterment of humanity is somehow good because oh we'll make your life better in the long run. In the long run I'm fucking dead. Yes, I just quoted John Maynard Keynes, but just fuck off, you know? Fuck children, fuck responsibility, extinction when honestly for a long time I was thinking like, hey, maybe my work days aren't enough, maybe like 4 hours, what's that? And you take a break every 2 days, what the fuck is it? But I was right in creating a schedule like that because the moment any adversity happened, so my mom and her boyfriend were here for a week, it got so fucking hard to do it. It pushed me against my limits. Yesterday I had that terrible headache. That was my rest day. I'm not rested at all, and it's back to work again, right? It's back on the fucking grind, right? And even on my days off, I do work. I breathe and whatever, right? So it's like this is the most work I can possibly do sustainably, right? On the best days, I can do a bit more work. On the worst days, I can still try. That's important part. Also, oh, 7 Up. It's not available in the store near me, but turns out it is in my country now. I would be drinking it with vodka if alcohol didn't make me feel like shit. So now I only drink alcohol when I absolutely have to, and also I feel my headache coming back. And quite frankly, 7 Up might give me a headache. Like I'm not quite sure, but it kind of feels like the syrup in 7 Up or something doesn't sit well with me. However, experimental evidence is necessary to confirm or reject this hypothesis. So I'm just gonna drink 7 Up and read some more manga. So I just caught up with the Boxer, great manga. very good manga or manhwa. You guys probably wouldn't like it. It's a really a totes my audience type manga. Yeah. Turns out I didn't actually catch up to it. I just ran out of the translation on my thing. So I still have a bit more to read, but right now it's time to go to work and do my job as a professional writer. So I'm currently doing some chores. I thought I'd discuss the Asmongold New World controversy, whatever. So Amazon is putting out this game New World, right? And they're making a quality of life cash shop in the game, right? So people could skip the content a few months after launch, right? Because a lot of people look at the MMOs and go, I can't catch up, right? I can't catch up to the end game. People are always ahead of me. Oh no, I don't want to play it. So they want to be like, oh, can I skip the game? And then the New World people are like, oh, okay, so let's take this into account, right? And let's make sure that in the future you will be able to cater to these people who will otherwise be left behind. Like that's obviously what's happening, right? But the thing that people miss in this discussion, right? Because they go like, oh yeah, it's just artificially creating a problem, right? It's making the mid game and early game worse, so people would buy end game access, right? And they're going like, yeah, fucking scrubs. Just play the game, make the game good, enjoy the game, right? None of this has to happen now. Now this is an interesting question, right? Because it's like, okay, there's a counterfactual, right? There's a counterfactual we can consider, which is that it could be that people, no matter how good the early game and mid game is, will want to skip those to get to the end game, right? And there's a possibility that's a very significant amount of the player base. So let's run through this counterfactual, right? Let's run through these implications, right? Okay, so is there any MMO where you can't significantly boost progression? Oh, maybe old school RuneScape. Now, old school RuneScape has a microtransaction system, right? It has the old school RuneScape bonds, and with bonds you can pay money to have in-game gold, which I'm personally neutral on the bonds. I of course don't like that you can buy gold with real life money. However, since you're selling membership, it means that you can play the game completely free to play, and I think that's a very positive aspect when it comes to the game. So I appreciate the fact that you can play the game without paying for it at all, because some loser is buying gold and ruining his own experience, right? That to me is a fine enough system. However, it has a very interesting implication. Can you buy enough bonds to skip to the end game? Kinda, right? Because in practice, no matter how many bonds you buy, you still have to put in hundreds of hours, right? Like, you can buy the best gear possible, right? Use the most efficient methods to get your stats up, right? And still, you would still have to spend like at least 300 hours getting your stats ready to the end game if you have unlimited gold, right? Like that's minimum recommended stats too, right? Like if you want to get proper stats, that's like 400, 500 hours just to train your character up to max level. You can't speed that up significantly by paying money, right? So what this means, right? What this means is that in old school RuneScape, you functionally can't boost yourself to the end game. You can buy bonds, you can buy gold, but it's not really in the conversation because it can't really progress your account that much. I mean, some people just do it for dumb reasons, but that aside. And yet, in old school RuneScape, it seems like people still want to rush the end game. It seems like most people who play the game are mostly concerned with, oh, how do I get to end game content? Most people seem to be concerned with that, even though you can't boost it, though. Maybe old school RuneScape has an exceptionally bad early and mid game. That's fair, I guess. But still, as a counterfactual, it's interesting because I think the more likely situation that's going on is that MMO players have just stopped caring about the early and mid game, right? Because now it's pretty much like there's no competition. There's no like if you're in the early or mid game, you can't really like show off that much now. Now RuneScape is again different in this regard because no matter what stage of the game you're in, you have all of these different progression mechanics. So you might be an early game player with a quest cape, and that's still gonna be impressive because most early game players don't have a quest cape, right? Or you could be a mid game player, right, and you could have a mining or runecraft cape, which are still impressive because those are items that most mid game players don't have, right? And so on and so on and so on and so on. Like you can still do impressive things even if your account in general hasn't progressed to that next stage, you know. Like that's the anyway, that's interesting counterfactual, right? It's like people just generally don't see most of the gameplay in MMOs as competitive anymore. So people only care about the late game because it's kind of implicit since most MMOs have been out for so long that everyone is a late game player. And if you're not a late game player, you're deficient, you're missing out because people are used to these fucking really really poorly designed and predatory progression systems which only value basically the end game and so on and so on and so on and so on. I have decided that it's a long day and I have decided that it's been a long day and I should take a nap. But also I'm stuck watching Arrowverse. There's no other options for me. Nothing else is as perfect for old school RuneScape. Anyway, I'm gonna go take a nap now. I don't get it. I don't get it. Also, I had the worst nap of all time. And I spent like 2 hours in a delirious state and it was incredibly uncomfortable because I was still half asleep and I didn't rest at all. So it was like 50% being. It was just awful, awful. But yeah, YouTubers still go like, oh, no, don't click away. I promise that this video gets interesting. I'm not just talking about boring stuff like pricks or microwaves. Psh, I'm talking about something interesting, right? And like YouTubers still say shit like this, right, in 2021. And you know what's some of the fucking most popular videos on YouTube? Not most popular videos on YouTube, but you know, within this sphere, some of the most popular videos are like the Austin McConnell's X minutes of useless information videos, right? It's like, yeah, this is just videos of useless information for like 30 minutes, and they get like hundreds of thousands of fucking views. And then people go like, no, I'm not just giving you useless information. I promise it gets exciting. No one fucking cares, nigga. I think I'm gonna take the day off because I've been dealing with what I think are possibly caffeine withdrawals, or it's not certain, but I've been feeling fucking awful for the last 2 days. I had one of the worst headaches of my life, then I didn't sleep well, and now I'm here. So, what I think I'm gonna do is, it's just gonna spend the day doing nothing. I think that's fair. If I feel the desire to do something, I'll do it. And tomorrow I'll check my condition and see if I want to do anything tomorrow. If I don't, I won't. And I'll just take a 2 day break. Is that my normal 1 day ones? Yeah. Don't want to get burned out. That's the last thing I want. Honestly, I was starting to think of like just not releasing this vlog yesterday because it was like it's just become filler content. It's just become like 2 minute clips where I go like, hey, this is what I did today. And at the start I was like still saying things, you know. But at this point it's just degenerated into like a literal diary, not like a vague diary, right? Because like the goal was to. Sorry, I just hallucinated a bit. Well, the goal was to be like, yeah, this is gonna be like functionally a diary, but practical, like still like a Toadsmite vlog, like somewhat high concept at least, right? And at the start, I feel like I succeeded, right? Because I was like talking about things. I think maybe I haven't watched it back. Of course, I haven't watched it back, but you know basically what I mean. Like I was still trying, but now it's just like a 2 minute clip of like, hey, this is what I did today. And this is one of those clips, and I'm just repeating myself constantly. Like, ever since I became a professional writer, it feels like I've just completely stopped saying anything here, you know? It's like, hey, these are the moments between when I'm actually doing things to this being like an account of interesting ideas, you know? So I was like, yeah, let's just fucking stop this. Like, no use going on. But, then I remembered how much I enjoyed No Thank Yous diaries, like Kiblets and Tidbits and Schmutz and both of the assorted musings, and I'm like, fuck it, maybe someone will enjoy it. That's my diary too. Like, I don't fucking know. I'm just a writer. I had my autism seize me. I made a list of every fucking F1 car for every year of F1 I would talk about if I hypothetically made a video about F1 cars evolving through time. I don't know if I want to make this video. I think people who watch Toads might will go like, cars? That's normie cringe. Why are you talking about cars? Go back to talking about how you're neat and kind of depressed or whatever. Yeah, I mean, I'm tempted to make this video, but also it's like, I have to spend like fucking forever making that video and then no one will like it, and it's like, whatever. It's sexist, I guess. I played very minimal RuneScape today and I can't regret it, but I'm, I'm certain that I want tomorrow too, so it doesn't matter that much. Like, this is my personal philosophy. Like, I think it's good to deprive yourself of something you kinda want. And I'm not being like, oh, you need to torture yourself. No. Okay, so this is actual genuine life advice. When you feel like you kinda want to do something or kinda want to have something, right, where you're like, oh, it would be kinda cool if I don't know, if I had chocolate right now, just an easy example. Or, oh, it would be kinda cool if I played this game right now, but I would have a bit of fun if I did this thing right now. Don't do it like that. That's my personal philosophy. You wait until you really want it, right? Because, oh, you kinda want chocolate, okay? You get yourself the chocolate, it's like, oh, this is disappointing, like, I guess it's worth the money I paid for it, you know, but it's like, it's not what you expect it to be, right? But when you really want chocolate, for example, right, and you've been waiting for like 3 days to get it, right, and you get the fucking chocolate, it's like, Jesus Christ, this is so much fucking better, like, this is exactly what I was expecting, at least in my case. I'm just staring at a car. Jesus Christ, my fucking car autism is spiraling out of control. And the same goes for RuneScape. Like, if I kinda want to play RuneScape, there's no real point to doing it, you know? There's no real point to being like, oh yeah, I'm gonna spend 10 hours doing something I kinda want to do. No, I wait until I really want to play RuneScape, right? Till I bust out the good 10-hour day and I go like, hell yeah. I'm finally sated, you know? But yeah, that's actually genuine, like, life advice from me. Like, I don't generally see the point of doing things you kinda want to do, you know, and there are probably things that you would really like or enjoy if you just waited a bit. Like, I feel like managing your desires, right? It's generally really important because, like, as a person, you are ultimately reducible to like the sum of your passions and desires. So if you end up in a situation where none of them can satisfy you, then you'll never be satisfied. What did I do today? I looked at F1 cars through history. I fucking read Boku no Hero Academia. It's actually a good manga, like, honestly. Like, if you're going to be like, oh, Boku no Hero Academia, that's that's a normie anyway. Like, it's fine. It's fine. It's decent. It's nothing special. Don't fucking get worked up about it. It's mediocre at first. Alright, so I caught up on Boku no Hero Academia because I thought I might get some cool concepts for it from my own stories. I didn't. It's fine. And then I streamed. I did a live stream. I spent a whole bunch of time doing nothing too, because Ruin Light wasn't updating. Because Ruin Light wasn't updating, I didn't have like much choice on what I was gonna do. I just spent some time doing nothing. Then I spent some more time doing nothing, granted. But you know. So I played maybe like 3.5 hours of RuneScape today, 4 hours maybe at most. Which, you know, it's fine. Perfectly acceptable. I hope I'm more motivated tomorrow too. Because even though I still have like an hour left today or something, I want to get in a proper day. Especially because I'm kind of close to finishing my current grind, upon which I'll have a lot of really cool stuff to do for a long time. Yeah. Then I get back home, I'm probably gonna hop on the Ruin again. Life's good. Life's good. I just randomly got the urge to watch the Index series again. The vampire arc didn't capture me, so I dropped it. But like, I don't know why, but this urge is like overwhelming. So I might watch the Index series tomorrow. Like, that might be like a thrift net fishing type thing. But like, I don't know. I'll give it a shot. Play. I'm doing an activity now as that I kind of have to focus on, so it's been really hard to find stuff to do on the side. And it's not enough focus that I can just listen to music and be happy. Yeah. Yeah. Actually, I'm gonna try watching Index tomorrow. And if Index doesn't stick, I'm just gonna watch Fast and Furious because I know I'll enjoy those movies. It's better than fucking Arrowverse. Yeah, so welcome to the Toads Might Doesn't Know What to Watch arc. If you're watching this far for some godforsaken reason, please comment woman moment. Please just comment woman moment in the comments. If YouTube doesn't turn my fucking comments off again. Actually, I think I might do a work day today. Because I'm completely racked by feelings of guilt for being a distant, abrasive person. And I know I can't change myself. I know I can't ever be like some fucking warm, pleasant person for like long periods of time. But I feel like I'm constantly letting people down because I'm not able to reciprocate the type of emotions that they have, I guess. So, to distract myself, I've decided I'm just gonna do a day of work. Because it's way better than feeling like this and not having a distraction. So I got myself this salt, right? So this is the salt that generally, for a bit the store was out of my daily thriving salt. So I was using this salt. I was like, salt is salt, I don't have my salt, but at least I have salt. And that's the important part. However, once I got this salt, once I got my good old salt back, I realized that this salt is like at least 50% saltier than this salt. How do I know this? Well, I made food, right? Right? This is the food I made. I've eaten it mostly. And I was like, oh yeah, I put like maybe 10% too much salt into it because the package like kind of evaded my control. I kind of slipped, and it's like, okay, I put in like 50% too much salt, no, 10% too much salt, right? But then I tasted it and it was like 50% too much salt. And that's like, no good. I mean, I still ate it, but it's like, Not fun, not a good time, not a good time for me, not a good time for you. Too much salt. And then I was like, how? Because I visually saw how much salt they put on the food, right? I visually confirmed that the amount of salt was tolerable. And then I thought, oh, right, this salt is different from this salt. Even though they're both salt, right? Way saltier, incomparably saltier. I don't know how it works, but it works like that, I guess. There was a moment in time where everyone expected me to become like a huge Linux person, right? Everyone expected me to be like the big Linux user, you know. And well, I mean, I use Linux, you know, I prefer using Linux, but I don't like spending like fucking 20 hours editing dot files or whatever. And I feel like a lot of people expected me to become that sort of person. And I was en route to being like one of those people. Like, I was spending like hours researching everything I can about Linux, right? I was researching various different distros, various different like mechanisms and so on and so on. And then I just stopped, and it's like, if you're not me, it might be like strange, like, oh, why do you stop? Well, the reason I don't care about Linux in a way that most people do is I'm not really looking to optimize my own computing experience. For me, the experience I want when using a computer is a computer that works, right? Windows doesn't work, Linux works, so I prefer using Linux. However, there's no shred of motivation in me to be like, oh, I need to use Vim keybinds for everything and I need to have my dot files perfectly in order. Like, that desire just doesn't exist within me anymore. Like, I used to, like, actually rise my computer, even though no thank you goes like, oh no, you just downloaded presets. No, I didn't. Anyway, like, I used to, like, edit, like, small things within, like, various config files and so on and so on and so on. Now I just know the exact steps I need to do to have my, uh, what's this fucking thing called? The panel. I know how to edit the panel in XFCE to be the panel that I want, and I just use the context menu for most things, and that's just intuitive to me. Now I wish this context menu was different, but it's how it is. Like, I wish it just opened in applications. Like, I don't need any of these desktop settings or whatever, and I haven't figured out how to just open it as applications. So I guess it'll have to be how it is. So I don't fucking care enough to fix it because it's just milliseconds like spent every time I have to use it, and I know they add up, but also so does the fucking time spent to research and solve this fucking issue. So quite frankly, I don't really care. But yeah, actually now I started caring. But yeah, anyway, my goal for a computer isn't to customize it. My goal is to understand it and have a computer that works. Anything beyond that isn't something I'm interested in at all. So, given that I have gotten the computer to a place where it just works, I'm fine with it. Also, I want to talk about the homebrew, because the homebrew doesn't make any sense to me. Because the way I hold my hands over my keyboard usually is something like this, just completely loose, like not here, but like around this part, right? And I know, like, homebrew, you're supposed to have like your hand like this or whatever, like something like this. Man, I don't know exactly what you're supposed to do. Or you're supposed to have like your fingers on your keys or whatever, and it's like doesn't make any sense to me. Like, okay, here's my explanation for why I don't like using the homebrew. Right, this finger, right, the index finger on this hand, is responsible for the entire, like, this section of the keyboard. The middle finger is responsible for this section of the keyboard. This finger, the ring finger, is responsible for this section of the keyboard, right? And then the pinky handles all the things on the sides, right? And the thumb is the spacebar machine. And this is how I use a computer, right? And you might go like, oh, but that's the homebrew, dude, right? You're just using the homebrew. No, because if I was using the homebrew, right, I would like have to have my hand in an unnatural position. That doesn't make any sense. Like, the principle that specific fingers should handle specific keys is valid, right? But I don't get like positioning your fingers on the home row because it just stresses your hand, and you don't want your hand to get stressed. Also, I figured out the problem with covert misogyny because like covert misogyny, there are multiple trends, and like the Toadsmite trend is just a systematic critique of power structures and women, and don't worry about it. But the problem with covert misogyny, right? With the problem of like writing female characters and so on and so on, where men just have like really unnatural takes on what women should be, not in like a based anime way, but like in a weird, like infantilized way, right? Like the reason covert misogyny is a problem is that it paints all women as a caricature of the mother, right? In like modes of covert misogyny, all women are eventually just like related back to the author's mother, right? Where women are like controlling, or like there are two options for women: either they're controlling, or they exist only to appease you and placate you, and so on and so on and so on, right? Like these are all caricatures of the mother placed upon women who don't have that sort of relation, because the author draws their context for women from their mother, right? That's the role of covert misogyny. Just some Freudian deal with it. Also, that's not an original critique in any way, right? Like that's a unique thing I came up with. Like I've heard it before. I just intuitively understood it right now. Also, here's the quick too long to read on Toadsmite's brand of misogyny. In a current society, right, we have mostly abolished many patriarchal conventions. However, the feminist movement in the 90s and 2000s focused so heavily on like the women's, not women's rights, but like was focused so heavily on legislation that would favor women, that they have created a system in which there are no patriarchal modes that are left within like most institutions, whereas there are protections like in social systems and various economic systems. There are protections that are were there to support women in a condition of extreme patriarchy, but now uh, result in things like you not being able to criticize women when they're like millionaires because that would make you a misogynist, right? And modes like where uh, where it's like expected that women can just like completely control basically the male population when it comes to like dating and so on and so on and so on. And if a man goes like I don't find this arrangement pleasing, right? I don't like that I have to like settle for a woman who has done OnlyFans, and if I say that I want something else, I'm treated as a violent misogynist, right? And then that man is like chastised for wanting like having his own preferences when it comes to his dating life and so on and so on and so on, right? Like this is why I'm a misogynist, because I don't think it's fair to have a society where women are the ones who are creating standards for men, and it's supposedly some type of discrimination if a man does not want to abide by those standards. If that makes sense, I don't know if that fucking makes sense. I hope that makes sense. Nope, doesn't work, nothing works. I still feel fucking terrible about myself. Just tried to read a book, made it like 5 seconds before I started having like a worse mental breakdown than I already am. That's fun. I left all the Discord servers I was in, and now I'm listening to some Manna demos because someone uploaded it as an album, and this is just one of the best albums ever made. It fucking owns. Every single anti-piracy argument debunked, right? You're stealing from the artist, not because you're actually stealing, right? This is the nuanced take, because we're all smart, nuanced people. You're stealing from the artist because your piracy represents potential lost revenue, right? It could have been, right, that you bought the TV show yourself or the movie yourself, and then you paid the artist, okay? And since you're pirating instead of paying, it's potential lost revenue. Let's entertain this idea. Let's entertain this idea. How can you, like, how do these things make money? How does music make money? Well, 2021, it makes money via streaming, right? Piracy does not affect streaming. If I pirate an album because I want to listen to that album once, I'm obviously not the type of person who would stream, right? Because the people who stream are the people who completely fucking who have a completely different fucking methodology of consuming music than I do. I don't interact with music in the same way. I'm not a streaming customer, right? I mean, I could pay for Spotify and the artist could make a few cents from my streams. That's fair. So I'm losing the artist a few cents. I can live with that, right? I could just watch. If I want to have a single, I can just watch it on YouTube with ad block, right? Not piracy, completely legal. You don't make any fucking money from it, right? Because that's really the alternative, right? Right? I either pirate music or I watch it on YouTube with ad block. Either case, the artist, right, is not someone who can benefit from me via internet music sales. So how do I support artists? Well, I'll buy your merch, I'll fucking go to your shows, I'll support you on Patreon if you have a Patreon, I guess. Like that's how I support musicians, because those are the ways in which I can actually gain something from contributing to you. If I buy a fucking album, I mean, I've bought albums before too, like it's a thing. Like I sometimes will buy an album if that's the best way to listen to that album and I really like the album, right? Like I don't have anything against buying an album if it's reasonably priced, you know? Like if I'm going to listen to it like 10 times. No problems with that. Sometimes I like having albums if I can download the fucking files, right? Of course. So I'm willing to support musicians. If I want to listen to some random guy's album, it's either YouTube with Adblock or Soulseek. I'm not making him money either way, right? Okay, so TV shows. Okay, you pirate TV shows? Okay, again, let's run down the avenues by which I would otherwise be consuming TV shows, and it's really streaming services, right? Okay, I pay $10 for like some streaming service. That streaming service makes $10. You make like a few cents because I'm only going to watch 2 shows on that service, right? I'm not gonna watch like 100 shows and each of those shows get a few cents. No, I'm gonna watch 2 shows on a streaming service because I'm not interested in the vast majority of shows. I mean, I guess if you have a million normies who just want to Netflix and chill, right? That's how you make money. I'm not a part of that audience. You're not gonna be making money from me anyway, right? How are you going to be making money from someone 10 like that? How do TV shows make money? It's either cable subscriptions, right? Cable subscriptions, or live air ads, right? I'm not gonna do either. I don't care about any. I don't have a TV. No TV in house. No TV in house. I'm not gonna watch anything on a TV, right? I'm not gonna buy for cable because again, I don't want to watch a million TV shows. I don't want to be bound to a fucking schedule, right? Fuck TV, right? I'm not gonna watch live on air TV because first of all, I don't want to watch the fucking ads, right? And second of all, I don't fucking, again, the same problems with cable, fucking, I don't like TV, right? So you're not gonna make money from me anyway. You're gonna make a few cents from Netflix. So I stole a few cents from me. The argument is gonna come later. Wait for it. Okay. So TV, again, I'm not a part of the audience. And how else can I watch a TV show? I can buy the files for fucking like $20. No! 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 No one pays I mean, some people pay that, but there's a reason your shows are fucking for free on TV or bundled within a larger package. No single show is worth $20 for the fucking files. No. Or I could buy them on disc for the same amount. Okay, movies, right? Okay, how do movies make money? Again, streaming services, we've been over that. Or Blu-rays, movie downloads, again, we've been over that. Fucking $20 for your fucking movie, or like $10, whatever. No! Or you get the fucking, you go to the theater and you see the movie there, that's where the majority of the profits are, right? Like, the thing is, again, with most of these things, the profits are from a specific service, right? With movies, the profits are from theaters. Artists, the musicians, the fucking profits are from touring. TV shows, the profits are from being on TV, right? And there are also these mass streaming markets, which I'm never going to fall into because that's not the way I consume media, right? So, Toadsmite, you're still stealing like 20 cents for refusing to spend like $5 million on streaming services every month so you can watch 2 things legally, right? And here's my argument. If someone created a storefront, right, that was like, okay, here, you can buy the files for a TV show permanently down, and we're gonna charge you $2, I'd fucking pay that. I'd pay that immediately. That would be a completely worthwhile trade, right? But no one fucking does that. It's all very unreasonably priced, right? Like, you're missing out like a few cents of ad revenue, a few cents of like streaming shares, a few cents of whatever, right? By me torrenting. And you're not gonna create an alternative system that can reasonably provide me with the goods you're trying to sell me, right? If you don't cater to my needs, streaming is completely ethical. Because again, the proportion to which I would lose money for you to gain money is always so skewed that it doesn't make economic sense for supporting the artists, because artists make a pittance from streaming and I would have to spend a shitload more for streaming, right? So these models just don't fucking make sense for people like me, right? And no one is going to cater to us. So I'm gonna fucking keep torrenting. Oh, manga, young dudes, there are legal ways to read manga now, officially sanctioned, the translations are shit. Anime, again, translations shit. Like, if you want your manga and fucking anime services to be acceptable, make sure that your official translations aren't worse than the fucking fan translations. Jesus fucking Christ. People really think that they can fucking be like, oh, I'm not gonna provide you a quality service, but I made art, so you have to pay me. I don't have to pay you. I can torrent. You know why? Because you're not offering me a service that I would want to pay for. Because ultimately, I'm paying for the ability to interact with the art, right? That's what I'm paying for. I'm not paying for the artist to work. I'm not commissioning something, right? I'm paying for the ability to view the art. And no service is anywhere close to good enough for anything I would want to do. And that's just the fucking truth. It's actually a good anti-piracy argument. I came up with one. I'm just making myself some tendies with some sauce. But yeah, like this is the appeal to otaku, right? It's not a moral argument. Industries won't praise me for saying this, you know. But the argument goes as follows: if you want more of your favorite things, it is ultimately beneficial for you to have a culture where you contribute as much as possible to the art you want to perpetuate. So this is why like Japanese otakus place a high emphasis on actually buying anime and so on and so on and so on, because it helps perpetuate the anime industry, right? And it ultimately helps create more anime. Now this is something that doesn't work individually, right? This is not an individualized thing like, oh, you should not torrent, but rather, I'm saying that if we want to see more of the things we like, then we shouldn't torrent, right? So, like, if you have money and you're like, favorite artist, favorite YouTuber, whoever is selling something, then maybe you should buy that thing so that that person can make more art for you, you know? And again, this is the Peel.Taco, the only valid anti-piracy argument. Welcome to the million torments of Toadside. And my toilet broke. It still flushes, it still works in that regard. However, however ever, it floods unless every time I want to use the toilet, I fucking painstakingly with 2 hands turn a valve. And then when I'm done using the toilet, I have to turn that valve again, painstakingly 2 hands. And fucking get into the corner, turn the fucking valve. It's like some fucking, this is insane. This is like some fucking like Soviet steampunk fucking bullshit. Oh yeah, you have to turn the crank to use the toilet unless you want your house flooded. This is just my life. Nah, whatever, it's fine. I'm feeling a lot better than I was earlier today. My headache went away, and after leaving most Discord servers, my mental breakdown immediately ceased, like almost as if forcing yourself to be in social situations where you're uncomfortable because you're autistic isn't good. It's like you know, it's like this has always been my fucking perspective, but for some reason I've let myself be memed out of this like fucking 5 million times, right? If you care about someone and if you want to talk to that person, you will just DM them, right? This has always been my perspective, right? And for some reason, I've let the fucking brainworms infect me that I have to be in servers or otherwise I'll fuck up like the structure or whatever. And it's like, first of all, I didn't sign up to be some type of fucking structural fucking piece for some group of people, right? Look, as long as our interests coincide, that's fine. However, I don't want to be someone's fucking object in that type of way, right? And every time someone tries to be like, oh no, Dotes, you can't leave a server, they'll have negative consequences. It only will have negative consequences because I want to be in, because like other people want me to be in a situation I don't want to be in now. You might be like, oh, those you can just like not look at a server. You might be able to. I'm not able to do that. I lack the capacity and I feel obligated to participate even when it has reached a point where I'm not comfortable participating. And it's not like, now I left a bunch of servers today. I left like 10 servers or something, right? And there's a chance that if you're watching it this far, you're in one of the servers I left. I don't have a problem with you. You're fine. You, as an individual person, are completely fucking fine. You're my friend, most likely. I enjoy talking to you. It's just I don't enjoy being in a fucking server. That's all. This has always been true. Like being in servers has always been like a begrudging acceptance type thing for me, and all of these group activities and so on have never been something that I'm really comfortable with, and they're always something that other people do, right? And I've always been really bad at like group activities and so on. And I'm really uncomfortable when I have to navigate complex social systems because I'm autistic, right? And if I'm in a server, by my nature, I will have to navigate that social system, no matter if I try to just not think about it or whatever, right? So this type of interaction necessarily has a deleterious effect on me, right? Again, it's fine. We're all friends, right? I'm not saying like, oh, you're not my friend because I don't want to be in a server with like 10 people. No, you're fine. You're fine. The only problems I have is with how other people interact with each other and then me having to keep track of it, right? Like, this is an example. Ow, fuck, ow, fuck, ow, I just hit my fingers. So this is an example from years ago. So this shouldn't offend anyone, right? But years ago, I was really fucking uncomfortable being around a specific person because I had done some pretty egregious stuff to me personally, right? And I wanted to leave that server because I did not want to be in a situation with that person. However, I also did not want to be someone who ejects someone or goes like, oh, we need to fucking kick this person who's been here from the start, right? I don't want to be that person. Now, again, if other people want to do that, that's fine. That's not who I want to be. I don't want to be controlling in that way, even if it's for the good of everyone, right? That's the thing with me. I'm not going to be controlling, even if it's for everyone's benefit, because I just simply don't feel as if I should exercise that type of control, right? Simple as that. So, since I did not want to exercise that type of control, since I didn't want to be around that person, what was my obvious decision at that point in time was just leaving the fucking situation. And now everyone was telling me, like, no, you can't do that, that fucks things up. And it's like, I never signed up to be in a situation where things would be fucked up, right? That's a thing that you imposed onto me, right? And that's something that you created within yourself as an expectation when it comes to my role in that specific situation. Why am I in a server? Because I want to talk to the people in that server, right? And if those people also want to talk to me, I'm completely fine DMing them. Now, again, I didn't have a proper counterpoint for this until I did this the first time, right? I didn't have proper things to point, like, I didn't have proper things to point at it being like, oh, it's sustainable to be happy and fine, even if I'm not in that group situation, right? However, now I know that if I can really be a friend to someone, right, it'll be fine if we just talk in DMs, right? I know that for some people DMs are uncomfortable. The degree of pressure is something they would prefer to avoid. I understand that. I empathize with that. However, I would like to avoid the pressure I experience when I'm in a fucking server or a group setting in general, right? So I can put up with things, like I'm not saying like, oh, I'm gonna be capricious at the smallest sign. Like, I gave it a shot. I gave it a fair shot this time, right? I was like, I was starting to get jealous. I was starting to get paranoid. I was starting to get really obsessive about social situations that I didn't have any business sticking my nose into, right? These are all bad things that I did to myself, right? These are not things that anyone else did to me. However, the solution to this isn't to magically fix my brain. At some point in the future, I might grow enough to not feel these things, and I have grown, and I can take a more level-headed approach to all of these things. However, these situations still inspire these incredibly negative feelings within me. So I can't put myself in a situation where I'm a ticking time bomb, basically, right? And I need to distance myself, and I need to distance myself in a direct and non-fucking malleable, not non-malleable. I need to flip the fucking switch, right? That's an analogy. I need to flip the fucking switch. I can't do it if I don't flip the fucking switch, right? That's really it. I don't want to be tormented by feelings of inadequacy and feelings of undue responsibility and feelings like that relate to trying to understand really complex social systems. And again, in the future, once I feel more stable, I might rejoin the servers, right? If people go like, hey, dudes, so it's been like 3 months, can you rejoin? I'll be like, yeah, sure, I can rejoin. Like, again, I don't have any fucking problems with the people or the environments other than those relating to myself, right? So, again, I'm sorry to get all of this out there, but like, I just can't deal with the types of environments I have cultivated myself when I was in a different point in time and when I was looking for different things when I was socializing with people, since I had just found a lot of people who shared my interests, at least in some sort of tangential way, right? And it just has happened that right now I have really passionate interests that are more important to me than putting up with the pressure to perform, even though it might make a few people slightly more comfortable at my own expense, right? Like, I'm trying to figure out. Okay, so for example, again, this should not offend anyone, right? Again, I'm not trying to call anyone out. I'm not trying to put any of my personal feelings that are directed inwards onto anyone else, right? I'm not trying to make this anyone's responsibility. But for example, the day I left the Donut Man Can server, the Donut Man Can, really cool guy. I've had a lot of positive interactions in that server as they relate to like talking about music or talking about art in general. Right? I've had good times in that server. I've been there like 5 times actively. Right? I'm not active in that server. So it was kind of a no-brainer to leave. But it's also like why I can use it as an explanation, right? Like since I know that at this point in time I can't actually make my life better. I can't find happiness through being in that server. There's no reason for me to stay there. However, a few months ago, I got like like cool album recommendations that are still really important to me. And at that time, when I was looking for more interactions like those, that was like the perfect place for me to be, because that was something I could pick up from the zeitgeist, and I didn't have to interact with people directly in order to get those valuable things. However, now I want to interact with people directly. I'm not looking to pick up a zeitgeist. I'm not looking to pick up a part of a culture that I should familiarize myself with, right? Because I have decided what I want to spend my time doing. When I want to interact with people right now, it's on a personal level. It's on a level of people who are interested in each other as people, and not as me observing someone's wider culture, right? And given that I'm no longer interested in those things, I would just prefer to talk to all the people I want to talk to directly and privately, as long as they're also comfortable with it. However, again, the important thing to stress is that for the same reason you might not want to DM me, I don't want to be in a server situation, right? It's just a situation that makes me uncomfortable on a fundamental level. However, it's a sort of discomfort I can ignore given that their specific conditions are being met and my desires are being fulfilled. Again, the important corollary is that I can't just work people to fulfilling my desires, right? And so this means that it's necessarily organically something that I can only drift in and out of, right? Being in a server is never something I can do on a permanent, perpetual basis, but rather on a conditional and circumstantial basis. Again, this is not how I approach friendships, right? If you're friends with me, it's not conditional, it's not circumstantial, as long as you are nice to me, as long as you don't make me uncomfortable in a lasting and repeated way, I can be friends with you, right? As long as you're nice to me, and as long as I'm interested in you as a person, right? There's no conditions, there's no circumstances that have to be met. You just have to be a decent person to me, and I can be a friend to you, right? However, that does not apply with being in a friend group or in being in a server setting, right? Because I'm not built for friend groups, I'm built for friends, right? That's just me personally. Again, I can be in a friend group. Again, that's something that can appear on a conditional and circumstantial basis, but like that general dynamic is not one I personally seek. Hope that fucking makes sense. This first part of the thing is almost done, and I need exactly 4 minutes and 45 seconds of content to finish it. And given that I want to render it overnight, probably it would be nice to finish it right now. So let's put the countdown clock on the countdown. Um. So I'm watching. Oh, I've been watching movies today. I decided that today I will watch movies while playing RuneScape, and I I watched the Ford v Ferrari, aka Le Mans '66 movie, and that was a great fucking film. Like I really liked the action. I like the characters. It was just a really well made movie, and I like cars. So I could just look at, oh wow, these cars, they go fast, and then they go fast, and I'm like, yay, cars go fast. And then I was like, I them I watch The Fast and the Furious because I've decided to get into that film franchise. And that was a fucking amazing movie. Like, it's insane with that and the Le Mans how well like old school machismo parses in my brain, because like it's like when it comes to like social situations or whatever, right? Like the approach of like, yeah, I'm just gonna like, there's just like an implicit honor power system dynamic always in the background, like that parses to me really well, and I can just kind of understand that in like narrative structures and so on and so on. Yeah, the Fast and the Furious movie wasn't really anything special. Like, the cars were fucking cool. Like, it was the most bigger fucking movie I've ever seen. And, you know me, I'm a big fucking bigger. So I was like, yeah, that's a fucking cool movie. And, I really enjoyed watching that too. And, then now I'm watching the movie Speed Racer, and it's fucking insane. Like, this movie is fucking nuts. Like, the characters, like it's like a mafia family corporate drama that's about racing, and it's surprisingly faithful to racing while not being about racing at all. There's no actual racing in this movie. There's just cars with like weapons fighting, right? But like it still manages to somehow surprisingly be like faithful to racing, and explore the themes related to being a racer, and the infrastructure, and uh, the general like meta of racing, I guess. And it's really interesting. It's really interesting. Like it's a great movie all in all too. Like like everything about it is good, except there is a kid character in the monkey character, and it's just a fucking child actor in the monkey doing goofy things. And like I get why they're in here, because it's a children's movie, right? Children's movies need to have a child character for the children watching to project themselves onto. But I just feel like they kind of ruined the movie, and I would, I would like they don't add anything to the movie either. Is the thing, right? Like you could cut out all the scenes with them from the movie, and it would just be a better fucking movie. Like yeah, so that's a downside. The overall great movie. So yeah. Anyway, the second part will premiere in 15 minutes if you're watching it live. Or if you're not watching it live, then the second part is already out. And, well, I guess if you're insane enough to have watched this whole video, you can go watch the entire second video. You're at the halfway point. We're both at the halfway point of this video. And oh god, what have I done? God has forsaken us all. So yeah, this was the first part of the 24-hour video, and I'm gonna cut it a bit short, so do not get fucked over by YouTube, hopefully, even though I necessarily will anyway. Okay, thanks, bye!